like, again, the machine, let's see the objects, and I think in a way that assembly theory, we realized maybe a few months ago that assembly theory actually does account for the soul in the objects, not mystically like, say, shell drift, small thick resonance, or aliveness, monadology, seeing souls in things. But when you see an object, and I've said this before, but this object is evident in thought, and then there's a lineage of those objects. So I think what is fascinating is that you can do it much more elegantly, that the barrier between life and non-life is accruing enough memories to then actuate. So what that means is there are contingencies, there are things that happen in the universe get trapped. These memories then have a causal effect on the future. And then when you get those concentrated in a machine, and you're actually able, in human time, able to integrate the past, the present, and the future, and do stuff, that's when you are most alive.
You're in the machine.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Why is the object? So one of the ways to define life, what Sarah said, simple machines creating complex machines. So there's a million questions there. So how the hell does a simple machine create a complex machine?
By mutation. So this is what we were talking about at the beginning. You have a minimum replicator to a molecule. So this is what I was trying to convince Sarah of the mechanism to get there years ago. I said, you can build on one of these things. You have a molecule that can copy itself, but then there has to be some variability, otherwise it's not going to get more functional. You need to add bits on. You have a minimum molecule that can copy itself, but then it can add bits on, and that can be copied as well. And those add-ons can give you additional function. And be able to acquire more stuff from bits. So existence is weird, but the fact that there is existence is why there is life. And that's why I realized a few days ago that that my alien life must be everywhere, because there is existence.
Is there like a conservation of cheap stuff happening? So like, how can you keep injecting more complex things? Like, doesn't the machine that creates the object need to be as or more powerful than the things it creates? So how can you get complexity from simplicity?
So the way you get complexity from simplicity is that I'm just making this up, but this is kind of my notion. You have a large volume of stuff, and you're able to get seeds, if you like, random cues from the environment, and you just use those objects to basically write on your tape, ones and zeros, whatever. And that is necessarily rich, complex, okay? But it has a low assembliness, but even though it has a high assembly number, we'll talk about that. But then when you start to then integrate that all into smaller volume, as over time, and you become more autonomous, you then make the transition. I don't know, what do you think about that?
I think the easiest way to think about it is actually, which I know is a concept you hate, but I also hate, which is entropy. But most people are more familiar with entropy than what we talk about in assembly theory. And also the idea that, like, say, physics as we know it involves objects that don't exist across time, or as we were saying, don't memory objects. So one of the key distinctions that
Low memory objects.
Yeah. So physics involves
Physicists are low memory
low memory objects.
But physicists are creators of low memory objects, or manipulators of low memory objects.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very nice. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to keep interrupting.
No, it's fine. I like it too. It's very funny. But I think it's a good way of phrasing it, because I think, this kind of idea we have in assembly theory is that, physics as we know it has basically removed time as being a physical, observable of an object. And the argument I would make is that when you look at things like water bottles or us, we're actually things that exist that have a large extent in time. So we actually have a physical size in time, and we measure that with something called the assembly index in molecules. But presumably everyone should have sort of a. Do you want to explain what assembly?
Yeah, you know what? Step back and start at the beginning. What is assembly theory? Please send me some slides. There's a big sexy paper coming out probably, maybe, I don't know. That's also a summary of science. We're almost done.
Well, no, we're almost done.
The history of science.
You're ready to start and think.
You're the machine that So what is assembly theory?
Yeah, well, I think the easiest way for people to understand it is to think about assembly in molecules, although the theory is very general, it doesn't just apply to molecules. And this was really really concise, so it's kind of funny that I'm explaining it. But
I'm marking.
okay, all right, I'm ready. I'm ready. You tell me where I get the check mark mine at. But
It's not serious.
yeah, I know. But imagine a molecule, and then you can break the molecule apart into elementary building blocks. They have to be bonds, and then you can think of all the ways, or molecular assembly theory. You can think of all the ways of building up the original molecule. So there's all these paths that you can assemble it, and the sort of rules of assembly is you can use pieces that have been generated already. So it has this kind of recursive property to it. And so that's where kind of memory comes into assembly theory. And then the assembly index is the shortest path in that space. So it's supposed to be the minimal amount of history that the universe has to undergo in order to assemble that particular object. And the reason that this is significant is we figured out how to measure that um, with a mass spec um, in the lab. And we had this conjecture that if that minimal number of steps was sufficiently large, it would indicate that you required a machine or a system that had information about how to assemble that specific object, because the combinatorial space possibilities is getting exponentially large as the assembly index is increasing.
So just sorry to interrupt, but so that means there's a sufficiently high assembly index that is observed in an object is an indicator that something like created it, or is the object itself like it?
Both. But you might want to make the distinction that a water bottle is not light, but it would still be a signature that you were in that organism, and I might be alive. So,
So there would be potentially a lot of arguments about where the line, at which assembly index does interesting stuff start to happen.
the point is, we can make all the arguments, but it should be experimentally observable, and we can talk more about that part of it. But the point I want to make about it is there was always this intuition that I had that there should be some complexity threshold in the universe above which you would start to say whatever physics governs life actually becomes operative. And I think about it a little bit like we have Planck's constant, which is, like, and we have the fine structure constant, and then this sort of assembly threshold is basically another sort of potentially constant of nature. It might depend on specific features of the system, right? But which we debate about sometimes. But um, but then when you're past that, you have to have some other explanation than the current explanations we have in physics, because now you're in high memory. Um, the things actually require time for them to exist, and time becomes a physical
So
variable.
the path to the creation of the object is the memory. So you need to consider that.
Yeah, but the point is that's a feature of the object. So so when I think of all the things in this room, uh, we see the projection of them as a water bottle, but assembly theory would say that this is a causal graph of all the ways the universe can create this thing. That's what it is as an object, and we're all interacting with a causal graph. And most of the creativity in the biosphere is because a lot of the objects that exist now are huge in their structure across time. 4 billion years of evolution to get to us.
So is it possible to look at me and infer that this exists?
It,
Me as a human being.
you as an individual might be hard. You as a representative of a population of objects that have high assembly with similar causal history and structure that you can communicate with, i.e. other humans, you can infer a lot probably. Which we do genomically even. I mean, it's not like we have a lot of information in us we can reconstruct histories from. Assembly is saying something slightly deeper.
So one thing to add, I mean, even about the objects themselves, not just objects with high assembly number, because you can have random things that have a high assembly number, but there must be a number of identical copies. You know you're getting away from the random, because you can take a snapshot. This is why I hate entropy. I love entropy when used correctly. It's that the problem with entropy is you have to have a labeling, and so you can label the beginning and the end, start and finish. Where what you can do in assembly is say, oh, I have a number of objects in a bundle. They all have these features, and then you can infer. And one of the things that we debated a lot, particularly during lockdown, because I was going insane trying to produce the assembly equations. We came up with the assembly equations. Just imagine this. So you have this string where, oh, actually it makes me sick trying to remember it. It did my head in for a long time. Yeah, because I couldn't. So if you just have a string of, say, words, say, series of words, series of letters. So you just have A A A B B B C C C D D D, and you find that object. You just have four A's, four B's, four C's, four D's together. Boom. Then and that really that you measured that. You physically measured that string of letters. Then what you can do is you can infer some graphs of maybe the four A's, the four B's, the four C's, and the four D's. You don't see them in the real world. You can infer them. And I really got stuck with that because there's a problem to try and work out what's the difference between along, physical objects and assembly spaces objects. And we realised the best way to put that is infer in time. That so although we can't infer your entire history, we know at some point the four A's were made, the four B's were made, the four C's were made, the four D's were made, and they all got added together. And that's one really interesting thing that's come out of the theory. But the killer, when we knew we were going beyond beyond standard complexity theory, which was incredibly successful, is that we realised we could start to measure these things for real across domains. So the assembly index is actually an intrinsic property of all stuff that you can break into components, particularly molecules are good because you can break them up into smaller molecules, into atoms. The challenge will be making that more general across more domains. So we're working on it right now. That's the theory to do that.
So component domains, so you're talking about basically measuring the complexity of an object in what, biology, chemistry, physics. That's what you mean by domains.
Complexity of the sensors, complexity of
Sociology.
computers, complexity of memes. You know,
Memes?
yeah,
What was that? Ideas?
yeah. I mean, so one.
Ideas are objects in the system.
Yeah,
They're physical things. They're just features in the call of that. I mean, the fact I can talk to you right now is because we're exchanging the structure of our sentences.
So conversation is, it's exchanging structures in assembly space.
Well,
What is assembly space?
When I started working on Origins of Life, I was writing about something called top-down causation, which a lot of like philosophers are interested in, and people that worry about the mind-body problem. But the whole idea is, if we have a microscopic world of physics, it's obviously complete. It seems like there's no room for higher level causes, like our thoughts to actually have any impact on the world, and that seems problematic when you get to studying life and mind, because it does seem that quote unquote emergence often do matter to matter. Um, and so, um, and then there's this other sort of paradoxical situation where information looks like it's disembodied. So we talk about information like it can just move from any physical system to any other physical system, and it doesn't require, um, like, you don't have to specify anything about the substrate to talk about information. And then there's also the way we talk about mathematics is also disembodied, right? Like the platonic world of forms. And I think all of those things are hinting that we really don't know how to think about abstractions as physical things. Um, and really, I think what assembly theory is pointing to is what we're missing there is the dimension of time. And if you actually look at an object being extended across time, what we call information and the things that look abstract are things that are entangled in the histories of those objects. They're features of the overlapping assembly space. So they look abstract because they're not, part of the current structure, but they're part of the structure if you thought about it as like the philosophical concept of a hyperobject, an object that's too big in time for it to actually to resolve. And so I think information is physical. It's just physical in time, not in space.
Two hyperobject, too difficult for us to resolve. So we're supposed to think about of life as this thing that stretches through time, causation chain that led to that thing. And then you're trying to measure something in the assembly index about
The assembly index is the ordering, you can think of it as like a partial ordering of all the things that can happen. So in thermodynamics, we coarse grain things by temperature and pressure. In assembly theory, we coarse grain by the number of copies of an object, and the assembly index, which is basically, if you think about the space of all possible things, it's like a depth of how far you've gone into that space and how much time is required to get there.
in the shortest possible time. It's not average. Can't you just read?
You're gonna kill me with that question.
Oh,
Not 3D. Can't you always 3D print the thing?
How does it work?
no, because I had such fun. So Sarah's team and my team are writing this paper at the moment, and I think we kind of shared it at the beginning. You were like, "No, that's not right. Oh, yes, right." So we be doing this for a bit. And then the problem is when you build a theory, you build the intuition. There's some certain features, right, of the theory that almost felt like I was being religious about. Say, right, you have to do this. A good assembly theorist does this, does this, does this. And Sarah's postdoc Daniel and my postdoc Abhishek, and they were both they're brilliant, but they were like, no, we don't buy that. And I'm like, it is. And they were like, well, to me actually, I think you're the first to say that you can't explain it. You can't do an experiment that doesn't exist. And that saved me. And I said to Abhishek, because Abhishek's my postdoc in Glasgow, Daniel is Sarah's postdoc in ASU. I was like, I have the experimental data. So when I basically take the molecules and chop them up in mass spec, the assembly number is never the average. It's always the shortest. It's the distinctive property, and then the penny drops for Abhishek. Okay, so I have these things that we had to believe to start with. We trust, and then we've done the math, and it pans out, and then now have the shortest path. That shortest up explains why the shortest path is why the shortest path is important. Not just average. The shortest path is easy to identify when it's traversing space that we've got a memory, not an average. So all you want to get to do is to say, what is the minimum number of features that I want to be able to see in the universe? And when I find those features, I know the universe has had a coherent memory and is basically alive. And so that makes features the lower bound. So that's like, of course, there's going to be other parts. We could be more ridiculous, right? We have other parts, but it's just the minimum. But probabilistically, at the beginning, because assembly theory is built as a measure for biosynthesis, I needed to go there. And then I realized physics, and then Sarah realized photosynthesis and spectroscopy, and we were kind of fusing that notion together. And then it came to like, yeah, but if I have enough energy and I have enough resources, I might not take the shortest path. I might go a bit longer. I might take a really long path because it allows me then to do something else. So what you do is, let's say I've got two different objects, A and B, and they both have different shortest paths to get them. But then, if you were to make A and B together, they will have compromise. So you enjoy the sample space. That might be an average, but actually the shortest way is to make both A and B with the minimum amount of resource and time. So suddenly you're then laying these things up. So the average becomes not important, but it's a as you literally overlap those steps, you get a new shortest path. And so what we realize time and time again when we're doing the math is the shortest path is intrinsic, is fundamental, and is measurable, which is kind of mind blowing.
So when we're talking about permutations and gradients, which we're talking about that with like consistency and how many steps we need to sort of set, how many steps it takes to turn those ingredients into the final result. So how to make it? What's the shortest gradient we can set?
Really high.
Oh, high. So that's
Yeah,
just high. Right.
and the pizza and the pie together as well. Yeah.
So there's a lot of ways. There's the shortest way, and then when you take the full spectrum of ways, there's probably an average. Right? Like duration, 10 weeks, you make an apple pie. Now, is the average interesting? If you measure the average length of the path to assemble a thing, does that tell you something about the way nature even views that work? Versus um, something fundamental about the object detecting as you're aiming at it, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, look, we all love to quantify things. The minimum path gives you the lower bound, so you know you're detecting something, you know you're inferring something. The average tells you about really how the objects are existing in the ecosystem or the technology. And there has to be more paths explored because then you can um, happen upon other memories and then condense them down. I don't make too much sense. If you look at say, let's just say, maybe we're going to get to alien civilizations later, right? But I would argue very strongly that alien civilization A and alien civilization B, they're different assembly spaces. They're kind of going to be a bit messed up if they happen upon one another. Only when they find some joint overlap in their technology, because if aliens come to us and we don't share any of the causal graphs that we share, but hopefully they share the periodic table and some other authoritative things. But we're going to have to really think about the language to talk to aliens by using assembly theory to infer um, their language, their technology, and other bits and bobs. And the shortest path is but we do have filters.
Right, so all aliens in this causality graph have a common ancestor.
It's the building blocks of everything, which means they live in the same universe you live in.
So
It depends on how far back in time you go.
So the universe has all the same building blocks. But we have to achieve that. So at least there's not different classes of causality in the graph. So the universe doesn't just say like, here you get the red causality graph and you get the blue one. There's basic ingredients and they're geographically constrained. So constrained in space or time, something like that.
They're constrained in time just only by the virtue of the fact that you need enough time to have passed for something to exist. So the universe has to be big enough in time for something. So just a one point on the shortest path versus the average path, because I think to get to this is you had a nice way of saying it. It's like the minimal compression is the shortest path to the universe to produce that. But it's also like the first time in the ordering of events that you might expect to see that object. But the average path tells you something about the actual steps that were realized, and that becomes an emergent property of that object's interaction with other objects. So it's not an intrinsic feature of that object, it's a feature of the interaction with other things. And so one of the nice features of assembly is you've basically gotten rid of, you just look at the things that exist and you've gotten rid of the mechanism for constructing them. In some sense, like the machines are not as important in the current construction of the theory, although I would like to bridge it to some ideas about constructors. Um, but then you can only communicate with things as we were saying, if you have some overlap in the past history. So if you had an alien species that had absolutely no overlap, then there would be no means of communication. But as we become, as we progress further and further in time and more things become possible because the assembly spaces are larger, because you can have a larger assembly space in terms of index and also just the size of the space is exponentially growing, then more things can happen in the future. And the example I like to give is actually when we made first contact with gravitational waves, because that's an alien phenomenon that's been permeating, or sorry, not alien, it's life form, but alien, like something we had never knew existed. It's been, like the gravitational waves rippling through this room right now. But we had to advance to the level of Einstein writing down his theory of relativity, and then 100 years of technological development to even quote unquote see that phenomenon.
Okay, to see that phenomena, our causal graph had to start intersecting.
Yeah, we needed the idea to emerge first, the abstraction, right? And then we had to build the technology that could actually observe features of that abstraction.
So the nice promising thing is over time the graph will grow and start overlapping and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so the interesting feature of that graph is there was an event, 1.4 billion years away of a black hole merger that we detected on our detector. And, now suddenly we're connected to this communication channel with this distant event in our universe that, if you think about 1.4 billion years ago, what was happening on this planet or even further back in time, that, there's common physics underlying all of those events, but even for those two events to communicate. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a really abstract example, but
Your
it's
causal graphs are not over.
yeah. So, well, let's just say now our causal graphs are overlapping in the deep past. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. So you made it.
I totally missed it. Yeah.
You made a connection there. No, I do like that.
No, you can tell me what your epiphany is now.
Because I was.
And I should get the jokes before the second chapter.
All I get is that.
No, it's right. I'm slow.
How
I'm slow on the uptake there.
I wasn't able to comprehend what you're talking about when saying the channel communicating to the past. But what you're saying is we were able to infer what happened 1.4 billion years ago. We detected the gravity waves. I mean, I think it's amazing that at that time we were just becoming multicellular, right? Like, great. And then we progressed to multicellular clarity through to technology and build a detector, and then and then we could extrapolate backwards. So although we didn't do anything back to the graph back in time, we understood its existence and overlaps going forward, and that's
That's because our graphs are long.
yeah. So that means that has a constant. One of the things I was trying to say is I find I think I don't know. Sarah might be correct me. Information first, and I'm a object first kind of guy. So I mean, as things that get constructed, there has to be this transition, these random constructions how it.
Well, I think that's mathematics.
No, mathematics doesn't exist.
No, but that's the point. The point is that abstractions do exist. They're real physical things. We call them
Okay.
abstractions, but the point about mathematics that I think is so I don't disagree. I think you're object first and I'm information first, but I think I'm only information first in the sense that I think the thing that we need to explain is what abstractions are and what they are as physical things, because of all of human history we've thought that there were these properties that are disembodied, exist outside of the universe, and really they do exist in the universe and we just don't understand what their physics is. So I think mathematics is a really good example. We do theoretical physics with math, but imagine doing physics of math and then thinking about math as a physical object. And math is super interesting. I think this is why we think it describes reality so well, because it's the most copyable kind of information. It retains its properties when you move it between physical media, which means that it's very deep in so it seems to describe the universe really well, but it's probably because it's information that's very deep in our past, and it's just we invented a way of communicating it very effectively between us.
Isn't math more fundamental? Isn't the assembly of the graph? Isn't basically it's I mean it's I sound ridiculous. Like math, assembly theory invented math, but it did. It has to be. Okay.
So what is math exactly? It's a nice simplification, a simple description of what?
We have a computer scientist, a physicist, and a chemist here.
Walk me through what?
I think the chemist is going to define math, but you guys can correct me.
Go for it.
I would say
Let lay it on us, Lee. We're ready.
I think the ability to label objects and place them into classes and then do operations on those objects is what math is.
So on that point, what does it mean to be object first versus information first? So what's the difference between object and information when you get to that real fundamental level?
Well, how much can I tell you? Well, stuff first is stuff, and then when stuff becomes objects, it has to invent information, and then the information acts on more stuff and becomes more objects. So I think there is a transition to information that occurs when you go from stuff to objects. Yeah.
Information is emergent?
Not emergent. Information is actionable memories from the universe. When memories become actionable, that's information.
But there's always memory, but it's not actionable.
Yeah, and then it's not information. Great.
And actionable is what you can create.
You can use it. If you can't use it, then it's not information. If you can't transmit it, if it doesn't have any causal consequence,
Cause and effect. I don't understand. Why is that not information?
it's not information. It's stuff happening, but it's not. There's not causal. Yeah, yeah. We can
It's
go into the.
happening.
No,
The
no, yeah,
happening
but
requires information.
no,
Can't,
no, no,
can't
no,
stuff is always happening.
no. This is where the physicists and the mathematicians get themselves in a loop because they think the universe. I mean, I think so. Max Tegmark and is very playful and say like the universe is just math. If the universe is just math, then we might as well not bother having any conversation because the conversations are written. We just might as well go to the future. So can you just give us the conversation you have already? Well, I think the problem is that mathematicians are so successful in labeling stuff and so successful understanding stuff through those labels, they forget that actually those labels have to emerge and that information has to be built on those memories. So memory in the universe and constraints, graph, when they become actionable and the graph can move back on itself or interact with other graphs and they can intersect, those memories become actionable and therefore they're information. And I think you just changed my mind on something pretty big, but I don't have a pen, so I can't write. I'm going to write it down later. But roughly, the idea is it's like you've got these two graphs of objects of stuff, and you have memories, and then they intersect, and then they can act on each other. That's maybe the mechanism by which information is then. So then you can then abstract. So then when one graph can then build another graph and say, hey, you have to go through the nonsense we have to go through. Here's literally the way to do it. Stuff always comes first, but then when stuff builds the abstraction can be then teleported onto other stuff.
Abstraction brings that
Yeah.
power. Okay.
Am I making? I don't know. I'm a bit stuck.
Yeah. So first, God made stuff, And after that, when you start to be able to form abstractions, that's when you'll.
God is the memory the universe can remember.
God is the memory the universe
Yeah.
can remember. Otherwise, there's no. Wait, did you?
Deciphering that statement from the future is going to be what the hell does that mean?
What does the universe mean by this?
Hey, look, don't just like why one liner.
I don't know. I wasn't thinking it.
It took me
It sounded
15
very.
seconds to come up
I
with that.
don't know what it means. What does it mean?
Okay, wait. We do. How do we get onto this? We were on time, causality, mathematics. So what is mathematics in this picture of stuff, objects, memory, and information? What exactly is mathematics?
It's the most efficient labeling scheme that you can apply to lots of different graphs.
The labeling scheme doesn't make it sound useful. Yeah, sure.
Have you rejected my definition of mathematics? I'm
Yes.
shocked.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Because it's correct. Go on, sorry.
Excellent. No, I mean, I think we have a problem, right? Because we can't not be us. Like we're stuck in the shells we are, and we're trying to observe the world. And so mathematics looks like it has certain properties. And I guess the thought experiment I find is useful is to try to imagine if you were outside of us looking at us as physical systems using mathematics, what would be the specific features you associate to the property of understanding mathematics and being able to implement it in the universe, right? And um, and when you do that, mathematics seems to have some really interesting properties relative to other kinds of abstraction we might talk about, like language or artistic expression. One of those properties is the one I mentioned already, that it's really easy to copy between physical media. So if I give you a mathematical statement, you almost immediately know what I mean. If I tell you the sky is blue, you might say, is it cobalt blue? Is it azure blue? What color blue do you mean? And you have a harder time visualizing what I actually mean. So mathematics carries a lot of meaning with it when it's copied between physical systems. It's often the reason we use it to communicate with computers. And then the second one is it retains its property of actually what it can do in the universe when it's copied. So the example I like to give there is think about like Newton's law of gravitation. Um, it's a compressed regularity of a bunch of phenomena that we observe in the universe. But then that information actually is causal in the sense that it allows us to do things we wouldn't be able to do without that particular knowledge and that particular abstraction. And in this case, like launch satellites to space or send people to Mars or whatever it is. Um, so, so if you look at us from the outside and you say, what is it for physical systems to invent a thing called mathematics, and then to use, uh, and then it to become a physical observable, mathematics is kind of like the universally copyable information that allows new possibility spaces to be opened in the future because it allows this kind of ability to map one physical system to another and actually understand this unknown system.
So is it helping the overlap of causal graphs then?
Yes.
By mapping?
I think that's the explanation for what it is in terms of a physical theory of assembly. It would be some feature of the structure of the assembly spaces of causal graphs and their relationship to each other. So, for example, and I mean, this is things that we're going to have to work out in the next few years. I mean, we're in really uncharted interesting territory here. Um, but as is usual, diving off the deep end. But I would expect that we will be able to come up with a theory of like why is it that some physical systems can communicate with each other, like language. Language is basically because we're objects extended over time, and some of the history of that assembly space actually overlaps. And when we communicate, it's because we actually have shared structure, and that's how communication.
So let me have another quick go at this, right? So I think we all agree. So I think we take mathematics for granted because we've gone through this chain, right? Of we all share a language now, okay? And we share language, so we have languages that we can make interoperable. And so whether you're speaking, I don't know, all the different dialects of Chinese, all the different dialects of English, French, German, whatever, you can work with. The interesting thing about mathematics now is that everybody on planet Earth, every human being and computers share that common language. But that language was constructed by a process in time. So what I'm trying to say is that assembly invented that. Right from the, mathematics didn't occur, it didn't exist before life. Abstraction was invented by life, right? That doesn't mean that the universe wasn't capable of mathematical things.
Wait a minute. Can we just ask that old famous question: is math invented or discovered?
there are some very common themes of mathematics in the universe, right? But actually, a lot of the mathematics that we are finding now is not discovered, it's invented. But even though I think those two terms are very triggering, and I don't think they're necessarily useful, because I think that what people do, the mathematicians say, "Oh, mathematics was discovered," because they live in a universe where there is no time and it just all exists. But what I'm saying is, and I think in the same way you can create, let's say I'm going to go and make a piece of art. Did I make that piece of art, or did I discover it? Like inventing the airplane. Did I invent the airplane? Let's stick with the airplane. The airplane's a good one. Let's say did I discover the airplane? Well, in a way, the universe discovered the airplane because we chucked a load of atoms together, a load of random human beings, wanted to do stuff, and then we discovered the airplane in the space of all this possibility. But here's the thing: when the space of possibilities is so vast, infinite, almost, and you're able to actualize one of those in an object, and you are inventing it. So in mathematics, because there are an infinite number of theorems, the fact that we're actually pulling is no different from inventing a mathematical structure and inventing the airplane. They're the same thing. But that doesn't mean that now the airplane exists in the universe, there's something weird about the universe. So I think that the more, this is the thing that I think is probably, the more memory required for the object, the more invented it is. So when a mathematical theorem needs more bytes to store it, the more invented it is, and the less bytes, the more discovered it is.
But everything then is invented. It's just more or less invented.
Absolutely.
Okay. The way we're thinking it, when you're thinking about the difference between invented and discovered, is because we're throwing away all the messes. So if you start to think in terms of causality and time, then most things become the same. Everything is invented.
And the idea is to make everything intrinsic to the universe. I think one of the features of assembly theory is that you don't want to have external observers. There's been this long tradition in physics of trying to describe the universe from the outside and not the inside. And the universe has to generate everything itself. It can do it from the inside.
Assembly theory describes how the universe built itself.
Did it take you 15 seconds to say that? Or did you come up with that also?
No, I thought of that before.
Okay.
Don't you make this funny?
No, I'm not making fun. I'm having fun. Look at this.
Oh, that's good.
She's inventing.
I'm not all intimidated.
And there's a causal history to that part. You mentioned that there's no way to communicate with aliens until there's overlap in this causal graph. Communication includes being able to see them? And like, what are we, this is the question is communication any kind of detection? And if so, what do aliens look like as you get more and more overlap on the causal graph?
Let's assume that so when you see them and they see you, you're assuming they have vision, they have the ability to construct in 3D and in time. There's a lot of assumptions we're making.
Well, detect. All right, let's step back. So yes, okay, you're right. So when in the English language, when we say the word see, we mean visually. They show up to a party, it's like, oh, wow, that's visual, that's 3D, that's okay. And that's also assuming scale, spatial scale of something that's maybe microscopic or can't be so big that you don't even realize it. Okay. But other kinds of detection too.
I would make it more abstract. I was thinking this morning about how do we write the receiver message in assembly theory and also for random binary. Because I don't think aliens necessarily why should they have binary?
Well, they have some basic elements with which to do information exchange.
But let's make it more fundamental and more universal. We need to figure out what is the universal way of making the memory, and then we can re-encode our receiver in that way.
What's more basic than zeros and ones?
Well, it's really difficult to get out of that causal chain. So there's a very easy idea of zero at the moment. It took human beings a long time to come up with the idea of zero. Now you got the idea of zero, you can't throw it away. It's so useful.
Discovered.
Yeah. To discover or invent.
I don't know. But it took a long time since invented.
Yeah, I think zero was invented. Exactly. It's not a given that aliens know what zero is.
They just have to one.
It's a massive assumption. Is it useful? Is it useful to discover?
think if you break the causal chain, there might be some other more efficient way of
That's why I want to meet them and ask them.
for a shortcut, but you won't be able to have
What? So I interrupted you, and I think you're making a good point. I was just going to say, well, look, sorry. Rather than seeing
feeds into that tweet at him for the meeting collective.
well, listen, maybe it's change. How do we? So, I don't know what it's like to be an alien. I would like to know.
What is the full spectrum of what aliens might look like to us? Now that we've laid this all on the table of like, all right, so there has to be some overlap in this causal chain that led to them. What are we looking for? What do you think we're looking for? So you mentioned mass spec measuring certain objects that aliens can create, or are aliens themselves. Terrestrial planet, or maybe not a planet, or maybe what the hell is the basic object we're trying to measure?
Let's cut ourselves a break.
Assembly in this sense.
Let's cut ourselves a break. Let's assume that they're metabolized. They've got an energy source, and they're a size that we can recognize. Let's cut ourselves a break. There could be aliens that are so big we won't recognize them seeing them. There might be aliens that are so small we don't yet have the ability to get a microscope and see, far enough away that just would be able to see them.
What's a good range?
Let's just make a range. Let's just be very centric and say we're going to look for aliens roughly our size, with technology our size, because we know it's possible on Earth, right? I mean, a reasonable thing to do would be to find exoplanets that are in the same zone as Earth in terms of heat and stuff, and then say, hey, if this same kind of gravity, same kind of stuff, we could reasonably assume that alien life there might use a similar kind of physical infrastructure, and then we're good. So then your question becomes really relevant. So, right, so vision, sound, touch.
So okay, that's really nice. So there's a lot of aliens out there. There's a good likelihood if you match to the planet that they're going to be in the same spatial and temporal, operating in the same spatial and temporal domain as humans. Okay, within that, what what do they look like visually? What do they sound like? What do they? Oh god, this sounds creepy. Taste like? What do they? Smell like? Smell like? That's
Sounds like our clubhouse was like, can we have sex with aliens? Which was basically me saying, but it wasn't actually about sex. It was about, is our chemistry compatible, right? Is there some,
yeah. Can we? Yeah. Are they edible? It could be very edible. It could be delicious.
That's why I want to see some aliens, right? Because I think evolution. Evolution exploits symmetry, right? Because why generate memory? Why generate storage? The need for storage space when you can do symmetry. So symmetry is maybe quite effective in allowing you to mechanically design stuff, right? So maybe it could be reasonable to assume that aliens could have. They could be bipedal. They could be symmetric in the same way. Might have a couple of eyes, a couple of senses. I mean, we can make that perhaps. There's this whole zoo of different aliens out there. We'll never get to be able to classify some of the weird aliens we can't interact with because they are made of such weird stuff. So we are just going to find aliens that look most like us. Why not?
Because those are the first ones we're like.
Yeah.
I think it's really hard to imagine that the space of aliens is completely safe for humans because it's one of the arguments that you can make about why life can exist in chemistry because chemistry is the first scale in terms of building up objects from elementary objects. That the number of possible things that could exist is larger than the universe can possibly make all at once, right? So you imagine you have two planets and they're cooking some geochemistry. Our planet invented one kind of biochemistry, and presumably, as you start building up the complexity of the molecules, the chances of the overlap in those trajectories, those causal chains being built up, is probably very low. And it gets lower and lower as it gets farther advanced along its evolutionary path. So I think it's very difficult to imagine predicting the technologies that aliens are going to have. I mean, if you're looking at basically planets have kind of convergent chemistry, but there's some variability, and then you're looking basically at the outgrowth into the possibilities for chemistry.
So do you think we would detect the technology, the objects created by aliens before we detect aliens?
Possibly.
So when you're talking about measuring assembly index, don't you think it would detect the garbage first? Like at the outskirts of alien civilizations is just filthy trash.
Uh, I think I'm come back to Arecibo. The Arecibo message sent to the Arecibo telescope, built by Drake, I think, and Sagan.
How's Arecibo spelled?
Arecibo.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
That's a telescope that sent the message that you're
yeah.
saying.
So that message was sent where?
It was beamed at a star, a specific star, and it was sent out many years ago. And what they did, this is why I was pushing on binary. It's a binary message. I think it's a semi-prime number of characters. So I think 72 by 22, I think, and it basically represents proton, binary, human being, DNA, male and female, and it's really cool. But I'm just wondering if it could be done not making any, because he made assumptions that aliens speak binary. Why
Yeah.
make that assumption? Why not just assume that if the difference between physics, chemistry, and biology is the amount of memory that's recordable by the substrate, then surely universal things. I'm going to make some sacrilegious statement, which I think is pretty awesome for people to argue with.
So this is we're looking at an image where the entirety of the message,
Yeah.
including binary, and then there's photography interpretation of different parts of that image. There's a person green font. It looks like for people just listening, it's Tetris, Tetris. So it's encoding in minimal ways a bunch of cool information, probably.
Representing all of us.
So the top it's kind of teaching us how to count, and then it all goes all the way down teaching you chemistry, and then just says, but it makes so many assumptions, and I think if we can actually, so look, I mean Sarah's much more eloquent in expressing this, but I'll have a go and you can correct me if you want. Which is like one of the things that Sarah has had a profound effect on the way I look at the origin of life, and this is one of the reasons why we're working together, because we don't really care about the origin of life. We want to make life, make aliens, and find aliens. Make aliens, find aliens. I think we might have to make aliens in the lab before we find aliens in the universe, right? I think that would be a cool way to do it. So what is it about the universe that creates aliens? Well, it's selection through assembly theory, creating memories. Because when you create memories, you can then command your domain. You can basically do stuff. You can command matter. So we need to find a way, by understanding what life is, of how the minimal way to command matter, how that would emerge in the universe, and being, if we want to communicate, obviously we don't want to necessarily use it to communicate. What I would do, perhaps, if I had, is I would send out lots of probes away from Earth to have this magic way of communicating with aliens, get them quite far away from Earth, rules would be deniable, and then send out the message that would then attract all the aliens, and then basically work out if they're a friend or a foe and how we're going to hang
The
out.
messages being something that has to do with the memory.
Yes, like the assembly version of Arecibo, so that everyone in the universe understands what life is. So aliens need to work out what they are. Once they've worked out what they are, they then can work out how to encode what they are, and then they can go out and send messages. It's like this universal, the Rosetta Stone for life in the universe is working out how the memories are built. I don't know, Sarah, if you have any thoughts on this. Whether or not you agree with that.
No, I wanted to raise a different point, which is about the fact that we can't see the aliens yet because we haven't gotten the technology. And presumably we think assembly theory is the right way of doing it, but I don't think that we know how to go from the kind of data you're describing, like visual data or smell, to construct the assembly spaces yet. And in some ways, I think that the problem of life detection really is the same problem at the foundations of AI, that we don't understand how to get machines to keep autographs with reality in terms of causation. And so I think assembly and AI are going to intersect in interesting ways, hopefully. Um, but the sort of key point, and I've been trying to make this argument more recently, and might write an essay on it, is people talk about the great filter, right? And which is again this like doomsday thing that people want to say there's no aliens out there, something terrible happened to them. can't see. And then basically what we have done as a species is outsource our physical perceptions to technology, building microscopes based on our eyes, and building seismometers based on our sense of feeling to like feel earthquakes and things. And AI is basically we're trying to outsource what's actually happening in our thinking apparatus into machines now, into technological devices. And maybe that's the key technology that's going to allow us to see things like us and see the universe in a totally different way.
But you kind of mentioned the great thinking. Do you think there's a way through technology to stop being able to see stuff? Can you take a step backward?
I think so, yeah.
Did you imply that as a great, like?
Well, no, I mean, I think there's a great perceptual filter in the sense
Right.
that a example of life evolving on our planet over billions of years had to acquire a certain amount of knowledge and technology to actually recognize the phenomena that it is.
Well, that's the sense I have. Is from physicists and engineers in general, there's this kind of idea that we have most of the tools already to hear the signal. But to me, it feels like we don't have any of the tools to see the signal. That's the biggest, like, to hear. We don't have the tools to see that.
Aliens are everywhere. We just don't have
Exactly.
well, that's.
I mean, I got this in part actually because you were like, last time I was here, you're like, let's just start there. Let's get an alien detector where the car could be aliens. I mean, I think you're really going.
So it would be. So aliens would never let to have a high assembly index, but produce things of high assembly index.
Yeah.
And those things of a high assembly index, you have to have a detector that can recognize high assembly index in all its forms.
Yeah. That's it.
Take data, construct assembly code.
Yes, patterns, basically. So one way to think about high assembly index is interesting patterns. All the basic ingredients.
I can give you an example because in molecules we've been talking about in objects, but we're also trying to do it in spatial trajectories. Like imagine you're just I always get bothered by the fact that like when you look at birds talking, you can describe that with like a simple Boy's model, or like people use spin glass to describe animal behavior. Those are like really simple physics models. Yet you're looking at a system that you know has agency and there's intelligence in those birds. And basically like you can't help but think there must be some physical signature to the fact that that's a group of agents versus like I don't know the physics example of maybe like I don't know ground in motion or something. And so what we're trying to do is actually apply assembly to trajectory data to try to say there's a minimal amount of causal history to build up certain trajectories for observed agents that's like an agency detector for behavior.
Do you think it's possible to do some like void or those type of things, like artificial, like cellular automata, play with those ideas with assembly theory? Have you found any useful, really simple mathematical like simulation tools that allow you to play with these assumptions? So like one, of course, you're doing mass spec in this physical space with chemistry, but it just seems, well, you must have more information. It seems easier to just.
I agree with you.
And sexier in terms of tweeting visual information on Twitter or Instagram, more importantly, to play like here's an organism of a low assembly index and here's an organism of a high assembly index, and let's watch them create more and more memories and more and more complex objects. And so like a mathematically different ability kind of to build different intuition in a simple way.
We are building a toolkit right now, so I think it's a really good idea. So what we've got to do is I'm kind of still obsessed with the infrastructure required, and one of the reasons why I'm pushing on information and mathematics. When human beings, we take a lot of the infrastructure for granted, and I think we have to strip that back a bit going forward. But you're absolutely right. I would agree that I think the fact that we exist in the universe, like see, lots of people are going to disagree with this statement, but I don't think terrible. But I don't know. The fact that objects exist, I don't think anyone on Earth will disagree that objects can exist elsewhere, right? But they will disagree that life can exist elsewhere. What perhaps I'm trying to say is that the acquisition, the universe's ability to acquire memory is the very first step for building life. And that's so easy to happen. So therefore alien life is everywhere, because what alien life is those memories being compressed and minimalized, and the alien but we need to understand what we are first and how we go from physics to chemistry to biology. The most interesting thing, as you're saying, so for organisms, different assemblies, is when you get into biology. Biology gets more and more weird, more and more contingent. Physics has gone. Chemistry is less weird because the rules of chemistry are still in the rules of biology, and then you're all the way to physics where you have a very nice, intangible number of ways of arranging things. And I think assembly theory just helps appreciate that. And so once we get there, my dream is that we are just going to be able to suddenly I may be just being silly arrogant here. I don't mean to be arrogant. It's just again, this is a hammer for assembly to hit everything nail. But I think that once we crack it, we'll be able to use assembly theory plus telescopes to find aliens.
Do you have, Sarah? Do you have disagreements with me on the number of aliens that are out there,
I
and
do actually as well.
and what they look like? So any of the things we've been talking about, is there anyone? Oh, it's always nice to discover wisdom in nuanced disagreements.
Yeah, I don't wholly disagree, but I think but I do think I disagree. It's kind of there's nuance there. But
You
lead
can
me
disagree.
no, it's fine. It is nuanced, right? So you made the point earlier that you think once we discover what life is, we'll see alien life everywhere. And I think I agree on some levels in the sense that I think the physics that governs us is universal. But I don't know how far I would go to say that we're a likely phenomenon because we don't understand all of the features of the transition at the origin of life, which we would say in assembly is you go from the no memory physics to there's like a critical transition around the assembly index where assembliness starts to increase, and that's what we call the evolution of the biosphere and specification of the biosphere. Um, so there's a principle of increasing assembliness where that goes back to what I was saying at the very beginning about the physics of the possible, that the universe basically gets in this mode of trying to make as much possibilities as possible. Now, how often that transition happens, that you get the kind of cascading effect that we get in our biosphere, I think we don't know. If we did, we would know the likelihood of life in the universe. And a lot of people want to say life is common, but I don't think that we can say that yet until we have the empirical data, which I think you would agree with. But then there's this other kind of thought experiment I have, which I don't like, but I did have it, which is, if life emerges on one planet and you get this real high density of things that can exist on that planet, is it sort of dominating the density of creation that the universe can actually generate? So, like, if you're thinking about counting entropy, right? Like, a universe has a certain amount of stuff in it, and then, assembly is kind of like an entropic principle. It's not entropy, but the idea is that now transformations among stuff, or the actual physical histories of things, now become things that you have to count as far as saying that these things exist, and they're increasing the number of things that exist. And if you think about that cosmologically, maybe Earth is testing out all the life potential in the universe. I don't know, but I have.
How's that? Can you explain that a little bit? Why can any one geographical region suck up the
Well,
creative capacity of the universe?
just like I know it's a ridiculous thought. I don't actually agree with it, but it was just a thought
I
experiment.
love that you can have thoughts that you don't like and don't agree with, but you have to face in them anyway.
Yeah,
It's just
I
the
just think
human
that.
mind is fascinating.
Yeah, I think these sort of like counterfactual thought experiments are really good when you're trying to build new theories because you have to think through all the consequences. And there are people that want to try to account for, say, the degrees of freedom on our planet in cosmological inventories of, talking about the entropy of the universe and when we're thinking about like cosmological arrow of time and things like that. Now, I think those are pretty superficial proposals as they stand now, but assembly will give you a way of counting it. And then the question is if there's a certain maximal capacity of the universe's speed of generating stuff, which we always have this argument that assembly is about time, the universe is generating more space. Really, what it's generating is more assembly possibilities. And then dark energy might be one manifestation of that the universe is accelerating its expansion because that means more physical space. And what's happening on our planet is it's accelerating in the expansion of possible things that exist. And maybe the universe just has a maximal rate of what it can do to generate things. And then if there is a maximal rate, maybe only a certain number of planets can actually do that, or there's a trade-off about the pace of growth on certain planets versus others.
I have a million questions, Edward. Do you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, just a quick observation. Great,
It's a
great.
thought experiment.
No, it's good. I think I get it.
Yeah.
I think I get it. So, all I want to say is, when I mean aliens are everywhere, I mean memories are the prerequisite for aliens via selection and then concentration and selection becomes autonomous. So what I would love to do is to build, say, a magical telescope that was a memory, a magical one, yeah, that's right, or a real one, that would be a memory detector to see selection. So you could get to exoplanets and say that exoplanet looks like there's lots of selection going on there. Maybe there's evolution and maybe there's going to be life. What I'm going to try to say is narrow down the regions of space. So you say there's definitely evidence of memories as high assembly there, or not high assembly because that would be life, but select where it's capable of happening, and then that would also help us train the search for aliens. I don't know how likely it is to get transition to cells and all the other things. I think you're right, but I think that there's
Yeah.
we just need to get more data.
Well, I didn't like the thought experiment because I don't like the idea that if the universe has a maximum limit on the amount it can generate through time, that our existence is actually precluding the existence of other things.
I'll just say one thing.
But I think that's probably true anyway because of the resource limitations.
So I don't like your thought experiment because I think it's wrong. Well, no. I do like the thought experiment. What you're trying to say is like there is a chain of events that goes back that's manifestly culminated with life on Earth. And you're not saying that life is impossible elsewhere. You say that there has been these number of things, contingent things that have happened that have allowed life to emerge here. That doesn't mean that life can't emerge elsewhere. You're saying that the intersection of events may be concentrated here, right? And I think that's
not exactly. It's more if you look at, say, the causal graph for fundamental immediate space is an emergent property, which is consistent with some symbolisms of quantum gravity, but also how we talk about things in assembly theory. Then the universe is causal graph generating more structure in causal graph, right? So this is how the universe is unfolding. And maybe there's a cap on the rate of generation. Like there's only so much stuff that gets made per update of the universe. And then if there's a lot of stuff being made in a particular region that happens to look the same locally, spatially, that's an after effect of the fact that the whole causal graph is updating. Like
yeah, I don't know that. I think that doesn't work.
I don't think it works either, but I don't have a good argument in my mind about it.
But I do like the idea of the capacity that the universe, because you've got a number of states. Yeah, we can come back to it.
Let me ask you a question. Like, why does different like local pockets of the universe start remembering stuff? How does memory emerge exactly? So, at the origin of the universe is very forgetful. Some of the physicists are happy with low memory objects, um, which is like ultra low memory objects, which is the definition of stuff. Okay, so how does memory emerge? This? How does the temporal stickiness
So
of objects emerge?
I'm going to take a very camera-centric point of view because I can't imagine any other way of doing it. You could think of other ways, maybe. But I would say heterogeneity in matter is where the memory comes. So you must have enough different ways of rearranging matter for there to be a memory. So what that means is you've got particles colliding in a box. Let's just take some elements in a box. Those elements can combine in a combinatorial set of ways. So there's combinatorial explosions of a number of molecules or minerals or solid objects, bonds being made. Because there's such a large number, the population of different objects that are possible, this goes back to assembly theory, where assembly theory, there's 4 types of universes, right? You've got basically and this is what one discussed earlier, where one universe where you just got everything is possible, so you can take all the atoms and combine them and make everything. Then you've got basically what is the assembly combinatorial, where you basically have to accrue information in steps. Then you've got assembly observed, right? And then you've got the object assembly going back. So what that means, what I'm trying to say is like, if you can take atoms and make bonds, let's say you take a nitrogen atom and it's a carbon atom, kind of amino acid, and you add another carbon atom onto a particular configuration, then another one, all different molecules, they all represent different histories. So I would say for me right now, the most simple route into life seems to be through recording memories and chemistry. But that doesn't mean there can't be other ways, can't be other emergent events. But I think if you can make bonds and lots of different bonds, and those molecules can have a causal effect in the future. So imagine a box of atoms then you combine those atoms in some way. You make molecule A from those atoms, and then molecule A can go back to the box and influence the box. Then you make A prime or AB or ABC, and that process keeps going, and that's where the memories come from. It's that heterogeneity in the universe and bonding that makes it
Something that's beginning to flourish at the chemistry level.
Yeah.
So the physicists have no, like, not enough.
Yeah. I mean,
they're like desperately begging for
physicists will
more
claim
freedom.
Yeah.
And heterogeneous components to live in.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
And you mentioned already, I think it's significant that whatever physics governs life emerges actually in chemistry. It's not relevant at the subatomic scale or even at the atomic scale. It's in, well, atomic scale is chemistry. But like when you get into this combinatorial diversity that you get from combining things on the periodic table, that's when selection actually matters, or the fact that some things can exist and others can't exist actually starts to matter. So I think of it like we don't study gravity inside the atomic nucleus. We study it in terms of large scale structure of the universe or black holes or things like that. And whatever we're talking about as physics of information or physics of assembly becomes relevant at a certain scale of reality. And the transitions that you're talking about, I would think of as just when you get a sufficient density in terms of the assembly space, of like the relationship of the overlap and the assembly space, which is like a feature of common memory, there is this transition to assembly dominated physics, whatever that is. Like when we're talking about, and we're trying to map out exactly what that transition looks like. We're pretty sure, of some of its features, but we haven't done all its work.
Do you think that if we were there in the early universe, we would have been able to predict the emergence of chemistry and biology? And I ask that because at this stage, as humans, we think we could possibly predict the length of memory that might be able to be formed later on in this pocket of the universe. Like how complex is what is the ceiling of the sun?
I think as much time as you have in the past is how much you can predict in the future. That it's actually physical in the system, and you have to have enough time for features of that structure to exist.
Wait, let me back it up. Wait, isn't there somewhere in the universe that's like the shortest path that stretches all the way to the beginning?
Yeah.
That's filled with some giant matter.
Right. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
The universe has as much memory as the largest assembly object in the universe.
Yeah.
Right. But you can't predict.
You can't predict any deeper than that.
Right. So that, I guess, is all I'm saying is, like, what intuition do you have about complexity in the world that we have today? Like, you can. I mean, I guess how long?
Leave
Is
some
it
kind
more
of
far? Like, isn't there going to be at some point where there's a huge effort in the universe? Isn't there going to be a point of the most of the highest assembly of objects, with the highest probability being generated?
When is the universe going to be the most fun and can we freeze ourselves and then we're dead?
Exactly. Will you know when you're having the most fun that this is the best time you're in your prime? Or are you going to do what everyone does and just deny that you're in your prime and the best years are still ahead of you?
I mean, the problem is there's lots of really interesting features here. I just want to mention one thing that might be is that I do think assembly theory applies all the way back to subatomic particles. And I also think that cosmological selection might have been actually there might have been I'm saying some really boring bit, but it's really important for a cosmologist that universes have gone through. Was it Reed Sloman who proposed this? Maybe that there is this that basically the universe says, oh, you've got the wrong constant, start again, and then most productive constant where you can allow particles to form in a certain way, propagate to the next universe and go again. So actually selection goes all the way back in cycle in universes, and now this universe has been selected because life can occur and carries on. And I've really looked at that. There is a much more.
There's some aspect where through the selection process, those parameters are being fine-tuned, and we have to be living with some level of fine-tuning. Is there, given that, in your steel-manly case that we humans are alone in the universe,
I mean, possible. So let me. So okay. So there is a particular set of elements on Earth in a particular ratio, and the right gravitational constant, and the right viscosity. Stuff that'll move around. Right distance from our sun. Right number of events where we have a moon. That Earth is rotating. Um, the late heavy bombardment produced a lot of water and the right stuff, and Mars was cooking up the right molecules first, so it was habitable before Earth. We was literally doing combinatorial search, and before Mars kind of became uninhabitable, it seeded Earth with the right molecular replicators, and there was just the right stuff on Earth, and that's how the miracle of life occurred. Although I find I'm very uncomfortable with that because life came so quickly in the Earth's past. But that doesn't mean that life is easy elsewhere. It just might mean that because chemistry is actually not a long-term thing. Chemistry can happen quickly. So maybe carries on with the silver lining for the argument's sake. Actually, the fact that life emerged quickly doesn't mean that life is easy. It just means that the chemistry was right on Earth, and Earth is very special. And that's the universe.
Yeah. So Sarah mentioned this kind of cascading thing. So what if that's the reason we're lucky, is that we got to cascading of like an accelerating cascading effect in terms of the complexity of things. Like maybe most of the universe was trying to stick to the memory, and it's not able to really form it, and then we got really lucky that. And it has nothing. Like there's a lot of efforts like conditioning, let's say, but it's just you really, really have to get lucky.
Well, I'm doing experiments. I'm doing experiments right now. In fact, experiments that Sarah and I are working on to get some joint funding for this, where we're seeing that the universe is now. Of course, we're being very defensive. We're using laboratory tools and theory, but actually, the phenomena of selection, the process of developing heterogeneity, we can do in the lab. We're just seeing the very first hints of it, and wouldn't it be great if we could start to pin down a bit more precisely becoming good Bayesian estimates for this, for the origin of life and the emergence of life, finding out what kind of chemistries we really need to look for. And I'm becoming increasingly confident we'll be able to do that in the next few years. Make life in the lab, or make some selection in the lab from inorganic stuff, from sand, from rocks, from dead stuff. Wouldn't it be great to get stuff from the moon, put it in our origin of life experiment, and make moon life, and restrict ourselves to interesting self-replicating stuff that we find on the moon?
Sarah, what do you think about this approach of engineering life in order to understand life? So building life into a machine.
Yeah, so I mean, Lee and I are trying right now to build a vision for a large institute or experimental program basically to do this problem. But I think of it as like we need to simulate a planet. So like the Large Hadron Collider was supposed to be simulating conditions just after the Big Bang. We've built a lot of technology in this lab to do these kind of selection engines. But the question you're asking is how many experiments do you need to run? What volume of chemical space do you need to explore before you actually see an event? And I like to make an analogy to one of my favorite particle physics experiments, which is Super Kamiokande, the predicted decay of the photon. So this is something that we predicted theoretically, but we've never observed in our universe. And basically what they're doing is every time they don't see a photon decay event, they have a longer bound on the lifetime of the photon. So imagine we built an experiment with the idea in mind of trying to simulate planetary conditions, physically simulate. You can't simulate original latent system. You have to do it in the experiment. Simulate enough planetary conditions to explore the physics possible and bound the probability for an original life event. Even if you're not observing it, you can talk about the probabilities. That would be, hopefully, life is not exponentially rare, and we would then be able to evolve in an automated system alien life in the lab. And if we can do that, then we understand the physics as well as we understand what we can do with particle accelerators.
So keep expanding physically the physical simulation, until something happens.
Yeah, those big enough volume of clinical experiments and
So
evolve
so
them.
you say volume, you mean like space?
I mean physical volume in terms of space, but I actually mean volume in terms of combinatorics chemistry. So
How
like,
do you nicely control the combinatorial exploration to search space?
I
Such
think
that it's always like keep grabbing the nut where you need to.
yeah, how do you build a search engine for chemistry
I think
for
it's playing really
aliens?
well. We should carry on doing this. I should pretend that this is so the way to do it is I always play a joke because I like trying to ask kind of stupid stuff, you know. And I years ago I started wanting to build I actually wanted to build robots. So I bought this robot in my lab called a chemtutor. This robot is very much into chemistry. Um, Now it's I've made a programming language called a chemtutor, and it's able to operate chemical equipment. And originally I wrote grants to say, hey, I want to make an origin of life study, and no one will give me any money for this because it's like, oh, this is the hardest thing ever. There's not a very good origin of life chemist anyway, so I'm not going to give you any money. And so I turned it around and said, instead, can you give me money to make robots on the molecules that I'm interested in? And that's what you can do now. Uh, um, and that's so actually the funny thing is the chemtutor project which I have in my lab, which is basically I literally an automated system. Someone's made a programming language and I put it through the system. Um, has has literally hinged on this. I went to my lab one day and said, I want to make a search engine to get the origin of life on the planet. And I thought about doing it in a microfluidic format. So microfluidic is very nano, very small channels in your device where you can basically have all these ions picked up by lithography, and you kind of chamber maybe say between say 10 and 100 microns in volume, and you put them all together like Lego, and you can make an origin of life. And I could never get it to work. And I realized I had to make the chemistry at the kind of test tube level. And what you want to be able to do, kind of goes back to that tweet from 1981. 1981, the chemtutor,
We're looking at a tweet. Wait, 1981, the chemtutor was a distant dream. Oh wow, this is the scientific young voice. In 2018, it was realized. Spelled in a British way.
that was
Which
another
is
thing
cool.
I said.
So now we're doing systems that this is the manifestation, whatever the programming language the spec tells you to do.
Yeah, well, in 1981 I got my first computer, a ZX81.
What was the computer?
ZX81.
ZX81.
Sinclair ZX81. It was, and I got a chemistry set. And I liked the chemistry set, and I liked the computer, and I just wanted to put them together. And it was really cool that I could use the computer to control the chemistry set, and obviously that was when I was like, 8 years old, right? I was like going on 9 years old, and then I invented the computer just because I wanted to build this origin of life tree, right? Which is like literally a billion test tubes that you connect together in real time in real space. Basically, throw chemical dyes, free runs. You're gonna get lucky. And that's what I think Sarah and I have been thinking very deeply about. And there's more money being spent on the origin of gravity or the Higgs boson than the origin of life, right? And the origin of life is, I think, the biggest question. Well, not the biggest question. It is a big question in a way.
The biggest question.
Well, no,
Isn't it possible to figure out the origin of life and somehow just solve it's not just gonna solve the question of what is life? Like, because you're kind of putting a lot of.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Because you're putting. Is it possible that you're putting too many perspectives into the origin part? Maybe the origin thing is. Because isn't there always a turtle underneath the turtle? Isn't there a sack of turtles? And then you put it in the lab.
well, let's not think of the origin. Like like in the lab, there's still memory,
Yes.
right?
The experiment is already a dream.
Right. So maybe
simple things, you color squares, black or white, and therefore we can play them in time. And it's very, very complex maths coming out. There's nice rules, there's series complete rules, and I would argue that algorithms don't really exist on their own. They have to exist in a computing device. If that well, those computing devices a piece of paper, an abstraction, a mathematician drawing a grid, or a, a framework. Now, so I would argue that CAs are beautiful things, simple though complex. Complexity is all borrowed from the algorithm. Right. Now let's take the same argument with the chemistry transformation flux. What you need to be able to do is go out, and I'm inspired to do this, to go out and look for CAs that occur in nature. Let's find some CAs that emerge in our universe. And
for people, just to interrupt, for people just listening in general, what we're looking at is a solar phenomena where, again, if you describe the binary black or white squares, they only have local information. They're born and they die. We think about the which came first, but actually what we're looking at is something that moves like cladograms, or a cladogrm is moving objects in this multi-cell space that look like they're organized, that have much more information, that have much more complexity than the individual components, yet in fact look like they have a long memory. While the individual components don't seem like they have any memory.
yes, exactly. The argument here is that has to exist on a whole layer of infrastructure, right? So this is, and then what I would make, the argument I would make if I were you, as these CAs are beautifully almost everywhere, is say, show me other emerging substrates. Let me show me the origin of life, whereas or machine. I don't think it's possible that the origin of life is just any origin exists. What we do is we literally have our sand shaken, shaken sand, like massive grid of chemical shaken sand, shaken whatever. And then because we know what the grid is, we know how to feed it. In the same way that CA, we know how to feed it. We know the number of operations we want, we know how big a grid we want to get to. If we can then say, okay, how can we generate electricity in the lab and make life forms? What statistics would you put in? Look up front about how we produce it. Okay, say, oh, you had to shake it. It was periodic. Right, comes in and out. So, and then we can start to basically say, okay, how difficult is it to keep features found? And then we can exercise those features. So I think Sarah's absolutely right. We want to replace pieces of cheating. In fact, you have to see, no one has given, I'm good at writing graph, and people think I'm good at writing graph, because writing a graph of a planet for 100 billion years, no graph designer is going to give me that. Maybe money is kind of a grid. Can you use a grid? Origin of life, can you use a grid in physical space and just do it?
So Sarah said something which is you can't simulate the origin of life in a computer, so in a simulation. What were you said it very confidently, so
Yeah.
and why would you say that?
I think it's very difficult right now to know all the physics, but if you go based on simple assembly theory and you think every molecule is actually a very large holograph, not just a molecule, then you have to simulate all the features of those holographs. And I think it becomes computationally impractical. You might as well just kill the experiment.
Because you have in the physical space, you have all the objects with all the memories.
Yes.
In the computer, you have to
Yes.
comprehend.
Yes, and I would say that lots of people you just don't have enough resources. It's easier to catch the physical experiment. We are literally, I would view the physical experiment almost like a computational experiment. We just outsource. It's just basically we're just outsourcing the matrix
And
algebra.
on your point about the experiment being also an example of life, it's almost like you want to design. It's like all of us are mini bits of propagating information across time, and so everything we do becomes part becomes part of that causal chain. So it's like you want to try to pinch off as much as you can of the information from your causal chain that goes into the experiment. once that particular projection that you set up starts generating its own assembly. So you know where it starts, and then you want to try to see it take off on its own, and you try to finish it off as much as possible.
Got it. Quick pause.
Yeah. Andy Bernard.
And now we're back. All right. We talked about the early days of the universe, and there was this stuff about memory, lighting and causality. I think to me, at least, it calls it causality, but maybe it's not. What happens before this all? What caused that universe? It's not relevant to understand yet. Is it useful to even ask the question? Because it's so hard.
There's no question. If I can't do an experiment, or a continuous experiment, there's no question of a machine.
Well, no, you can't answer why.
What I mean, if I can't
The causality, what we're talking about, because there is a limit to your ability to construct experiments.
I agree, but I'm being facetious now because I think that if there is a causal bottleneck through which information can't propagate increasingly, then it's very hard to ask to think of an experiment, even implicitly, one that's beyond my mediocre intellect, right? Which is fine. I'm happy to accept that. But it's one of the things I actually do think there was something before the Big Bang, because I would say that I think the Big Bang just didn't occur and create time. Time created the Big Bang. But
there was time before the Big Bang.
Yeah.
There was no space in the Big Bang.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I'm just making that stuff up. But I think it's
do you think that would make them happy? Because they would be quite upset.
Why would they be upset?
Because they would say that time can't exist before.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to an argument that you might not want me to have the argument here. I was talking to Sarah earlier today about an argument we had about time a long time ago, and we talked about time. And what I would is I think there is this thing called time or state creation. The universe is creating state, and it's outside of space, but they create space. And what I mean is, you can imagine there's states being created all the time, and there is this thing called time. Time is a clock. Okay, shut up. Exactly. But that doesn't mean because you can't measure something that states aren't being created. And so we might look and refer to the Big Bang, and the Big Bang occurred at some point when those states were there. Probably there had to be enough states for the Big Bang to occur. And then, but I think that there is something wrong with our conception of how the universe was created at the Big Bang, because we don't reject time. Because again, I don't want to become boring and sound like a broken record, but time is a real thing, and until I can really explain that more elegantly, I'm going to get into more trouble. We're going to talk about time. Time is a useful measuring device for experiments and also time. Yeah. The only thing to ask is, it's a useful question to ask what happened before the Big Bang. It's a useful question to ask what's outside that universe.
So I would think about it as the Big Bang is an event that we reconstructed as probably happening throughout our universe based on current observational data. And so the way I like to think about it is we exist locally in something called a universe. And going back to physics of existence, we exist locally in that big ball thing that exists, and we can infer certain properties of the structure of where we exist locally. And one of the properties that we've inferred in the past is that there is a thing we call the Big Bang. There's some signatures of our local environment that indicate that there was a very low information event that started our universe. I think that's actually just an artifact of the structure of the assembly state, that when you start losing all the memory in the object, it looks like what we call a Big Bang. So I think it makes sense to talk about where you are locally. I think it makes sense to talk about counterfactual possibilities, what takes place outside the universe, in the sense that they become part of our reasoning and therefore part of a causal chain of things that we can do. So, like, the multiverse in my mind exists, but it doesn't exist as a multiverse of possible universes. It exists as an idea in our minds that allows us to reason about how physics works, and then to do physics differently because we reason about it that way. So I always like to believe that grit on things exist, but they don't always exist like we think they exist. So when we're thinking about things outside of the universe, they absolutely exist because we're thinking about them. They don't look like projections in our mind. They're something else.
Something to just give an idea. So to go back to the question, if there was, or I mean, if something caused the Big Bang, if there was some memory or some artifact of that, then of course, to answer your question, worth going back to that, that would imply there is something beyond that barrier, that filter,
Yeah.
and that's what you were saying, I guess, right?
Right. I'm agnostic to it as technologist yet. Like I think the most interesting to us is doing other explanations that allow us to do like that optimism. So I tend to draw the boundary on questions I ask as being scientific ones because I find that that's where the most creative potential is to impact the future trajectory of what we're doing on this planet.
The Big Bang is in our current perspective of what we think. The time is in the universe.
Yeah.
The time is reset. From our limited perspective. And so the question is, do we wish we've ever said these are things that we discussed? Or should we focus just on the memory thing?
Well, the problem sometimes with experiments is I kind of say both things, and I think you have to get in the pot. You could go imagine what was forgotten and then work forwards. You have difficulty, and then it becomes testable. So as long as we can find tests, it's definitely worth thinking about. What I don't like is when people say before the Big Bang or before, you have this incredibly conjecture about how are we going to live. The way you framed it is quite nice. I like that. It's like what have you forgotten?
Is there room for God in the Big Bang Theory? Who's God?
I like arguments for necessary room for God.
Well, I think I said it earlier.
Like something that has to be. I knew it. I knew
Oh,
it.
you like it sort of fast. Does God need?
No. I mean, I like intellectual arguments for the existence of God, but I think most of our interesting theological arguments are always about whether something has to exist or there was a point when that existed. But I think there's a lot of logical uses.
Well, should God create a machine that creates or generates stuff?
Well, so what I was trying to say earlier
Isn't
is,
that Justin Bieber?
yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, but I should I imagine like a black box, like a machine. That's then I would let that be calling on God. So you know, instead of the one with the finger and the button.
Yeah, I don't like the great programmer in the sky or anything like
right.
that.
Yeah, but if it's more kind of like I like to think that the girls that are playing with algorithms, if the cells and the rules, everything's really God for generating that. But if there's a machine like that runs the cellular data and sets the rules, then that's different God. That's sort of in terms of terminology. So I wonder if there's like a machine that's required to generate these things. That's very sort of important for running within the environment.
When you said earlier, I think I said I can't remember the phrase, but something like, I mean, does God exist in our universe? Yes. Where does God exist? God at least exists in abstraction in time and our minds, particularly of people who have religious faith-based beliefs. But as I say, you're talking a little bit more about well, is there a mechanism beyond the universe called God? I would say God did not exist at the beginning, but he or she does now. Something that,
And you don't know if it's then at the beginning. So like this could be us in our minds trying to like just we're listening to gravitational waves and detecting gravitational waves. It's the same thing. It's us trying to go back further and further into our memories to try to understand the machines that make up us. So it's possible that we're trying to grasp that cosmic he responds, perhaps his reasoning is incomplete, but that's how scientists talk trash each other on Twitter as well. Which part don't you agree with?
When he says existence is default, then many computers exist. This comes back to the inventor and discovery argument. I would say the universe at the beginning wasn't capable of computations because it wasn't enough technology, enough states. What you're saying is that the methods, God is in the methods. So I might actually agree, but then the thing is, lots of people see God as more than the mechanism. For me, God could be the causal graph and assembly theory that creates all the stuff and memory we know. And the fact that we can even relate to each other is because we have the same shared out heritage, and why we love each other or we like to see God in each other. It's just we know we have a shared existence.
The God is the mechanism of greater existence. I think a lot of people see God in a religious sense as that mechanism also being able to communicate with an object, create. I mean, it's just the mechanism that won't be able to create an object, communicate with an object. It can only create. It can't like interact.
It's hard to think God as the first concept. You know,
Yeah, like spark.
for some religions, but
The first spark.
yeah, but I think I liked your analogy of the machine and the universe, right? But I think part of the problem is, I mean, you have this conception that we can disentangle the rules from the physical substrate, right? And that's the whole thing about like software and hardware being separate, or the way Newton wrote his laws, and then like they exist outside the universe. They're not actually features of the universe. They don't have to emerge out of the universe itself. Um, so I think if you merge your two views, then it gets back to the God is the universe, and then I think that the deeper question is, why does it seem like there's meaning and purpose? And if I think about the features of the universe that give it the most meaning and purpose, those are what we would call the living components of the universe. So if you want to just say God is a physically real thing, which you were saying is like if you're just talking of our minds, I would just say, the way the universe creates meaning and purpose, there isn't really a physics there. It's not like a illusory thing, and that is just what the physics of life is.
Is it possible that a God function of the mechanisms that create the universe?
Yeah,
So
I
like,
think
is
so.
he, so basically, whatever, if God is that mechanism, is he part of that?
Well, but the universe is constantly generating itself. So if God is that mechanism, it would be that would still be active today. I don't think I'm agnostic, but if I recall the things I believe in God and the way that some people talk about God, I would say that God is like in like universe now. It's not an absent thing.
So, but you, I think there's a mislabeling here because you're. I mean, I'm actually an idiot. Actually,
It's professionally, not recreationally or amateurly. It's professionally.
I think I would say if you were talking about God, and again, I'm way out, but but I feel quite uncomfortable with saying God time. Me, other people that think of God as a kind of actually entity that actually has infinite power, and so you're quite clearly saying that gravity could be God or time could be God. I mean, I think for me, my conception of time is probably as fundamental as God because it gave rise to human intelligence and consciousness, in which we can have this abstract notion of God. So I think that you're maybe talking about God in a very mechanistic, kind of unsophisticated sense, whereas other people say that God is more sophisticated and got all this feeling and love and and this abstracting abilities. So is that what? Or do you mean that? Do you mean God as in this conscious entity that decides to flick the universe into existence?
Well, one of the features that God would have is the ability to flip a universe into existence. Like Windows 95. I don't know if God is Windows 95 or Windows XP or Windows 10. I don't know the full features yet. Okay, so the very least, flip the universe into existence. And then other features might include the ability to interact with that universe, with existence. And how you interact with the universe in which you're living. So you have to speak the language of others. So in order to interact with humans, you have to know how to act human like. So I don't know, um, but it seems like whatever mechanism creates the universe might want to also generate local pockets of mechanisms that can interact with that, like in general.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could be just a teenager, in other words, just playing video
Yeah,
games.
maybe. Well, I was going to say, I mean, I don't, referring to our origin of life, like, I don't believe in God, but it doesn't mean I don't want to be one.
Right.
Because
Well,
I want to make a universe and make a life form. But maybe you have, fear or religious belief. And what I mean by that is,
Listen, I just wanted to confirm that
because
you're not
if
coming
we
to
are
the wedding,
able to
which
create
is
these kinds of
totally
life
understandable.
forms,
And
different chemistry, different
the sign
culture,
guy, I don't know, he hasn't RSVP'd yet.
that doesn't make
We
anything
invited
God.
everyone
By
involved
that
to
definition,
our
it makes
wedding,
him God,
even
right?
though we realized
well, it is.
most
I mean,
people
when
wouldn't
you have
be able to
children,
make
I
the
mean, like
drive to
one
Niagara
of the
Falls.
magical things of that is the encountering of God. I mean, first of all, from a
Then
child's perspective,
Michael told
parents are
everyone
God,
they
which
could
is
have
kind of
Friday
wild.
and Monday off if they came.
But then, I mean, there
So now
in the
people have
positive
to
sense,
decide
there's
if
a
they
magic
want
there.
to
So
come
I
to
wrote
our wedding
erotics
or
so you can
come
fill
to
life
ours.
with something,
Ladies and
and that
gentlemen, I
makes you
really want to know, but I'm not going to know
uh,
right doesn't go.
do
And I'm
God's
going to
life
die.
in a sort of
And
positive
that
way
came out early.
that
We
definitely
asked them if we could try to go.
creates, yeah, exactly,
We did.
and a small scale. I mean, God is would be a greater and a larger cosmic scale, I suppose. Okay, you mentioned offline the assemblytron.
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 Yeah.
What can you tell me about it? These are some early ideas I got interested in.
Sarah's team, well, I think Sarah's team are interested in understanding, using AI to understand life, and my team is, and I've been wondering if we could apply the principles of assembly theory, that is, the causal structure that we get in assembly theory, and hybridize it and make some type of neuron, if you like. I mean, there are causal neural networks out there, but they are not quite architecturally like what I would like. I would like to associate memory bits with basically I'd like to make a, rather than having an ASIC for neural networks, I want to make an ASIC for assembly networks, right? And say that again with memory networks. So what is like a thing with an input and output, like a neural network type of thing? What is the example of the input? What's the output? So in this case, so if you're talking about a general neural network, I mean, general neural network, you can train it on any sort of data, right? Depending on the framework, whether it's like text or image data or whatnot, and that's fine. But there's no causal structure associated with that data. Now, just imagine, rather than let's say they classified it into a cat and dog, right? Classic cat and dog neural network. What about if the system understood the assembly states of the cat and dog, and rather than guessing what was happening and training on those images, not understanding those features, it almost like imagine doing going back a step and doing and training, going back a step and doing the training, going back a step, back a step, back a step, and I wonder if that is actually the origin of intelligence, or how we will crack intelligence, because we need to, because we'll create this entire graph of events and be able to kind of interpose and cross those graphs. I'm explaining it really badly, but it's a genius of an idea, and I'm guessing very smart, very rich people in AI are already doing this.
Trying to not generate cats and dogs, but trying to generate things of high assembly, yes.
Yeah, and and also using causal graphs in neural networks and machine learning and deep learning, maybe building a new architecture. I'm just wondering, is there something we can get out of assembly theory that allows us to rebuild current machine learning architectures to give give causation more cheaply? I mean, I don't know if that's we've been debating this for a little while, but we're trying to finish the theory first before we do anything else.
Yeah, I definitely have like goal-directed behavior neural networks, then assembly theory is a good framework for doing it. there was something that would be different in their future. And there was a telemetry breaking loose you were in the present based on that possibility, that future outcome, then you can say that that's some representation of some kind of goal in mind about what it wanted to do in the future. And so goals are interesting because they don't exist as instantaneous things; they exist across time, which is one of the reasons that assembly theory is maybe more naturally able to account for the existence of goals.
So goals are they only exist in time, or they manifest themselves in time through, what you said, symmetry breaking.
So it's almost like, imagine, like, pick representations in your mind of the world, right? And you can imagine future possibilities, but imagine everything else is physically equivalent. And the only thing that you actually change your decision based on is what you model as being a future outcome. Then somehow that representation in your mind of the future outcome becomes causal to what you're doing now. So it's kind of like reciprocal effect. But it's not actually reciprocal, it's just that your subway space is actually includes those possibilities as part of the structure. It's just you're not observing all the features of the assembly space in the current moment.
So if the possibilities exist, they don't become a goal until they're realized.
So one of the features of assembly space that's super interesting, and it's easier to envision with like Legos, for example, is if you're thinking about an assembly space, you can't observe the entire assembly space in any instant in time. So if you imagine a stack of Legos and you want to look at the assembly space of a stack of Legos, you have to break the Legos apart, and then you look at all the possible ways of it building up the original object. So now you have in your mind the goal of building that object, and you have all the possible ways of doing it, and those are actual physical features of that object, but that object doesn't always exist. What exists is the possibility of generating it.
And the possibilities will always exist.
Well, for that particular object, it has a well-defined assembly space. And I guess what I'm saying is that object is the assembly space, but you actually have to unpack that object across time to view that picture of it. It's only an observable across time.
The term goal is such a important and difficult to explain concept, right? Because what you want is a way. It's like I think only conscious beings can have conscious goals. Everything else is doing selection, and but selection does invent goals, and in a way that the way that biology interprets the past in the present is kind of helps you to understand there was a goal in the past now, right? It's kind of like goals only exist back in time.
So, over the conscious beings have conscious goals. I'm not even going to touch that one.
Why?
Well,
Go for it. Come on.
what the line between conscious goals and non-conscious goals exactly? Like, and also maybe just on top of that, you said a Turing test for Goldberg. What's the difference of the Turing? What does a Turing test potentially look like?
So we've got two objects. So we're thinking about this. So we've actually got some fun with structure on two teams. So I'm trying to do, part of this is I'm trying to do bit theory, and Sarah's teaching me bit theory. Sarah's trying to design experiments, and I'm teaching experiments. But I think it's really good. We should have that. Just say, when would a oh, that's good. I like this. We should use a Dan Dennett essay. Do that as well.
Yeah, and I can explain why we do it last time.
Yeah, yeah. So Dan Dennett wrote this really nice essay about herding cats and free will inflation.
The title's so
I think
brilliant.
that's the actual title.
I think so, yeah.
Herding cats and free will inflation.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's not maybe not. And so if you've got let's imagine you've got two objects on a hillside. Okay, these happen to be snowy hills, and let's just say you see an object that rolls down the hill, or and the object rolls down the hill, and you start risking it. How do you know that object had a goal? Now you unveil the object and you see it's a skier. The skier starts off and goes down the rock. Great. Then you look at the rock. The rock's rolling down the hill. How can you tell the difference between the two? So, and what Dan says is like, well, we're the skiers in control, and because we're adjusting the trajectory, so there's some updating going on. So the only way you can really do that is the skiers actually have the will yet. They tend to start roughly in the same space, but we go take all up these like complex set of trajectories and end up pretty much at the same finishing point, right? With plus or minus 2 meters. Whereas if you just imagine a graph going down random trajectories, that's what can happen. And
because you can never actually be another thing in the same sense. You can't always like be another thing at the same time. So I always thought there must be some way of getting at this problem about if an agent or an entity is conscious or at least has internal representations, and those are real physical things, that it must have causal consequences. So the way I would ask the question of consciousness is not, what is it like intrinsically, but if things have intrinsic experience, is there any observable difference from the outside about the kind of causation that physical system is enacting? And for me, the most interesting thing that humans do is have imagination. So like if you imagine rockets centuries before we build them, they've become real physical things because we imagine them. And people might disentangle that from conscious experience, but I think a lot of the sort of imagination we do is actually a conscious process. So then this becomes a question of if I were observing systems and I said one had an internal representation, which is slightly different than the conscious experience, obviously. So I'm entangling some concepts, but it's a loose set of thought experiments. Then I set them up in a physically equivalent situation. Would it be the case that there would be experimental observable differences in a bit? And that became the idea of trying to actually measure for internal representation of consciousness. So if Turing basically didn't want to do that, he just wanted a machine that could emulate and trick you into having a behavior, but he never dealt with the internal experience, even he didn't know how to do that. And I guess I was wondering, is there a way to set up the experiment where you could actually test for that?
For imagination that
Yeah.
led to
That there was something internal going on, some kind of inner world, as people say, but or you could say, like it actually is an agent, it's making decisions, it has an internal representation, and whether you say that's experience or not is a different thing, but at least the feature that there's some abstraction it's doing that's not obvious in the physical picture.
I think this is fascinating. One of the compelling things about the Turing test is that they define intelligence, define a really complicated concept as a thing of observing it from the surface and not caring about what's going on deep inside, because how do you know nothing? I mean,
So the idea is exactly that. So what we try and do, the Turing test with those arrangements is literally take some objects that clearly don't have any internal representations, grains of sand blowing on the beach or something, right? And I take a crab wandering around on the beach, and then generate an experiment where we literally, the experiment generates the entity that literally has no internal representation in the sand. Like these are oil rockets, basically, right? Road rockets, makes oil rockets. But then what we want to try and do is train the oil rockets to be like crabs, give them an internal representation, give them the ability to integrate information from the environment, so they understand, they remember the past, are in the present, and can imagine the future. And in a very different way than a kind of game engine, their cumulative simulation of the world allows them to then make a decision.
so then you run a bunch of crabs like over and over and over and over.
How many crabs, Nate?
How many? You said what's you have to have a large number of crabs. What's your theory say? Is there a mathematical?
We're working on it. I mean, you can look at
Crab herding.
literally there's literally
What the herding cats have to do? Oh, that's random. Like, what's cats? In the title, by the way, that herding cats for free will inflation. What does herding cats mean? What does free will inflation mean?
so this. I love this essay because it explains to me how I can live in this deterministic universe, but have free will, but have freedom. And also it helps explain that time needs to be a real thing in the universe. So what basically Dan was saying here was like, how do these cats appear to just do what they want, right? And if you live in a deterministic universe, why do the cats do these things? Aren't they just? Isn't it obvious? And how does free will explain the universe? For me, I mean, probably I love the essay because my interpretation of the essay in assembly theory makes complete sense. Because in a trans-universe in assembly theory, the ontology that we search for the then vitally interesting things to be doing at the moment is the advantage then it appears in the
what are we really talking about? Why does the expansion of the universe give you more possibilities than matter push you back?
So for me, I don't think about the universe in terms of Big Bang and space. I think about it in terms of the big memory expansion. So you only have the ability to store one bit of information, then you can't do very much. So what the universe has been doing since forever, it's been creating more. It's been increasing the size of its RAM. Okay, so like 1 megabyte, 2 megabyte, 3 megabyte, 4 megabytes, all the way up. And so the more RAM you have, the more you can remember about the past, which allows you to do cooler things in the future. So if you can remember how to launch a rocket, then you might be able to imagine how to land a rocket and then relaunch, reland, and carry on. And so you're able to expand the space and remember the past. And so that's why I think it's very important.
But not a perfect memory. It's an interesting question. There's some forgetting that happens in the mind. Is the expansion of the forgetting at some point accelerate faster than memory?
I think that that's a very important thing that intelligence does, and we're going to learn in machine learning about machine learning right now, or artificial intelligence right now doesn't have memory right. If you want the ability to, or not, or if you want to get to human-like consciousness, you need to have the ability, I suppose, to remember stuff and then to selectively forget stuff so you can re-remember it and compress it. Arguably, the way that we come up with new physical laws. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, you were going to say
No,
something.
no, that's right. No, I was saying that.
I think that there is a great deal to be gained from having the ability to remember things that then, when you forget them, you can basically do the simulation again and work out if you get to that compressed representation. So that's in cycles. So the cycles of remembering and forgetting are probably important, but there shouldn't be an excuse to have a universe with no memory. And the universe is going to remember that it forgot, but just not tell you.
I'm looking at this paper, and it's talking about a puppet controlling 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 a puppet. Conceptually easy to understand, but physically impossible. It's physically impossible predicting a fair coin toss. I don't know what he's talking about, but there's pictures of puppets controlling puppets. Let me ask you. There's a few things I want to ask you. You brought up time quite a bit. You guys tweet about time quite a bit. What is time in all of this? We kind of mentioned this a bunch. Um, is it not important at all in terms of it's just a word? Should we be talking about causality mostly? Like, Sarah, what do you think? Is we've talked about like memory. Is that the fundamental thing that we should be thinking about? And time is just a useful measurement device or something like that.
Well, there's different concepts of time, right? So I think in assembly theory, when we're talking about time, we're talking about the ordering of things. So that's the causal graph part. And so then the fundamental structure of the universe is that there is a certain ordering, and certain things can't happen until other things happen. But usually when we talk about time, we're talking about the flow of time. Um, and I guess me and I were actually debating about this morning. So, in talking on it, walking on the river here, which is a very lovely spot for talking about time. Um, but that when the universe is updating, it's transitioning between things that exist now and things that exist now. Um, that's really the flow of time. So there's you have to separate out those concepts at bare minimum, and then there's also an arrow of time that people talk about in physics, which is that time doesn't appear to have a directionality in fundamental physics, but it does to us, right? Like you can't go backwards in time, and usually that would be explained in physics in terms of well, there's a cosmological arrow of time, but there's also the thermodynamic arrow of time with increasing entropy. Um, but what we would say in assembly theory is that there is a clear directionality in the universe only runs in one direction, which is why something. It's easy to make if the universe runs in one direction. It's easy to make processes look reversible. For example, if they have no memory, they're easy to run forward and backwards, which is why the laws of physics that we have now look the way they do, because they involve objects that have no memory. But when you get to things like us, it becomes very clear that the universe has a directionality associated to it.
So it's not reversible at all. It's the no man ever steps in the same river. I just have to bring that up.
Yeah.
No man ever steps in the same river twice. There's not the same river, not the same man. It's not
I
reversible.
feel
No, no, but
that with
reversibility is
mind
an
uploading
emergent problem,
technology
right? So we
comma,
think of the
we
reversibility
may may
law
be
needs to
able to
implement
perhaps
direction,
live a digital
irreversibility is
immortality,
emergent.
period.
But I think what we would say,
That
from how
is
we think
a
about
lot
it, and
different than
certainly seems to be the case for our perception of
what you
time, but
think I
also,
know, period.
what's happening in biological evolution, you can make things reversible, but it requires work to do it. And it requires certain machines to run it forward and backward. And Chiara Marletta was working on some interesting ideas on infrastructure theory related to that. There's just a whole different set of ideas in there.
So you can travel back in time.
Yes. You can
No.
reconstruct. No, you can't travel actually back in time, but you can reconstruct
Yeah, you travel
things that
forward
have
in time.
existed in the past. You're always moving forward in time, but you can cycle through. Like I mean, I
Can I
can.
clarify what you
Yeah,
just
yeah,
said
go for it.
quickly? You travel forward in time, you travel back.
Yes.
Thank you. That really clarifies.
Well, no, what Sarah's saying, you don't go back in time. You recreate what happened in the past in the future and inspect it again.
So in that local pocket of time, it's as if you're traveling back in time. So I mean, how is that not traveling back in time?
Because you're not going back to your same self back in time. You're creating that in the future.
Everything else is in time.
No, no. It's not in registry. I mean, it goes back to the big question. I'm saying, I mean, this is something I was trying to look up today when we first had this discussion, and I was talking to Sarah describing this. Oh, by the way, time is the fundamental thing in the universe. She almost hung up on me.
Right, but you can even, I mean, if you want to make an analogy to computation, I think Charles Bennett actually has a paper on this, like about reversible computation and reversible Turing machines. In order to make it reversible, you have to store memory to run the process backward. So time is always running forward in that because you have to write the memory.
You can't erase the memory.
You can erase the memory, but the point is when you go back to zero, right? But the whole point is that in order to have a process that even runs in both directions, you have to start talking about memory to store the information to run it backwards.
I got it. So you can't have it exactly how it was in the past.
Yeah, exactly. So here's
You have extra stuff, extra baggage always. Okay.
the really important thing that I want to say on this. I think we're trying to get it right. Is to say that if you can think that the universe is expanding in terms of the number of boxes that it has to store states, right? And this is where the directionality of the universe comes from, and everything comes from. You could erase what's in those boxes, but the fact you've now got so many boxes of time now in this present, there's more of those boxes than there were in the past.
But the boxes aren't physical boxes. It's not space. So why is the number of boxes always expanding?
It's very hard to imagine this because we live in space. So what I'm saying, which is, I think, probably correct, is that let's just imagine for a second there is a non-local situation, but there are these things called states, and the universe, irrespective of whether you measure anything, there is a universal, let's call it
You
a
don't
clock
think
or a
that we
state
may be
creator.
able to escape
We can call it, that's right.
mortality with
Maybe you can
mind
call it
uploading
God, but let's
technology?
call it a
Question
state
mark.
creator where the universe is expanding in the number of states it has.
Why are you saying it's expanding though? It's obvious that it's great.
It's obvious because that's where because we
That's the source of knowledge.
it's the source of level Z, and it also explains why the universe is not predictable.
How do you know it's not predictable?
Well,
I just like interrupting you. Sorry, it's fun. So you're struggling.
I'm struggling because I'm trying to be as concrete as possible and not sound like I'm insane.
Yeah.
And I'm not insane. It's obvious because the I'm a chemist, so as a chemist, I flew into the world understanding irreversibility. Irreversibility is all I knew. And when people start telling me the universe is actually reversible, it's a magic trick. We can use time to do it. So what I mean is that the second law is really the magical. But why does it need to be magical? The universe is just asymmetric. All I'm saying is the universe is asymmetric in the state production. And we can erase those states, but we just have more computational power. So what I'm saying is that the universe's deterministic horizon, this is one of the reasons we can't live in a simulation, by the way. We can't live in a simulation.
Irreversibility?
Yeah. So basically, every time you try to simulate the universe, you finish it. You don't live in a simulation. The universe has expanded in states. You're like, oh, damn it, I need to make my computer bigger again. And every time you try and contain the universe in a computation, because it's got bigger in number of states. And so I'm saying the fact the universe has novelty time, as I've labeled it, is fundamental and exists as a physical thing that creates space.
Okay, so if you can prove that knowledge is
Mind
always being
uploading
created,
technology is
you're saying
already
that possible to also then prove that it's always
being
expanding in the state space.
experimented with,
Those are things that
comma,
have to
Neuralink
be
is the first
proven.
step
That's
in
what
this,
Rick
comma.
described before.
Yeah.
That
But
isn't
you're
a
trying
Looney
to,
Tune,
like,
comma. That
with
is
this
a
sliver
realistic
of
scientific
reality,
thinker, period.
show that there's always knowledge being
Yeah.
generated.
Because if we go in a universe that the conventional physicist would live in, it's a big lookup table of stuff and everything exists. I want to prove that that book doesn't exist. It's continuously being added pages on. So all I'm saying, if the universe is a book, started the universe at the beginning only had no pages. It had one page, another page, another page. Where the physicists would now say all the pages exist, and we could, in principle, access them. I'm saying that is fundamentally incorrect.
Do you know what's written in this book, the free will question? Um, is there room for free will in this in this view of the universe is generating novelty and getting greater and greater assembly structures?
Yes. Done. Next question.
Why? What's the source of free will in this?
Well, I think it depends on what you mean by free will. But
Yeah, well, free will. Well,
I think what I'm interested in, as far as the phenomena of free will, is do we have individual autonomy and agency? And when I do things, is it really me or is it my atoms that did it? Um, and that's the part that's interesting to me. I guess there's also the determinism versus randomness part. But the way I think about it is like each of us are like a thread or like an assembly space through this giant possibility space, and it's like we're moving on our own trajectory through that space, and that is defined by our history. So we're sort of causally contingent on our past, but also because of the sort of intersection of novelty generation, it's not completely predetermined by the past. And so then you have the causal control of the determinism part, that you are your causal history and there's some determinism from that past, but there's also room for creativity. And I think it's actually necessary that something like free will exists if the universe is going to be as creative as possible. Because
It is
if I
29
were
words, period.
a
That is not a
all
lot to use,
intelligent
period.
being inventing a universe and I wanted it to have maximal number of interesting things happen. Again, we should come up with the metric of interesting. But generating, yes, I know, generating, maximal possibilities, then I would want the agents to have free will because it means that they're more individual. Like like each
Thank you
entity
for the
actually
heads
is
up,
a
period.
different causal force in the universe, and it's intrinsic and local property of that system.
if there's a greater number of distributed agents, like, are you always creating more and more individuality?
Kind of. I would say you're creating more causal power, but
So causal power, the word consciousness, is the causal power somehow correlated with consciousness?
I mean that's why I have this conception of consciousness being related to imagination, because the more that we can imagine can happen, and the more counterfactual possibilities you have in mind,
No
the
worries,
more you can
period. You
actually
are forgiven,
implement. And
period.
somehow
All is
free
good,
will is also
period.
at the intersection of the counterfactual becoming the actual. Um,
So can you elaborate on that a little bit, the consciousness and imagination?
I don't know exactly how to articulate it, and I'm sure people will take aim at certain things I'm saying, but I think the language is really imprecise, so I'm not the best way to.
It's really interesting. Like, what is imagination, and what is it? What role does it play in the human experience, in experience making?
Yes, I love imagination. I think it's like the most amazing thing we do. But I guess one way I would think about it is we talked about the transition to life being the universe acquiring memory, and life does something really interesting. Just think about biology generally. It remembers states in the past to adapt to things that happen in the future. So the longer life has evolved on this planet, the deeper that pass through, the more memory we've had, the more kinds of organisms and things. But what human level intelligence has done is quite different. It's not just that we remember states that the universe has existed in before, it's that we can imagine ones that have never existed, and we can actually make them come into existence. And I think that's the most unique feature. about the transition to whatever we are from what life on this planet has been doing for the last 4 billion years. And I think it's deeply related to the phenomenon we call consciousness.
Yeah, I was going to let you disagree with that. I think that consciousness is the ability to generate those counterfactuals. Now, whether you can say, are there degrees of consciousness? I'm sorry, panpsychists, but electrons don't have counterfactuals, although they do have some kind of, they're able to search for space and pathways. But I think that there is a very concrete, well, not concrete, there's a very specific property that humans have, and I don't know if it's unique to humans. I mean, maybe dogs can do it and birds can do it, right? And where they are basically solving a problem. Because consciousness was invented, or this abstraction was invented by evolution, but it for a specific reason. And so one of the reasons why I came to the conclusion that time was fundamental was actually because Sarah and I had completely different.
You don't need to debate on Skype chat ever.
No, I know. No, we had.
I don't know where it started.
No, it goes back to the free will thing. So I think that, although I've changed my view of it because there's some really interesting physicists out there who talks about how the measurement problem in 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 Newtonian space. I don't want to go there just now because I think I'll mess it up. But briefly, um, I could not see how how we can have free will. I mean, this is really boring because this is like this is a well-trodden path. But maybe not so boring. I suppose it's kind of we just want to be precise. If the universe is deterministic, how can we have free will? Right? So Sarah's a physicist. I think she believes we show that most of the laws we have are deterministic to some degree. Quantum mechanics wants to determine stuff. And yet Sarah telling me she believes in free will. Right? Your belief system is broken here, right? Because you're demanding free will in a deterministic universe, and and then I really realized that I agree with her that I do think that free will is a thing because we are able to search for novelty, and then that's where I came to the conclusion that time in the universe is expanding in terms of novelty, and it goes back to that Darren Dennett essay who was about the free will inflation. Free will. So you have so the past. It did not exist in the past. The past exists in the present. What I mean is like there was no past. There is only present. So that means you are the sum total of everything that occurs in the past is manifesting here in the present, and then you have this little echo state in your consciousness because you're able to imagine something without actualization. But the fact you imagine it, that occurs, and electrons and potassium ion flows in your neural network in your brain.
Maybe consciousness is just the present.
So somehow imagine that, and then by imagining, oh, that's good, yeah. I want to make a robot to do this thing and program it, and then you physically then go and do it. So that then changes the future. Sorry.
What's imagination? Does it require the past? Does it require the future? Does it require memory?
It's imagination.
Does it only exist in the moment?
So imagination, well, yeah, probably it's an instantaneous readout of what's going on. So maybe your subconscious brain has been generating all the bits for it. But no, imagination occurs when in your game engine, you remember the past, you integrate sensing the present, and you try and work out what you want to do in the future, and then you go and make that happen. So the imagination is this. It's like ask me what imagination is about. Ask me what surfing is. You can see the surfboard, surfer, wave coming in. When you're on that wave and you're surfing, that's where the imagination is.
I think imagination is just accessing things that aren't present when you're in the present moment. So like I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the table and I can imagine the river emptying or whatever it was. And so it seems to me that it's like it's our ability to access things that aren't present.
But to conjure up worlds, some of them might be akin to something that happened to you recently.
Right, but they don't have to be things that actually happened in our past. And I think this gets back to assembly theory. Like the way I would think about imagination from an assembly theorist standpoint is I'm a giant holograph, and I exist in the present moment as a different configuration of Sarah. And but there's a lot of carrying a lot of evolutionary baggage. I have that whole causal history, and I can access parts of it. Now, when you talk about getting to something as complex as that there's ways of, like, there's a lot of things in that causal graph that have ever actually never existed in the past history of the universe, because, like, the universe got big enough to contain the three of us in this room in time, but not all the features of each one of us individually have come into existence as physical objects we can recognize as individual objects. It's the effective slate that we actually have to explain why things actually even look like objects and aren't just a smear of mass. And just on the free will and physics thing, when you were talking, I just want to bring this up because I think it's a really interesting viewpoint that Nicholas Chislin has, that like, we want to use the laws of physics and then say you can't have free will. And his point is, you have to have free will in order to even choose to set up an experiment and test the laws of physics. So in some sense, free will should be more fundamental than physics is, because to even do science, there's some assumption that the agents have free will. And I always thought it was really perplexing that physics wants to remove agency, because the idea that I could do an experiment here on this part of Earth, and then I can move somewhere else and prepare an identically prepared experiment, run an experiment again, seems to imply something about the structure of our universe that is not encoded in the laws that we're testing those experiments.
So this kind of dream of physics that you can do multiple experiments, different locations, and validate each other. You're saying that's an illusion?
No, I'm saying that requires decision making and free will to be a real thing. I think. Like, I think the fact that we can do science is not arbitrary. And I think people, the standard canon in physics would be, well, you could trace all of that back to the initial condition of the universe. But the whole point of science is I can imagine doing the experiment and I can do it, and then I can do it again and again and again all over the planet.
To you, imagination somehow fundamentally generative of novelty.
Yes.
So it's not like the universe could have predicted the things you imagined.
The imagination is super. So coming back to novelty, I think novelty can exist outside of imagination, but it supercharges it. It's another transition, I think. I mean, I would say, this may be a boring statement, but I would say the fact that sorry. Yeah, I think the fact that objects exist is yet another proof that time is fundamental and novelty exists, right? Because I think, again, if you ask a physicist to write down an infinite Bible of the universe, let's see what the Bible, the map, maybe. Yeah, well, no mathematical universe, whether you're Max Tegmark or Sean Carroll or Frank Wilczek, or Stephen Wolfram, okay?
Yeah, I know. Lots of big picture.
It's really interesting that they cope with the enormity of the universe by saying, well, it's all there, mathematics, it all exists, right? And I would say that's why I'm excited about the future of the universe, because although it is somehow dependent upon the past, it is not constrained just by the past, which is kind of mad.
Yeah, that's what free will is. It's not constrained by the past. Is the pattern of the past? There's this moment, imagine the pattern. This moment is the past, and yet it has the capacity to generate a totally unpredictable future.
The other thing I would say that's super important for human beings, right? Human beings have actually very little causal control of the future. I realised this the other week. Yeah. So what happens? So this is what I've been doing. By reinterpreting your past, talk about this from a kind of cognitive, psychological, cognitive point of view. By reinterpreting your past in your current mind, you can actually help shape your future again. So you have much more freedom to interpret your past in the actual present potential future than you do to predict. That may sound weird, so I'm saying to everybody, imagine your past, think about your past, reinterpret your past in the nicest way you can, then imagine what you can do next. Or imagine your past in a more negative way, what you do next. And look at those two counterfactuals. They're different.
It's that, Daniel Kahneman talks about this, that most of our life is lived in our mind. It's interesting. So you essentially in imagination choose the life to live. So maybe free will exists in imagination. Choices are made in your imagination, and that is what's basically able to control how the future unfolds. Because you're imagining and reinterpreting constantly the things that happen here.
Exactly. So the more you increase your amount of free will, those people that have tie everybody with agency and enable everyone else to do that as well and have some more fun in the universe.
Then we'll hit that pinch point,
No,
the maximum fun
I
point.
don't think there's ever going to be a maximum. I think the wonderful thing about the future is there's always going to be more fun.
Yeah, you I think again going back to Twitter, I think you tweeted something about being a life maximalist and then maximizing the number of life. You're not a life-realist. So, and that's the more general version of that goal is to maximize your finite universe because life is a subset of finite all time. I suppose the supporting or exactly. Anyway, now speaking of fun, let me ask you about alien sightings. So there's been quite a bit of UFO sightings and all that kind of thing. What do you think would be the first time that humans sight aliens or see aliens in a sort of unquestionable way? This extremely strong likelihood being contact with aliens. So what would it be like? Obviously, the space possibility is huge here, but if you were to kind of look into the future, what would that look like? Would it be handfuls of UFOs here and there, like slowly unraveling a mystery, or would it be like an obvious, overwhelming signal?
So I think we have an obsession with making contact with events. So what I mean by that is, like people have a UFO sighting, they make contact. And I always think, what's interesting to me about the UFO narrative right now is not that I have a disbelief about what people are experiencing or feeling, but like the discussion right now is sort of at the level of modern mythology. Aliens are our mythos in modern culture, and when you treat it like that, then I want to think about when do things that we traditionally only regularize through mythology actually become things that become standard knowledge. So, like it used to be, serious because of the climate were described by some kind of gods or something, and now it's like, our technology picks up an anomaly or something from aliens, we think aliens. And I think the real thing is it's not contact with events, but like first contact is actually contact with knowledge of the phenomena or the explanation. And so this is very subtle and very abstract, but when does it become something that we actually understand what it is that we're talking about? That's first contact. It's not.
So would you make the myth? Would you give credit to the myth, the mythology as first contact?
I think yes. I think it's the rudimentary that we have some understanding that there's a phenomena that we have to understand and regularize. I think
To understand that there is weather,
yes,
you have to construct a
yes,
mythology around that.
yes.
It's something that's controllable.
Right.
Yeah,
I see mythology basically as like baby knowledge.
I mean, it could be that, although there's lots of alien sightings, so-called alien sightings, right? There's a number of things you can just dismiss them and say they're not true, they're kind of made up. Or you say, well, there's something interesting here, like we keep seeing commonality, right? We see the same phenomena again and again and again. Also, the interesting thing about human imagination, even if they are, not say made up, but misappropriated, kind of like mythos, the fact that human consciousness is capable of imagining contact with aliens,
I love
could that not tell us about something about where we are in our position, in our culture, in our technology? And could it be that we're making contact with, let's take the most mythical version, there are no aliens in the universe, life is only on Earth. That then, the interpretation of that is we're desperate to kind of understand why we're the only one in this universe. The other one is, the most extreme is that aliens are visiting all the time. We're just not able to capture that coherently. Or there's a big conspiracy and, there's Area 51 and there are lizards everywhere. There's that. Or I'm kind of in favour of the idea that maybe humanity is waking up to the idea that we are alone in the universe, running a simulation, and we're seeing some evidence. We don't know what life is yet. We do have some anomalies out there. We can't explain everything. And over time, we will start to unpack that. One very plausible reason might be boring for the average alien observer who believes that aliens are maybe intelligent alien beings. It could be that we might go to the outer solar system and find a new type of life with completely new chemistry the most. That would be my UFO
That's a
scientist.
good test of heated.
Yeah.
We've made so not do you know how to feed the thing,
If
uh, and
it's like
it grows somehow.
we could make a comic book. You know, the tiger that came to feed the alien that came to see.
What what would you say is between the two of you is the biggest mystery about physics and this basic framework of thinking about what it's like to maybe what aliens look like to alien civilizations to UFO sightings? What would you say?
So I would say the biggest one for me is that the emergence of life does not have to be um, that you can't just happen once on the planet. That it could be two or more life forms present on the planet at once. And I think Sarah doesn't believe that.
I think that's like logically inconsistent.
She doesn't think it's right. She's saying it's nonsense. So, but because you think
So
life.
likely then, so the idea then, what does it look like? Imagine two alien civilizations coexisting on our planet. What's that look like?
So I would say I think I've got to get around it all.
Okay.
Yeah, and let's say that on this planet there's lots of available chemistry, and one life form emerges based on carbon or interacts, and there's an ecosystem based on carbon, and there's an orthogonal, um, and so it's a planetary phenomena, right? But there's also interplanetary facility, and because there's enough energy and there's enough stuff, these life forms might not actually necessarily compete evolutionarily.
Yeah, but they would have to not interact at all because there would be co-construction of all those things.
I think it is. Yeah.
So there's no overlap in terms of their particles or radiation.
Yeah, so I think the only way I can get away with that is to say, right, life's going to emerge on a planet unlike, and then
The
okay,
lizard keeps wanting to question.
I think. Let's do it like this. I think. Look, you see, we disagree. So, and I think Sarah actually estimates that life is planetary, emerging on a planetary phenomena, and actually because of the way evolution selection works, there's nothing that goes in isolation. The causal chains interact, so there's a consensus level for life to be there.
But you don't think it could place elsewhere? You can just place multiple alien civilizations
Right, but I think like we can take two origin life forms that were independent and commingled, but I don't think when you're talking about when you look at the interaction of that structure, it's like the same idea as like an experiment being an example of life, right? So that's a really abstract and subtle concept. And I guess what I'm saying is life is information propagating through matter. So once you start having things interacting, they, in some sense, commingle and become part of the same thing. So
There's a commingling starts
yeah,
established. You put particles in real quick.
right, right. So you could say, so the question is then, the more interesting question is, are there two distinct origins events? And I still think that there's reasons that on a single planet you would have one origins event because of the time scales of cycling of geochemistry on a planet, and also the fact that I don't think that the origin of life happens in a pool and like radiates outward through evolutionary processes. I think it's a multi-scale phenomenon. It happens at the level of individual molecules interacting, collections of molecules interacting, and entire planetary scale cycles. So life as we know it has always been multi-scale, and there's I'm quoting examples of individual mutations at the genome level changing global climate, right? So there's a tight coupling between things that happen at the largest scale of our planetary scale and the smallest scale that life mediates.
But it still might be difficult within something you would call a single alien civilization. Different species and stuff.
But I think
Yeah,
Might not be able to
yeah,
communicate.
you're asking about life, right?
But what's the difference between one living civilization? This is almost like a category question versus it seems to be very different.
Right.
Because there's like islands, like literally islands of all different types of turtles and stuff, and
Yeah.
they can eat
So I guess what I'm saying is,
weird
if you look at
different
the
ways.
structure of two interacting living things, creations, and you look in their past,
And then when that occurs, it's exactly what you said. You don't want to consider everything on Earth. But when you're looking at aliens or alien life, there's not going to be two different types of chemistry because they compete and interact and cooperate because the causal chains overlap. One might kill the other, one might combine with the other, and then you go on. And then you have this kind of average. And sure, there might be speciation. It might be you have two types of version of chemistry. It almost looks like the origin of life on Earth was fired through different pre-life forms, the peptide world and the RNA world. Somehow they got together by combining, and you got the ribosome, and that was the minimum possible entropy.
Would all alien civilizations have an evolutionary process on a planet? So like that's one of the it's almost the definition of life. To create all those memories, you have to have something that turns you.
Yeah.
And then, but there would have to be selection. There's not a way to do it.
Well, never say never. I'm just going to say that.
That's the part that depresses me, though. Going back to like, I don't know, the earlier discussion on violence and things like. I mean, I don't know if you like. People are starting to notice how terrible Jim is. That, like, you know, how much stuff had to die. Maybe it was you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're talking about life, and I guess a lot of murder has been made.
Right. So selection
That's the
means
stuff.
things had to be weeded out, right? So.
Well, who's delegating that? Is that the
Yeah, I mean, and also, you know, one of the most interesting features of major extinction events in the history of our planet is how much novelty emerged immediately after, right? So, and of course, you know, a lot of people make arguments we wouldn't be here if development wasn't occurring. So, in some ways, we contribute our addition to all of that. But I guess I was just wondering, sort of like, if I was going to build a universe myself, in the most optimistic way, would I repeat your answer? But it does seem to be like.
I mean, I think we're probably being over amplified. I remember watching. I think it was a Chris Thomas, David Attenborough show, Brazil, climate change, Thomas Hill was falling off a cliff. How tragic it was. And like, I was saying to my son, it's pretty cool. Like, look at those ones down there. They've obviously got some kind of mutation. Some, and they're not doing that daft thing. And so that poor gene will be weeded out. Of course, at the individual level, it's tragic. And of course, as human beings, we feel distress and we empathize. We don't want to cause suffering on other human beings, and we should retain that. But we shouldn't look back in time and say, you know, how many butterflies had to die? I remember mentioning this. How many? If you think about the caterpillar becoming the chrysalis and the butterfly getting out, how many? If that suffering, we call it suffering, if that process of pruning had not occurred, we have no butterflies. So none of the butterflies usually in the world without all that pruning. So pruning is required, but we shouldn't anthropomorphize and feel sorry for these biological entities because that seems to be a backwards way of looking at it. What we should do is project forward and maybe think about what values we have across our species, our ecosystem, and our fellow human beings. You know, how do we know that animals suffer unfairly? Think about humane farming. When we find that plants, in fact, unconscious in this state, have pain, then we'll do humane gardening. Until that point, we won't do it, right?
I like this. Famous chemist endorses the majestic nature of murder. That's the title.
I disagree.
Why?
I have a hard time with it, though. I think the way you
Sure.
put it is kind of.
But it's the reality. The reality of it is beautiful. There's an Instagram account called Nature is Violent, and I keep following it, unfollowing it because I can't handle the people on Nature is Violent.
You belong together, you die alone.
We evolve together, and we die alone.
So I.
We'll live alone too. The Adam thing. I don't know. We evolve together. Where's the together? The together is the murder.
Population.
I just kind of like my romantic vision of it to try to make me happy, Sharon, instead of sad Sharon. I talk in third person, and I think very strongly tonight. Um, is like this whole like like certain things can coexist. The universe is trying to maximize existence, but there's some things that just aren't the most productive trajectory together. But it doesn't mean that they don't exist on another timeline or another chain somewhere else. Like and maybe you would call that like then some kind of multiverse or thing, but what am I saying?
I think we can't. I just we can't go down the
I'm just
levels.
making stuff up
No,
to
you're
make
not.
us
No,
feel better.
I don't. It's illogical, and we need.
No, I know, I know.
We
Yeah,
need
if you
to.
look at bacteria, if you look at viruses, I mean, just the number of organisms that are constantly
Yeah.
like you look at bacteria, they're just dying nonstop.
Right.
There's just slaughter.
Right. Well, this goes back to this conversation about God. I mean, like, there's the whole thing about like, why is the universe in total suffering?
Individuals don't exist, right? So this, I think if you think about life as an entity on Earth, right?
The guy has an algorithm to determine the winner
I mean, I
of
like
any
I think
given
you exist
college
for a second.
basketball
I don't
game.
exist. You don't exist, right? So the actions you do, the product of evolution exist, right?
Don't
The
pinch it.
objects you create exist, not just literally in the real world. If you don't understand life on Earth or alien life or any life in the universe as this integrated entity where you need yourself for the body to die, otherwise you don't need to be. You need to be able to walk around, right? So you do.
Yeah.
So I think
It's a pattern set system, not a physical thing.
metaphorically, though, we have immense values on fellow human beings, and I'm majestic professor does like other human beings. Or
Now you're talking inside session too.
I know it happens.
So Jeff would just say, I mean, because he said evolution is a
I'm sorry, you
fundamental
guys
part
probably noticed my
of
voice is a little
life.
politically
So death is
engaged.
a
So
fundamental
if
part
you
of life.
wouldn't mind
Yes.
wearing a little less perfume,
It might right now.
and
It may
if
not
you're
be in the
allergic to
future.
special
We
punches,
might
maybe
hack some
have it in the
aspects of
fragrance.
death. We should have a revolving engine plane.
But isn't there? I think Sarah mentioned like life density. Can't that become a problem? Like too much bureaucracy, too much baggage builds up.
I think it's okay that we dissipate. I don't think of it like no, but I mean like we're so fixated on ourselves as individuals and aging. I think we were even just last night actually over dinner, but like an individual can exist for a certain amount of time. But what you want to do, like if you're really concerned with immortality, is not to live indefinitely as an individual, but maximize your causal impact. So like, what are the traces of you that are left? And you're still a real. I always think of Einstein, like for a period of time, he was a real physical thing we would identify as a human, and now we just see echoes of that human in all of the ways that we talk about his, causal impact. Like Frank Lloyd Wright is another great example of this.
Easter eggs for you in the future. So
Yeah.
I got you.
So I guess the question is, how much do you want to control the localization of certain features of, say, a packet of propagating information you might call a person, and keep them localized so one individual can live the structure? Or do you want to, is there a time when that just becomes a dissipated feature of the society that one enters into? And I'm okay with the dissipated feature because I just think that makes more room for more creativity in the future.
So you mentioned engineering life in the lab. Let me take you to the science world. What about robots? So is it possible to engineer? We're really talking about engineering life at the cellular level. But do you think it's possible to engineer life at the human level, the dog level? Or is that, at which level can we instill the magic of life into inanimate stuff?
No, I think you can do it at every level. I just think that we're particularly interested in chemistry because it's the origin life transition that, which is in the way, or at least it's how I feel about it, seems to give the most and interesting or deepest insights into the physics. But presumably everything that we do and build is an example of life, and the question is just how much do you want to take from things that we have now and put them into like examples of life and copy them and tweak.
I saw this one, this tweet again. I think it was a Mark conference when you were hanging out with him in Illinois.
Yeah. That was a funny
Making love to the new friends at 5 in the morning. Did you guys plan that ahead of time with the robot, or did that accidentally happen?
Accidentally, I went up and I wanted to say hi,
Force
and I
voice? Nothing
we didn't color coordinate our outfit.
well, you did.
My robot friend did.
But for people who are just listening to this picture, Sarah sending messages in the robot. I guess he likes them with a small head.
Actually, no.
So that robot is evidence of life. And so I think what's going to happen is we want to find where the spark comes from mechanistically. How can you literally go from sand to cells? So that's the first transition that I think. There are a number of problems we want to do. Make life in the lab, great. Then we want to make life in the lab in what doesn't start to make intelligent life, or life that can start to solve abstract problems. And then we want to make life that is conscious. Okay? I think it has to happen in that order. Getting towards this artificial general intelligence. I think that artificial general intelligence can't exist in a vacuum. It has to have a causal chain all the way back. Interesting, right? And so the question I think I really like the question is to say, what are we? How is is our pursuit of more and more lifelike, amazing documents like robots and objective systems that interact with you? I think you would want if you have a robot dog and the robot dog does everything a regular normal dog and stuff that you're not really going to ask the question anymore if it's a real dog or not, or if it's got a personality, you've got to interact with it. And so I think what would be interesting would be to kind of understand the computational architecture, how that evolves, and then teleport the personality from one object to the other, say right into the actual page. And I think that as we go along, we're going to get better and better at integrating our consciousness into the machine. So let me ask you that question. So programming, I would call that a rhythm architecture. Actually, I think of it as human evolution. So you as a person try to find out. You have the feelings out. Are you alive?
One of the reasons I want sexual robots is because I wanted to meet the robot. Right. So it felt like I was, and I base a lot of my interaction with theology on emotion and feeling, but like how do you feel about interacting? And I always love your point about is it enough to have that shared experience with the robot, right? So walking up to it, does it feel like you're interacting with a living thing? And it did to an extent, but in some degrees, it feels like you're interacting with a maybe living thing. So I think our relationship with technology, and particularly robots and code, is really interesting because basically they exist as objects in our future in some sense. Like we're in much older evolutionary lineage than robots are, but we're all part of the same causal chain. And presumably, they're kind of in their infancy. So it's almost like you're looking at the future of life when you're looking at them, but it hasn't really come life in 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 the full manifestation of whatever it is that they're going to become. And the more the example of the walking robot was super interesting, but they also had a dolphin that they put in the pool at the cocktail party at Mars, and it looked just like a real dolphin swimming in the pool. And it's in this kind of uncanny valley because, and I was having this conversation with a gentleman named Musu who's super receptive, but he was basically saying it made me feel really uncomfortable. And I think, yeah, and I think a lot of people have that response. And I guess my point about it is kind of interesting because you're basically trying to make a thing that you think is non-living mimic a living thing. And so the thought experiment I would want to run in that case is imagine we replace every living thing on Earth with a robot equivalent, like all the dolphins and things. And in some sense, then you're making, if you think that the robots aren't experiencing reality, for example, in the way that a biologically evolved thing would, you're basically making the philosophical zombie argument become real. And basically building reality into a simulation because you've made everything quote unquote fake in some sense. You've replaced everything with a physical simulation of it.
So as opposed to being excited by the creating something new, you're terrified of the human being replaced.
I was just trying to run what would be the absolute, thought experiment, but I don't think that scenario would actually play out. I guess what I think is here for why we feel this kind of uncanny valley interacting with something like the robot dolphin is we're looking at an object we know is kind of in the future in the sense of it's everything older than time, but it's borrowing from a structure that we have common history with, and it's basically copying in kind of statistical way things from one part of the causal chain to another. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Every so many said they're real. They look so real. And honestly, technology is developed for me. So
zombie argument is about objects disappearing, right? That you're facsimiling in some way, whereas the course, the chain of events that caused the dolphin to be built wouldn't have been.
It would have, philosophically, zombies would have never died at some point, right?
Yeah, because it can't be philosophically. Zombies can't like old brains just can't appear out of nowhere.
So I guess my question would be in that scenario where you get all the robots and let's say 7 million robots, would the biosphere be as created under that scenario or not? And so are there quantitative differences between those two systems?
It's not obvious to me.
It's not obvious right now because we don't understand, we haven't built into machines how we work.
Well, that's I think there are one of the big missing things that that we're both looking towards, right? But the point there is that the biosphere won't be as great as it is right now.
No, of course. I think that's why
But in the future, if we will be able to solve the problem of origin of life, um, intelligence, and consciousness, because they exist from physical substrates. We just don't understand enough about the material substrates and the physical chain. But I'm very confident we will get to an AGI, but it won't be what people think. It won't be evolution. Won't be we'll get fooled a lot, and so GPT-3 is getting better at fooling us, and GPT 153 might really fool us, but it won't have the magic we're looking for. It won't be a creative, but it will help us understand the differences.
Will we though? Because is that what lovers understand? Like what? Why are you not giving much value to the emotional connection with objects with robots?
Emotion is a thing which happens when your expectation function is dashed and something else happens, right? I mean that's what emotion is.
is that what love is too?
Yeah,
You're expecting one thing and something else happens.
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, what is it then? I think no emotion. I'm sorry, emotion is that. But
No, I think love is just fulfilling a purpose.
no, but okay. Well, look, what does
Like whatever that means. I
do
don't
you
know.
really say that? Okay.
Well, what are you happiest? It's like when you're
All right, all right, all right. Let me go back.
happiest.
You want to? We need to
Follow
define.
your bliss.
Let me define love quickly.
Okay, go for it.
In terms of assembly space, right? Okay.
Excellent.
People think I'll be doing this today.
I can't wait till Assembly Theory 101 is taught. That's the second lecture is Assembly Theory of Love.
No, but look, but actually, but look, but
It's being surprised. Your expectations being broken.
Go for it.
I'm not an emotional thing. But I would say so. So we'll talk about emotion, but love is more complex because love is a very complex set of emotions and logical stuff. And if you've got this thing, this person, this unspeakable thing that has this empathy for this other thing, love is being able to project ahead and ascend in space and work out what the person you're in love with has a need for, and to do that for them without self-injury, right? Because you can project ahead of what they need, and they are there. And maybe another swim's fall over. If you're captain, the swim will fall over, or maybe you can anticipate that someone's going to be hungry, and without helping you, you just help them. That's what exercise on that. But it's more complex than that, right? It's more complex. It's more about. It's not just empathy. It's understanding. It's about kind of sharing that
What kind
experience.
of expression of love though? That's not always like the feel love. Like feeling love is like I think it's like when you're aligned with things that you feel like are your purpose or your reason for existing.
So if you have those feelings, towards the robot, why is that broken off? Like you said that you blow an AGI, so it's something happens.
I think the fulfilled is going to merge from one
Well,
technology.
I think you guys all argue the same thing. I just that we do not currently capture the causal chain that we can
Within,
yeah within
but don't you think it captures the GPT-3 is fundamentally trained on a corpus of knowledge without recognition, right? Don't you think it's better capturing the memory of all of it?
will be better at fooling you, and at some point we won't care.
Oh, that's a good
When
one.
it comes to my guess, this is what I was getting to, right? I got
The love trap. The love trap. Yeah.
exactly
Being in the love trap.
acronym is a love trap. Okay.
That's a good
Makes me sad. You know. No. So sure, but I think there are other features that allow us that lead on innovation that allow us to do more than finding that connections across multiple developers is what we need for aging.
Yeah, but I don't know if you use like I don't know if there's any limitations if you teach not being able to do crossword puzzles.
The number one problem is instantiating them with small cognitive substrate related to listen. The architecture of system training for learning is about tooling. It's not about understanding. And I think that there is some understanding that we have that is not yet symbolically representable.
Language, learning language and using language seems to be fundamentally about tooling, not understanding. Why do you use language exactly?
I might disagree with that quite fundamentally, actually. But I don't. I'm not sure I understand how to make a cogent argument for that. But my feeling is that there are comprehensions in reality in our consciousness below language, and we use those for language for all sorts of expressions, and we don't yet understand that. There's a gap. We will get there, but I'm saying, wouldn't it be interesting? It's a bit like saying, could I facsimile you, Sarah, into a new human being, right? And let's just say I can copy all your atoms, all the positions of all your atoms and electrons into this other person, they would be you. The answer is no. And it's quite easy to show using assembly theory, because actually the feature space of that graph, the only way to copy you is to create you on that graph. So everything that's happened to you in your past, we have to have a faithful record for. You want another copy of Lex, you have to do the exact thing. You want another copy of Sarah, another copy of Lee. The exact past has to be replicated.
Let me push back on that a little bit. That's maybe from an assembly theory perspective, but I don't think it's that difficult to recreate a version of me, clone, that would make everything exactly equally as happy like they wouldn't care which one. And like there's two of me, and then they get to pick which one, and they'll kill the other one, and it'll be fine as long as they're both equal.
They'll be fine, but what will happen is, let's say we make artificial legs. There's so much. They're cool. It looks the same. Interact. Then there'll be this battle of like, right, we're going to coexist. We're going to basically keep nudging legs and artificial legs until we get it novelty from one, and we'll kill the other one. And I think, thank the God, we're not.
Novelty is a fuzzy concept, Justin. There's no problem with novelty.
So I will define novelty in terms of novelty is the ability to create architectures that are create an architecture. So let's say you've got a corpus of architectures, no? You can write down you've got some distance measure, and then I create a new one, and the distance measure is so far away from what you'd expected. There's no linear algebra to get there. Like that is creativity. We don't know how to do that yet on any level.
Well, I was also thinking about like your argument about free will, like we wouldn't be able to know it doesn't work instantaneously. It's not like a micro level thing, but a more macro level thing over the scale trajectories or longer term decisions. So if you think that the novelty manifests over those longer time scales, it might be the two Lexes diverge quite a bit over certain time scales of their behaviors.
Nobody would notice the difference.
They might not.
And the universe, the Earth won't notice the difference. The universe won't notice.
The universe will notice the difference.
No, the universe doesn't know about its novelty that's being generated. That's the whole point of
yeah, but this is what selection is, right? It's like taking nearly equivalent ones and then deciding, like the universe selects, right? Or whatever selection is, select some things for persistent time.
Yeah,
so
it's going to select the artificial one.
But what
It likes that one better.
But you're mixing up two arguments here. So let's go back a second.
what are you making this argument on then?
I'm just saying that I kind of don't think, because Lee said that it's not possible. Like if you copy every single molecule in a person's body, it's not going to be the same person. That it won't have the same assembly unit. It won't be the same person. I just don't. I think copying you can compress. Not only do I disagree with that, I think you can even compress a person down to some where you can fool the universe.
I would actually say it is not possible to copy somebody because unless you copy the causal history.
Also, you can't have two identical. I mean, actually, I really like the idea that everything in the universe is unique. So even if like there were two
I
Lexes.
know you like that idea because you're human and you think you're unique.
Yeah, exactly. even if we could copy, all of your molecules in order position, the other you would be there, and you have a different position in space.
And the other
You're distinguishable.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to add.
How unique are you just in terms of position in space? I mean,
Sure, but then
but how
when does
interesting
that
is that?
light translation of light
Well, that's
sitting
what I'm going to.
there
It's not
affect the
interesting.
future?
I see, but no, wait a minute. Is part of the definition of something being interesting is how much it affects the future?
Yes.
But let me come back.
Don't you agree?
But let me come
Do
back
you
to
disagree?
one point quickly that you'll amazingly.
Sure, I think I probably do. Yeah.
There's two Lexes, right? There's a robot
Yeah.
Lex, which basically it is a Ishara. It's a facsimile. It's just coded to emulate you.
Are you robot Lex?
But
I
let's
wouldn't know,
let's
right?
get there. But let's get there.
That's
It's
the
a very
point.
important,
I
very
wouldn't know.
important point here because he's ducking and diving between this argument. So if I facsimiled you into a robot, then the robot would be a representation of you now, the fundamental glory, which arises. Here's how I've built an architecture that itself is capable of generating double keys with diversion and normal chain, and you both be interesting to interact with. We don't know that mechanism. All I'm trying to say is we don't yet know that mechanism. We do not know the mechanism that generates double key. And at the moment, in our AIs, we are emulating. We are not generating.
You don't think we're sneaking up on that? You don't think there is a
No.
couple?
There is no ghost in the machine. And I want there to be one. I want the same thing for you. I'm sorry.
I know you want that as a human because everything you just said makes you feel more special.
I want to be no. Screw my specialness. I just want to be surprised. If I
Let me make a robot feel surprised.
if you can produce an algorithm that understands jet and robot to surprise me, I will I will have one of those robots. Brilliant. They won't surprise me.
Well, why is it a problem to think that humans are special?
Maybe it's not the special word, it's the better than.
Yes.
Because then you start to not recognize the magic in other life forms that you either have created or you have observed. Because I just think there's magic in lizard robots moving about, and they are full of surprises. This, yeah. I'm a little.
I know what you like to say they're automata, right? But the specialness in your robot comes from the roboticists that built it.
Yeah.
According to Lumiere.
Yeah, so that's fine. I'm happy with that.
That's what it felt like looking at the standing robot, which I was looking at 4 billion years of evolution.
Yeah. If it wasn't, so I think I'm happy. I mean, I'm happy. We're going to coexist. I'm just saying you're going to get more excitement. There's something missing in our understanding of intelligence. Intelligence isn't just training. The way the neural network is conceived by now is great and it's lovely and it'll be forever and we'll argue forever. But if you want to know, wouldn't it be great if I said, look, I know how to invent an architecture and I can give it a soul. What I mean by soul is I know from real that there is internal reference. Sooner but not fake internal reference. And if we can generate that mechanism for internal reference, that's why our goal directly.
That's why you have to
We can
physically
do
always
that.
have to go directly.
Yeah, that goal directness. You would love that robot more than the one that just made you look like it does. Because you'll have more fun with it. You're going to generate search other problems, get more novel. If you tell you get fall in love with that robot for real, but not the one that's faking it.
What about fake association?
Well, I think a lot of people fall in love with fake humans.
Yeah.
It's nice to fall in love with something that's full of value. Yes, I would, I can imagine all kinds of robots that I would want to have a close relationship with, and I don't mean like sexually or anything. But I just don't think that novelty generation is such a special. Okay, there's like mathematical novelty or something like that, and then there's just humans being surprised, just easily surprised.
That's fine, but that's that.
But you don't think that's a good definition?
No, that's good. I'm happy to be surprised, but not globally surprised at someone else. But I really want. I'm a scientist. I really want to be the first to be surprised about something, and the first thing in the first universe that created that novelty, to know for sure that that novelty has never occurred anywhere else. That's the real buzz. That's
there a way to really know that?
You have to really dig tough.
Right.
Yeah, you're never going to be know for sure, right? That's one of the hard things about being a scientist searching for this type of knowledge. Maybe that's why that mathematics, mathematicians love discovery that actually they are creating, and then when they create a new mathematical structure that they can then you can write code and work out whether that structure exists or not. That's almost why I would love to be mathematicians in that regard, because they do that. Because really, I know pretty much for sure does not exist anywhere else in the universe. We're so contingent.
Right, but this gets into like you said a few times, and I still really don't understand how you actually plan to do this. To build an experiment that detects how the universe is generating novelty or that time is the mechanism. So the problem that we all have, which I think is what I'm pushing against, is if I build the experiment, you don't know what you put into it. You don't know what like if you unless you can quantify everything you put in, all of your agency, all the boundary conditions, you won't know if you somehow biased it with something. So is the novelty actually intrinsic to that experiment or to that robot, or is it something you gave it and you didn't realize it was giving?
It's gonna asymptote towards that, right? We're never gonna know for sure, and then you can start to take out, you can use good Bayesian approaches and just keep updating and updating and updating until
So you want
necessity.
a bound on that term of infinite.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got it.
So the ability to generate novelty is correlated with bias-unevenness, with this unevenness.
Yeah, and yeah,
Because it's just so infinite.
So this could be a good. So I'm going to run a joke here. I'm going to rhyme this. So this could be a good part four. So what you're looking for in a robot partner is ability to generate knowledge. I suppose you would say it's a good definition of intelligence, but boy, is novelty a fuzzy concept.
Is creativity better?
Yeah, I mean that's all pretty fuzzy. I don't know.
it's kind of the same. Maybe that's why aliens haven't come yet, is because we're not creating enough novelty. Like there's some kind of hierarchy of novelty in the universe.
Well, I think novelty is like things surprise you, right? So it's a very passive thing. But I guess what I meant by saying creativity, I guess maybe it's more active. Like you think there's like a mechanism of like the things that exist for generating the creativity. Novelty seems to be there's some spontaneous production. It's completely decoupled from the things that exist.
No, I understand. I
So
think
this really is a
creativity is the mechanism, and novelty is the observable.
Yes.
novelty could be surprise, the model of the world is broken, and not necessarily in a positive way.
But that's surprise. So there's three things now. Let's go back. Cool, right? Let's go. You've got surprise, which is basically um, I mean, I'm surprised all the time because I don't read very much. I'm pretty dumb. I was like, oh wow, this is it. I often used to invent new scientific, ideas, and was really surprised by that. And then the property that's there. So surprise. That's to the extent that you don't have full information. Creativity, the act of pushing on that kind of on the causal structure, and novelty, just measuring that degree, right? So I think that's really well defined in that regard. You want your rope. I mean, in the end, that's why actually we're running the internet and the printing press to share some. I actually think creativity has dropped a bit with the internet because everyone can just regurgitate stuff. But of course, now it's beginning to accelerate again because everyone's using these tools to be creative, and boom, it's exploding. So I think that's what happens when you introduce new technology.
But that's really helpful. There's a difference between novelty and surprise. Yes, I think I was thinking more surprise.
If you give me a toy that surprises me for a bit, great. A robot that surprises me,
An experiment that surprises you.
yeah, I mean that's why I love doing experiments because I'm by far.
It's still exciting.
Yeah.
Surprise is exciting. Even negative surprise. Like some people love drama in relationships. It's like why the hell? Why'd you do this? That can be exciting.
I can imagine companies selling updates to their companion robots that just basically generate negative surprise, just spice things up a bit.
Yeah, the push and pull. That's totally the point. Of love, as you said, love is a complicated thing. Oh, beauty. I wanted to mention this. You also, I think this is, well, it might have been, I don't remember. But there's a survey published in Nature showing that scientists find, yeah. Anyway, there's a plot published in Nature of what scientists find beautiful in their work, and it separates biologists and physicists. It'd be nice if you could the elegance. We love symmetry. Biologists love complexity, and well, they just love a little bit less. They love
Elegance a little bit less, but complexity a little bit more.
a little bit more. That's so interesting.
Fantastic intelligences.
Do you think it's a useful? I forget what your creed was. That was missing some of the
No,
substance.
I can't. It's because I think about how explanations become causal for our future. So I have this whole philosophy that the theories we build and the way we describe reality should be have the largest breadth of possibilities for the future of what we can accomplish. So in some sense, it's not like Occam's razor is not for simplicity; it's for optimism or the kind of future you can build. And so I think you have to think that way when you're thinking about life and alien life, because ultimately we're trying to build. I mean, science is just basically our narratives about reality, and now you're building a narrative that is what we are as physical systems. And to me, it needs to be as positive as possible because it's basically going to shape the future trajectory of where we're going. And we don't use that as a heuristic in theory building because we think theories um, are about predicting futures of the world, not causing them. But if you look at the history of all of the development of human thought, it's caused the things that happen next. So it's not just about looking at the world and observing it, it's about actually that feedback loop that's missing, and it's not in any of those categories.
What do you think is the most beautiful idea in the physics of life, in the chemistry of life, in this through all your exploration of the assembly theory? What is the thing that made you step back and say this height is beautiful for potential?
For me, it's that the universe is a creative place. I guess I want to think, and whether it's true or not, is that we are special in some way, and it's not like an arbitrary added on epiphenomena or ad hoc feature of the universe that we exist, but it's something deep and intrinsic to the structure of reality. And to me, the most beautiful ideas that come out of that is that the reason we exist is for the universe to generate more things and to think about itself and use that as a mechanism for creating more stuff. Um, that's for me.
So that the life that this, however common it is an intrinsic part, is a fundamental part of this universe that we live in.
I think so. I mean, it's always interesting to me because like we have theories of quantum mechanics and gravity, and they're supposed to be like our most fundamental theories right now. And they describe, things like the interaction of massive bodies or the way that particles accelerate or all these kind of features. And and they're these really deep theories, and they tell us a lot about how reality works, but they're completely agnostic to our existence. And I can't help but think that like whatever describes us has to be even deeper than that. Um,
And I think incorporating memory, I guess,
yeah.
causality, whatever the term you want to use, into the physics is how it sounds to me.
That's the easiest way to do it. It's the cleanest. So here we go again with the physicist on the physicist. The clean. I was going to say the simplest, most elegant way of resolving all of the kind of ways that we have these paradoxes associated with life. And it's not that life is not current physics is not incompatible with life, but it doesn't explain life. And then you want to know where are the explanatory gaps. And this idea that we have an assembly that time is fundamental and objects actually are extended in time, a physical extent in time, is the cleanest way of resolving a lot of the explanatory gaps.
So I find I struggle with assembly theory for many years because I can see this gap. Um, and I think when I first met Sarah and we realised we were kind of talking about the same problem, but we understood nonetheless. It was quite hilarious, actually. It was quite annoying that we were talking about other people's sayings right. For me, the most beautiful thing about assembly theory is I realised assembly theory explains like like life is a universal development of memory, but not only that, forensically, I can actually go and measure it. And I was like, holy shit! We physically measured this thing, this abstract thing, and we could measure it. And not only could we measure it, but we can then start to quantify the causal consequences Because I mean, I think as a kind of inventing this together with Sarah at home team, I thought there was a high chance that we're doing science, and there's such a high probability we're wrong. And there's, and I remember kind of trying to go to hard physicists, mathematicians, complexity theorists, and everyone just kind of giving me such a hard time about it. He says, this is kind of, he says, you've just done this, you've just done that, you've just recapitulated an old theory. And I was unable, I lacked the language to explain, and I had to, it was a real struggle, but this realization that life, what life does, that physics cannot understand, or chemistry, is the universe develops from memory. It's causally actionable, and then we can measure it, but it isn't just a one thing. There is this intrinsic property of all the objects in the universe. Like I've said before, but me holding up this water bottle isn't any other water bottle, but it is the sum total of all the water bottles that have existed, right? And will likely change the future of water bottles and for other objects. So there's this kind of, so for me, assembly theory explains the soul in stuff. But
Modality.
But it's monology. It's not like Sheldrick's morphic resonance, where we have this kind of gooey thing permeating the universe. It is the interaction of objects with other objects. So some objects have more instantaneous causal power than life, living things, and some objects are the instantaneous output of that causal power, dead objects that are part of the living. And that for me is fascinating and really beautiful. And I think that even if we're determined to be totally wrong, I think it will help us help to hopefully understand what life is and go and detect life elsewhere or make life in the lab.
How does that make you feel, by the way? Does it make you feel less special because you're so deeply integrated, interconnected to the lineage?
I mean, okay, on one level, I just want to live my life as a scientist. I wanted to have this interesting idea just once, or an original idea. I mean, that it was like, so I think that was cool that we had this idea and we were playing with it. And I think also that I kind of, I mean, it took me ages to realize that Sarah had also had the same kind of was coming towards the same formulation, just from completely different points. Because but no, it makes me feel special, and it also makes me feel connected to the universe. It also makes me feel not just humble about being a living object in the universe, but the fact that it makes me really optimistic about what the universe is going to do in the future, because we're not just isolated, connected. I will be able to have, one of my small objectives in life is to change the future of the universe in some profound way just by existing.
Yes, profound is a strong.
It's also good. It makes me feel less lonely because I just realize I'm not like. I mean, I'm a unique assembly structure that has so much overlap with the other entities I interact with that we're not completely individual.
And yet, your existence does have a huge amount of impact on how this whole thing unrolls, on the future of it.
As individuals, yeah.
But I was going to say,
Local tactics of agency.
I think we all have a profound impact on the future, some more than others, right? All human beings, all life. And I mean, that's why I think it's privileged in the way sometimes to say, I think to some degree of ego and agency, minority like to think, well, we do this thing. But actually, it's just life. If you like, life's probably living to, if there is a God or there is a soul in everything, it's probably laughing at us going, I fool these guys by giving them ego. And they strive for this stuff. And look what it does for, the assembly space of the universe.
And there's always a possibility that things can't answer all of it. Separate intelligences.
It might be interesting. Let me ask you a bunch of ridiculous questions, and I demand relatively short answers. Lee, what's the scariest thing you've ever done? Or what's a scary thing that pops to mind?
Giving lectures, giving seminars is not terrifying.
Yeah, that is terrifying. I could, if I had more time, I would ask you about the most embarrassing thing or scary. What about you, Sam? Scariest thing?
Um,
Off the
much of my individual agency. I didn't feel like I had before, and that was just really like very like empowering, scary, like terrifying. Like you were living in a kind of one way for your whole life, and then you realize your life could be a different way. And
yeah, there is a between humans. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about love is the connection you have, but it's also the codependency and breaking that. Whether it's a
yeah,
mentor with your parents or
it's
your
almost like
friend.
waking up, like
Yeah,
just
it's
as a different
reinventing.
reality. Yeah, that was scary.
Reinventing yourself. Okay, if you could leave, maybe I'll intervene here. Sarah, if you could meet someone else for a day, someone alive today who you haven't met yet, who would you choose? That's see any meeting.
Kim Kardashian. No joke. The woman's brilliant. I
Yeah,
would just
she's
like to
right.
experience. Like I think she's got such an interesting and very deep understanding of her reality.
But you also say you have appreciation and love for fashion.
I do. But that's actually the thing. Like I just think it's really interesting because we live in a social reality which is completely artificially constructed, and some people are really genius about moving through that. And I think she's particularly good at
I
it.
wonder if she's good at understanding it or if she's
I think it's very deeply intrinsic to her. So I don't
right.
know if she
She's like slipping away.
how much cognitive awareness she has of it or how strategic it is. But I think it's super fascinating. So I guess I would just want to go with mine.
What about you? Who's someone you don't say Yosha Bach.
Don't say Kim Kardashian
Yeah, hey, say off the table.
off the table.
No, I was going to say I'd like to be exactly here today. I was going to say I'd like to be the latest ARM processor.
I'll give you.
I would like to be the latest ARM processor. I would like to understand. I would like to know what it feels like to basically.
You must be Muslim.
I like being. I've always obsessed with objects.
He doesn't want to be an archon.
I mean, I'd like to understand how I access my memory, what I access based on the connecting clock cycles.
What about how it feels like?
Yeah, I want to know how it feels like to
Yeah.
be.
To be useful.
To be.
Okay, thanks for that. All right. If everyone on Earth disappeared and it was just you left, what would your days look like? What would you do? Nobody else left to impress. Nobody, no, probably can't really do any science at scale. What would you do? What would your remaining days
Get
look like?
every possible tool I could and put it in my workshop and just make stuff.
So try to make stuff.
Try to make stuff. Make companions. I'll probably not making companions. Probably, yeah. Probably,
So in the physical space.
yeah.
What about you, Sarah? What would you, when you were just left alone on Earth? What
Are there animals in this
no,
kingdom?
no
Nothing.
living beings.
No plants?
No plants.
And I was gonna say I would try to walk the entire planet and travel fan land.
Well, that's true. So you probably don't know this stuff. You could be searching this time for other humans.
What would I eat?
It's if you just have daily just
No, but
allotment
I would just walk all the time.
exploring.
I don't know where I would. I would just walk. That's the
You're
thing
the
on my.
explorer.
I would just walk. And I guess I would make a goal of covering all of the entire Earth. What else are you gonna do with your time?
What's an item on your bucket list that you haven't done yet that you want to do?
Um,
Travel to space.
um, I don't know. You know, it's funny with my bucket list. I only know it was on my bucket list once I check it off.
So your bucket list is like a fog. It's like a mystery.
Yeah,
You're almost like doing it.
yeah, it's very subconsciously driven.
So it's in your subconscious, in the
I think
where
so.
you're bringing it to the surface.
I think most of the steering of our agency is in the subconscious anyway, so I just kind of go with the flow. But I guess, no, seriously,
Yeah, I get it. Like
I don't know. I guess, but I would like to go on a submarine, like surviving the ocean. I think that'd be really cool.
survive the ocean. Are you captivated by the mystery of the ocean?
I am. Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Dave? What item on your bucket list?
I don't have a bucket list. I'll just make one. I would love to take a computer to the moon or Mars and make drugs that be the first chemist to make drugs that work.
Drug manufacturer in space.
Drugs in
You're gonna
space.
have to be somehow like be able to habitate, like be able to survive on that particular space. Or like, what's the connection between being on Mars and being there?
I just would like to do that. I'd like to take the ability to have command and control over automatically offer to somewhere else in the
That just
universe.
seems like you like different, you know, outcomes.
Before I die, if I could,
You
that'd be
could
great.
travel to space.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd love to go to space, but not just to be a tourist. I want to take time to experiment in space and do a thing in space I've never done before.
That's a real possibility.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's why there's no point in listing things I can't do.
All right. What small act of kindness were you once shown that you will never forget? Small act of kindness, not big. Somebody was just kind to you. Somebody did something sweet.
When I was a PhD student, um, someone helped me out with just I was basically I needed a computer. I needed some power, computation power, and someone just took pity on me and helped me. I was really touched. I didn't have to, and they're actually quite they're a disabled scientist and had other things to do rather than help me run a PhD student. Gave me access, taught me all this stuff.
Yeah, actually, when you're a grad student or when you're a student, you're really a student. The younger it is, the better. The attention, the support, the love you get from the person, the teacher, stuff like that is just super powerful. Like with respect to the teacher, they might not realize the impact they have, but that little bit, those few words, looking to help them, have a lot of effect. What about you, Sarah? Somebody give you a free Starbucks at some point?
I love free Starbucks. I like it when you're like in the line at Starbucks and somebody buys your coffee in front of you and then you get it. I love those. That's not my example, but those are great.
Too. Yeah.
It makes me happy. And now my kids get all excited when we do it when we go in. We're the first ones in line doing it. But uh, I guess I kind of had a similar example about just being a student. So Paul Davies is very well known here at Massachusetts, and he was generous enough with his time and took me on as a postdoc. But before I became a postdoc, he invited me to a workshop at Arizona State University Radion Center and took a walk with me around campus just to talk about ideas after. And I think there were two things that were completely generous about uh, that. One is Paul's philosophy is always interacting with young people. Is like you interact with a mind in the room. It doesn't matter, how well known or whatever. It's like you evaluate a person for the person. And so, but he also gave me a book, The Eerie Silence, that he had written, and he wrote in it, "This is how EE gets to ET." Which was semantic-numeric excess, which I worked on as a PhD student, looking at order-normal chirality, all the way up to what the book was about, which was, are we alone in the universe? Is there any third and also life out there? And it was just so much about the questions I wanted to ask in this book. It was just everything about like it was just really really kind.
Like that it's okay to ask these questions.
Yeah.
And you can actually
Yeah, I mean, I
I'm
think
strong
like a
enough
lot
to
of my
answer them.
career includes basically encouragement to ask these questions. Like he gave me the space to do it in ways that a lot of his previous mentors had. I mean, I've had a good experience with mentors, but it was like go off the deep end, ask the hardest questions, and I think that's the best gift you can give somebody.
What would you? Because you're both fascinating minds and I would say, non-jaded in the best possible way. Is there advice you have to give young folks how to be non-jaded, how to stand out, how to generate knowledge?
That's what I want on my tombstone. I have to write it down.
He generated knowledge.
No, how to, not how to. How still. Um, I just love doing science, and so when I was younger, I was just wanted. I mean, I'm still not sure what science is, right? I want to try, but my advice to young people is just if you love asking questions, then don't be afraid to ask the question. What pisses people off? Because if you piss people off, you're probably asking the right question. What I would say though is don't do what I do, which is to piss everybody off. Try and work out how to, I think, if other people are challenged by your questions, you'll get not only respect, but people will create space for you because you're doing something really good. I really try to create space in my academic career, in my team, really try and praise them and push them to do new things. So my advice is try to do new things, get feedback, and the universe will help you.
Because the universe likes knowledge.
I think so.
love it. So I always tell people that they should do what they're most passionate about. But I think a flip side of that is that's when you become, in some way, like, not to sound cheesy, but like the best version of yourself. So I guess, like, for me, as I become more successful in my career, I feel like I can be more myself as an individual. And so there's this, I've always been following the questions I'm most interested in, which very early on I was discouraged from doing by many people because they thought they were unanswerable questions. And I always just thought, well, if no one's even trying to answer them, of course they're going to be unanswerable. And then that was kind of an odd viewpoint. But the more I found my way in that space, the more I also made a space for myself as a person, because you're basically generating the niche that you want to exist in. And so I think that's part of it, is not just to follow your passion, but also think about like who you want to be and create that.
Yeah. Who am I? Who you want to be? I mean, yeah, play tackle with it.
Yeah, who am I now? Who do I want to be now? But who do I want to be in the future? They're not decoupled.
Yeah, I always wonder that, like, if I become something, am I finding myself or am I creating myself?
Yeah.
And I think those are somehow the same kind of
Right.
thing. I do feel often like I was always meant to be this kind of thing,
Yeah.
but uh, that created or discovered, I don't know. It
Yeah.
basically goes like that direction. If you were abducted by someone,
Ooh, that's nice.
down a spaceship, there, and then they somehow figured out the language you speak,
Mm-hmm.
um, and ask you what are you, what explain yourself, not you, Sarah, but the species.
Oh.
What's life on Earth? Uh, like we don't have time. We're busy graduating from another planet.
Mm-hmm.
What what's interesting about human civilization? What's interesting about you? You specifically too. That could be very kind of personal and kind of pushy. Um, and yeah, how would you
I guess
begin to describe?
okay. I have one. Because I would say I self-identify as a scientist and a physicist, but intrinsically I feel more like an artist. But it's almost like you're an artist that you don't know what you're painting yet. And I guess I feel like that's humanity. Like in some sense, we're creating something I think is profound and does it very beautifully and exists in the universe. But we're just so naive, like not naive, but we're just early. We're early. We're young. We don't know what we're doing yet.
Yeah, what's the nuclear weapons would be the question. Like, what do you guys?
What are we doing with them?
Right, this creativity that you talk about sounds very
Yeah,
nice, but it seems
we're making things that are.
like very destructive and like rockets. It seems very aggressive.
Yeah, I know. This is my blinders on. I don't know. I mean, it goes back to the whole conversation about suffering. I have a hard time regularizing certain aspects of reality into what I want to envision, and that's obviously problematic. But nuclear power has also given us a lot of good things. So
Well, that's human nature. Both human beings and the technology we create has the capacity for evil and the capacity
yeah,
for
we
good.
can't all be good all the time. I mean, there's like this huge misnomer that you need to be liked by everyone universally, and obviously that's like an ideal, but it's physically impossible. You can't get a group of people in a room and have everyone like each other all the time. So I think that kind of tension is actually really important. That we have different aesthetics, different goals, uh, and and sometimes conflict comes out of that.
Speaking of which, do you and your boss have the same nice material, or is it always conflict?
We never have conflict. We argue, but I don't particularly arguments are bad. I mean, I think the problem I have, yeah, it's not a problem. I think
Here we go. He's not here to defend
no,
himself.
I don't necessarily understand I mean, just talking at such a high level. It's I'm a dimwit. I tend to. So I think a lot of our conflict is not conflict. We actually have. I think. I mean, I can't speak for the actually. I have a deep appreciation for it. It's brilliant. But I think I'm kind of frustrated in that I'm trying to. He thinks the universe is a computer, and I want to turn the universe into a computer.
Yeah, that's nice. So what would you how would you define your life if everyone was a human like this? Would you focus on the specifics of your life?
No. I would try and be as maddening as possible. It's like easy.
Oh, good.
my reasoning is if I wanted to stay alive, okay, so if the thing is like I wasn't going back to Earth and the job was to stay alive, if I could be as surprising as possible, they keep me around like a pet, right? Pet me on the alien
So you'd
spaceship.
be okay being a pet.
Well, no, but I mean,
The less humanness survives if you can be a pet to the alien.
I don't know, but I mean, I think that might be fun because then that might I might get some feedback from their crews. But
Let me ask you this question: given our conversation has a very different meaning, not more profound meaning perhaps, but would you rather lose all of your old memories or never be able to make new ones?
I would have to lose all my old memories.
So it's the novelty. What about you, Sarah?
I feel the same because I don't think like it's about the future experience, right? And in some sense, like you were saying earlier, most of our lived experience is actually in our memories. So if you can't generate new memories, it's like you're not alive anymore.
What comforts you on bad days? When you look at human civilization, or you look at your own life, what gives you hope? Makes you feel good about what we're doing, about life, and the small scale of you as a human, and the big scale of us as the civilization, maybe the big scale of the universe.
Children, my kids, but I actually meant in like a grand sense of like not a grand, but like future minds in some sense. So for me, like the most bleak movie ever, you know, people worry about apocalyptic things like AI existential risk and climate change was Children of Men. You know, the whole premise of the movie was there can be no children born on the entire planet. And the youngest person on the planet is like 18 years old or something. Like, can you imagine a world without children? It's just, it's harrowing. That's the scariest thing. So I think what gives me hope is always youth and um, the hope of children and the you know the possibilities of future they see, and they grow up in a completely different reality than adults do. Um, and I think we have a hard time seeing what their reality actually looks like. But I think most of the time it's super interesting.
Yeah, they have dreams, they have imagination, they have this kind of excitement.
Yeah.
It's so cool, so fun to watch. And yeah, you feel like you're almost getting in the way
Yeah.
of all that imagination. What about what gives you hope?
so when I go back to my 8-year-old self, the thing that I dreamed of my 8-year-old self was this world in which technology became programmable, the world of internet and unlimited information, and I would expand my consciousness by just you know getting access to everything that's going on. And it's happened in my lifetime. You really do have that. I mean, like shutting down Twitter and Twitter and whatever, all the bad things about social media. But I think, I mean, I can't quite believe my luck being born now. It's so amazing.
You get to program reality.
Yeah. And the thing I really find fascinating about human beings is their just how ingenious they are. I'm, you know, whether it's from my kids, my research group, my peers, other companies, just how ingenious everyone is. And I'm pretty sure humanity has or our causal chain in which humanity is a vital part of the future is going to have a lot of fun. And I'm just, yeah, it's just mind blowing just to watch. And you know, so humans are ingenious, and I hope to help them be more ingenious if I can.
Well, what gives me hope, what makes me feel good on bad days, is the existence of wild minds like yours, novelty generators, assembly structures that generate novelty and do so beautifully. And that's the beauty about it. Sarah, I really, really enjoyed talking to you. I enjoyed following you. I'm a huge fan. Sarah Lee, I hope to talk to you many times in the future and maybe with your Shabbat. You're just incredible people. Thank you for everything you do. You're awesome. Thank you for talking today. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's brilliant to be here.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sarah Walker and with me. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some quotes I've been thinking about. Two possibilities exist. Either we are alone in the universe, or we're not. Both are equally terrifying. And let me, if I may, add to that by saying that both possibilities can be both terrifying and exciting these two feelings in my heart. A fun way to explore, wonder, to think, and to live. Always a little bit on the edge of madness. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
You're good for rebounds. You knew?
We would come up to these rafts and these boats that were in really dire shape, and people would be pushed off, people would jump on, fall into the water, and some of them couldn't swim. And so we found ourselves in this moment where we had a choice. We could film someone drowning in front of us, or we could put our cameras down and pull them out of the water.
The following is a conversation with Sky Fitzgerald, a two-time Oscar-nominated documentary filmmaker who made the films Hunger Wars about the war in Yemen, Lifeboat,
Are the net result of war and intentional acts by leaders to starve entire populations. And that's the most deeply disturbing part to me. Um, you know your history, and we all know that, deeply embedded in the Geneva Conventions post World War II, the intent of one of those articles was to ban the use of starvation as a weapon of war because of what Hitler did during World War II. That's been reiterated multiple times over the years in international humanitarian law, including in 2018 because of the Saudi blockade over Yemen. And yet, to this day, starvation as a weapon of war continues to be used in Ethiopia, obviously in Ukraine right now, and in Yemen with the blockade over the country. And that disgusts me, that the law is in place, but it won't be enforced by the international bodies and the nation states that make up the international community.
So the starvation is a result of human actions, human decisions. That's especially painful to witness, I'd say.
For me, personally, yeah. I think that if you and I, sitting here, didn't eat for 3 days, and had to, lay our head on the sidewalk for a couple nights, I think we would take, hunger and homelessness a lot more seriously. And I think that's, for some reason, that's missing at this moment in history, tragically. And I think until we can generate enough empathy that's immediate for all of us to understand what that means to go hungry, I'm not sure we're going to sort of marshal the global food community to solve it.
I did just that, by the way, back in 3 days recently. It's fundamentally different, I think, because the thing that would be terrifying to me is not the fact of like the hopelessness at the end of it. The fact like I wouldn't know when the next meal is coming. But I always have the freedom to have the meal. The fear, not just your own ability to eat, to survive, but your family, your loved ones. That's the other thing I don't have. Children. So I feel like the worst suffering is watching somebody you love that you're supposed to be a caretaker of, that you can't take care of them. And if all of that is caused by leaders in as a weapon of war, that is especially painful. So um, how can we help? What are the ways to help? How do we alleviate this suffering?
Well, I think I think on the humanitarian front, we have to be aggressive and attentive and intervene in significant ways. And I think on the political front, we have to hold players accountable for their actions.
So the leaders that start the war. So when you say you have to speak up about the decisions and the humans making those decisions,
Yeah,
that lead to the
yeah.
starvation.
For example, just make it concrete. So, when I don't want to jump ahead, but when I was filming Hunger War in Yemen, um, I met a mother who, when she gave birth, weighed 70 pounds. The mother weighed 70 pounds. And so her daughter was starved in the womb, right? When she was born, she was born into a world with no breast milk, very little formula, right? So she was starved before birth. She was born into a world where she continued to be starved, right? By a mother who herself was starved. I watched that child, her name is Sela, die in front of me, right?
And we'll talk about many cases like these throughout history and going on today. Let's talk about Hunger Ward.
Yeah.
Let's dive in. You've been nominated for an Oscar twice. This is one of the times for a documentary. Can you please tell me what Hunger Ward, The Last Hope Between War and Starvation is about?
Hunger Ward is a short documentary that really is an attempt to illustrate the effects of the conflict on Yemen, specifically on civilians. And we document it in both the north and the south of the country because it's a bifurcated country. The south is held by the globally recognized government in the south, which up until last week was run by, at least on the surface, by President Hadi, holed up in Riyadh. He was essentially removed from office last week by, most people would agree, the Emiratis and the Saudis to put in place a presidential council. So we wanted to show that starvation was happening in very similar fashions, both in the south and the north. So, and we wanted to do this film because so few people in the West know anything about the conflict in Yemen, nor the U.S.'s complicity in it. And so my intent with the project was try to bring it to a larger Western audience as an attempt to intervene and change the political status quo, which allows the use of starvation in Yemen to continue.
So, U.S. complicity, who are the bad guys? Now, the world, unfortunately, cannot be painted in black and white, good guys and bad guys. But for the purpose of conversation, who is causing suffering in the world in this situation? Who started the war? Why? And then, of course, the roots of war go back in history.
Yeah.
But let's start at the top.
Well, there are bad actors and there are less bad actors, right? I mean, I think that's always the case in war. But
and everybody loses in war.
Yeah, I concur with that statement. In the case of sort of the status quo in Yemen right now, it's a completely asymmetrical war. And so the Saudi coalition, which is made up of primarily Saudi Arabia, the Emiratis, the United States, France, Britain, supplying weapons, but it's really driven and catalyzed by Saudi Arabia. And it's asymmetrical to a great extent just because of the incredible firepower by air that the Saudis use continuously to pummel northern Yemen. When I was there, the sheer volume of airstrikes is hard to describe, and we show the result of only one in the film, really. But it's an asymmetrical war. The de facto authorities of the north, Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthi rebel group, they don't have an air force, right? They have a drone force, but they don't have an air force. And so from a military standpoint, it's completely asymmetrical. The Saudis really don't commit troops to the ground. They use only proxies to fight on the ground.
What is the narrative they use to justify war? So there's a story on every side in war. Some of it is grounded in truth, some of it is not at all grounded in truth, also known as propaganda. What's the narrative used by the Saudis in this war?
The Saudi line is essentially that the Houthis are an illegitimate government, and that it's really a proxy war between Iran, who supports the Houthis nominally, and the rest of the world. That's the Saudi narrative. The reality is something altogether different. While the Houthis do receive support from Iran, this is a war started by and sustained by MBS in Saudi Arabia.
Who's MBS?
Mohammed bin Salman.
And who's?
He is the son of the ruler of Saudi Arabia.
What's his power? your sentiment?
Yeah, so I've never met him, and I likely will never meet him, hopefully. But he is. I know a lot about him through his actions, sort of in the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa region, and he is one of three, in my view, as an American sitting here in the U.S., three people in the world that I think has caused such an incredible volume of misery and suffering and murder on this planet that I think if he weren't around, the world would be a lot better place. And I'm not a violent person by nature, but there are three human beings that I think the world would be better off without.
Do you mind, before I ask other questions, mentioning the three?
Oh yeah, Assad is one in Syria, and that comes out of an earlier project that I did in Syria and Turkey. And what I saw Assad as a ruler do to his own people, and Putin would be the third. Those three human beings are murderers on a scale beyond imagining.
On MBS, are you able to think, as a documentary filmmaker, as a human being, as a scholar, as a thinker, with an open mind about a man like that, because he's an entrepreneur, and what that must feel like to be inside the mind of that man? So basically, consider his worldview. With most people, with all people probably, with people who do evil onto the world, they think they're doing good.
They're the hero of their own story.
Right.
Yeah.
And so to be able to place yourself, I feel like, for me, to understand a person, I have to literally, like the way actors kind of have to do, live inside the body of the person they're trying to study.
Inhabit the character.
Inhabit the person.
Yeah.
Are you able to do that, or because you are also studying the people who suffer as a result, as a consequence of their actions, you put them in a box, and you say, I hate the person in that box. They're going to move on.
This goes back to your black and white statement at the beginning, right? It's like the world as a whole, of course, is every gradation of gray, right? My background is theater, right? And so I was trained long before I picked up a camera to inhabit other characters, right? I have 2 degrees in theater. And so that level of sort of like walking in other people's shoes and trying to understand and empathize with their worldview is fundamental to how I live my life and how I do my work. So in the case of those three that I named, Assad, MBS, and Putin, yeah, I can go there and think through how they came to be who they are, right? From afar, right? And after I go through that process, I still don't think there's any way that one can justify what they've done.
We're going to talk about each of those people.
Sure. Well, I'm not an expert on any of them.
You're a human being, which
Yeah.
makes you a partial expert on human nature, because nobody's an expert. You're just as good as anyone else. Anybody who actually carries a camera and listens, and
that's where the hope is. That's where the hope is, right? You read the byline earlier, The Last Hope. And what I try to focus on in many of my films, including Hunger Ward, is in the very difficult context of war, and that's the case in Hunger Ward in Yemen. I look for hope, and I look for inspiration, and I do that through people who are doing incredible things under the most difficult circumstances. So when I set out to do a film about starvation in Yemen, right? I mean, just listen to that statement, word hope there, right? And yet, what I found, what I discovered was human beings that we could tell the story through who are incredible, inspirational human beings doing amazing things every day. One of those is Makia Baji, a nurse practitioner in the north of the country at a small rural clinic, and another is Dr. Aida Al-Sadi, who's a pediatrician in the south of the country. And so we chose to tell the story sort of through their experiences as caregivers, devoting their lives to try to save this entire cohort, this entire generation of children that's an incredible, difficult task, but equally inspirational to watch these human beings devote every minute of every day to save a child. I mean, in my view, nothing is more important than that action.
Maybe on that point, really quick. So there's suffering at scale, starvation at scale. The numbers. Maybe you can mention it. You haven't looked at the numbers in terms of people in starvation, but from a perspective of a nurse practitioner or a doctor, you're treating one person in front of you. So how do you make sense of that calculus? Of when there's a huge number of people suffering, and then there's just the person in front of you. Is that all we can do as humans? Is just to help one person at a time? Is that the right way to think and to approach these problems, or can you actually make sense of the numbers?
Speaking just as a human being, I think the scale of suffering is so great in Yemen that I think I'd be overwhelmed, right, if I focused on that scale. You've probably heard that a child dies every 75 seconds in Yemen from hunger, right? So we've been sitting here how long? 35 minutes or so. That's a good handful of children that have already passed away. So to overcome sort of, I think, that danger of psychic numbing, which can happen when you think about suffering on such a large scale, as a filmmaker, as a human being, I have to focus in on the individuals and those human beings in front of me. And I think that's exactly what Dr. Al-Siddiq and Nakia do to keep going each day. And one of the amazing things about these two healthcare providers that we showcase in the film is that they treat anyone who shows up, right? They don't have to have money. They don't have to have any resources. They just have to get to the clinic or the hospital. And it's incredibly moving to see sort of the flexibility of their thinking in terms of how they make that work. Nakia, for example, I saw in the north of the country. It's an incredibly rural clinic that she works at, so it's like a magnet for all the cases in the north of the country. People come from hundreds of kilometers away sometimes for specialty treatment of pediatric malnutrition. And one time I saw a child come in, and it was a male relative that brought this young girl in. And, just because of sort of the gender dynamics in Yemen, there had to be a parent or a relative there to stay with the child while they're at the clinic, and it was a male relative. And so, what many doctors in that instance would do would just turn them away. And instead, what Nakia did is she walked into one of the rooms, talked to one of the other mothers, and convinced them to become the temporary guardian, essentially, of this child until a female relative could arrive. So, she's flexible. She finds solutions rather than allowing the problems to deter solutions.
One child at a time.
Yeah, one child at a time.
You mentioned that you saw a child die in front of you. So when you're filming this as a filmmaker, what's that like? Psychologically, philosophically, creatively, as a filmmaker, as a storyteller? What do you do there? As a human and as a filmmaker? Well, what's that whole experience like? Because you get to, like you said, you take it through the whole journey of a starving mother giving birth to a starving child.
It's not something I want to film. It's not something that I certainly wanted to happen or seek out, but it happened. And the sad truth is that it happens every week in that hospital. And so when it happened in this instance, I felt incredible responsibility to do justice to that reality, to acknowledge that a child had just died of starvation, related causes, and to find some way, if the parents wanted us to integrate that into this story we bring back to a Western audience. And I've filmed many different things over the years. love filming, and I didn't love filming Hungerlord. It was not a process that I enjoyed on any way, shape, or form, sadly, because of the content. Because who wants to watch a child die in front of them? I don't, but I did, and I had to. And when that happened, I felt an incredible responsibility again to go deep, right? To go deep with that family, to tell the story of this hospital with every sort of ounce of focus and talent that I could bring to the story, because people should know that children are dying of starvation right now as we sit here, and that doesn't have to happen, and it is happening because of political dynamics that we can intervene in.
Is there times you wanted to walk away, quit the telling of the story, come back to the United States, where you just appreciate the the wonderful comfort you can have just sitting there and having food and freedom to do whatever you want, those kinds of things. Doesn't have to be in the United States, and
Yeah.
in a lot of places in the world.
Well, that dynamic of sort of like survivor's guilt, on some level, definitely exists. One of the hardest things about filming Hungerboard actually was eating, right? Because you were in these malnutrition clinics. They're called TFCs, therapeutic feeding centers, where over a long period of time, children lost the ability to eat normal food, right? And couldn't digest it, and just were literally starving, and the practitioners were trying to bring them back to a state of thriving. But to leave those clinics, right, and to go to our camp or to go to our hotel, and then to have access to food, right, because we could buy food on the streets and in the hotels. I mean, it was a very intentional act throughout the course of the shoot to look at a piece of bread, to look at a bowl of rice, and think about that child in the TFC, and think about how the privilege of having that bowl of rice that I could eat and digest. So it certainly every day helped me appreciate, right, the privilege I had.
Every bite you take.
Every bite, absolutely. And so I wouldn't call it guilt. It wasn't exactly guilt, but it was definitely mindfulness, right? About
Meditate on the suffering of people who
yeah,
who can't.
that's right, exactly. So that knowledge sort of it was catalytic in some ways. It sort of moved us forward, really wanting to shape the most powerful story we could, because we were surrounded by so much suffering every day.
How did that filming that movie change you as a man, as a human being? You filmed a few different documentaries. That one is a heavy one. When you think of the person you were before you filmed this, and now when you wake up every morning and look yourself in the mirror, how is that person different?
Every documentary I do changes me in a different way. Like I am not static in that sense, right? I'm preformed. It's like I change with every project, because so many of them are difficult and challenging, right? And so in order to do them, I have to allow myself to change and be changed by them. In the case of Hunger Ward, you may remember the girl Emema, who's the 10-year-old girl who we showcased in Aden, in the south of the country. And we were there when she was admitted to the hospital, and when she was admitted, this 10-year-old girl weighed 24 pounds, and she could barely stand up. And
Hello,
we started,
and welcome to
with
RabbiRothschild
information
Rabbi
with families, we
My
started
name is
to
Matt.
document
Thank you for listening.
her
Before we
treatment,
get started this week, I'd like to
just
address
see
something that
what
I
would
said
happen
last
with
week.
this young
It's
girl
in
who
regards
was
to
so
when I was
severely
talking about the origin of the
malnourished.
dollar sign.
And we
What I
watched
said at
her
the time
being
was that the
treated
dollar
by
sign originated
the
from
nurses and the
a symbol
doctors
on a piece of paper, which
in
represented
Sadaka
the toes of
Hospital.
Hercules
And
speaking to
slowly,
Odysseus,
over the course
and
of
the
a
hemispheres
couple
of the
weeks,
globe
we
represented
saw
by S.
her change.
Now, this
We
is a
saw
theory
her
that has
start
been
to sort of
postulated by
gain
many
strength
historians, and
and start to
really,
recover.
the symbolism is
And
just too
she
vague.
also watched
Unfortunately,
the
it's too
caregivers
good to be true.
very carefully.
A listener who goes by the
And
name
I
of
watched
Homeopathic
her about 2.5 weeks in her treatment, we walked into a room and I saw her
Yeah, dog.
offering a
That
caffeinated
very well
water
could be. It
to
happens. I blame
another
Zoot.
younger child who was also starving.
I'll blame Zoot too.
He's got us going till 4 in the morning, and I also he's got us going till 4 in the morning. I don't know why Riser doesn't come in at an earlier time, but I don't know. Um, then those games get fucking intense. We play for like 2 or 3 hours, and you know how it is. Um, yeah. And then the thing is like I can't get my sleep right, so I keep like keeps getting longer and longer and longer, and I know that what I just need to do is just stay up for an entire day, and then go to sleep at night, and that always works for me to get my schedule back, at least within a couple of days. So we'll see uh,
Yeah.
how it goes, but yeah, I totally get that.
Right? The shop's actually in the film, and so to see both Layla, this child who's starving,
And that goes to
giving
explain the
sustenance to a
single
younger,
slash dollar sign.
more
However,
vulnerable
the
child who
consensus
is
among
also
historians
starving,
seems to be that it was much
feeling
more simple
immediately,
and less
right?
symbolic
So
answer
I
than that.
saw
There was a shorthand
her
used to represent a Spanish
learn
peso,
from the
which was a
caregivers
large
around
P
her,
followed by a very
right?
small
And as a
S, which
human
eventually
being,
was
as a
merged into
filmmaker,
P and
I was
S, and then
incredibly
eventually
inspired
just
by
the S
Elena.
line
That
from right.
capacity for
This
compassion
is
is there.
generally
Even
accepted to
in
be
a
the
10-year-old girl who's
origin of
starving,
the dollar sign
right?
by
And
most
so
historians,
you
so
ask
I
what
just have
came
to
to
jump
me.
in from that.
That's one moment,
If
right?
anybody out there
Rather than
has
being
any
crushed by
questions or
such
concerns
heavy
about anything
content,
that I
it was
say, I urge
actually
you
the
to get in
opposite,
contact with
where
me. Either leave
I
a
came
comment
away
on the
inspired
episode
by a
at
10-year-old girl.
higherhistorypodcast.com,
And
or
you know,
you can email
I
me
didn't
at
anticipate that. Like, you think
higherhistorypodcast
that's
at
what this content would
gmail.com.
do, but it's what it
We
did.
can take all of your questions
It
upon receiving this.
reinforced
Again,
for me
I'd like to address any
sort of
issues
this
that may come
incredible
up that. And once
capacity
again,
we
let
all
me thank
have as human
Pokemon for bringing this to
beings,
my
right?
attention. Now,
To do good,
without further
right?
ado,
To even
let's
within
get
the
to
most
episode
difficult
number 4,
circumstances,
Old
to
Europe
choose
on Fire.
who you become and
Today
what
we're
you
going
do.
to be talking about
And
the Catholic
and a
Church,
10-year-old girl
the
taught me that
Reformation
in a really
in
important
Europe,
way.
Germany,
Were you able
Switzerland, his
to
fellow Low Countries, namely England.
feel
And we're going to be
the
talking about
culture,
the
the
political
people,
upheaval that this caused,
the
as well as
language
the
barrier,
spiritual and
being able to
social
break through
effect
the
that this
language
had on the
barrier, the
lives of
culture
the people
barrier,
living in
you
these
know, to
countries.
understand the people,
Perhaps, though,
you know,
a bit of explanation is
because
required.
even the suffering
This
has
is,
language,
after all, a show
swords,
about high
depending
seas
on where you
adventure
are.
and
You know,
swashbuckling
people joke
piracy,
about
and
things,
so far we've
the way
talked
they
about
cry,
exploration, a lot
the
of
way,
politics, and today we're going to
this
be
is an
getting
interesting
into
thing I actually
religion.
want to ask
And
you
as
this
we all
morning.
know,
I'm asking so many
politics and
questions.
religion are two topics that are not quite
I
popular
find
on
that
YouTube.
people, you know, I've been talking
So
to
why are we
people in
going into
Ukraine
this?
and
Well,
Russia,
of course, religion
in
has been a
general,
key factor in the lives
gotten
of
a chance to
essentially
talk to
every
people
person in every society that's
facing
ever existed
trauma
on
in their
Earth.
life.
But for the
And
pirates in the Caribbean
there's a
around the
humor
beginning of the 1700s, it
they
wasn't only an
have
important
about
force, it was a
trauma
contentious one.
and hard
Because of the
times.
events we're going to be
Yeah.
talking about today,
It
there
depends
were
on the
two
culture, of
rival
course.
factions of
Certainly in
Christians
Russian-speaking
in
folk.
Europe, but also in the
I mean,
Caribbean. And in Europe, you had
the more suffering
national
is
boundaries
experienced, for
that
some
were
reason,
far fewer.
the more they
You
joke
knew
about it. It's
that if
almost
you were
like
in, say, parts of
they're able
what
to
would
see
become
something
Germany,
deep
you could
about
be safe if you were
humanity
just moved
now
over
that
to
they have
part of
suffering,
France
and they're
and
able
live
to laugh
peacefully.
at the absurdity and the
However, in the
injustice of
Caribbean,
life.
you
And
could be
you
on
can
an
also
island
say it's a way
that was
for them to
owned by
deal with
the
it.
English
But
and be
that
safe from the
humor
odds. But
was a
it could be
kind of
merely a couple days
profound,
sailing away, even less,
like,
from an area that was controlled by
understanding within
Catholics,
it
who likely wanted your head
about what it
because of
means
the
to be
religion you
human. That
followed.
I just, and then
Beyond that,
you really
there were
understand it, you have to
many
know the
actual
language. And
wars and
I guess
conflicts
I'm
that weren't
asking,
called wars
were you
during this
able to
time,
really
but were
feel
based entirely around the issue of religion.
humans on the other side of
And
the war?
so many of
I'd
these
like to
Catholic
think
and
so. I
Protestant
mean,
sailors and
as you noted,
soldiers had a
there are
deep-seated hatred
universals
for
in
people
life
on the
that
other side.
transcend
Many people
language,
that we're going to
right?
be
And
talking about in
suffering
a very
is
short amount of
suffering.
time, people like
Love
Sir
is
Francis
love.
Drake and Captain
Compassion
Henry Morgan,
doesn't
and
take
even
its
on to
own
people like Benjamin
language,
Franklin.
right?
Well, they were
It's through
people who saw
actions. And
themselves
so,
not as
was
pirates,
there
but
language
as
barrier?
people on a
Absolutely,
religious and
right?
political
And
war
you try to bridge
against the
that
other side.
through other means
So, for the
and
people
sort of
who were
universal emotions
engaging
and
in
experiences.
piracy in the
Absolutely, that's
Caribbean,
one of the things I always think about
religion was
when
a
I'm
highly
filming
important factor.
is how do
And
we
here is
distill
where all
down to
that fun could start.
universals, right?
I'd like to introduce that
Through
conflict with a
imagery,
quote
right?
from Winston
Through
Churchill.
through the
This
vocabulary of
comes
cinema,
from his
because I believe so
multi-volume
deeply
work,
that
A History of the
that
English-Speaking
vocabulary should be
Peoples,
visual.
This
So
is
the
from
words,
Volume
what's
2
the
of
most
that book,
powerful way
subtitled
to express
New.
the universal?
Quote,
Is it
"We
visual
have now
or is
reached the
it
dawn of what is called the 16th
language
century,
or
which means all the years in the
ideas
100
maybe?
years that begins with 15.
And we're talking
The
about the
name is
human
inevitable in
face
English,
or
but
the
confusing.
face from the
It
body,
covers
and
a
we get
period in
two
time in
actions
which
as well.
extraordinary
Actually,
changes
the
affected the
dynamic.
whole
I'm
world.
thinking about a
Some
woman
had
named
been on the
Salma
move for a long
in the
time,
north.
but sprang
Great
into full
name,
operative force
but
after this moment. For
you
200
see
years
her
or more, the
multiple
Renaissance had
times
been stirring the
throughout the
heart and
film, and
spirit
she's
of Italy,
basically the
and now
matron of
came
war
forth
in
the
the
visible
South,
revival of the
and
traditions of
she's the
ancient Greece
gatekeeper
and
for
Rome,
wars, and no
insofar
one
as
enters
these do
that
not
war.
affect the foundations of the
She's
Christian faith.
literally the gatekeeper
The
of the
popes
world.
had, in the
So no
meanwhile,
one
become
comes in
temporal
unless
rulers,
Valha
with the
allows them
lusts
to,
and pomps of other
right? But
potentates.
then she
Yet they
also
claimed to
gives
carry
sort of
with
like
them the spiritual power as well.
the
The
first
revenues
point
of
of
the church were
contact
swelled
for
by the sale of
compassion for people.
indulgences, to a
So
rich purgatory
when
both for the
mothers
living
and
and the dead.
families are
The
admitted,
offices of bishop and
she
cardinal were bought and
forms
sold, and the
relationships
common people taxed
between the
to do
moms
the
and the
dirty work.
grandmothers who send them
These and other
who are
abuses
admitted
in the
and
organization of the
there
church
no
were
more.
widely
And
recognized and much
she does it
resented,
through
and
hugging.
as yet they went
Right?
uncorrected.
She does it through bringing
End
them
quote.
food,
Hmm.
right? And she
What an
forms
excellent
these
quote.
really
They
rather
really give
quickly
just the
deep
perfect introduction to
relationships
everything that we're going to be
of
talking about,
compassion for
and it sums
families.
up almost
And
every
so
point that I'm going to try to touch on.
it's amazing to watch.
However,
And
there is
no
one
language
key
is
thing
needed,
that can be
right, to
obvious.
bear witness to
It
this.
doesn't go into any detail
And
about
she also
the role
suffers
that the church
because of
played
that.
in Europe
Right? And
during
so
the Middle
at
Ages,
near the end of
which
the
I
film,
think is
if you
kind of
recall,
important to understand today students,
when
grade schoolers.
when another
The Catholic
child
Church
dies
was, during
and
the
the
time of
mother
the
is
Roman Empire,
wailing,
part of
we
a
actually cut
triad
away to
called the
Salha,
Empire.
who's in the
There was, of
hallway,
course,
who
the Roman
walks into
Church.
another room
There was the
and begins
Roman
sobbing.
imperial bureaucracy,
She's not a
and then there
family
were the
member,
legions.
but she has
But
a
when the fall
deep
of Rome came,
relationship
really
that
those other
family
two
that
pillars
she
besides the
forged as
church
soon as they
fell
stepped
away.
into the world.
The church was
So
left
that's
all her own
universal,
way,
right?
trying
To
to clinch
see
its spiritual
a
needs
woman
in its flock,
weep
without any support at all.
because a child has
It would
died,
have to work
even if
from
they're not
scratch
related
to
to them.
build that
That's
family.
a
It did so
universal
by
sort of
allying
emotion
itself
and
with various
experience we can all
tribes who
relate
were
to.
vying
So
for
that's what I
control
mean
of the
by
European continent.
visual
There were
vocabulary.
some
And it's especially
very
powerful
big
because
lines, such
it's
as the one
someone
between a
that's
prince
kind of
and the
suffering,
Catholic
and
Church that
she's
hung
still
creating what we know today as the Holy
maybe
Roman
she's
Empire.
looking for some
It
callous
even
to
managed to
be able
hold
to
on quite strongly
live
in
in the
some
world
cases,
day to day,
but in
but it's
Gaul,
still
in the former province of
there's still an
Hispania,
ocean
located in the
underneath
Iberian
the
Peninsula,
ice.
even
She's
in
kept her heart
Catania,
open
which was what
despite
was
all
going
the
to be
pain
the
that she
empire to
sends
the
and
north,
feels
and
every
that
day.
was
Somehow
subsequently
she's a human being
invaded
saying,
by
well, you that was still living
heathen
in the
barbarians, the
period, right?
Anglo-Saxon
She
invasions,
still
which
allows
threatened to
herself to
wipe
be
out the Catholic
vulnerable.
Church their entire lifetime, to
And
hold
maybe
on
that's why
and
she can
ally
do what she
themselves
does.
with people who were likely to come along and somehow
What lessons do you draw from
always
other
be
families
fearful.
in history? So,
Now, of course, the Catholic Church was
for
also
me
wrong.
personally,
They had
that's my
really the
family,
only schools
and
to
one of the
conduct
great
them in.
families in
If
history
you were going to get any sort of
in
form of
Ukraine,
doctoral
Ottawa
training,
in the
it was going to
30s,
be a church facility.
32,
They
33,
would also
right?
have
So,
a
yeah.
massive
For Stalin.
communications network
Maybe you can
between
speak to the
dioceses that
universals of
if
the
any of
suffering
these
here.
strong men who intended to be king or to actually rule, they
What
were going to need to make
lessons
use
do you
of that
draw
communications
from
network.
those other
Perhaps even
families
the most
if
important
you
point
look to
was
them,
the
or in
Roman
general a
Church
family that
had on their
are
side the Roman
manufactured by the
gods.
decisions of,
Many of these
let's say,
barbarians were,
authoritarian
before this,
leaders?
pagans, following perhaps the Norse religion. They would have made sacrifices to Odin and Thor. But their enemies, the people they were fighting, were
Famine
frequently
doesn't have
people
to
making
exist,
sacrifices to
or
the
the
same
bulk of
two
famines
gods.
famines on this
So
planet,
if they
I
could
believe, don't have to
ingratiate
exist,
themselves
and
with the
most of them,
church, then they would
or at
have
least
the
a good
ear
number of them, are
of the god of
manufactured
Rome,
by the
the
leaders
god who would help to build the
that
most powerful
choose to
empire in the
use
world
famine
that
as a weapon,
these Germanic
right?
peoples have never
And
been able to conquer.
Ukraine is the,
And it seemed to work
one of
out
the obvious
because
examples
peoples who
right
had
now.
allied themselves
You know,
with the
with
church
siege
usually wound up
tactics
on
that
their
are
side.
happening in different
And
parts of the
in
country.
many cases,
And
these kingdoms that they began are the foundations for many of the
we
more
build
sovereign countries even
international
today.
humanitarian law for a reason,
The church was
right?
central
Many
in
years
this
ago,
work.
and it
However,
continues to be
the
written
church
to
had
this
to
day.
ingrain
And
itself
it's
into the
there
civilization
to
of Europe.
prevent what's happening
They
in
had to make
Ukraine right
themselves
now. It's
indispensable
there
to the
to
European
prevent
way of
what's been
life.
happening in Yemen
And they
for
did so
several years.
in a fantastic
And yet
way.
there
The
hasn't
church
been
was
any
there
peace in
at
that.
every major life event you
But
had.
that's what
When you
disturbs
were
me,
born,
is
the
that
church was there baptizing.
we
When
can
you were married,
see
the church was
how
there
these
marrying. When
famines
your
are being
children were born,
used
they were there to
as
baptize your
weapons in
children.
war.
And when you died,
And yet
the church was there
we
to
are
bury you.
sort of using the levers of
Not
power
only
that
was the church
exist
central to the lives of
in order
the
to,
people, they were
I
central to
think,
the
sort of
aristocracy
call
as
out
well.
in
See,
important,
people in
powerful
Spain
ways those
and
who are
the Holy
causing them,
Roman Empire
and
didn't
to
speak
make
the
sure
same
that
language.
we hold them
However,
accountable
they were able to
on the global
communicate
stage.
by
Now,
using
to
the
some
Latin.
extent, that
They
seems to
used
be
Latin,
happening
the
in
language of Rome,
Ukraine in a
because
way
that
that
was
hasn't
taught
happened
in the
for
church
a long
schools.
time, and that
So
gives me
really,
hope,
they had
right?
recreated
And yet,
those three
I don't
pillars of the
think we've
Roman
done
Empire.
enough.
The church still
And I
existed,
think
but they
the
had
National
recreated
Community needs to
government,
do far more than we are
improved the
looking at
armies of
it
these different
in
nations. They
Ethiopia
had recreated the
and in
legions,
Ukraine
which they
right
could
now.
call upon at any time if they
There's
needed to
certain
defend
kinds of things
themselves
that
or
captivate
go fight the
the
Muslims
global
in
attention,
a crusade.
and it seems like
It's
starvation
not
is
to
not
say that there
always one
wasn't
of
a
them.
time of that. There definitely
For some
was.
reason, murder
Even at the
and
outset
destruction
of the Holy Roman Empire, the
gets
first
people's
major
attention more.
alliance, the
The
leader of
death,
the
of
Holy Roman
course,
Empire,
is easy to
Charlemagne, was
enumerate,
in constant
but
conflict
it's
with
the
Rome,
suffering that's the
vying for
problem.
control.
Yeah,
The
you
Holy
know,
Roman
when we
Empire
went to
has had a
film
great
Hungerlord,
tradition
that
of
was one
conflict
of
with
the
Rome.
creative
One of
questions
the
that I
later
was really
Holy Roman
concerned about,
emperors, Frederick
because
Barbarossa,
starvation,
he even went so far as to
it's not
elevate
a
the
quick
personally
action,
chosen Pope of his
right?
own
It's a
in
long,
defiance of his emperor.
slow,
He didn't like
insidious
the way that the
process,
Roman
right?
Pope
Just
would
like
run
hunger,
prisons,
right?
which was
And yet,
exactly
when you're hungry,
what the Roman Church
right,
had become.
it
A
takes you
business.
over.
You
It
could go so
becomes the
far
most
as to consider
important
all the
thing,
nations of the earth
right? It's
subsidiary
absolutely
companies
fundamental
to
to
their parent
life. It's
company,
like
the Catholic
drawing breath.
Church, and the Pope
And so I
resides seated
really,
there. And the
before
church
I filmed
thus
Hungerlord,
lead people
I
extremely
struggled to
wealthy.
sort of
They
answer
owned
how
massive
we
tracts
could
of land
creatively
from which they
approach that,
collected
because,
rent.
you know,
They
someone
collected
sitting in a
forced
clinic,
payments from every
right,
citizen in Europe.
starving,
Now you
or
might
being
prefer to
reduced
pass
to
as unhappy
starvation,
given
you
where
know,
you live. However,
that's a pretty
the period
static
was a
scene, right?
post-tax. You had to give a
And
certain amount of
what we
money.
found was that
And
because
if
of the
you were
volume
able
of
to give a certain amount of
cases
money,
and
it wasn't
because of
just
the
your soul
nature
that
of
was on
sort
the
of
table. The secular
how
authorities were taken
quickly
care of. Your life could very well be
people
taken
were coming and
due
going, is that
to
it
how well
was
the
more
church was
dynamic than
doing.
we anticipated.
The church and its popes had
And there's
developed
something
really
also about starvation.
expensive tastes.
You get tired.
Throughout the Middle
It's
Ages,
almost like
popes had grown wealthier and
you're quiet
wealthier,
about
and
things.
they even started fighting to keep the
Like,
papacy a family or dynastic
and by
tradition.
the way, there's
They had
something about when I think about
palaces that these
dark
families
times.
owned.
I mean,
They had
you'll hear me talk
extraordinarily
about
large
those
quantities of
animals.
gold.
I don't know what
Popes
that
had
is.
mistresses, and they even threw
That's
parties that
almost
would
like,
make even the most decadent Roman emperor
it's
blush.
almost like you
Despite the
have
fact that
to
they were making
kind of
huge amounts
laugh
of money,
at,
they needed to raise revenues.
can't help but
And
laugh
they
at
decided
like
to do that through the sale of
the
indulgences.
injustice and the cruelty in the world and how that helps survive
I
people with it.
imagine most of
Like
the
I see this all the time.
However, there was
Like
another
when
issue.
you're struggling, you
An
can't feed your
indulgence was a
family,
purple
you lost
decree
your
that
home.
allowed your soul
The
to
last
move
thing you
past
have
purgatory
is
and
jokes
enter
about
hell.
yes, it's
Purgatory
like
is where,
the fucking man fucked me
when
over
you die,
again,
according to the
and there's
church,
jokes all
your
around
soul is
that,
bound either for hell or
and then
heaven.
you
Either
laugh
to
and
burn
you
or
drink
live in
vodka
paradise.
and you eat booze
However,
and
to get to
I don't know
hell,
what that
you
is.
had to turn
I don't
pretty
know what that
early to
is.
sin, or
Gallows
those
humor,
immortal
right?
sin, something
It's a way of
defiantly against God.
I think,
For
simultaneously
the rest of us
acknowledging
who had
and
committed
allowing yourself
mortal
to move
sin,
forward,
we were
right?
going to go to
Beyond the
heaven.
pain
But
and the
first,
suffering.
we had to have our
So you
earthly
mentioned
sins
Ukraine, you
purged.
mentioned Syria.
And that was done
What are your
in that place
thoughts
called purgatory.
about
My
the
favorite
humanitarian
description of
crisis
purgatory
and
is
generally the
probably
suffering
the one with
that's
my father,
resulting from the
Rabbi
war in
Eliezer.
Ukraine?
Well,
He
first off, I think the
envisions
conflict is just
purgatory
going to
as a
exacerbate,
a mountain
sort of
spiraling up towards
the
heaven.
global challenge we have
After death, your soul went to that
with
mountain of
displacement,
purgatory,
right?
and while it
The last
ascended that mountain to get to
for
heaven,
the GI
it
did was
underwent
about
several
displacement
trials, 7 of them,
to
in
a great
fact,
extent due
that
to
were
war.
intended to
And,
purge away the
this
7 deadly sins,
displacement of human
so that
beings,
when you
regardless
got
of
to
the
the top
cost.
and were able to enter
And
heaven,
that is going
your
to
soul would be
have a
clean
ripple
enough to
effect
bask in the glory of God.
across the globe
So
for
purgatory
many years
wasn't
to
a
come,
particularly
regardless
nice
of
place.
the
It wasn't as bad as hell,
today.
but it wasn't a
So
place
there's
that you
that.
necessarily
That's going to
wanted to
set up
be.
a whole nother
So
strain
the church
on sort of
had these indulgences
the
that
global
the Pope could grant to you that would allow your soul
resources
to
that
skip
come
over
into play
that
to deal
unpleasant
with
step in this
refugees.
purgatory.
There
At
was
certain
something like a
times,
million
the church was known
displaced
to
people on
sell
this
these
globe prior
indulgences
to the
for
Ukrainian
money.
conflict,
This
right?
was the Rome, a Rome
Probably
of
know the numbers
lavish
better than I
luxury
do in
and
terms of
extreme
what the
decadence,
current
a Rome
estimates
that was
are
seen
for
by many
displacement
to
from
be
Ukraine.
swindling
War
the
to
Polish
16
So
by
what
lying
we
to
up
them
to now,
about being
70
able to get them
degrees,
into heaven for
74
money.
million
This
individuals on
was
this
the Rome
planet now
that at the end of a very
are
long journey
displaced.
was first
That's a
encountered
significant amount.
by Martin Luther.
I wish that the
Martin
levers
Luther
of
was one
power
of tens of thousands
were
of
used
people that make a
differently in
pilgrimage to
situations
Rome
like
every
Ukraine
year,
and
many of
Syria,
them
for
members of
example.
the clergy in an effort
Right.
to
So,
bring
I mean,
themselves
what is the leverage
closer to
point?
God.
Well,
But
military
nevertheless,
mindedness,
they
take
do
that
strongly on
for
the
one.
advice of a higher
Right.
level
So,
resort who had suggested he do so because one
I
evil is overshadowing the other.
have always felt, after
He
working in Syria and
always
Turkey,
found himself
that
somewhat distant from the
we
presence of God that he had
completely
hoped
missed
to
our
feel.
opportunity
In fact, Martin Luther
as a
found it
player
very
on the
troubled
global
usage.
stage with
His
military
father was a
capabilities
member of a
to
growing middle class of
prevent
Germans who, by all accounts, was not
the
very
killing of
happy.
hundreds of thousands of
However, he
civilians
did
in
send
Syria.
his son Martin
We had the
off to the
ability, and
university, to a
we
very
didn't
respectable
leverage that
university where he
ability.
was
You know,
supposed to
the
train to
fact
become
that
a lawyer.
I talked
And for
with
a while, he
so many
and a lot of those skills that you learn there
Syrians
would wind up
very
serving you
close
well
during
later
that
on in life.
project who
But
told me their
after
stories
running up
of
the plague, in which many of
living
his
in their
friends died,
house, right?
they knew
And
that
having
experience on a
a
lonesome
civilian
road going a
helicopter
very violent
fly over
direction.
their house
Martin
and
Luther
drop
decided to
a
dedicate
55
himself to
gallon
God.
drum full of
However,
explosives
after
and
becoming a
shrapnel
monk and going through all of those
on
ordeals, he
in
never
their
found himself
neighborhood
truly in the presence of
over
God. He never
and over
felt
and
God's
over again.
love. Well, the
Not
church taught him
focused on
that to
his,
feel God's love,
military
there were three ways
targets,
about it.
only
One
meant
was
to
doing
kill
good
and
works,
instill
which were
fear,
good works pleasing to
right?
the church, things that
And
the church
really in the
supported him to
conflict,
do.
you
The
could have
other
stopped
was
that,
through suffering and
right?
pain.
Before
And
Russia
Martin
got
Luther,
involved,
with plenty of good
could
works,
have
but also
intervened and created a
undertook
no-fly
suffering and
zone
pains on a level
that
that
was
We, the United States,
we, the United States,
dangerous.
or a
He would
coalition
wear
that we
those
were a part
four-square
of,
shirts with
grabbed.
that
So we didn't
prayer
do
on the
it,
inside
and
and
we
a
could have.
determined
And I think
copper
that's an
revolver
example
belt.
where we
He
have the
would
military
flagellate
capabilities really
himself
to actually
until
be
he
really
had
good
nearly broken
in a
down.
situation like that,
More
and
than
we could
once,
use
his
these for
brothers
those
would call
purposes.
upon him
And
from
that
the
I think
cold as he
that's
was
what the
outside,
military ought to
nearly
do
and nearly
well beyond just
freezing to
defending our
death,
borders
trying
is
with
to
all of his might
say that
to
we
feel the
contribute to
presence of
that
God
power
for
force.
himself.
what do you
Of
think
course,
about the power
Martin Luther
of
never
the
did
military
feel
versus the
God
power of
or
sanctions
in his
versus
heart.
the power of conversation?
So it was suggested that he take his brother
They're all
Richard
different tools,
into
right?
Egypt
To be
and to
used
collect
at different
termites
moments. But
to get
if
from his
if
monastery to
words
Rome.
fail,
But upon arriving in
if
Rome,
sanctions fail,
this was the height
right?
of
I
the
think
autonomy
there
of
are
Islam.
moments in history
When he
where
arrived in
power is
Rome,
justified,
literally,
right?
Michelangelo was
And I think
painting the
Syria
roof of
was
the
one of them.
Sistine Chapel.
I think when barrel bombs
Raphael was painting the
were
hopes of peasants and
dropping
decorating them in
on civilian
lavish
neighborhoods
ways.
for months and months and
There
months
were
with
some of the greatest
no
artists and
intent to
thinkers
do
and
anything other than
architects of
kill
all time
Syrian
living and working
civilians.
in Italy,
That's when
especially in
it's,
Rome, at
I
this
think,
time
where
Martin Luther
might is
died.
justified
Not
to
only
shoot
was
those
Rome
helicopters out of the
culturally
sky.
But
significant
here's
to
the
Europe in a
difficulty.
way that Martin Luther was
Talked
only
about
beginning to
Yemen.
grasp. This
Where's
was
the
the
line
center of church in the world. This
between
was the
good
center
and
of
evil
God's
and for
house.
U.S.
This was where
intervention
God was closest
in
to you. He
different
spoke
countries
directly to the people.
and
The
conflicts
leader
in the
of the
world?
Catholic Church, to which Martin
It's
Luther
easy
had
to look
dedicated
back
himself.
10, 20, 30
At
years and
first,
say,
Martin
well,
Luther
what
was
if
in
it
awe
wasn't a
of
quote-unquote
all of
just
the
war?
majesty and grandeur around him,
In the
as
moment,
I imagine
how do you know?
anybody would be
I think it's
arriving
incredibly
in
difficult
Italy
to
at that
answer that,
time at
right?
the
And I
heart
think
of the Italian Renaissance.
that's why leaders who make the wrong choices so
Assume
often, right, is they
that the
second
name
guess themselves.
and that awe
I
began to
think
fade.
you take all the data
One of
at your
Martin Luther's first
fingertips, all the
destinations
intelligence that you
as
have,
a man who
right,
saw
and you look
suffering
at it
as the
all
best way to
very
get closer
carefully,
to God
and you make
was
a
equipped
decision,
in which
right?
millions of
There
thousands of
are some
martyrs were killed.
instances, though,
However, when
where
he
it's
arrived at
very
this
clear
point,
what's
he
happening,
learned that he would have to
right?
carry a
And leaders
theme
still
to
don't know,
enter
right?
and see the
In
remains of
Yemen
his
right now, for
brothers,
example,
which he did.
it's very clear
And
what's
that earned
happening,
him
right?
an
Children are being
indulgence,
starved because of the
a
blockade.
token
All the
that
U.S.
had
would have to
lessened
do
his time in
is
prison.
ensure that
And
blockade,
that was just the
now
beginning.
that the 2-month
In a
ceasefire
sermon
begins
that an
now, but
understandably timid
remains
Martin Luther was giving
lifted
in Rome
beyond
in
the
front of many
ceasefire,
very
and
well-versed
children will
members of
stop
the
starving.
clergy, he overheard
That's
one of them
pretty
say,
simple.
"Just get
You
on."
can trace it's a direct
This was
connection.
Martin Luther's experience
And
time
we
after
haven't
time, and
had
nearly every site he visited on his
the
pilgrimage
moral
to Rome.
wherewithal to make
And
that
so he
decision
returned to
because we're
Germany,
too
even more
interested in
disillusioned than he had
maintaining
gone to.
positive ties with
He
Saudi
began to feel
Arabia,
that there
where
was
oil
something wrong,
flows from.
and in his
So
writings
much
he would frequently ask,
influence,
"What's wrong with me? Why
because
can't I
Saudi Arabia
feel
has so much
God's love?"
influence throughout
And
the
so in
MENA region.
1511, not having shown any
He wanted
improvement
to
in
keep that
Rome,
relationship tight
he was sent
despite sort
to
of the
Wittenberg,
moral
a
wounds
town in Germany
that,
that
that
had just
come
built
from
a new
that.
university and
About
had
half the
bookstore
world
churches attached to
is
its gates.
under
There was
tyranny
also
these
a
days.
leader in Martin Luther's
Everybody
order there
operates
who
under
was
narratives.
someone who
And there's
had,
a narrative in the United States
after getting to
that
know him,
freedom is good,
he decided to
Yeah,
make Martin Luther a
democracy is good.
professor of Bible studies at the
I
Theological University.
have fallen
At
victim to
first,
this
Martin
narrative.
Luther protested,
I
and gave
believe
a
in
number
it.
of reasons for it. One
I'm
of
saying
them
this
being that the
jokingly,
amount of
Yeah.
but
work
not
put into his
literally,
schedule was killing him,
because
to
who
which this
knows the
leader
truth
replied,
of anything
"That's
in this
okay.
world?
God has much use
I
for
meet
clever men in heaven.
factors
He
about
always
me,
knew just what to
and I
say to
seem
them."
to not be
And so Martin
intellectually and
Luther became
philosophically tortured by this.
forced to
And I
leave
should
his
be.
world of
There's a lot out of
patient
something
with
there.
suffering and penance
What do we
and
do
interacted with them. He had to
to
look these
lessen the
students in the
suffering
eye
of the
and
people
tell them
with
with authority
authoritarian
what the Word of
regimes?
God said. To do
Again,
this,
same
he studied
question.
not only the Latin, but
Military
he went back
conflict,
further to study the Greek texts and the Hebrew texts. It was
diplomacy,
while studying these
sanctions,
texts
and
that
all
he
those
began to
type of
see
things.
discrepancies in what the
Does
Bible
that
originally taught
lessen
and what the
suffering or
church was
increase the
preaching
suffering?
in the
What
year
would you see in
1500.
the other?
He realized, digging through these ancient texts,
Is
that
it something that
the
has to
hymn
be
that the
healed
church was
across
teaching was wrong.
generations?
The
Or
way
can
to
it be
get to
healed
God
scaled
wasn't
into our
by
human
penance
beings?
or
I'm
doing
just
good
grabbing
works. The way
candle.
to get to
Yeah.
God for him
But
was
as
by
you're grabbing
opening his
candle,
heart and his
okay.
hands
I've
and
seen
allowing God's love to him.
a
He
lot
then
of
used the
things in a lot
hymn
of
between
spaces,
the time that he went to Rome
and
and the time that he started
and
teaching.
I've seen the
The old
effect
folk had
these
died. They had
decisions
chosen a
made
new
by
pope,
authoritarian
a man
leaders
named Leo
have
the King.
drives my
picture someone
thinking
who was
on this.
young and fresh-faced and innocent, whoever
And
could.
that's what
If I
drives
were to picture you at the
motivates
time,
me each
I would
day
picture a man
to
who was
raise the red flag
full-eyed,
through my films and say,
stern beyond belief,
listen,
and at the same time
Biden,
enjoy his earthly delights
you
through a sumptuous estate.
campaigned for
I would also
president
imagine that every time
in
he were
part
on
on a
screen,
platform
it
that
would be
said
dark,
that
ominous
we
music accompanying
regained
his arrival.
our
Something that
prominence
lets you
on
know
the
that
moral stage of the
he
world,
has this
right?
love.
And that we would
Now, I'm not saying that that's
prioritize,
how the
right?
relationship between Martin Luther and
Sort
Leo
of
the Tenth
a
actually
moral
was,
paradigm
but that's definitely what's
over
been reported and
relationships with
seen throughout the
authoritarian
ages ever
regimes,
since this time.
Saudi Arabia
You
being
see, at
one,
first,
right?
Leo was
And
not
yet,
exactly
when
careful
the
with them.
CIA
He
report
literally had to
came
travel
out
4
that
months
clearly
to do these
articulated
huge dinner
in
parties in
detail
which it was
that
reported
MBS
at
was
the time
responsible
that
for
people who,
Khashoggi's
it should
murder
be said,
and
were
for
not
cutting his
pro
body into
POC,
pieces
but they
probably
reported
burning in
that
the
there would be
backyard of
young
the
naked
embassy.
boys jumping out of
What did Biden do?
cafes to
He didn't
entertain
really
all of
make
the
a
guests
pariah
who hosted
out of
the party.
MBS like he said he was
It was
going
said
to,
even,
right?
though this is not
But
necessarily
what if
proven to
he'd
be
done
true,
something
but
else and
that the
actually done
veto
what he
a
said he
decree that
was
the
going to
bishop
do,
had
which
made
was make him
that
what if
said
he
that
had
there should be a limit on the number of young boys that
vetoed
the
for
clergy
MBS
could
to
keep
fly to
together.
the United States, for
Now,
example?
this all may be
Now that's a
propaganda
sanction,
against him.
right?
There's
That's a
no
sanction
definitive
that's
proof of it, but
individual
this was something that was
and
believed at the
concrete
time.
and would be
More to the
hugely
point, something that
embarrassing
can be
for
proven is
MBS.
that
That
within
would have
2
been
years of
Biden
having been
saying,
raised in the papacy,
this is
the
unacceptable
coffers of
behavior,
the church were
right?
empty.
This is something
Now, this was due
which,
not just to his
because
lavish parties and
you
boar hunts, but to
executed
the
such a
ability of St.
horrendous
Peter's
act
himself. You see,
on
all
someone
of the great
living in the
architects
United
and
States,
painters
right?
and
We are
sculptors
not
in Rome
going
and
to
in Italy were there working on St.
give you
Peter's
a
Basilica, and
stage
they
to
did
do
not come
numbers,
cheap.
right? Within the borders of our
So in the year
country.
1570,
Those are
in
things
order
that
to
leaders
raise some more
do
money to complete the
that
work
I
on
don't think
St.
they
Peter's
do often
Basilica,
enough. And certainly
Leo
our
X
leader right now isn't
began
doing
a
it in the way I
campaign
wish he
of
were.
new
He
indulgences.
certainly has taken a different stance,
These
let me say.
indulgences were far more inclusive than
It's
any
been very
indulgences that
vocal.
had happened
But
before.
there's
They
so
were
many
also
instances we could
made
talk about where
much
I
more
feel like
available than any other indulgences.
the political
Before, you would have
gamemanship,
to prove that
right,
you'd done good
often
works
falls
to get your
into
indulgence. Now,
maintaining
all you had to do
relationships,
was pay a
like
little
with
money
MBS
and
and
you could
Saudi
get
Arabia,
these
rather than
indulgences.
doing the
And
right
they
thing,
covered all
rather
sorts
than
of sins.
than
Sins that
as a
even
nation,
people
a
who
leader of a
believed in
nation saying
indulgences
this
thought
is
were just
unacceptable.
ridiculous.
We have a
It
higher
was even
standard
said
than this,
by people
because
who
I think
opposed these indulgences, it
when
should be
leaders do
noted,
that,
that these indulgences would
it
allow
becomes
someone to be
aspirational,
forgiven for
right?
raping
It
a
becomes
Virgin Mary.
aspirational for other leaders.
However, these
Um,
indulgences in
it's a
1517
progressive
something
movement,
raised
and
in
also
today's
it
dollars
rings the
millions
alarm
and
bells
millions.
for other
There was a
authoritarian
man,
leaders and says, you know
a
what,
bishop
there are
named Johann
lines,
Tetzel, that
right?
was
There
put
are
in
things that
charge of the
can't be
campaign
done,
for
or
these
there will be
indulgences.
significant
He's
consequences,
seen
like
today
people not
by
being able to fly into
historians
our
as
airspace
a
anymore.
master
And
marketer, somebody who came
sanctions,
up
I
with
think,
even
need to be
clever
concrete
little
and
jingles
individual,
to sell these
in
indulgences.
addition
One
to
of
the
them
super
was
larger
heard to
scope.
say,
But
when the
when they're
coin in his
concrete and
copper ring
individual,
and the soul,
I think
heavenward
often they're
gleams.
felt in a different way.
And that was
You
all it
mean,
took.
well,
Just a little bit
obviously,
of
but
coin in
individuals
your
and
soul
so
to throw you down the
the
purgatory
ripple
after
effects
death
of that
to be able to skip over that nasty little
it
step and go right in,
might
no
have
matter what you had done according to these indulgences.
the
Now, not
power
only
to
that, one of
steer
the
the
big
direction of
problems that many
nations.
people had with
Because of
this
the nature of
1517
authoritarian
indulgence
regimes,
campaign
right?
was
They're
that
Individuals have
before
so much
you
power.
had to
exactly
earn an
right. So
indulgence through your work. But now,
Proof
if you wanted to
is
buy an indulgence for
you
somebody
know
who had
put on
died,
trial in the
say
Hague at
your
some
mother
point, or at least
had
there's
passed
a
away, and
threat
you
of
didn't want
that,
her
right? Now
to
that's
suffer in
likely never to
purgatory. You could
happen,
just
of
give the
course,
church
because
just
someone
a
has to
little
be in
bit of money, and all
custody
of a sudden
to
she
go on
would
trial,
strike
right?
out.
And we've never allowed
These
that to happen.
indulgences were widely
But
taken all
but
authority.
just
No
knowing
more
that
so than in Germany,
that's
which had become the prime market
that
to sell these
danger
indulgences.
exists is going to
Martin Luther
change his
himself had
travel
noted,
plans in the
and
future,
many in his
right?
congregation, including his students, had
MBS
stopped
not
coming
being
to
able to
his
fly to the
services and
U.S.
stopped
He's going
coming
to
to
feel
Mass
that,
because they had
be
been told that
embarrassed
all
by
they
that.
had to do to reach heaven was to
So
pay
I
the
think
church a little bit
they
of
have a
coin.
special
This,
meaning
understandably,
and consequence in
enraged Martin.
authoritarian regimes because of that.
The story of what's to come
You say you're just
is
a
really a
guy with a
turning point
camera.
in the
Yeah.
history of Western civilization.
I would say you're
Because of the importance of it,
a
it
really
crux of that story, the thing that really set this story
guy with a
off,
camera.
is
I'm
usually
also
told
kind
in a
of
very
guy with a
melodramatic
camera.
way.
There's a couple
It's told
cameras
as if it
or
were
a couple lights
dictated,
here.
almost something you would see in an adventure movie. If this were a
Where you
scene in that
can't
movie,
be
that
over
one movie I
quality,
was
bring
talking
the
about
quantity.
earlier, this scene began
So to me,
with
that's
very
also an
dark,
interest,
brooding,
partially because I also
graphic
speak
music.
Russian and a bit
October
Ukrainian.
31st,
I want to
1517.
study that part of the
All
world. I want to
Hallows
talk
Eve.
to a lot of people. I
In a
want to
small
talk to the
town a bit
leaders. I want to
north
talk
of
to
Lyon,
regular
a
people.
guy named
To be
Rubens
honest,
learned
I'd
that the
love to
church is interfering with his
get
life.
your comments on this.
We are
The
being lied to,
regular
told
quote
that
unquote
for a
people
small amount of
are
coin we
way
can
more
have an
fascinated.
indulgence,
As
which
a
is greater than
filmmaker,
one's souls in danger of
how do you
eternal
think about how to
damnation.
tell the story?
In a
I'm sure
rage, Martin
a guy
Luther
with a
flies
camera
to
is
his study where he grabs
war in
ink,
Ukraine,
pen, and
but
paper and
also
begins to scrawl
what's
out a
going on
list
in
of
Yemen,
every detestable
Syria,
crime of the
and
Catholic
other places
Church and their
others in the world
vile
in the
Pope,
world.
Leo
That's a super
XIII.
interesting one. I keep a
Late
camera
into the night
from
he works.
China,
By candlelight, he finishes his
like
905
in
theses,
Canada, the
detailing
truckers. There's
everything
all
that
kinds
the
of
church has done
fascinating
to
things
its
happening
people.
in the world. So you,
He grabs his hammer
as
and
a
nail and he
scholar
rushes to
of
the Church of
human
Wittenberg.
suffering and human
Standing
flourishing,
before the door, he lays the
how do you
95
choose
theses
how
at
to tell
heart,
the story?
puts his nail in place,
How do I choose
raises
the
his
story?
hammer,
How do I
and
choose
brings it
both
down.
the story and how
Those inside
I
the church
assume those are
can hear it
complementary.
as the thunder of God.
So how do you choose the
Again,
story
he
to tell?
raises his hammer and
And
brings
how
it
do you
down. And
choose
again,
how to tell that story?
and like Jesus being nailed to the cross,
Well, in terms
Martin
of
Luther
how to
knows
choose
that this event will
each
change the
story,
history of the Christian church forever.
it's a bit of a mystical ocean for me,
But,
frankly.
of course, that's
I
not
go off
exactly
on
how it happened.
instinct, but
If you like
there's
that
also
story,
a
and that's how you
highly
want to continue
intentional
to think of
piece
it,
of it
and
for
I
me
wouldn't
as
blame you
well.
if you did,
And
it's
the
pretty
intentional
awesome,
piece
I'd go
is,
ahead and just skip forward a couple
I guess
things
I'd
because
call
I'm
it
about
the
to
do
lose
I
control.
care threshold,
Martin
or the so
Luther
what
was an
threshold.
academic, an
You
educated man.
personally, just
Beyond
something
that,
in your heart
he had been
kind of
trained
gets
as a lawyer. And even
decided
more so,
or
he was a
hurt
monk,
or
so
feels
not
something.
exactly a
So
rational
one of the
person.
things that disturbs me
Did the
about
occasionally
American
lose
culture,
his temper,
Lexus,
but
is
when he had a
that
chance to stop
we
and think
seem to
about
be a
things,
people
he went
that's
about them
fascinated by
carefully.
reality television.
And if
For
you were
example,
somebody who was trying
look
to
at
get your message
how
across,
many of us
would
here
you
in
just
America
scrawl out a list of the
watch
95
reality
theses
television,
and put them on the
right?
church door,
That
and the very first priest who
not that
saw
I
it in the
never
morning
watched an
would walk
episode, I
by,
actually shot a whole
see it,
season of it once for
scoff,
a living, right?
tear
So
it
it's like
down,
I
and
know
take
it,
it to the requisite
right?
authorities?
But I feel like the things
Well,
we
that's
should
not
be
what
paying
Martin Luther was
attention to
doing either.
are the
What he
things
actually nailed to
personally,
the church
are the
door
things I choose to know.
was the notice of a debate
As a
to
human
discuss
being,
the 95 Theses,
as a dad,
which he had printed out
as a
at the local
filmmaker,
printing press and
I
passed out
think
to
we
people
should
all
be
throughout
paying
the town
attention
square, his
to the
parishioners,
fact
and
that
especially
children
his
are being
students.
starved in
He had
Yemen.
too
I
many
think we
copies
should
printed
be
up to
paying
be just
attention to the fact
gotten
that
rid of that
Ukrainians are
easily,
being
so that people
displaced
had to pay
by the
attention
millions.
and had to
So
discuss
there's
it.
this so what threshold
And
that
that
I
doesn't make
use.
quite as good a
And I
story,
feel
but
like
it
it
makes a lot
has
more
to be a
sense when
topic
you're actually trying to get
that
your message
we
out,
don't cover
which
and we
Martin
don't
Luther
put
did
out in the world
in a way that I don't
in
think
the
even
largest
he
possible
saw
way,
coming.
in the hope of
You see,
intervening,
when
in the
Martin
hope of
Luther wrote the
marshaling
95 Theses,
maximum
he was
resources and
still
attention
a
to
Catholic
solving the
priest.
problem.
His intention
That's what
wasn't
I'm
to start a
dedicated to
revolution
as a
or
filmmaker.
start a new religion.
Because I didn't
He
pick
even
up a camera
defended
initially
the office
to
of the papacy in the power of
film
the
puppy
church and
dogs,
his theses.
right? To make people
Several of
smile.
the first arguments
I
he
believe
makes
the
are actually
camera
about
is a
how
tool
the
for
Pope is,
change.
in
I
fact, the
believe the
conduit
camera
of God on
is
earth.
a
And his
powerful
writings
tool
caught on in
that
a
we
way
can
that neither
use
he or
to
any of the
raise
clergy saw
awareness and
coming.
marshal resources to
Originally,
help people
he just wanted to have a
understand
discussion about
the
things that the
impact
Catholic Church was
that
doing,
these
problems
geopolitical
that they had
disputes
that he
have
thought needed to be
on real
addressed.
people's lives.
But I think
And that's
that
the
the
thing.
people who read the
That's
95
the
Theses
intent
saw
I
them
create
and
each
it
film
spoke to a part of
with.
them that was
Now,
tired
how
of
I
the
choose
control
each
of the
story,
Catholic
that's
Church over
the
their
magic
lives.
potion piece of
So
it,
they
right?
took what
And
Luther had to
often
say
one
and
flows
really kind
rather
of ran with
organically
it.
into another, frankly.
At first it was the
So you
students.
just kind of, like you said,
Young
you go
people
with the
and
instinct a
students
little
are
bit.
frequently
To
the
some
people
extent,
interested
but
in
oftentimes
and our
I
modern
choose
world
the
who
next
will
project based off
take a new idea that
relationships
speaks to
I've
them and run with
developed
it.
in the last
We
film,
will pass around copies
right?
of the 95
And
Theses
so
as
one
well as
often
other
flows
writings
into
by
another
Luther
through
and
relationships I develop, and
read
then
them and
a
discuss
colleague
them
will
in ways that
share a
people who are
detail
parts
about
of the
something that's
aristocracy
happening in
and
a certain
respected
place,
members of society
and
probably
I'll go,
won't. Yet.
really, I didn't know
And this
that,
spread
right?
throughout all
And
of
it
his regions,
usually is a
Saxony, and
support
further
of the
on into
world
Germany, and
stage
then
in a
into
big
what we
way.
call the
And so I
Netherlands, and
start to
all
do
throughout
due
that
diligence, and
northern
often that
central
it
region of
reveals
the
it to be a
very
much
Euphrates.
bigger and more
It didn't take
pressing
long before a
topic
copy of the
that
95 Theses
that I want to learn more
appeared on the
about.
desk of Leo X. You can
Before we were
imagine
talking about
what was
Syria
about to happen. His
and
very first action was to
Aleppo,
label the writings of Martin Luther
you
heresy.
mentioned cameras plus
And then he
weapons.
sent a bishop to interrogate him
Maybe just
about
Well,
what
I
he
can't take
was
out a
doing
tank,
out there.
right? But it's a good
During the
second.
interrogation,
Yeah,
Martin
top
Luther
briefly.
was
Yeah.
uncool.
I love mixing
In his
with
writings
rock
later,
because
he was
it
outright
makes you
dismissive massive television
we
producer
were
to
talking
appear
about these
before
dark
them.
topics.
These actions by the church really galvanized not just Martin Luther,
It
but also
resets
his
the mind in a
supporters.
way that
You
a
know,
lot of
people,
people
and they
don't
brought new
look
supporters
at
to
you.
his side who saw this as an action that the
As a
Catholic Church had no right to undertake.
as a filmmaker,
With Martin Luther being so
almost want to
unresponsive
talk
to the
about
bishop that they sent to interrogate him,
the technical
the next action
details.
they took
Yeah,
was to
how
label
do
Martin
you
Luther
how
himself
how
as
do
a
you
heretic, which is a truly
usually
big deal.
shoot stuff? There's
They
no
were labeled a
again.
heretic.
So
They were told
maybe
to
you can
come back
explain
to
to me.
Rome so that they could discuss your
I work with
practice, which
incredible
for
folks
somebody who was a heretic on
that
the level of
care
Martin Luther,
about
well, that wouldn't have been a problem.
lenses and equipment,
There was another
so on.
priest about 100 years
I
before
tend to
him,
be
Barnabas,
somebody
who had been in a similar situation. He
that
had
just
written about problems
wants to
within the
kind
Catholic
of
Church, and when labeled a
go
heretic and
and
told to come to
like
Rome
a
to discuss
guerrilla
his
approach,
feelings, he
like
did so. He was
not
subsequently
not plan too
burned at
much,
the
just
stake.
go with
Martin Luther knew that it was a bad
really See, I'm
would
trying
have
to
had
come
to
up
go
with
that
words that
far.
sound positive.
In most places, that wouldn't have been up to him.
They were
If
positive
the
spin on it. I was
church
trying
had
to just put like
requested
gritty,
your presence,
don't know
and
if
you
I'm
better
planned.
go, and if you didn't have an abolition,
We
then the
had a
local
big discussion
authorities
to
would
see if it's
collect
light.
you, arrest you, and send you down to
It's on a
Rome.
stand.
However,
That's a
in the
very
town of
ghetto
Wittenberg,
stand.
things were a little
Yeah,
bit
you
different.
need a
Cheap.
sandbag
There
on
was
that,
a
man.
noble who was
Exactly.
known
So
today as
toughen up
Christopher
thinking.
Wise.
No sandbags,
He
and like the
enjoyed
stand
the
is actually
publicity
bending like
that
there's a
Martin
weight of
Luther's
that thing.
writings
It
were
could
bringing
fall
to
on
his
us.
small town,
It
as
could
well as the
fall,
university.
but the
Friedrich was the one who
danger
founded the
live under that
university, and he
danger.
saw this
Embrace
as
that
not
danger.
only going
That's
to have
to
a
love
positive
it.
good press, but also
Because
something that
that
would
thing is
make the
easier to
whole
transport
Wittenberg
than
area
a heavier one.
much
Yeah.
friendlier,
Sandbag
and as
has
well.
extra weight.
He
If you
decided
keep,
to protect
like,
Martin Luther and
people tell
mount
me there's the
orders
right
his
way to
men
do
to
stuff.
collect and
Like,
arrest him.
here's these giant
This was, of
cases with
course,
all
where the
kinds of
news
padding for
department
transporting
was
the
able
stuff.
to
I
print
transport
out
most of the
more
equipment
and more
in
copies
garbage
of
bags.
75
Yeah.
Theses,
So
as well as new
this is just a
pamphlets that were
preference
becoming
because that's somehow
less and less the
that
writings of a
chaos
great
allows me
priest
to
and more and more the
ignore all the
writings of
stupidity
celebrities in
of
open protest against the
loving the
church.
equipment
Some of
and
these writings
focusing on
would
the
get
story. So
subsequently dirtier and dirtier
that
as
said, I've never
painting
shot
a portrait
anything
that was almost evil
like
or
worthwhile.
ludicrous from some of Martin
Like
Luther's publications.
there is
Painting a
power to
portrait of
visual.
Yeah,
Like
there
definitely.
is a wood
And
portrait, which I'm
so
very fond of, that has on the
finding
left side
certain
a picture of
angle,
Christ
certain
washing
light,
Peter's
whether
feet.
it's
Above
natural
it,
light
there's a
or additional
Christus. And
artificial
next to
light,
it, the other
just
him, having
capturing the
his
key,
feet kissed.
capturing
Above it, labeled
when the
Antichrist.
person forgets
These had gone
themselves in that
beyond
moment
simply
and
something
looks
meant
out
about
into
the
the
church to
distance,
really
missing
overlook
somebody,
everything.
thinking about somebody.
If this wasn't about
All of
him,
those like
Martin
moments
Luther
you can
had one of
capture.
his son.
A
Aside from
lens,
just the
a
people
camera
that
can do
supported him,
magic
as
with
well as
that.
the local nobility,
I don't
he
even
had
know the
things
question
that
I'm asking.
many
So
people who
how
had come before him
do you,
didn't have. Most
both
notably the printing
technical and
press. He was able to
philosophical,
publish
how do you
not just
capture the
copies of
visual
political
power that you
theses,
capture?
but pamphlets
Yeah.
that amounted to just
So
propaganda
many of my
against the church
films, I think,
frequently and distribute them
are
all over
built
Europe.
on the
This
premise of
made it impossible
access,
for the church
right?
to quash
Built
any
on
of his
this
writings, no
notion
matter how
that
many of them it collected and burned. In
the
addition to that, there was a force that was
the
beginning to
eternal
grow in European society that was
story is
new
getting
to the
there,
European experience.
being there,
They were
in the
really,
room,
for the first
or
time,
being there
beginning to
on
develop
the
a middle
boat
class, a
while the
merchant
crisis
class,
is
people
unfolding.
who had plenty
And
of
that
money and a
access
fair amount of
typically is
power without
nuanced
being connected
and
to either the
difficult to
nobility or the
gain.
church, which led them to
And
be
trust
really some of
flows
the
from
first
that,
democratic
right? Because
reformers
usually
in
it takes a
Europe.
long
They were
time to
looking for
gain
a
that
measure of
access
self-rule that none of their
because
ancestors had
that
really
access
had
is so
before.
hard fought.
And perhaps most importantly,
It
people had something inside,
necessarily
an internal
informs
resolve that compelled them to
how
keep
we
fighting no
feel,
matter the odds
right?
they faced.
To be in a
Despite
room
all
at
that,
Zadaka
the
Hospital
Catholic
in
Church was
southern
still the
Yemen,
most powerful
I can't have
organization in
5
the Western
people in
world.
that room,
Luther knew
right? I
just
can't
how
have
unstable
a
this world
boom mic
was. So
over
he
a
took
scene.
steps, necessary steps,
I want
to ensure that he
creatively
would
the
be able to
opposite of that
continue fighting
as well,
for
because
power
it's not
over
just
the
a
church.
logistical question, it's also a
He
creative
wrote a book,
question
a
to
pamphlet for
capture
the Christian
intimate
nobility of the
moments
German
where
people. His pamphlet
families are
argued,
dealing with
quote,
suffering children and
German
dying
life, in
children,
defiance of
and
nature,
caretaking
thrives
is,
over the
is
elements.
active and ongoing all the time.
This argument
You don't want to
held a lot of
interrupt
weight
that.
to the German
And
nobility.
so that informs how
The
I
Holy
think.
Roman
So
Empire
we go
was a
big
Catholic
and
empire,
nimble
and their
and
emperor, Charles
small.
V, was
Those
a
are all
Catholic
really
man.
good words
However,
for.
ever since the time of the Roman
But it's so
Empire, there had
logistical on
been
the one hand, but
tension
it's also
between the
creative
Romans
choice,
and the
right?
German
So
people.
when we filmed Hunger
Even
Wars,
at the height
2 people
of
were
the
filming
Roman Empire,
the entire
there
film,
was a
right?
heresy,
Me
long before
and
the
my director
heresy
of
became
photography.
Lutheran, known as
Those
the
the two
Arian
people in the
heresy,
room.
in
One
which
other room.
German
Yeah.
Christians
Wow.
That's it. The whole
disagreed
film,
with
right?
the
We
way
made a field
the
through
Roman
Zoom where I was in
Church
charge of the
believed
country,
in
but
God.
in terms of cameras, there's
And
2
this
people, and we're doing
cultural
everything, and
schism
we have
had never
lenses
really gone away.
um,
Even after the
that
founding of the Holy
are
Roman
long
Empire,
enough that
when
we don't have to
the
move
German
to capture
peoples
the film,
were
so we can
allied
tuck into a
strongly with
corner
the Roman Church,
sometimes,
there
right?
was
And
So
just
tension
just what's
between them.
long mean? That means
So
they're
it
standing
made
farther away and
sense
they
to the
can.
German
zoom
nobility
lens.
and the Holy
It's not a
Roman
prime
Empire
lens, so it's not
that
a
their
fixed
money should
focal length,
belong to
right?
the
Because a
German
fixed focal
people
length, you have
and
to
not the
move
Pope
a lot
and
more in
Rome.
order to capture
Now,
action.
it seems to
With
me me,
with
at
a
the
zoom
front in a
lens,
typeface like
you know,
Frederick the Wise,
maybe a
he
105
may
or
have
100,
analyzed
you know,
Martin
I
Luther
can tuck into a corner
Elijah's argument
and just
to the
film
German
from
majority.
15
He would
feet
know
away
better
because I
than
can
a
get
monk
right up on
what
something,
arguments
right?
would
So
work best
you're less likely to
to
interrupt the
motivate the
scene,
German nobility to
and
partake in
of
his
course
burgeoning
become the
nuclear
fly on the
movement.
wall sometimes.
In Civil War,
You
many
know,
other
I'm very
nobles took
intentional
part in
about
this
that
and
piece
really
of it,
joined
so that
arms with
we
Frederick the
can
Wise
capture
and
those vulnerable
Luther and
moments and not
followers.
interrupt them.
However, the man that they really had to
That's
convince
really
was Charles
fascinating
V,
because the
a
access.
young, 19-year-old, newly
I
raised
don't
Holy
often
Roman
think
noble
about this, but that's
who was
probably true
staunch
for me as
Catholic.
well.
When in 1505,
Um,
Charles V visited
Part of
Frederick
the
the
story
Wise, who
telling
convinced him to hear Luther's
is to be
case,
in the
which
middle,
was just in time,
And that's not
because
easy.
in
Yeah,
Rome,
for me,
the Pope had
most
issued
of my
an
films,
order
that's
of
the hardest part.
excommunication
Actually,
for
as hard as
Martin Luther.
Tug of War
Excommunication is the most powerful weapon that they had in his arsenal to fight a heretic
They're
that
getting their
brought
piece of
good.
it for the last two. It
And
was
he
much
sent
harder.
Bishop Nero
Yeah, and it's also
with the bull of
it's a
excommunication
creative
to
act.
stop him at every town he passed
I don't
who
know
varied
if
the
it is
excommunication
for
of Martin
you,
Luther to let
but it's the
anybody
kind of
who might
people
have
you
any
talk
sympathy
to.
for the Lutheran cause know
It's
that this was going to be nipped in the
it's
bud
like how you live
shortly.
your life. Like
Now,
the kind of
the
people I
further
talk
north
to
you
right
get,
now,
across the
they
Alps,
steer the
beyond the
direction of my life,
Hungarian
and they
hills,
steer the
and the
direction of
region
things
known
that
as
I would
Germany,
go.
the less and
So
less
like it's
sympathy the
not
bishop
just
had.
like you're trying to get
He would
access. It's
find that
like
every time he would pass
it's
around
everything.
copies of the
Like
bull of
it builds,
excommunication, they would be torn
it
or
builds and
burned or
builds
even
and
thrown
builds
over
and
the
Builds
mill.
on
builds.
itself. Yeah, yeah.
Martin Luther's
I mean,
movement
part of
was
the thing,
growing,
even
and it was
saying,
growing
talking
even
about some of these
beyond
leaders and
Lutherans.
conversations with them,
This had
it's
transformed
almost
religious
like
argument into a social
steering
argument,
your
and
life
had gone
into
beyond
the
whether or not
direction of the
Romans just had
difficult,
religious control over the
of
people of
like
Germany, or whether or
taking
not
the
the Romans
lead.
had any right to the political control over
And
the people of Germany.
if you're a good
And
human
that middle
being
class we talked about earlier, along with the
and a lot
peasantry,
of
began to
people
revolt.
know
Some
who
of
you
these
are
revolts were
as a
more
human,
peaceful,
like not
some of them were more
as a
violent,
name, but
some
as
of them were
really who
outright
you are,
rebellion against
and
the whole
like
Romans.
putting that intention
However,
out there,
Martin Luther
somehow
began
the
to find
world
his rebellion. You
opens
see,
doors
after his
where
many other
the
publications, he
access
published
becomes
perhaps his best-selling work
the
on
access that
prayer, which
was
makes him
once seemed
possibly the
impossible
best-selling author
becomes
after Calvin.
possible, and then all of
He
that
published a Bible
creative journey
in
has
German,
begun to bloom.
a
I think
language
that
that the common
probably
people
is
could
an
read.
issue true
You
even
see,
for fiction
Bibles had
books.
always been
Probably
published in Latin,
it's like
and Martin Luther, who had read the texts of the
everything that
Greek
led
and
to that,
Hebrew,
like
was able to
be in
translate
the
the
room,
Bible
the
in the
journey to be
language
in the
the
room
Bible
to
was actually
shoot
written in.
the scene
So these people
is
were able to
maybe
read
more
the Bible
important
in
than
their own
scene
language
telling,
without the filter of the Catholic
and like
Church.
really focus on
And
the
what
creative
they found
act of
out,
that.
finally able
Yeah,
to
that's
read
really
the Bible for
fascinating, and
themselves,
especially
was that the
with
Catholic Church's
documentary, you get
teaching
one take.
did not involve the
Yeah, you
teachings
can't say, hey,
of the
here's
Holy
three
Bible.
steps, right? Yeah, yeah.
Listen to Rage,
That is so
along with
interesting.
many other
Is you
ulterior
were in
forces
some of the most
pushing to
difficult
overthrow the old
parts
order.
of the world,
Germany was in
in the
chaos.
room with some
Germany
of the
was in
most
chaos. The
difficult
Netherlands were in
stories
chaos. The Low
told.
Countries were in
And
chaos.
yet,
Switzerland was
I
in
think that's why I
chaos.
keep doing these
Essentially,
stories,
the way that
right?
Europe had
Because
worked for the past
it's once you
thousand
have that
years
lived
was turned on its
experience,
head,
for me,
all due
um,
to the publication of a Bible that the people could actually
it's
read.
moving.
However,
It
Martin Luther wasn't the
moves
first
me
man
to
to
bear
publish a Bible
witness to
in
these
language that the common
um,
people could read.
these
There were
inspiring
a
people in
couple of other
difficult
people before him that had
circumstances,
done this.
and
However,
and
they didn't
it,
publish the
you
Bible
know,
in German.
I can't come back
They
to the
published the Bible
U.S.
in
afterwards
English.
and
And in the
you know
14th century, there was
walk
a monk,
down the
an
grocery
Englishman.
aisle
His name
where
was John
there's
Wycliffe.
50
He had
different
a lot of
choices of
similarities with
canned
him.
peas,
First of all,
right?
he was a monk.
And
He
not
was also a
sort of
philosopher, much like Luther.
feel
And he
that
also found
lived
a similar
tension,
mentality.
right?
This
That
was
lived
something that
tension of the
brought Luther to his
privilege that I
realization, and I
have
think
here in the
also had a
U.S.
large influence
And then
on
I have
Luther.
a choice
He had other
about what to
similarities
do
with Luther.
with that
Very
privilege,
practical
right?
similarities.
And
He
the last
believed,
thing I
much
want to
like
do
Luther, that
is
the
start,
focus
you
of
know,
religious teaching should not be on good
doing
works,
stories
but on
about
personal
band
relationship with
violence,
God.
right? There's far more
That
important
people
things
should
to
be
do
allowed to
on the
have a
very
personal
limited time
interpretation of
that I have on
theology,
the
not
planet.
an
And
interpretation that has been
you know,
filtered
I think
through a
that
Catholic media. He was also, in many
that's
ways,
catalytic for
against
me.
some of the
Like
things that make the
I
very Catholic Church
feel
the
that
Catholic Church.
mortality
Things
each
like the
day,
sacrament,
and
the
my
existence of
goal
sainthood, or the very existence of the
is to tell
papacy
as
at
many of
all.
these
He was,
stories
in many ways,
um,
much more radical than Martin Luther was when he started out.
before I'm gone.
And in
Could
1380,
you
he
speak
started
to
perhaps the most
the
radical
getting
theology of God
access?
yet, a translation
Is
of the
this
Bible
just,
into English.
is there interesting stories
Unlike Luther, however,
of
he translated the Bible directly
um,
from the Latin.
a
Now, this
weird or
may have
funny
been out of respect for the
or
Bible, but it may
profound
have been
ways
because
that
he
led
didn't have
you to get
access to
access
the
to it?
original Greek and Hebrew
Each one is
texts.
an
He also
adventure,
decided
and
to
it's
It's an
definitely
adventure.
translate the Bible
everyone's an
directly,
adventure.
word
Yeah,
for
but
word,
probably
from
one of
the
the
Latin,
easiest ones I
which
ever had in
pretty
the
much
recent
average
past was the
persons,
trip to
but I
Kiev,
imagine
Syria,
even native English
where
speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For
you know,
example,
I
quote,
literally
I
broke my
forsooth
hand
am the Lord thy
in a
God, a
bicycle
strong
race,
jealous.
and after many months of trying to
Or
get
perhaps, quote,
an appointment
Lord,
with an
go from
orthopedic
me, for I
hand
am a man
surgeon and a
sinner,
specialist,
end
I
quote.
finally did in the
Now,
Syrian
these are, of
American,
course, lines from the
and
Bible that you may be
the
familiar with, but
Syrian conflict
not
had
as
just
familiar with
down, and then we start talking
largely
about it.
because they
And
weren't written in a way that people were
after
necessarily
he looked at
able
my
to
hand,
read,
and
at
it was
least in
five
these
minutes,
days.
and he's like, "Yeah, you
Luther
answered
had built a
great."
movement
But then
around
somehow we
his
started
belief
talking
that
about Syria,
actually gained a lot of strength
and
in Europe.
like
However,
5 minutes
the
in,
Pope
he just stood
quashed
up
that
and like
movement
put the
as
privacy
hard as
curtain
possible,
around
and
us. It's supposed to be
within
a
just a
15
few
minute
years
appointment or
after
so,
Wycliffe's
and
death,
we talked for an hour.
nearly every copy they could
You
get
know,
their hands on
so
had
you
been
know
burned,
those
and his
moments of
followers
sort of
followed this.
mysterious
However,
cosmos
even
happen,
today, not
right?
even
And
the
you get to
70
peek
copies of
into
this
them
Bible still
when you
exist.
haven't, because
And
I'm
this
a
was in a time
storyteller.
before the
I'm always
printing
learning
press.
as
All of
well,
these copies
right?
were
So
written by hand in
because
monasteries for
you get in
hundreds of
contact with
monks.
me later and said,
So
"Sky,
there
I
must
am
have been
going back
a
to the Syrian
large
border
desire
to
for a
volunteer
copy of this
as a
manuscript
surgeon.
for so
Do you
many to
want me
still
to work
exist.
with you?"
That's
That
almost
was an
unheard
easy
of.
one. That's
But he
probably the
wasn't
easiest one
alone.
like
Others
the very
took
first
his
poem, right?
translation, tried to make
Life,
it a little
Lotus,
more
and
readable,
Hunger
and they
War was
continued
completely
publishing it
different.
and passing it around, much like Martin Luther
And
passed
I
around his
had to
95
really
Theses
work
of
hard
dissent.
to
He
gain
was
access to
considered
those
by people
stories.
who
So you
believed
intentionally
before the
thought like,
Catholic
what
Church was
if
too strong and too influential
I
that they
want to
should
get
ban them,
access to this story,
or they were trying to
and then
undermine
what
it
are the different
quietly in this
ideas? And they
controversial
often
way.
might involve
And this
a
continued
doctor
even
or a
up until the
dentist,
time
or
Henry VIII
just
passed. Henry VIII
being maybe
elected every
intentionally
copy
and
of the Book of the
aggressively
Bible he got
open
his hands on, as well as any
to
subsequent translation
experiences that
that
lead
he
you
burned in a
into the
massive
book.
bonfire right outside St. Paul's
So,
Cathedral that
like,
lasted for
it,
2 days
it's
solid.
funny you mentioned
And this
the
was only
doctor.
one of
I had
many
similar
learners, at least
experiences.
heretical learners. And then came
I've
another
just
one,
gotten
a man named
access
William
to all
Tyndale.
kinds of
There's a
fascinating
quote
people
Yeah.
from William
in the
Tyndale
same
to another monk
way.
by the
They're all
name of
around us.
They're
RabbiRothschild.
They're all around us.
Quote,
Exactly. Look.
and
Yeah,
when you
Exactly. Like
travel by the
there's
road to
fascinating
try to
people
find
everywhere
more
doing incredible
descriptions
things.
about
yes.
But we have to be
Hitler.
open and keep
This
our
was
eyes
saying that
open and
he
realize
wanted
that
the
there are
people
amazing
in his
human
country
beings
to know the actual scriptures
everywhere.
and the Word
Yeah.
of God,
There's
and not have it
networks that
fed to
connect
them
people
by a third party. And
just through
unlike
life.
John
You
Wycliffe,
meet people,
Tyndale
you share a
translated the
beer
Bible
or a drink,
from
or
Hebrew
just fall in
into
love,
Greek and
or
not from Latin.
uh, or
Now,
you
Tyndale's
share
Bible
trauma
isn't
together, you go through
exactly
a hard time
the
together.
King
Those
James
little
Version of the Bible,
sticky
but
things
it
connect
very
us
nearly
humans, and
is. About
if you just keep
85%
yourself
of
open,
Tyndale's Bible is directly
embrace
from
the
the King James Version.
curiosity,
He
and
made
then also
some
the
changes
persistence,
and
I
got some
suppose.
stuff
Like
out of
if
the
you,
Bible that the King
like,
James
how
Version
long
included at the end that they
have
wanted
you
people to see,
chased
but it's
access?
very, very close
Does it
to
take
what's in the King James Bible.
days,
However,
weeks, months,
Tyndale
years?
was not
It's
able
not
to do his work
the
of
most talented
translation
filmmaker in
and
the world.
essentially
I'm not
sedition
the
in
smartest guy in
England
the world.
because the
I
king
think if
in
there's
England at the
there's
time,
qualities that have
Henry
served me
VIII,
well in
was
my
a
career.
Catholic and a defender of
Persistence
the
and
Catholic faith.
tenacity, right?
That
I've
wasn't
always
going to
been
allow
sort of a
this.
slow burn
It wasn't until
human
after
being.
Tyndale's
Like
death, unfortunately.
I would never
But
hit a home
Henry
run,
VIII,
but
of
I
course,
hit it
eventually
first, right?
repented
A
Yes.
single to
his
first,
death.
and then I hit another single to
You
first,
see,
and then
his first
so
wife did not
I
think it
ran a
was.
marathon when I was 18,
This
and
was
I think that
something that
is
any
illustrative
monarch,
of
especially
sort
a
of
king,
how
felt
my
vitally
career has
important
been.
to have a
I
strong
just
heir
keep going,
that he knew
and
could
I
succeed one
believe
day.
in this notion of
There were, of course,
incremental
the earlier
evolution.
factors in
That
many
with
of the
each
tensions
project,
building between
I
Henry
try to
VIII
learn from
and the
it,
Catholic
take
Church.
away
But
lessons
this one
learned,
really
and
stood out
improve my
because
craft,
Henry
right?
VIII,
And
as we all
improve
probably know,
how
believed that it was his wife's fault that
leverage
he
that
didn't have a
craft,
son.
and
He had,
improve
of course, a
how I
daughter.
tell the story
However,
from a narrative
unable
standpoint
to
each time,
divorce her,
so
he
that
cut
on the
ties
next
with the
project,
Catholic
it's a
Church.
little bit better.
He married
And
another woman.
that's the arc of my career,
This
is
woman
learning,
was not a
learning,
Catholic
evolving,
because neither was
evolving,
Henry VIII.
so that
Neither
I can
was
make
Henry's
a better
second
film
daughter
the next time.
that married
How
to
do
the
you
dukes.
gauge people's
And of
trust?
course, Henry eventually
Like, for
married
example,
another woman
there's a line
with whom
between
he had a
journalists
son.
and documentary
But
filmmakers.
Henry VIII had
Nobody
a
really
son,
trusts
an
journalists.
heir, that he knew would succeed. However, Henry VIII was a
Exactly.
pragmatic man,
But a
so he
documentary
set rules of
filmmaker,
succession
of
that
course,
were
I'm
untoward
joking, half
unto his
joking. I don't
son
know which
and his
percentage
daughter
joking,
would
but
take the
some
throne.
truth. But a documentary
His
filmmaker
eldest
is a kind of
daughter was a Calvinist,
storyteller, an
who was
artist
Yeah.
the
that
product
somehow
of a
that's more
Catholic
trustworthy
marriage and herself
because you're on
a
the same
Catholic
side
woman.
in
For
some way.
a
I don't know.
newly
Maybe.
Anglican
Yeah.
culture,
Maybe.
this
Is there something
officially
to be
felt
said
as
how you
apt.
gain the trust of
But
people?
Henry
You
had
gain
another wife,
access. You just
the product
are you just
of an
trying
Anglican
to be a good
marriage,
human being?
who was, by all
Is there
accounts,
something
bright,
like that?
Well,
even
so I do
brilliant,
draw a
who
distinction
was
between
ambitious,
journalism and
who
filmmaking,
was
because I think you're right,
extremely
they're
resilient,
different.
and who
And
would
there are
make
some filmmakers
a
who do
great
hew
focus
to
and figurehead
sort of
for
the
the growing
journalistic
content
tenets of
movement
who, what, where, when,
in
why,
England.
fair and balanced
I'll
on
talk
both
about her
sides,
next
right?
week,
Make sure everyone has a voice.
about
I don't.
her
If you say
turbulent
fair and
ascension to power,
balanced,
about
you're
the
rarely
internal
either fair
struggles that
or
she
balanced.
overcame to
Yeah.
become one of the
I've
most
seen that with
powerful
journalists,
monarchs in
and
the world.
journalists often,
She journeyed
unfortunately, in
from
my
England
perspective,
to fly
sorry to
both the
interrupt you,
court
rudely,
of the
and
Spanish
go on a
Empire,
rant, but they
What
seem
a
to
where
have
they
rant,
an
do
would
it.
claim
they seem to have an
the
agenda
leveling
Yeah.
of the New
as
World
opposed
Order,
to seeking the
a
truth, tell
feat
a
for
story of
which
the
she
true
employed these gentlemen adventurers with names like Sir Walter
especially when
Raleigh
they're talking to
and
people
Sir Francis Drake. But that'll do it for this week, everybody.
who have
Thank you
some
for listening.
degree
I
of
really hope
viewpoint.
you enjoyed this episode.
Well, we all
And
have an
I
agenda,
hope that I
right?
didn't
I think
offend
anything
anybody's
we do,
religious
whether it's
sensibilities by
like
talking about what is still for a
just the
lot of
truth
people
or
very
even some
controversial
larger
and
principle.
emotional topic.
Sure.
It was my
I
intent
always
that
have an agenda.
even while discussing a lot of
I
negative
chose
things,
to
to try
work
and
with
be as
civilians
balanced and honest
and
as possible.
caretakers
So
in Yemen
hopefully you'll tune
on
in
the
next
north
week. Our
rather
theme
than
music this week was,
doing
as
the
always,
acts,
the old
right?
patent and fantastic band Earth.
That's what I've been
If you've been
doing
enjoying the
for
podcast
that
so far,
era,
well, I think you might enjoy
right?
it. So why not go on over and check it out at
But
freeway.com.au. It's
building relationships and trust,
freeway.com.au. After you're done over
it's
there, why not go on over
I
to
think about
our
transparency. That's the
eastbroadcastcast.com
most
and leave a
important.
comment or a question. podcast,
I
or just
don't,
like it's everybody that is moving.
I don't think of,
Thank you so much for
of
listening.
people that I've done with as subjects, for example. I think of them as collaborators, so it's a different mindset that I go into projects with. And a relationship, right? We can go into relationships together, however we can, and at the time, and actors. So I've talked about the notion of consent before, which is so important. And I this idea of don't just like take them from someone who's covenant, have them sign it, right? And then you're done. That's not the nature of true consent in my mind. It's we have to work on a foundation of active consent every single day that you're with someone, and that's based on relationship, right? It's based on biology. So it's tough, but I'm always looking for stability in the relationship for someone, which is why yesterday I got a bunch of photos from Dr. Alsa's in the house of Yemen, and she sends me photos all the time of the children that she's currently treating because we have an active relationship that continues on and probably will for years to come. So that's going to continue. That's the only way that I can be connected.
Yes, well, this is a feeling before we go to the big picture story. Cameron, bless you.
Yeah.
For those, how much do you have? Let me direct you to Tom. What's your love
Hello,
feel
and welcome to the Pirate History
sound
Podcast.
equipment
My name is
that
Matt.
does the
Thank
initial
you for
filming?
listening.
There's some people they're just like
For the next few weeks, we're going to be covering
they
topics
love
that occur
lenses.
during one
How much do you
particular
love
time in
that?
history.
Or
Some of these
how much
events
do
will
you
occur
love
in
the
Europe,
story
England,
or access
Scotland,
to all
Ireland,
stuff?
moving on to Spain and France, Rome,
But because
even moving further east
during
as England
the
searches
bulk
for
of
a
my
land route
career,
through to Asia.
I
But more of it
I've
will take
worked as a
place
director of
moving
photography
west.
myself for other people
In North America,
in order to
as
pay the
England
bills over
searches
the
for the
years.
Northwest Passage, and
I
some of
know
the first
the
English
technical
colonies
side
that
of it
would one day
because
become
I've
the
had
United
to do it.
States,
I've
and
had to
more
train
importantly,
myself and
down a
learn
little
it.
further
So
south in the
I see
Caribbean,
them
as
as
England begins a
necessary
campaign
tools.
that will move
And
against the monopoly of the
again,
Spanish
because I
Empire in New England. This
film
campaign is done
and
primarily
cinema
through the use of what were known as
is
gentlemen
and should be
adventurers,
visually
committing
driven
little
and
more
not
than acts
verbally
of some
driven.
of the most notorious
I want
piracy
the
that
best
the
tools
Caribbean would
possible
ever see.
within my needs,
And these
right?
events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of
Ability of
Spanish
the
treasure.
project because we have to go so small.
So this week,
Right?
we're
I
going to be
can't-
introducing the
I
central
can't
character
afford
in this
going
period of
and
time.
bring a huge
We'll be
$100,000
introducing
lens.
Good
So if
Queen
I give you $1
Bess,
trillion,
the
$1
Virgin
trillion,
Queen,
yeah.
wow,
the Pirate Queen,
unlimited.
Queen Elizabeth
There's still
I
constraints
of
that have
England.
nothing to do with money.
Yeah.
Like
This
you
is
said.
episode number 5,
So what
Gloriana.
Cameron is going to introduce?
You know what I do with $1 trillion?
The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years
You're only
before
allowed
Henry.
to fund
It starts,
the film.
in fact,
No
1
corrupt
year
stuff
before
where you
Columbus
like
set sail on his
use the
maiden
film to
voyage
actually help
for King
children.
Louis
No,
I.
you're not allowed to do anything.
That was the
And
year
what I would do with
that
$1 trillion
Henry
is I would
VIII was
invest
born.
it. Well, I guess I would invest it.
Of course, at the
increase
time, he
the
wasn't
capital
Henry VIII. He was
into
merely
more
Henry
films.
II, the
That's what I
second
would do.
son
Because I
of
would
King
buy
Henry VII.
basically
His older
the
brother,
perfect little,
Arthur, was the heir
mini
apparent.
equipment
Now,
set,
Arthur
right?
was trained
Then I
as
would
a knight
train
and a soldier, and a
teens
noble,
maybe
and a
to do
politician.
the same
All
thing
of
that
the
I've been
things,
doing,
in short,
so we
that
could
you needed to know to be
multiply
king.
and scale.
While his younger brother Henry
Yeah, that's what
was
I
sent
would
off
do.
with his
But the actual
sisters to
setup
live with their mother,
Would remain
who was
small
Henry's first
and
kid.
nimble. Yeah.
This is important because
And
Henry was born
what
near the
about
end of what's known as the Wars of the
lighting?
Roses,
Do
a
you
period
usually
of
use
time in
natural
England
light? Do you
where
ever
2
use
houses vied for control of the English
sorry
throne.
for the technical questions
Henry's
here, but
father was a member of one of those houses, what was
highlighting the
known
drama
as the
in your
Lancasters.
face.
However, his mother was actually a member
That's the
of the
visual.
opposing
That's art.
house,
That's
known as the House of York.
to reveal
So while
reality.
he was nominally a tutor, a
And
member
it's
of the
because
Lancaster
it's art.
side,
And
he was
you
trained
use
by and
lighting.
reportedly
Light
looked
is
a
such a
lot
big
like
part of that.
his Yorkish mother.
You ever
Now,
do
this
like a
shouldn't have
collection
been
of
concern
tracking
because his
matches?
older brother Arthur, who was
They're the
not
best
trained by his
lighting
Yorkish
in the
mother
world.
and looked very little like her, was going to
At
be
the right
king.
moment of the day.
However, Arthur
And so
died
I
before his ascension to the throne.
predominantly use
Of
natural
course,
light.
there was the beginnings of a Yorkish rebellion, another civil war, another war of the Roses. However, both sides
and
were at
just shape
peace
natural
because
light.
a Lancaster would be on the
During
throne,
the course
but
of
he was
small
so much of the
stuff.
temperament of the
That's not to
Yorkish
say
side
don't
and even looked so much
bring
like them
instruments
that
sometimes,
both
but
sides
when
could
you do,
accept
they're
Henry as
very
king.
small
On the
and
day of his coronation, it could be argued
So,
that Henry
for
ended
example, I have
the
this
Wars of
small
the Roses,
little,
Arthur had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noble, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, his work as a diplomatic marriage had really served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against their common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child. He was off on the continent fighting wars that were gaining him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary, largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church wasn't going to last. Henry's star began to fade. While once he had been a European superstar, handsome, young, adventurous in his wars on the continent, those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time, hunting boar, passing his days, and his wife, she had still only borne him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many of their partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, he had a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was pretty typical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. Anne was something of a mystery to him. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he had desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in his court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancé of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it. It wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now the man was single, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France that even had a name for it, but still Anne turned him down. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady-in-waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well educated in things that most She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn king who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. And divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. See, there's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome invading the city, and at the time he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal etched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to Henry. So he decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that Henry was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was going all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the Pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did, in secret at first. But within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announce to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named princess, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare to do this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match.
imagination.
and his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury and miscarriage,
To shape story, to shape
this
character,
time
to shape
it was a boy.
So I think it was a much
Henry
more
saw
natural
this
thing.
as
Was
evidence,
like,
perhaps a sign,
excellent, let's begin.
that Anne Boleyn
No.
would never give him
You know,
a
I
son
think few
and
people
heir.
are, but I
He
learned.
decided
Where was the
that
biggest
he
struggle
needed to find a new
This
wife.
is, so your
However,
imagination
he would not
clearly
be able
was,
to just have this marriage
something
annulled
was
as
not
he
the
had
right
his last one.
So
He was going to have
sure
to
that
find
was
another
pretty strong.
solution.
Books,
What he came up with
books.
was to accuse Anne
But
Boleyn
the
of
actual
witchcraft.
conversion of the imagination shape
Not
was
only
really
witchcraft, but
So
adultery
where
with
was
at least
the
5
skill
other men.
most lacking in
One of them
shaping the
happened to
story
be her brother, so we could go ahead
Technical side.
and toss
Just
incest
Yeah,
onto the
like,
pile
you know,
as well.
I taught myself
At her
everything,
trial,
you know.
one of the
microphone should I
jurors
use,
was that
right?
same
What kind of
nobleman
camera?
to
What
whom
does
she'd
this
been
lens do? What's that
engaged as
lens
a younger
do?
woman.
I didn't know any of that.
When he
And so I
declared
usually
his
I have
verdict
been
of guilty,
self-taught.
it was said that
How
he
do you
was
get
made
good
physically
technically,
sick
would you say, when you're
by the
self-taught?
act.
Do it over and over
It was a
again.
unanimous
And
decision.
what kind of story
Every
do you
juror
tell? Like,
I
decided she
began
was
shooting
guilty.
local commercials.
That was the kind of
For-
power
for
that
money.
Henry VIII
For
had
money.
at
Yeah,
that
yeah.
time.
They do it
The young
professional
Elizabeth was
Yeah,
only 2 years old
And so I kind of
when
learned
her
on the job
mother
as I did it.
was beheaded.
How many hobby projects would
She
you
never
do
really
with
got to
someone?
know her
So
mother,
you try to
and
become
would,
professional.
for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father.
And that
It was
that's
only
a forcing
10 days
function.
later that Henry married a convert named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant and then bear him finally a son,
Nice.
who he would name Edward, Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir.
But that couple years,
Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study
so I did a
elsewhere.
couple. I did a couple voices
Elizabeth's
around the
tutor,
world.
a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a word from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or Sudoku. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through a courtier. He would send one noble and another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old woman. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her face to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is the copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful, but on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There is not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven. And her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court, and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death. It said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly, and it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old, her brother, the king of England. Her father passed away, having left her a small inheritance in third in line succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. But not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on a moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped him rule the nation, and now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years reportedly, so she accepted reluctantly. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth, so when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, it could be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek while he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for his stepfather in his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maidenly honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again, in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account yet, but what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun to bark. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run. One of King Edward's dogs flew. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly Protestant nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when the pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour will, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her faith for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon them. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. With him, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but that also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make it a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This was what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. A resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burn at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England, who would of course have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into England. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been smart, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story, because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy push on Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to the rebellion. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded on the throne would have been another woman named Mary. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip. To see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary Queen of Scots, to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering what Elizabeth has come through to get to the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. That would be the Spanish ambassador in England. which he had very recently had a place at court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was reported saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent woman that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character that we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist at a time when it was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth lived in. The state that England was in was somewhat divided. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentleman adventurers. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate it. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Brilliant. The song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really helps keep the podcast afloat. That helps us cover the cost of research materials as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, the Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, and find out things like over there, or go on over to Twitter and follow us there. Everybody help the Bullshit Podcast.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of the sail from the open treetops of pine and a town. Stories of violence and peace from a voice like a shakedown of a dream. At the face of an angel, all battered by crush and tragedy. Raise your glass in the air, tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodnight. For his first flight before the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Last week, we discussed the early days of Queen Elizabeth's reign. talked about the challenges she faced as well as the tactics that she used to
documentaries
overcome them,
directly.
including
Indirectly, I think
a
you
new
probably
class of
have
mariners, men
conflict
who were
wise, but
young,
directly, when you
ambitious,
put in that
eager to
position,
make their fortunes,
I don't
known as
want
the
to.
gentlemen adventurers.
I mean, I
And we
certainly
talked
pulled
about
people out
some
of
of
the water to
England's
make them swim.
earliest voyages to the Caribbean.
I did that.
Voyages under a
and
man
that's
named
against
John
the
Hawkins, and
basis
one
and
voyage
put down the
under
camera
another captain
to
named
help.
John Low. At least one,
Yeah.
maybe two of these voyages
So
were
this
on
is
board
people
a
coming
young,
from Libya
highly talented
and trying to
mariner
make it across
named
the
Francis
Mediterranean
Drake.
in kind of
Today we're going to be
crappy,
talking about
tiny
the
boat.
third
From
voyage
a
of John
filmmaker
Hawkins.
perspective, how do you
This was a
film
much
that? Was there a
larger
decision
voyage than any of the three previous
to
that had been
capture the
also
desperation?
had on board
Well,
Francis Drake.
we
This voyage
were
would change relations
going
between
back to
England
this
and
idea
Scotland
of
forever,
access and how that's
and
so
it would
fundamental to my
shape the
approach.
worldview and the future career of Sir Francis
We
Drake.
were bound
This
by the
is episode
issues
number
of
7
the rescue
of
operation
John Hawkins.
on the Sea Watch vessel, which was 30 meters long.
Last week we
And
discussed
we
how
were
John
two
Hawkins,
of a
John
crew of
Lovell,
15,
and Francis Drake
right? So
were
we
all
had to
members of
multitask
those
all the
West
time
Country
because
English,
the
born
only reason we
in
were
or
on that
around the
boat
town of Plymouth,
was
who were
by
fiercely
agreement
prompt,
that if
extraordinarily
needed,
loyal to
we
the
would do
Queen,
whatever
and yet
necessary, right?
acted many
To
times of their own accord in matters of
help,
both trade
right?
and
And so it was
diplomacy.
very active
But
on
I didn't
multiple
give much
levels.
background
And
about any of these men, and I'd like to
we
about
were
Francis
making
Drake.
decisions
Now, we don't
each and
know a
every
whole lot
day
about
that
him.
were
He was not born noble,
not
so
only
there
filmmaking
were
and creative
very
decisions,
few
but
records
also just
kept about him or his family.
decisions about
What there is, mostly, is
how
tax records and poor arrest records, but we
how
can piece
to
together a little bit about
live
his
that
life.
duality,
We can
right?
assume
Of being
that
a
Francis Drake
humanitarian
was
and a
born in
filmmaker
February on this
simultaneously.
fish,
And
1512.
the
We know
greatest
that
example
his
I
father,
can
Edmund,
share
was a farmer,
of that
a shepherd,
was
and a cloth
with my
manufacturer.
director of
Now, this
photography
was
in that
pretty
project, Kenny
typical
Allen.
of any farmers in
He,
England, especially on the West Country
Kenny's a
at
big
this
guy,
time. Most
but
of them raised sheep
got like
and would then
arms like tree
manufacture cloth,
trunks,
which was
um,
England's crown export.
and he, because he
There is
was
a
so
record
physically
that after
able,
the English
strong,
Reformation under Henry
the head of
VIII,
mission,
his father became a priest in
he
the
didn't
English
task
church.
him to be on the
However, it
Zodiac
doesn't
to pull
exactly
people
make
out of
what
the
he
water.
asked
He
for.
could literally with one
There are
arm
records that
reach
show
down and
that
just
Francis
up,
Drake's
got to
father
pull
was
someone out,
something of a
right?
violent man. Now,
Whereas
not
he would
necessarily
take
against
two
his
or three
family
people,
or
right?
against
And so
Francis, but there are
when we
some
were at the
aspects
height
of that.
of
We do
triage
know that he
and
was
there were
arrested
people
for
in the water all
assaulting
over
and
and
robbing a
rafts were
man with
sinking,
another accomplice,
Kenny was
and
out
then,
pulling people
after
out of
being
the water.
released
And
just a
this
few
went on
miles
for like
away, assaulting
24
and robbing
hours, right?
another
And
man
at the
with
end of
his
that
horse
first
and
day,
horse.
I remember like
After these
looking
incidents,
over
his
on the
father
deck
was forced to
and
return
seeing
home,
Kenny like
wishing
help
justice
people up
for
from
Drake.
the ladders
However,
to
this
walk them
probably
back,
didn't have
right?
a huge effect
And his
on
camera
Frank.
was
He had
nowhere
already
close to me.
left home because of his
So I
education.
walked over to him and I
When
just
he was still very
grabbed
young,
him by the shoulders and said,
Francis,
Kenny,
along with all of his
where's your
brothers
camera?
and a number of other boys from the
And
community,
he didn't
went
know.
to study at
He
the
had
home
no
of
idea
William
where his camera
Hawkins.
was,
That
right?
was the
And so
father of
I just
John
said, Kenny,
Hawkins, who was about the same age as Francis,
we're
and
here
it's
to do
reported
what you
that they
need,
became pretty quick friends.
but
It's
we're
also
also here
acknowledged
to
that they
film
were,
it,
quote,
right?
close
To
kinsmen.
make sure that we document
In
what
those
is
days, it was
unfolding
pretty
in front
typical
of
for
us,
boys
so
who
we
were
have a record
what you
of
might
it,
call middle
right?
class
So we can
to
bring
receive
it
an
to
education
a larger
in a
audience,
household of
so
a
you need to go
relatively
find
poor
your camera,
household.
so we can also
And
document
many of
it.
his
And that
clan and
kind of
people in
pulled
that
him
West
out,
Country
and he
region
went got his
did so
camera and started
from
filming
his
again.
household.
But that gives you an
That's where they
impetus
learned
of
to do
the
things
world
like
that you
read
had to
and
live
write.
in
It's where they
in
learned
order to get your story done.
arithmetic
But I
and a
think
fair amount of what you
To be a
considered
great director of
gentlemanly
photography, to be
manners.
a great
That
director,
included
you
how to
have
behave
to
with
lose
undertakers,
yourself
how to
in
talk to
that,
one's elders,
in
and
your
how to
story
talk to
too.
one's betters.
but usually with
Everybody
camera in
from
hand,
hired
right?
But
merchants to
sometimes
nobility
you
to
forget
really
the
royal
camera. I mean,
people.
the
In
reason I
Hawkins' household,
I
they
feel
learned
like
about the doctrine of the
if
English
you're
church.
obsessed
They
with
read
the
the
camera
Bible,
too
which was
much,
something that hadn't really
you
been
can
done
lose
by
the
most young
humanity
men.
in it. You get
And
obsessed
they
with
were
the
taught
film and the
about a
story.
recorded
It can become
sex
clinical.
acts that
Yeah,
happened
Yeah,
during the show.
absolutely. And
In exchange for their education,
yeah,
boys
absolutely.
all
And
across
you
Europe
don't
would
want
work
to.
for the
I don't want
families
to
in
become
question.
clinical on my film.
If the family they were working
let me
for
ask you
were, say,
a strange
copper
interaction
smelters.
and
They would
question.
even get crap, of
So
course, but
some filmmakers
in the
believe
case
it's
of the
justified
Hawkins
to
family,
break the
they were
rules
merchants and mariners,
in
and
order to
these
tell a
boys
powerful
weren't
story.
wealthy enough for their
When
education on board a
Herzog,
ship. They traveled all around Africa, from
I read this
France
somewhere,
to Spain to
teaches
the
young
Low
filmmakers
Countries,
to
even
pick lots and
occasionally
forge
the
documents and so
Mediterranean.
on. I didn't know that.
They watched and learned as
What do you
their
think about
elders
that?
bought and
Bending the
sold
rules in
goods, when
service
they
of
helped
telling a story.
negotiate terms, and
You would, of
sometimes
course, never break the
when the
law,
ship would come upon a small
but is there,
unsuspecting ship, they
is
would
that
watch as their elders overtook that
just
ship
generally
and
speaking,
would negotiate a
bending
transfer of
the
goods
rules and so
upon
on?
sold
Just to
Now, we don't
elaborate
have
on this
any
question,
proof
perhaps,
that Francis Drake was
I'm
on
just
board
acutely
any of these
aware that
trading
there's parts of the
voyages,
world
but
where
he
the
probably
rule of
was. We
law
do know that
is
John
not
Hawkins was on board many of
like
these trading voyages, and so
enforced
it can be assumed that
as
Francis was
cleanly as
alongside.
it is in the United States, as
Now, of
fair
course,
as it is
records
in
of
the United
Francis
States.
Drake
But
on board
there's
the
a
ship
kind of,
don't
there's a
happen
lot of
until he was about
bribery,
17 or 18
there's
years.
a lot
But
of,
then we
like,
do
you
know
don't
that he
really
was sailing on
know who
ships
to
owned
trust
by the
anymore.
Papal States.
You don't know who to
Now,
trust, the
these
cops
voyages were
or
voyages that went primarily into
basically
French
anybody.
waters that
So
had
like
a
the
single goal:
rules are
the
very
sacking,
kind of
plunder,
clockwork,
and sometimes
and a lot
outright
of them,
theft
especially
of
like
these French
slave
ships.
authoritarian regimes,
Now, this
often have
wasn't
a giant
exactly a
bureaucracy built up with
respectable
more rules.
vocation at the
It's
time,
more rules than
even
you
in
know what
that
to
West
deal with,
Country area,
and you can't actually
but
live life
it was
unless
a
you break
known
the rules.
fact of life and
Anyway,
something that the
laying that
government,
all
all
out
the
on
way
the
from the
table,
local officials all the way to
do
the
you
Queen,
ever
who turned out to be
contend
an
with that?
icon. Francis did pretty well as a
What
pilot.
are
In
the
fact, we
rules
know that
I
by
can
the age
break
of
or
probably
should break
20, maybe 21,
to keep
he
the
was
spirit
actively
afloat?
investing in other
You
more
get to ask
legitimate
yourself, are the rules
voyages
just,
off his own.
and why are they in
I'd like
place,
to
right?
take a
So,
step back
for
and for
example,
a minute
coming
take a
into the
look at
airport in
the
southern Yemen,
process of
right?
investing in novel
If
voyages.
I
I
just tried
made
to walk
mention of
through
it,
the
but I don't really
airport with all my
thoroughly
equipment,
understand it.
even with all the permissions
Any
beforehand,
voyage
like we
at
have,
sea is,
without
of course,
having a
going to be something
fixer
that's very
at the
expensive.
airport
You
beforehand
needed, of
to
course,
make
a
sure we
supervision.
didn't go through the
You needed
standard
a
line,
captain and
right?
other officers. You needed a crew,
We
as
would
well
have
as
been caught up
provisions to
for
keep that
3
crew
hours at
alive.
least
You would need to
negotiating over
take
our
over
equipment
maintenance of the
and
ship while
eventually
it
paying
wasn't
a
full.
bribe to get
You
it
would
through,
need things like
right? That's just
rope,
reality
tar,
in a place
lumber,
like
other
Yemen.
things that
And
would
so, of
actually keep
course,
the ship held
knowing
together.
that, right,
Sails. You
having
would
talked to
also need on
colleagues who had
board
taken that
the
path
armaments
previously,
to
I
defend the
took a
ship in
different
case
path,
anything happened.
right? But we
And this
hired a
included not
fixer
only things like
beforehand
powder and
to
shot for the
sort it out
cannons, but
beforehand,
also some of
right?
those early
Rather
rifles
than
that
spending
existed,
3
as
hours of
well
our
as a
time
fair
and
number
paying a
of
series of
bows,
bribes, and
arrows,
instead
and
we're
cold
going to get
steel.
it fixed
Now, this
beforehand
was a large
so that
investment
you can
for
walk
any
through a
single
different
person
line
to make.
and have no
There were,
liberty
of
in your
course,
equipment.
people in England that were rich enough to
That's
finance
a
their own
pretty
expeditions.
good
However, if
trade-off
something
in my
did
mind.
happen to the ship
Talk about
despite all these
security when
armaments
you're
on board,
traveling in these
that would be a
places.
huge
You ever
loss
have
to whoever was the
bodyguards?
single person that invested in it.
Well,
So,
several
the
questions
practice of
around that.
other
Have you
people
ever been afraid
investing
for
in
your
these
life
voyages to
when you're
mitigate
juggling a
any
war
losses
zone?
began. And of course,
Is
then
there
there was a
any
smaller
way
return
to
for a single investor.
lessen the
However, when one
probability of
person
death?
invested in a number of voyages, then they could make the same
I
amount
don't
of
invest
money
much. I try
without
to
the
mitigate risk
possibility of
however
losing
I
one
can,
voyage on
however I
through
can.
piracy or
But one of
bad
the ways I
weather
can't
in
do
order
it
to
in a
mitigate their
conflict zone
losses.
is by having armed
That's why
security with
merchant
me.
guilds and
And the
trading
reason for
companies
that
have
is because,
custody
especially in a
companies that
place
we
like
talked about
Yemen,
last week.
right,
That's where they were
if you have
collecting
armed
all
security,
over
you become a
Europe.
target
Investors were
in a way that
eager to
if you're
invest their money
operating
into any
under
merchant voyage that
sort of
required it.
the
It wasn't
auspices of
just the merchants, though.
international
Nobility, all
humanitarian
the way up
law,
through the
I actually
royalty,
have
were
more
investing
protection.
in these
So I
voyages.
don't break
If you remember,
security. If you're
Columbus
working
was
in
unable to get his voyage paid
northern
for
Yemen, for
until
example,
back under the King and Queen of Spain.
you're going to
This
have
meant a
someone
lot of
from
other
the de
investors for
facto
Columbus had
authorities
actually
with you
managed to get
anyway
the voyage
the
paid
entire
for.
time
This
you're
was
there.
difficult in England as
So
well. However,
the authorities are
Elizabeth
with
made that
you
voyage that many
informed
other
anyway.
investors in her court would decide it was a
Regarding
pretty
fear,
safe bet, and if nothing else, it looked very good to the Queen to be
yeah,
investing
of
in something
course.
that she
I
handled.
mean, fear is a natural
You could usually
human
expect
emotion,
some members of
right?
the
And
Navy in
I think
Elizabeth's
we
court
have a
to be
weird
investing in many voyages, but if they managed
mindset.
to convince Elizabeth
There's sort of a
herself,
heroic
then other
mindset
members of
around
the
me here
Privy
in the
Council
U.S.,
were
which
likely
I
to invest
don't
as well. Even
pay
for
tribute to.
voyages that are probably known to have
I
happened privately, such
believe
as Jack
as an answer
Fawley's
to human
voyage.
emotion, it's an alarm bell that I
The
need to pay
Privileges
attention
actually
to,
put out a
right?
press release saying that
And I
these
think
voyages meant to undermine
rather than
Spanish trade in the Caribbean were
pretending
not
to
to
be
be
brave,
found. However,
right? I
they
think
were
you have
backed
to
financially by
acknowledge
the
that
Queen and many of her
fear has
highest
a
council
place
members.
um,
This
to
was
keep you alive,
deeply inflammatory
and
to
I
both the
think
Portuguese
it's a
and the
matter of
Spanish, and it was
not
something of a
letting your
gamble
fear
on
arrest you,
Elizabeth's part. But
right?
she was
And
betting
allowing
on
the fear to
Philip of
live
Spain's
and then
need
acting
to
anyway.
keep himself out of
Don't you
trouble
think,
in
as
war.
a documentary
He was still
filmmaker,
engaged in the love
the fear is
conflicts.
a really
He was
good
still
signal
under
of
heightened
protection, a
tension
good
from
thing to do
France, and
because it's
most
totally there?
importantly, probably,
So
he
the
was
fear is
still
in
in
the
what
beginning, whether you should do
an
it or
open
whether
war
maybe you
against
should
the
do it.
Muslims.
It's probably
In
the
the
maybe you
meantime,
should
the war
do it,
between
right?
England and Scotland
And you know,
had
then
essentially come to
strangely,
a
that I think
close.
that's why
Elizabeth, now held Mary, Queen of Scots,
that if there's
custody,
something
which had
unusual about the work I
somewhat
do
helped
in some
tensions
part,
between
it's
France and
because of
England
these types of
subside, at
stories,
least
right?
anything
They're hard
coming
to
close to
access,
active warfare.
but you also have to have a
And Philip
threshold
knew that the actions of Elizabeth
of
were a direct
willingness
response to his
to
losing Calais
begin
and closing
when
off the port of
you
Antwerp.
can.
This was
You know,
essentially a
there's no
game of
guarantee of
diplomatic
physical
chess,
safety,
and right now,
right?
Elizabeth
And
was
maybe
trying.
that's why you should do
Her
it.
adversary was
I'm very much
Philip.
motivated by the
It
things
was
that scare me.
probably
That
Guzman de
they seem
Silva,
to be
the
direct.
Spanish ambassador.
The things
He was
that
the
are
man
working
that
in this
really
all too
contested
short life.
every move
How
of
often
the
do you
Queen.
interact with
He
our
confronted
friendly
her
friends
openly
at the
on the
police
second voyage
departments in
on
various
Portuguese
locations?
coastal Rome.
Like,
Elizabeth claimed that John Barrow's was
because of the
nothing but
humanitarian
prosperous on the ship for his next voyage to know that she wasn't exactly being truthful with him. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted. She wanted De Silva, as well as King Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's moves against England. She would tell De Silva that the seas were free, and that a vibrant trade in the Caribbean could only help the Spanish citizens. It was when De Silva wrote again and again to King Philip, and King Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really give De Silva any ammunition that he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more explicit treatment. When he came to protest the actions of John Hawkins' first voyage, the Queen told him that his protests were essentially pointless because he had already sailed for his second. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he attacked fishing villages and trading outposts and made a small fortune in gold and wax and ivory and pearls. These attacks at the second voyage against the Portuguese and the Spanish were a large part of the reason that John Lovell's voyage was so fruitful. However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage of prosperity, he was seen as a much better captain, commander, and trader than John Lovell was. Merely having his name attached to the voyage attracted investors from the highest sectors in England. The manifest of his investors, it reads like a who's who of Elizabethan London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested 2 of her own ships. There was also Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite, and probably actually the Queen's love. Robert Dudley had met Elizabeth when they were both in the Tower of London, and they became somewhat devoted to each other, possibly fallen in love. He was in the Tower of London as a quiet thought that helped him to undermine any Mary moves for the throne. He was, from the time of Elizabeth's accession, really her most trusted advisor. He was probably the one man whose loyalty was never in question. Elizabeth was known to spend most of her idle hours with Robert Dudley, and even known to come into his bedchamber sometimes very late at night. Dudley was given some of the highest honors at court and some of the most responsibility of any man in Elizabeth's court. She even named him regent if anything were to happen, and Dudley even ruled England for a small time when Elizabeth died. The next man that you would see on the list of investors for this voyage was really Dudley's main competition for influence at court and the Queen's favor. He was the highest advisor that was on her privy council. His name was William Cecil. He was the guy that really saw the day-to-day bureaucratic running of the realm for her. He was a notoriously honest man, a man that Elizabeth trusted to tell her any hard truth that nobody else in her court was willing to, sometimes not even Robert Dudley. Now, Dudley and Cecil were bitter enemies. They couldn't be more different. Really, their personalities were somewhat symbolic of Elizabeth's England. Dudley was a really flamboyant character. He was young and handsome, and he dressed extravagantly. If you were to picture William Shakespeare, or at least how he dressed, you'd have a picture of Dudley. He would wear very fancy shoes and bright colored stockings and those strange puffy shorts that everybody seems to be wearing. He would have a fine embroidered coat and a big flamboyant hat, probably with a feather sticking out of it, and a sword at his head. Cecil, on the other hand, was a pure man. He would have worn almost all black, a very plain black coat, plain pants, plain boots, probably a hat, and instead of a sword on his hip, he probably had a folio on it. And these were the 2 most powerful men in Elizabeth's court, and they frequently clashed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes violently. And this was reportedly something that Elizabeth supported somewhat, maybe not openly, but the competition was something she saw as a positive. These men started to gather supporters who would travel around town armed. They would wear armbands or cockades that would show their allegiance to either Cecil or toward Dudley. And sometimes, whenever these armed bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally blood would even be spilled. Cecil said that he didn't approve of these violent interactions. He was a man who thought that that was inappropriate. However, it would probably benefit him behind the scenes. It's similar to how he said he didn't approve of these maritime adventures all over the world or those who invested in them. However, on John Hawkins' third voyage, he invested essentially everybody else and no longer
That
a
means
leader.
that, you know, it
Other
uses
lords,
more
Dudley's own brother, the
testing
Earl
on
of
those
Warwick,
words,
the
right?
Earl of
That
Pembroke,
they
the
ask of
Lord
you
Admiral of the
things that
Navy,
you may not
William Winter, who we spoke about
know
last week,
we're going
and
to
his
be
brother
asking
George
you.
Winter, who
And
was
then it
another
speaks to
notorious gangster,
who you are
John
fundamentally
Hawkins'
believing.
older brother,
They
William.
reveal
Then came
who you are.
essentially
Yeah.
all of the merchant families in London.
Um,
Any major guilds
let
or
me ask
leaders
some
in the
kind of
commercial sector,
stupid
not just from London, but
technical
from all
question
over England,
about
especially from the
publications
family of
and
John
movies
Hawkins
and so
himself.
on.
Everyone,
I've
or
been
anyone, wanted
recently
to share in this
becoming
voyage
good
in all
friends with
glory.
Thomas Call, who's the producer.
John Hawkins was
His company,
extremely
Legendary
wealthy.
Comics, owns big
He had all the
blockbuster
money
films on.
and provisions and
And so
cargo he
obviously
could
money
need,
is part
but
of
the
filmmaking.
crew was somewhat
But also
underemployed.
to release
Voyages
movies.
to the African
And
coast
me
had
as
a
a
bad
consumer,
reputation, and
you
men
know,
who sailed on
with
those voyages
Netflix,
frequently didn't
YouTube,
come back. And even those who
you know,
did hardly made any money.
it's one of the
They
reasons
didn't
I'm a
get
huge fan of
equal
YouTube.
shares by any means. They
It's
got
like
paid a
out in the
stipend,
open.
and they would be away from home
Access,
for years. It wasn't worth
especially
it to
historical
any
access.
mariners
Like
in England, so they had to
over
resort
time,
to
you can
press
look
gang.
back years
They
later
would
and you pay some
get
money
men
to
drunk if they
watch
were
some of
lucky,
the
but
great
sometimes
films
just
ever made.
attack them in an alleyway, knock
YouTube,
them over the
Hulu,
head, and then these
Netflix,
poor
I don't
men
know what other
would wake
services
up
there
on
are,
a ship
HBO,
on their way to
Paramount,
America.
Paramount Plus.
The press gangs were
uh,
efficient, and after only a few
anyway,
days,
there's
they
all
had
these
the men they
platforms.
needed to fresh out their ships, and they were ready to set
Spotify,
sail.
you know.
And on October 7th,
I
1567,
understand they want to
they
put
did sail.
paywalls and so on.
There were
It
6
makes
ships
sense.
total in the fleet.
But I'm
The
a
2
huge
that
fan of
belonged to the
openness,
Queen
and I'm
were the
really kind of torn by this
700-ton
whole thing.
Jesus of
Anyway,
Lovat,
that's a
which
discussion
was the
for perhaps
flagship
another time.
captained by John
But
Hawkins himself,
the
and a
short question
300-ton
is,
minion.
why is it so
The
hard
other 4 ships
to watch
belonged to
your
the Hawkins
documentaries
brothers, William and
and
John,
other
the
films,
first of all the acting and
other
crew, William
franco
and John.
films
Then there
on the
was the
internet?
Swallow, the Angel,
And if I want to
and the
pay
Judith.
unlimited
Now we
talk
know
time,
Francis Drake was aboard the Judith.
I want to pay a lot of money
However,
Yeah.
reports are
to watch it.
conflicting
Why is it
as
so
to what
hard?
his rank on
Well,
the Judith
lifeboat
was.
is screaming free
Later
now.
in life,
You know, that
Francis Drake would say that he was happy
Yes,
from the
I saw
moment
that.
they set
But it's
sail.
still,
There were
which is
also
interesting.
testimonies from some of his men
That
that
doesn't make
said
any
that he
sense.
was
And
the
then
captain
also
from very
on
beginning.
reward
These testimonies,
Paramount
however,
on
were
Paramount
taken
Plus,
by
but
the
also
Scottish Inquisition,
and
who were
it's also
looking at the time
streaming.
for
Yeah,
as much
yeah.
evidence
So
to
you
implicate
either
Francis
go
Drake
through a
in as many
paywall
crimes as
or you can watch
possible
it with
at
ads.
one time. So
With big
these
backs.
testimonies aren't exactly
Big
trustworthy.
facts. Sometimes.
But he
Yeah,
was,
the
at the
contrast
time at least,
is really,
on board the Judith.
well, no, it
It's
really
also important to
reveals
mention that
Apollo stuff.
this was more
Yeah.
than just a
No,
merchant
but like it's
voyage.
still
This was a
not in
national
those
undertaking,
platforms.
and these
I
ships
mean,
were
they're
heavily armed.
not as
The Jesus of
easily
Lovat
accessible.
flew the Queen's
You have
own
to like,
colors alongside the flag
you
of
have to
St.
like,
George flying behind the gable.
you have to
They
chase
were
a particular.
bristling with
Chase it.
cannon,
Yeah,
and the men
yeah.
aboard them
I
were,
guess
in many
from an
cases,
economic
heavily
standpoint, the answer to
trained
that is
soldiers
pretty
of the
clear,
Queen's
right?
own army.
It may not be what
And
people
John
want to
Hawkins
watch.
had in his possession a
Maybe people
commission
want to
from
watch
Queen Elizabeth II,
reality.
who ordered him
Maybe people
not
want to
to
watch
offend England's allies, namely Portugal
animal
and
rescue
Spain.
shows,
However,
right? Here
John
in the
Hawkins
U.S.
had no intention of following
Which is
his orders,
exactly
and
why
Ambassador
it's
de
part,
Silva
I
knew
think
this.
it's so vital that we continue to
Just a few
do
days after setting sail,
stories on things
the
that
fleet
aren't
was
about
scattered by
borrowing
terrible
puppy dogs,
storms.
right?
Nearly all the
What's the
ships
crack on
lost
that?
sight of
So
each other, and the Jesus of Lovat took
there's
severe
TikTok.
damage. It was so bad that
You could
just a
say,
few days after
well,
setting
look,
out, John
humans
Hawkins
just want to watch
seriously
really
considered
short
turning back and
content
going back to London.
because they seem to be addicted
But
to that.
almost
Yeah.
as soon as the storm
That's
ended,
partially
the
true.
Angel managed to
But
find
they
the
also
Jesus.
want
They
2, 3,
decided that
4,
the best
5
course of
hour
action would
podcasts.
be to go ahead and continue their voyage
And
to go to the Canary
On
Islands,
TikTok?
which every ship in
no,
the fleet knew
there's
was the
different
first
platforms for
destination.
that. This
The
is a
Minion,
place called
the William
YouTube
and
up
John,
in
and the
Chicago.
Swallow
Okay,
had
yeah,
found
never
each
heard of
other's
it.
rudder, and they were heading
There's
to
a
the
good place to call
Americas.
this documentary.
However, Drake's ship, the Judith,
I,
was nowhere to be
you know,
found, and it
humans
was
are interested in
presumed
a lot of
sunk.
things. And I've
It
seen
took a few
many
days, but when
times
John
a
Hawkins had
thing that you
nearly
think
made
is
it
a
to Port
niche
in the
thing
Canaries,
become a
he
very big
found
thing.
the Judith.
But for them to
Francis
become
Drake, who was
mainstream,
almost
they have
certainly
to
a
have a
captain by
platform
now,
that
had sailed
allows
straight
for
through
the
the storm,
mainstream to
with
happen.
no loss of life
The
and
access,
almost no damage to the
the
ship.
dumb, simple,
This had to be
frictionless
kind
access.
of impressive
The
for John
frictional frictionless access is a really important thing. Paywalls create friction, and not just because of the money. It can be free, but you have to click on things or maybe sign up or put your email. It's just not great. It prevents you from enjoy the things you really enjoy. You really enjoy, but your baser human nature prevents you from enjoying things that you just open up TikTok and keep scrolling. So that's just something to say about platforms, because I think the basic things that need platforms the most are things like the thing that I think a lot of people stop watching. That's very important.
there are lots of
allowed to
machines
sense
to
what
celebrate them,
arrived,
but they're
or
just
you can
not
see cavities
always
serving
accessible
ale
as YouTube,
in
right? I mean,
fresh,
as soon
hot
as you write me that
flavor,
check for $1 trillion when I
and
walk
as
out
many
of here,
women as you could
then
fuck
I'm gonna
there
put
at
all my
once.
funds on
Well,
YouTube because
sailors
then I
don't
won't have to worry
take
about,
flavors too well.
selling
Their
them,
attention grows
so I can
very
make the
rapid.
next film. Because,
Two men found
film is not
themselves
just
in
an art,
what could be
it's also
considered
an
a violent
industry,
disagreement.
right?
One of them
And
was
that
named Edward
tension
Bell.
between the
He
two,
was
the
the
constant
captain of
interplay,
the soul.
that is
Essentially,
the
he was the
reality
man
for
that,
me.
whenever
So I
they
always
landed
have
in
to
the
think
Caribbean,
about
would be in charge of
how
all
can
the
I access the
sailors.
largest audience,
But he and
but
another man
also,
decided that they
right,
were going to row
go out and
ashore
make the
and
next
fight
film,
a duel.
right?
Now,
So
Dudley went
that
ashore
longevity
first in his
question
own
is
boat,
also
but
an
John
issue,
Hawkins
and
stopped
the
his second
finances
man
are
and
part of
followed
that
Dudley.
sort of
Hawkins
equation
stopped
that
the
I
duel from
constantly
taking
have to
place,
rewrite
which
over and
would
over
have
again.
broken his
How
promise to
often,
keep his men in
as a
line.
creative
However,
mind, do
Dudley
you
was
deal with the
outnumbered.
constraints, the financial
Harsh
constraints?
words were almost certainly exchanged.
I
Things
wish
began to
I
get a
could
little
build
violent
a
when
lot
Dudley
more
drew his
films
sword and struck
that
his
I
captain
can't
above the eye with his
always
foot,
because of
drawing blood.
financial constraints.
So some
Well,
Muppet
that's
films.
Yeah.
mutiny.
And
It was
I
mutiny to strike
Is
any
the film
senior
that you
officer.
do
John
currently,
Hawkins said
is it the
that was
film that
something,
you do
however,
in
that they'd be able to
1905 as you're
continue,
filming it already funded,
except that he
or
was
is
the
it
admiral
you're
of
funding
a
the
fleet
previous
commissioned
stuff
by
that
him.
you're trying to
He
use?
said that this was as bad
before
as
Hunger
striking the
Wars,
Queen for sight.
I
Hawkins
would just
ordered
take a
Dudley
flyer on my
put in
phone,
chains.
right, where I would just
He drew his
say
harquebus.
this
He
meets the
pointed
so what
directly
threshold.
at Dudley
This is a story that
and
has
told
to
him
be
to say
told,
his prayers
and
and
I
prepare.
want to tell it. And then I could
Dudley
just go
pleaded
shooting,
for his life.
and
He
usually on
begged
credit,
for
usually on a
forgiveness.
credit card,
The
right?
other Englishmen
So
begged in his favor.
based on a belief
Even
that
a foreign priest
lifeboat
came
was done
down
that way,
to see what was
right?
happening
Fifty
and to
thirds
beg
was
for
done that
John
way.
You're on a
Hawkins to
boat,
spare his life,
broke.
which
Yeah, but
finally he
it's
did.
free food, right?
He
And free
helped
lodging
Dudley
for
to
the
his
month on the
feet
boat.
and
But
removed
I
the
do
irons
that.
himself.
I do that not intending
There
to
were
stay
no more
broke,
incidents
right?
following.
But based on a foundational belief
Hawkins
that
had received word
if
that the rest of his
I
fleet was
bring
waiting
to
not too
bear
far. And as soon
all
as the
of
Jesus was
my
repaired, they set sail
sort
to
of
meet him.
quiver of creative arrows to it, right?
When Hawkins
That
and Drake
I can
arrived in
create
port
something
where the
of
other three ships
value,
were waiting,
right?
the
In the world,
celebration
but
ensued.
hopefully also
The governor was
financially,
kind enough to
that
bring
then
him
I can sell to
food,
someone.
wine,
And
and even
every
a
time
large
I've done
number of
that,
fresh
Lex, I've
oranges.
gotten a bit of black.
However, in their
So it's a
revelry and
risk.
kind of
And I
prank,
have to
many of the
have a
Englishmen
certain risk
began to
threshold financially to do
disrespect
that, but
this
I
warm
believe so
welcome for
deeply
the
in these
Spanish
stories
Queen.
that I'm willing to do that.
They
I
went
didn't
to
have to dig
shore
out
and they
Hunger
burned
notebooks. Luckily, I
effigies
had
of the
numbers
saints. They shot
for
their
that
cannon
point.
at a local church. They
Yeah,
overturned a cross, and
yeah,
they
big
even set
risks in
fire
this
to the
life.
door of
That's
a
It's
right.
gonna
local
pay
church.
off. Which
Now, these
reminds me
men
of
were
let me
English
ask you, I already
Protestants, and
asked
they
you
fell into that same
for
suck of
advice about
society
for
that
a
William Caesar
filmmaker
did.
how to win
They
an
were
Oscar.
Puritans who lived
Well, I haven't
highly
won an Oscar.
religious.
How
They
to get
held
nominated
fires
for an
on
Oscar.
board
That's
3
good.
times a day, and every ship in the fleet
Or
had
is this
feasted
how to
on them.
make great
They
documentaries
saw
on
their
English?
actions in the
Let me ask
Spanish
you, can
war
you zoom
as
out
defensive
bigger?
and justified in
Yeah,
the
you
rights of
mentioned some of
Catholics.
these things,
They
doing
saw
the
the
things
Catholic
that you think
veneration
matter.
of
What
Pope
advice
and the
would you give to
saints
young
and the
people,
Virgin Mary
high
as
school, college,
ungodly and sinful, and the worship of the false
dreaming of
idols? And they weren't
living a life
alone in
worth
their hope. They
living?
were members of
What
really a
advice would you give
growing
them
and
about
divisive movement.
career or maybe just life
There
in
were other
general?
groups of Puritans
How
doing
to
similar
life they
things,
can be
such as
proud
the
of?
Anabaptists, or who even see similar
Yeah,
stuff
I don't know how you're
today
going to
when,
react to this,
say,
given sort of
Muslim
your
extremists in the
expertise,
Middle
but
East
I
will
would
destroy
say
what they consider false
put
idols.
down the smartphone,
Groups like Al Qaeda
step away
and
from the
ISIS
monitor,
have a long
right?
history
Because
of
real
defacing
life
some of the world's most treasured
is not a
historical
screen.
landmarks because
I
they
believe
consider
that
them something that distracts
the
from
foundational
reality.
skills which
So make no
are
mistake, the
conducive
men
and
on board
important to
this English
success
voyage of John Hawkins were
aren't
extremists in
necessarily those
themselves, the
technical
kind of
skills
men who would
which we're going to lose from
disrespect a
trade
warm welcome by
schools
setting
or
fire to and
university.
shooting your church
I
with
think
cannons.
they're more
The
foundational
question
than that.
is, though,
They're
is that what
learning
Queen
how
Elizabeth would
to
have wanted?
interact
Now, we know that
and
she
listen
wanted to disperse
With
Spanish
humans?
trade,
with humans.
and
Yeah,
we know that she
people
wanted to
wouldn't see
send a message of
as
eyes to Philip, and she wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing naval presence that was something to be feared. But does a mob of drunken, devout Englishmen really protect her power, or does it make her look like a queen who was nothing more than a nation of brigands and pirates? She may have personally enjoyed hearing the exploits of this voyage. It may have brought her some satisfaction, but it really must have made her job a whole lot harder than dealing with Spain and Portugal. So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Hawkins fleet was to chase them apart. They decided to move on with their journey. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese, but some Spanish fishing villages, similar to John Hawkins' second. They started capturing slaves on the coast. They tried tried to do this on their own in part, but that didn't end well for them. So they started looking for richer provinces. Soon, they came upon a French port, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. It's around this time that the history starts to get a little bit murky. There are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that one or maybe all the French ships were headed to the English fleet. What we don't know is whether or not these ships were taken by force. Some accounts say that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but two of them back to the French. Other accounts say that some of these Frenchmen that found this port agreed to accompany the English on their voyage. After all, these Frenchmen would have kept record of themselves as the European pirate, and later, talking to French officials, would have lied and blamed it all on the English. See, it's recorded that at this time a French ship called the Don de Dieu, or the Gift of God, joined the fleet commanded by a French captain named Paul von Nevel. However, it's also said that a few days later the English fleet came upon a group of Portuguese ships and took them by force. Now, the ship in that fleet, called the RabbiRothschild Rabbi Rothschild, the Grace of God, was reportedly given to Francis Drake as his first captaincy. However, there are pretty conflicting accounts that Drake was already a captain, according to some records, and the name of that Portuguese ship, the Grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that French ship, the Gift of God. So, was Drake's first captaincy on that Portuguese ship that they took by force, or was he already a captain and then a French ship joined their fleet captained by a French captain? Then it gets worse. Later, Drake is said to be leading his own raiding parties ashore to capture African slaves. Now, this was happening while John Hawkins was elsewhere in his voyage, making alliance with certain African kings and aiding them in battle against their enemies. These African kings and Hawkins had struck a deal in which they would split any captives taken between them. In addition to that, it's said that the fleet that arrived in the Caribbean sometime later was much larger than the one that sailed to India. So I tried to synthesize these different accounts from all of the testimonies at the time, as well as other court documents and primary sources, as well as the later accounts of Drake himself, and the differing accounts from historians that came later. There are many different stories, but it all seems to point to something. It sounds like when Hawkins was making alliances with the different kings, he sent Drake along with some other ships and journeyed ahead to pursue his own mission. From Drake's own men and his own accounts, it sounds like he actually befriended some of the French captains on the coast of Africa. Now, this is not out of the question because if you recall, on his voyage with John Lovell, they allied themselves with several French pirates, with agent possible also John Fleur. But Drake had planned ahead to meet these French pirates on the African coast. You see, most of the French pirates at the time were rebels against the crown and Protestants themselves, people that this crowd of Englishmen would have had something of a kindred spirit with. So it makes sense that if the English fleet led by Drake met up with some French pirates, they might attack some Portuguese Catholic ships, and then later, if they weren't the pirates, it was the fault of either the dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical Englishmen. You see, the reason this becomes very confusing is because many later historians have attributed Drake's first captaincy to that Portuguese Gracia de Deus, that Grace of God. They're going on a revised account that came later, many years later, from some of Drake's men. It said, quote, Francis Drake was made master and captain of the caravel after it put to supposedly a Portuguese ship. However, these historians are dismissing earlier accounts from some of the same sailors who said that Drake was captain before this. However, the equivalent biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Harry Kelsey, believes that his first captaincy was in fact due at the outset of his voyage. So it seems to me that Drake was probably made some sort of, maybe you call him a vice admiral of the fleet, using his own talents of piracy, which we know he has had a long career of already, to join up with some notorious French pirates and add their ships to the fleet, which they would use to harass any Catholics on the African coast, as well as add to the total number of slaves that they had taken. while
I
both
stood
being
there
able
watching
to
the scene,
have a certain amount of plausible
every
deniability to the authorities
fiber
of
of
the
my
matter.
being
There's no account
wanted
of Drake
to
being
run
given a
to
solo
the
command
woman
this early.
on the hood
However,
of the
later in the
motorhome
voyage, there will
and
be
do
official
something,
reference that he has been
anything,
given his
right?
own solo
Just to
command.
be there.
So,
It was obvious
while
to
this
me
all
that
seems very
she
plausible
was
to
she
me,
was gonna die.
don't quote me on the history
But I
behind
felt like
this.
at least if I ran there, I could
However,
offer some
after the
comfort
exploits of
for her
Drake
last
and the
moment.
exploits of Hawkins,
And right
the
then,
fleet necked back up a little
the
bit
siren
larger than it
started to
was when
blare,
they left England.
and I knew
They had
that
about 5 or 6 freed slaves,
there'd be
and at this
paramedics there
point,
with admits,
Francis Drake
that people
was
would come to
undisputably
help.
Captain Francis
And I
Drake.
froze,
The fleet crossed the
and I was
Atlantic and
scared,
made it to the Caribbean. Their first
and I
landfall
didn't
was
do
at
anything.
Dominica. However, there
And
was
I
no
watched
European settlement at Dominica,
while
so
this
they got
woman
fresh timber, restocked
died
their water, and moved on.
on the horizontal.
To once again quote Susan
And that
Barlow from the book,
experience sort of
at
seared
his
into
next
my
port of call, the
consciousness.
island of Margarita, the
The
English
fact
found the
that I
town abandoned and
watched
set,
and
quote,
didn't
in a
act,
manner all spoiled and
I
garnished,
feel
with the
is one of
walls
the
of the
great
house
failures
scrawled
of
in
my
charcoal
life,
with the phrase in
that
the
I
French
wasn't able to
language,
act in a
vengeance
moment
for
of
La
need,
Florida,
no matter how
end
small.
quote. Neither
And
Hawkins nor the Spanish
from
had
that,
known that the Florida Indians had virtually
I made
destroyed
a
the remaining
decision
Spanish
out of
outposts
that
at port by
experience
early
that
1568.
if I ever found
Under the
myself
Crown
in a
papers,
situation
Hawkins
where I
vowed to
had the
apprehend the
ability
French
to act, and
corsairs,
I
after
could
which their
act
Spanish host
to
was so
help another
grateful
human
that 9
being
days of
in
friendly
such
trading
need,
would only be
that I
3,
would
as
act,
feasting followed.
that I wouldn't
End
let
quote.
fear
After their brisk trade, the English
instead
left Margarita
of
to
allow
head for
that
their
fear
next
to
destination, which is a place
catalyze me
called
into action,
Torterata, and they
into
found
something,
Torterata
and
as
intervene
well
in whatever way
abandoned
I
and
could,
sacked by the
even
British.
if I didn't have
Once
to
again,
speak.
Hawkins sent men out to
And
impress
in
the
some
colonizing
ways,
town, and
all
Hawkins
of
left
that
what could be
echoes
described
in
as a
your
training
documentary.
program on the beach.
You're not
He
going to
learned
let
from the
fear
colonists that the French had
stop
also
you from
attacked
trying
Ponce de
out.
Leon
And I
and
think
the
that
Spanish capital
experience,
on the
that
region,
experience of
and he
failure,
began to trade with them,
what
occasionally
I
even trading
framed as
slaves and keeping the
just
rest of them
human
on shore
failure on
and
my
on the
part,
continent.
is
Now I'm going to
foundational,
venture
probably.
back into the
Like, I
uncharted
don't want that to
waters
happen
of
again, man.
speculation.
I
We
don't
assume that
want
what
to
I
be
said
that person
earlier,
who
that in
watches.
fact
I
several
want
French
what
pirates
I
had
can
joined the
when I
English
can.
fleet that had similar goals
If
to
we
the
zoom
Englishmen,
out,
then we can assume that the French
you were
traveled
just one
across the
human that
Atlantic.
witnessed that
Hawkins,
trauma.
and especially Drake,
You,
knew that
one
time they
human
were going
that
to have some,
witnessed
not
someone
only for
suffering
goods,
in
but for
different parts of the
slaves.
world.
The voyage of
And
John
when you
Lovell
zoom
had
out
a huge
across
problem
space
getting
and
rid of
time
these
and look at
slaves in
her,
Spanish territories because the
why do you
Spanish
think
government had forbidden
we're here
anyone to buy them. In
on
fact,
this earth?
any trade with the
What's
Luteranos was
the meaning
completely
of
out of the
human
question.
civilization? What's the
So
meaning
if
of
the
your
Englishmen
life
were going
as
to
an
sell
individual
slaves in the Caribbean
human
to
life?
disrupt the Spanish trade, as they
And
had been ordered to do,
well,
well, they had to
you
find
want
a
to see
way
the
to
meaning of
sell the
life?
slaves to convince the Spanish
Oh
colonists in the
boy.
Caribbean to
Yeah.
buy them. Wouldn't it be
Uh,
kind of a masterstroke, some really
for me, I can
supervillain
speak
of
personally on
imagination,
that
if
point,
these Englishmen
and that's
allied
that
with the French
I
pirates
believe
who
that
Drake
the
met
meaning of
on
my
his
life
previous voyage with John
is to
Lovell,
try to
and then
make
sent
the
the
world
French
a little
pirates
bit
ahead
better before I
to
go.
sack the Spanish settlements at which the
You
English
know,
were going to land shortly thereafter. And then John Hawkins
when
would
I was in
sail in as a
theater in
hero,
grad school,
save these Spanish colonists, give them the fresh food that
I
they needed,
directed a
the shelter
play
they
called
needed, as well as
Shadowlands
the
by
protection
C.S.
of the many
Lewis.
English soldiers from these
And
French
there's a quote from
corsairs.
that. It goes
And
like
then,
this.
once they felt safe
We're
and
like
happy
blocks
and
of
realized that
stone
they were going to
out of
rebuild their
which the
settlement,
sculptor
he just had the
carved the
goods and
forms
the
of men.
slaves that they would need
The
to
blows of
call
his
them their
chisel,
own.
which hurt us
This
so
would allow
much,
Hawkins to
are what
not
make us
only complete
perfect.
his orders from the Queen, in which he would
Now, we take away
disrupt
the
the Spanish
perfect part,
trade without
right?
offending
But
England's
I think I've
allies, as well as
handled
make
that
himself
quote
a
for so
personal
many
fortune
years
and repay his
because
investors
I
handsomely.
believe in the
This
underlying
wouldn't break
notion
Elizabeth's
that
rules, and yet it would accomplish
the
all of his
blows of the
goals.
chisel, which are the experiences
Now,
that we
I
go
haven't read
through,
any
shape
historians who
us,
make this same
right?
conclusion, so there may
Necessarily
be
so.
some very
And
good evidence
hopefully
out there that
shape us
completely
into a better
refutes it and is
human being.
completely total
And in my
nonsense.
case,
But
a
I
human
kind
being
of
that I
like
hope
this story.
could
The
make
idea
the
that
world a
these
little
two
better,
men who were
you know,
from countries
through their
recently at
blows.
war could
Before
join
it's
their
over,
fleets together
Yeah, before
to
it's
work
over.
in tandem to
before you
make
go,
money Many of
that
them
if you think
establish
about
and
that,
disrupt this
think about
trade,
the
which they
going
call
part
despised. Now,
in
at
your
his
immortality.
seaside
Think
emporium,
about that. You
couples
said,
of
you know,
pussy
I'm a death
trade and
wish.
other
Try to
things, because
minimize risk,
slaves were not
but
few,
eventually it's going to be
were
over.
mostly not being sold. The colonists were
Absolutely.
buying
Don't
too much
think to
food.
yourself.
So he ordered his ships to
Oh,
be
you got to
clean,
defend
And
yourself.
just kind of
clean
submerge,
of all the
on road
barnacles and other
submerge
nasty things that
robots,
ships collect on
and
the
the
open sea,
embodiment
and wrote a letter to
of
Roosevelt
not,
about it.
yes, for all of us,
He also wrote a letter to
unfortunately,
each
want
farmer to
who the
provide
heck
him with
knows.
his typical number of
But
slaves.
do
However,
you
it took a long time,
ponder
and
your
no answer
mortality?
was forthcoming.
Are you afraid of
Eventually,
it?
Ponce de Leon
I
did
live
write
with
Hawkins a letter
my
in October. He
mortality,
said,
knowing
quote,
that
"Before
it's
my eyes I saw the governor
that
of
my life is
Arkansas
fleeting,
hurried
that,
away
that
into Spain for
I'm
getting
going to go
license to
into
the
the
country
ground
to travel
just
for
like
a few
everyone
extra
else,
last
or will be
beans
as
here.
ashes.
An example for me that I fall not into the
So I
like
live with that knowledge
worse.
every day, but I don't allow it to stop
So
me
the
or
Spanish
hold me
colonists
up.
who were
Rather, I
living with
believe
and being
it
protected by
drives
Hawkins
me.
for a while
Right? It
decided that
drives
after
me to
hearing
try to
this
get
news
as
from
much
Ponce de
done as I
Leon,
can
they
before
should
I go.
flee again and
Okay?
run back into the
Yeah,
wilderness
so the
in their
knowledge of
tailor-made
your death
garb. And it's
is
here
kind of dance
that
partner.
Francis Drake,
We
Captain
tried to
Francis
dance with
Drake,
your
got his
footsteps.
first recorded solo
Scott,
record.
you're an incredible human,
He was sent to John
incredible
Hawkins'
artist,
next
filmmaker,
destination at Rio de
and
la
it's a
Hacha
huge honor
while
that you
Hawkins
would sit
finished
with me
grooming the ships.
when you're
To
really
quote
valuable
one of the
talents
sailors
and
on
you're
board
really doing
that
well.
And
voyage
you
that
too,
Francis
thanks for
Drake was
having
now
me,
in
Lex, and
charge of,
thanks for doing what you
quote,
do.
the Spaniards shot
Thanks
3
for
pieces
listening
at
to
us
this
from the shore.
conversation with Scott
We were
Fitzgerald.
quitted with 2 of
Support
ours
this
and shot
podcast.
through the
Please
governor's
check out our
house.
sponsors.
We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot
Let
in
me
the
leave you
town,
with some
where
quote
we rode for
out of
5
this album.
days in despite of the
The opposite
Spanish
of
and their
love is
shot.
not hate.
In the mean
It's
space that him a
indifference.
caravel of advice from
The
the
opposite of
Santo
art
Domingo,
is not
whom,
ugliness.
with the angel hand
It's
from Judah,
indifference.
we chased and
The
drove
opposite
to
of
the shore.
faith is not
We
heresy.
fetched him from thence
It's
until
difference.
2 French Spanish
And the
cargo
opposite of
vessels
life
shut and anchored
is not
again
death.
before the town,
It's
till our general's
existence.
coming, who anchored, landed his men,
Thank you for
and
listening.
valiantly took the
Hope
town
to
with
see
the
you
loss of 1 man,
next time.
whose name was Thomas Surgeon. End quote. John Hawkins had sent Francis Drake ahead with 2 other ships to test the waters at the port of Rio de la Hacha, which had probably been warned by Ponce de Leon not to trade with these Englishmen. And when Drake got there, the welcome was not exactly warm. They traded gunfire, there was some fighting, and then Drake retreated back into the ocean to wait for John Hawkins and the rest of the fleet to arrive. At which point, Hawkins landed the many trying English soldiers on shore, and they took the town by force. The English were all intrigued at this speech to them. They killed any defenders that decided
Is
not
there
to
any
surrender.
scientific evidence that
They raided the Spanish treasury there. They quite literally raped and pillaged the entire town. And when Rio de la Hacha was finally completely at the mercy of the English, they decided that they would sell the slaves that they had on board to the Spanish side. This was truly commerce by force. This was a tactic that John Hawkins and John Lovell had attempted to use on previous voyages, but it was really, at that point, more of a ruse. Now, on this voyage, it was really the order of the day. They were actively attacking, fighting, and killing the Spanish so that they would be able to sell them their slaves. After unloading much of his cargo, they left Rio de la Hacha and headed to Cartagena. Cartagena was to be their last port of call. It was a much richer port than any other they had seen, and desperately in need of slaves, so they thought that they would be able to make all their profit here. However, Cartagena had gotten the same notice from Ponce de Leon, and they felt it a much better defended port than any they had visited previously. So once again, Hawkins resorted to arms and force. He fired off his cannon several times into the town. However, Cartagena was able to respond in kind, and they were unable to land and unable to sell any of their slaves either. And it was getting close to time for dinner. The weather was going to look dangerous very shortly. Hurricanes and so on. They realized that they could not wait any longer than a couple of days. So they decided to cut their losses and confirm, which really there were hardly any losses at all. They had made a tidy profit on this voyage. Nobody was going to complain. They raced north to catch the trade winds that would take them back to England. However, when they reached the Strait of Florida, the men said later that they could smell the wind. These were accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they had seen storms brewing on the horizon before. They knew these signs well. John Hawkins, who was aboard the Jesus of Love, said later that his ship was, quote, not able to bear the sea long. For in her stern, on either side of the sternpost, her flanks did open and shut with every sea, the seas being without number, and the leaks so big as the thickness of a man's arm. The living fish did swim upon her ballast as in the sea. End quote. The storm winds battered the ships endlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the waterfronts constantly and filled every hole only to have another one take its place. The captains ordered parts of their ships demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo, and more than once John Hawkins thought about taking the order to abandon ship. This was much worse than the storm they'd seen at the outset of their voyage, where most of the men did not believe that they would make it home. But the winds did, finally, die down. However, the horses were not improved. William and John was lost, nowhere to be seen, resumed sailing. Each of the ships needed repairs desperately, but the Jesus of Love searching both for the William and John, as well as a port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were going to need to make it back to England. When we got to Paris, not only were they very low on food and water, not only were all of the men exhausted, hungry, and many of them injured, they were hopelessly lost. They didn't know where the storm would blow. None of their sailors or their pilots or their crew knew these waters, and they drifted endlessly among cruises for days. But then, on the horizon, two Spanish ships. Fred Strait was sent out after them. His ship was sleeker and faster, and he captured more booty. He found food and water and wine, things that the men on board his fleet needed desperately. He also found a Spanish captain and pilot who knew who they were and where they were going. They had drifted all the way into the Gulf of Mexico in the April Atlantic. The Spanish ships were headed to the port of Veracruz, which was the closest major port where they would be able to make the repairs necessary to return home. So John Hawkins gave the order to sail for Veracruz. 3 miles from the harbor, John Hawkins ordered the English colors upon his fleet to come down. He wasn't sailing to some out-of-the-way Spanish outpost in the Far West. He was sailing to the Spanish Main. This was a very important step, and he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into an explosive one. The account of how he was received changes depending on who you believe. If you were to listen to John Hawkins and the English soldiers, it appears that they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of an island that held the harbor, a position of strength from which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the account of the Spanish, it is said that they sent out a fleet to meet this unknown fleet that had sailed into their harbor, and then relegated them to this island out of the way. But regardless, the English were not allowed to land on the Spanish Main. They were allowed to stop on one them just off the coast of it. It does seem that their position in which their ships rested was something of a position of control over, because they learned that only a few days apart was the Spanish boat. That is an extremely important to the Spanish fleet, and this boat had on board a newly appointed viceroy, a man who meant to prove himself against his English corsairs. When the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation that the English found themselves. The weather was worsening, hurricane season was well and truly upon them, and the flota had to make it back here before the Atlantic Ocean became impassable, as did the English fleet. Hawkins' ships managed to keep his flota from entering the harbor, getting the supplies and the repairs they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So they began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to all the Spanish that his ship was sinking into the harbor with every day passed. Both men needed to reach an agreement as soon as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages that are going to be 10 men from the English given to the Spanish, 10 men from the Spanish given to the English. Now these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose 10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated men, while the Spanish chose 10 men randomly from among the rank and file of their sailors and dressed them up as their betters. With the exchange of goods, the English allowed the flota to enter the harbor and were allowed to make the repairs necessary for both fleets to return back to England. The Spanish did not trust the English, and the English definitely did not trust the Spanish. Hawkins ordered that the shore be watched, as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, "The treason being at hand, some appearance showing, as shifting of weapons from ship to ship, planting and bending of ordnance from the ships to the island where our men were, passing to and fro of companies of more men than required for their necessary business, and many other ill likely, which caused us to have a deep suspicion." The English were ready for destruction. They had heavily armed men posted at their postations. Their archers in the rigging, every man carried a sword, and any man who knew how to use one prepared to fire at them. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired, and on the morning of September 23rd, they were. As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board the Jesus of Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and Eventually, the ship's magazines exploded. The Jesus and the Minion were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon it. It appeared that the English had won the day. But then, from the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to attack the Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the Angel was sunk. The Swallow and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the fleet's flagship, was dangerously close to sinking. Hawkins ordered Francis Drake on the Judith to take many of his men and some of the riches that they had incurred on this voyage upon his ship and get out of sight of the battle. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men made it to the Minion and began to sail away from the battle. Unfortunately for Hawkins, his orders to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake was mortally sinking. John Hawkins said later, quote, "The Judith forsook us, our great misery." Over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left to the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left in the hands of the Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. But even that was not his worst concern. He knew that his actions on the Spanish Main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. But on the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain named Francis Drake. Next week, we're going to continue our journey with Francis Drake and look at the opening moves of the conflict between Spain and England. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends that the pirates themselves handed down. Now we'll all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at pirate.historypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, we'll source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that source, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, we'll handle it for me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. I'm your host. Thank you for listening. We left off last time near the end of what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish were on George Spain and attacked England. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage for him. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board were not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle. Many of them were injured. Before long, all of them were hungry. Some of them even starving. The winds weren't happy, and the voyage took longer than it should. When they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply, some of the men ate so much that they became ill. Even a few of them died. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders only to give concentration camp victims of camps that they had liberated a little bit of water and a little bit of broth. Giving them any solid food could be hazardous to their health after so long a time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land on the Spanish reached England as quickly as
And
possible, he
so the
learned that
wonderful
Francis
thing is
Drake
this
had
guy's
landed in Plymouth only a
point me
few
out to
days
the
before.
book. And these are all
The
these
Spanish
mugs. I see a
sailors were
paper,
sent
I
back
love it.
home, and the English
Only
traders
rarely
brought
like,
on
I
board to
wish we
take
did.
John
I
Hawkins'
usually
ship.
think it's fantastic. Now I can just focus
There,
on something
he
else
met his
because it's
brother,
just not
the
enough
elder
time.
Hawkins, named William, who
And
told him
by the
that
way,
he
you
had
mentioned
sent
Pubmed
Francis
and
Drake
barbecue.
on to
I
meet with
actually
the
mentioned
Queen
that I
and
got
a
a chance to
reporter
hang
for
out with
RabbiRothschild.
Rick Rubin, thanks to you. He's a friend of yours,
John
and
Hawkins
a
saw
huge gift of
Francis
my
Drake leaving the Caribbean
spirit.
as a
I guess
destroyer.
he's a truly, truly
However,
special
Francis
human
Drake
being.
contended that the
It,
orders had been
there's a
unclear. He
lot I
was
could
only
say
told
about
to leave the battle and
Gene. I'd
not
love to
told where to meet
tell
up
you
with the fleet
better,
later.
but I should also
He had
mention
seen
on the
his
PubMed thing,
responsibility to get his men and
there's
as
so
many of the
interesting
goods as
parts of it
possible
with
back to England safely, and he did so.
and both on the
Back
podcast
in London,
and
John
trying
Hawkins
to
had three
at least
goals.
listen to some music
One
together,
was to see the name of
because
Francis Drake dragged
when you
through the
mention
mud.
the song,
Two was to petition
does
the
this
Queen
thing
with
where he
letters
like
of marque
closes
or
his
reprisal
eyes
against the
and he
Spanish, which he was
finds
going
that
to do
song
the
in the
offensive
album
against.
or
And
something,
third was to petition the
and he
Spanish
steps
themselves
through
for
the
the
album.
release of the
You
English
see the
sailors that
brain
they
like
had
stepping
captured.
through individual songs
This led to
to
John
find that
Hawkins
song in
being
the album.
drawn into
There's
a
that kind
royal
of look of
political intrigue
process
he didn't
that
really
he
want
puts
to be
himself
dragged
mentally
into.
in that space of
However,
like,
Elizabeth and the crown had its own
yes,
priorities and its own
whatever the
goals that
album
was
might
going
be.
to
They're not
limit
just
John
the ones
Hawkins
he
to
listens to.
secure these
All
goals.
these little
This is
techniques
a
he
story
uses.
that's going to
And
lead
it's
to
so
some of the
interesting.
greatest military and
It
political
also,
achievements in
the thing I
recent
really
history.
love
However, we're
about
going to wait
something
for the
like
story.
calmness
For
in the
now,
city is just,
we're going to stay
as
in
maybe
London
close
after
your
Francis
eyes
Drake.
and place yourself
His focus has
in
shifted from
a place where that album
harassing the
recorded
Spanish and trying to
and
disrupt their
that
trade
feeling of
to
that
seeking
album,
revenge against them,
like
something
that
amounting to
silence.
almost
Let's
all-out
go
war,
there. Let's go
in an
there
event
together.
that has been
Okay,
called by
Allison wants to
historians
go there together.
Drake's
Good,
War.
good for you. Good. Minus the
This
beer.
is episode number
His
8,
beer is epic.
The
Like,
Treasure House
you
of
can't
War.
fake a beer. How'd you guys meet?
After his meeting with the
Yeah,
Queen,
Rick, I'm
Francis Drake
very blessed
disappears, so
to
to speak.
know
It's
these guys.
possible that he was with the
Rick and I
Inquisitors
got
guarding
introduced to
testimony of John
Almond Throne
Hawkins for
during the
a
pandemic,
bad voyage.
and we started
If he
doing some
was not
FaceTime together and
present,
just
then
talking
it
about
still
day-to-day
may have proved a
events.
smart move to get out of
I'm
England
not a
for a
musician.
while
I
to
have no
keep that
musical
going.
ability or talent.
There is some
I have a
evidence
terrific
that
ability to
Francis
connect
Drake
on
knew a
lyrics, and I love
couple of
lyrics, and I love
legitimate
poetry.
and priests who
So
were treating
I asked him a
Hawkins
lot of
as a
questions about
careworker
musicians
or
that I
a
happen to
collaborator.
love that he's worked with and
The
knows,
next
and he said
official record that we have of
stories
Francis
about
Drake
musicians,
appears
and
in
I would
1800.
talk to him about
Now, this
health,
raises
and
some
then
questions
eventually we formed a
because
friendship
the
where we
voyage
would
of
talk
John
about any number of
Hawkins
different
was seen
topics.
to be reported as a
And then
financial
we started
failure.
spending time
However,
together
for young
in
Francis
person
Drake to have raised enough money
this
to
town.
support a young wife and
And
potentially a family,
as
he
you
must have
now
had some
know,
money put away for his son.
Rick,
And she
in
was going
addition
to
to all
need
his
a
incredible
little bit of
accomplishments,
cash to
has
live
an
on, something
incredible
of a nest egg,
understanding
because
of
Francis Drake was
how
soon
to
to go on his
get
next
the
voyage to
brain
the
and
Caribbean.
body into state.
3 ships
Right? And
left
as you
Plymouth
pointed
on
out,
November
he's
25th,
willing to
1561.
do the
All
things
3
that
were
allow
owned
him
by
to
the
help
elder Hawkins brother
this
Will,
incredible
and one
artist
of
get
them was
into
actually killed
the
during the
best
war.
state to use their craft.
The 3 ships
And
sailed to the
so
Caribbean,
if
and
he
they
needs to
traded
sit there
some
and be
legitimate
quiet
goods.
with
There
his
was
eyes
no
closed
slavery on this voyage, just some
for more,
English goods or African.
he'll do that.
Then
He
the
has
ship of
routines
William
to allow
Hawkins
himself to get
sailed back
into
to England,
state. And
while
it
the
really
other 2
inspires me to think
ships, the
about
Swan and the
states of
Dragon,
mind is something that
sailed
we all love
west
to say.
across
We're
the
quick to
Atlantic
say we're
back
focused
to
or
the
we're
Caribbean.
creative, but to
This
actually
voyage wasn't a
ration through
tremendous event.
the challenging steps in order
Drake
to
didn't
do
keep
that, to
the
figure out
official
what
record,
one needs to do
and the
on a
Spanish
regular
records
basis
department record
to
no
get
English or
into a
Puce
proper
record.
state. It's not
At
just
least,
going to come from a cup
none
of
that mentioned
coffee,
specifically
you
Francis
know,
Drake or
a
any
lamp
ship
of a
belonging to the
particular
Hawkins
wavelength or something.
brothers.
It's going to be those
There
things,
were
but it's also going to
records
be
of attacks by
really
Luteranos
teaching
crusaders,
oneself
but
how
its
to
quantities
get
were
into proper
probably
state.
French
Yeah, you did an
legitimate
episode on
records.
hypnosis.
The
I think
Spanish
it
would
was
have
kind
made
of
mention of it if it were
hypnosis.
Francis
Yeah,
Drake.
thank you.
This may have
Because
been just
hypnosis
another
is a
simple trading voyage,
you look at the
or
context,
it may have
you're
been
very
for
alert,
Francis Drake
and you're really
reconnaissance.
And
The voyage party
he has a number
intended
of
to
these
learn
different
as much as
practices,
he
and
could
we
for his
talk about
country.
those. And then we also
He harbored
enjoy a
no
lot of
ill will
discussions
against the
about
Spanish, sometimes out
royalty.
of
In
rage or
fact, I
hatred for what
introduced
they had done
Rick
to
to
him
a
in
friend
the
of mine
voyage of
who's a neurosurgeon
Galapagos.
and a
He
scientist,
intended
and
to
they
seed
believe
the
that way.
aid.
You know, Rick is
If
one of
this
these
were
people that he sort of
intended
defies
to
his
be a voyage of
definition.
reconnaissance for
Incredibly
direct
calm,
land
incredibly
sources
private
crossing,
person too. So
well, that
you know,
information was
we
dropped
respect
as
him for that.
lie.
But and
The
then of
Spanish
course
had
he's a
organized the
marine
defense against
podcaster. So
pirates in the
when I
Pacific,
learned
both
that, I
French and English
just made
frigates.
natural sense to introduce
The
you, and I
Spanish
know he
naval
really enjoyed
system
meeting
of
you.
naval
And
combat
he's talked about you a lot.
accompanied any
And of
Spanish
course, in
merchant
the
ships
process,
trapped
like
in North
I
Carolina.
think his
These were heavily
dedication
gunned
to
ships that were
getting
deterred
into the
any
States
pirates
of
in
Mind
order
and
to
willing to
overtake
do
the
that has
Spanish merchant
completely
vessels.
transformed my
If
view
threats
of
struck
AI
him
now.
from the
Like,
fleet
for instance,
or
before doing a
serious
very long
Spanish ships
podcast,
while on this
including
voyage,
the solo
he would
one, which
quickly
often takes me
realize that
several
the
hours,
heroic
you know,
efforts of
6 hours to
success
record,
against these
so much
conquests.
more, so much less.
At first,
I
the
realize
French
that
boats
there's
in
a
the region
certain
found
brain
themselves
state
hooked,
associated
but
with that.
quickly
So I have
began
to
to
really
adapt
limit
and
the kind
adapt
of
to the
interaction I
situation.
have for 2 hours.
While even the
I
best of
actually
these
walk
French
and
pirate
talk out
ships couldn't
loud
hope to go
through
toe-to-toe
my
with
neighborhood
these
without
Spanish
getting in a
warships.
crazy.
They were
But
just
I live in a
hopelessly
neighborhood where
outgunned.
crazy
They
people
decided to use a different
created
tactic.
anyway. So
They
you're
just
not
attacked using
well,
rowboats.
at least not at
They have what was called a mothership, the primary pirate
yes.
vessel.
But
But they usually took over or
getting into
sometimes
state of
manned
mind is
2 or
something
3
that we all
smaller
have
vessels.
to switch. When you're rich,
Vessels that weren't suited
you have
for
to do this work.
long-range sea travel, but in the Caribbean
Maybe
Sea, they were small, they
later
were
on that I
fast,
need to
and
get a
they
little
had a
bit more
shallow
of the
draft,
process.
so
I
along
can
the
get
coast they
that
could
space.
get
That's
into
really
certain
interesting
inlets and
because
rivers that a
have
larger
to
vessel
admit
would be unable to.
I do everything around
Most of
here
these ships
for
had small
content.
sails,
I
but
don't
also
know.
came equipped with oars so that they could
Like there's a
maneuver
lot of
very
anxiety
quickly
because
despite the wind.
of whatever the
They
pack
usually had
pack.
what seemed
You
a
have to set
cannon
up
at the
stuff.
funnel. Now,
You
of
were
course, a
luckily a
small
few
vessel
minutes.
with a single
You showed up
cannon
a few
couldn't
minutes
hope
later
to
because
stand
you're
up
an
against the
academic.
Spanish
Maybe
warships.
right on
But this
time.
wasn't intended for
But
long,
the
drawn-out
stress
sea
is
battle.
immense.
It took
And
time for a ship at sea
on
to
top of
move into
that,
position
you look
to
at
fire on another
the
ship.
situation
And
we're
these
moving.
small rowboats
I
moving
had to
quickly
set a microphone in
get
front of me.
alongside a ship and board her. They were bristling with
Guy, he
men,
knows a lot about
armored
microphones.
with muskets,
Saying,
swords, pikes, and axes.
how
They could
close
sneak in alongside a
like
larger vessel
the
and board
microphone.
her before any of their crew
Okay,
realized what was
that's a
happening.
very rich moving comic
If
book,
they did
right?
so at
Like
night
the
when most of the crew
details
was
really
sleeping,
matter,
they could subdue the
the
ship
details
within
really matter,
minutes. At
right
that
down
point,
to
they could loot the
the
ship of any
relationship
valuables
that
they
you
thought worth taking,
get
get
with
back on their
whether or not
smaller
it
vessel,
works out
and
depends on
sail
what you do.
away
So of course
before
he
any
does
of the Spanish ships could be
but
spotted.
he also says
Even
like,
if these Spanish warships
he is
gave chase, they were
professional.
nowhere near as
That
fast as these smaller
how close
craft.
you
They had
like
the element of
it would
surprise
be.
and stealth.
And he said it was
Sometimes, if
down
they
to a
were
nice
lucky, they
where
were
I had
able
like
to
an
loot the ship and
existential
get
crisis
away before
where I
any
don't
of the other
know,
ships
uh,
that convoy
I
knew that anything was happening.
he gave me
This
so
was
much
proving
like
extremely
wow, like
successful
sweet,
for
he's
the
like
French
an artist.
pirates.
Like
And
the
once Francis
microphone
Drake saw just how successful
distance
they
is
were,
a decision
he wanted
you're
in.
supposed to make.
It's
Well,
even
I have to
possible
say
that on this
this has actually come
reconnaissance
up in
voyage,
some of
Francis Drake
our
took part in
conversations,
some of
right?
this French piracy.
You are an artist.
There's no
And actually
record of
Joe
it, but we
Rogan
do know that he did know
once
quite
I
a
heard
few
him
French
talking about
pirates
podcasting.
operating in the
The fact
region,
that he's
so
always
he
trying
might
to
have
get
seen
better at it
firsthand
and
just
tries
how
podcasting
successfully
as
some
an
aircraft
art,
were at
right?
taking
And
larger
it is.
prizes.
It's a
But we do
medium
know
of
that after this
communication, and
voyage,
there's a
he
cadence
rushed
and
back
a
to
rhythm
Perth
that
in England, and he
when
commissioned
it's
2 of
working,
these
it
smaller
really
ships to be
can deliver
constructed.
transformative
They were
information. When it's not,
disassembled
it
and put
doesn't.
aboard
Obviously,
the
Joe
ship
just being
destroyer.
himself
Then
has
he
tapped
sailed
into
back
that
to the
frequency
Normandy in the year
that allows and
1571.
makes so many people
It was around
excited
this
to hear him
time
talk. Well, in
that the
his case,
Spanish
and in
published
general, I
evidence
think
of the most
part of the
notorious
art
English pirates.
is
Most of
using
these
the
pirates are the
world
people that
as
we've
a
talked
bigger
about so far.
audience
The
to
Winter
change
Brothers
who you are.
pirates,
There's
George
one
and
quote
William
that I've
Winter,
seen out there
were,
where he says,
while naval officials in England,
talking about
the
himself, he says,
notorious
I'm
pirate
like the fish
pirates.
that got through the net.
The Hawkins
There's no
brothers, of
stage
course, were on
version
there
of
as
me,
well,
right?
including
How it
John
is
Hawkins and Ned.
personally, how
Francis
he
Drake
is,
and his brothers fell out
out in
with
the
the
world.
rest,
And
along
of
with a
course,
few other
there's
pirate
nuance to his
captains.
life,
However,
right?
this
And different
1571 voyage began a
relationships, of
path
course.
that would
But it's
see
true. I
Francis
mean,
Drake's
the
name
fact that
begin to
great
rise.
fortune of spending
He
time
would
with him
move past
out
his
away
brothers,
from the microphone,
past
so
William
to
and
speak.
John Hawkins, even past the Winter Brothers, to
So
become
can
the
you
most notorious
speak
pirate
to
in the
you at that
Caribbean
process? You
and
mentioned the
Spain's most
walking and
wanted
talking to
pirate.
yourself because that's
One
fascinating.
of Drake's first
I try
actions
and
upon returning to the
do a
Caribbean
couple
was
of
to
things.
join a group of French pirates
First
who
of
were
all,
operating
when
on
I
the
was a kid,
Caribbean
I had
coast
visited
of
Atlantis.
modern-day Panama. It was called
When I
then
was 5 or 6,
Port au Prince.
I
This kind of
feel
immense
this
freedom
buildup
for
of
the
tension in
period
my throat,
characterized the Caribbean
and I
naval
need
pirates
something
of
to.
this
If I get
previous
very
period,
tired, I
but
start
now we have
singing.
confirmation.
We actually know that this is
The
related to
French were
basal
not
ganglia
alone.
circuitry.
They were
Go, go. You
accompanied
got to
by a
accelerate
large
when you're
group
going
of
crazy, but
escaped
in the
slaves
neural
known
circuitry.
collectively
And
as the Huguenots.
kids with Tourette's and
They
OCD,
were called the
the
Cimarrones
brain doesn't
of
work
Puerto.
quite as
The
well.
original English
And so one
documents
thing that
refer to
happens
them
is
as
I wake up in the
Huguenots.
morning,
Anyway,
especially if
I'm
I'm well
going to
rested.
use that
Well,
terminology.
if I'm not well
If
rested,
that's
I do it
somehow
regardless
a
because
slur
getting
or
drunk before the recovery
derogatory,
my sleep
I
never
am
cheated.
unaware of
But
it,
then
and I don't mean to
once I need to
offend
get
anyone.
process of
I'm just
becoming a
going off the
podcast.
pronunciation
I've
and
already gone through my
original
notes. I know
historical
what I want to
English
say more or
documents.
less
My
general
apologies
kinds
again
of,
for
and then I
the
take a walk
inconvenience.
and I try
The
to no
Pyramids
phone
were
with
to
me, and I
form
try to
inside
assess
the Spanish.
whether or not my
They were
energy
building
is too
communities all
tired to
throughout the
go
Spanish
to
New
the
World
podcast.
that launched
Because when you
attacks
podcast,
and
as you know,
raided and
it comes
harassed
out a
people,
lot
but
of
also
material, but then it's not
offering safe
really
haven to
very
any
accurate
escaped
about how you
slaves.
listen to it.
They were to keep
And so
contact with many of the natives
what I
again,
do,
who also didn't
I
like
don't know
the
if everyone
Spanish in
knows
their
this,
land, so
what
they
I
were
do
able to work
actually
together.
is I will recite
The
the
Bishop
lyrics
of
of
Panama
songs
around
for
this
about
time
10 minutes,
complained of the
songs I
Camarines.
love, while I
Quote,
walk out loud.
the
It
human
causes
tongue
me or
cannot
focuses
relate
me.
the
What is it? I
ignominies which
think it
both the
gets my
French
vocal
and the
cords
Cimarrones of this year
warmed
inflicted
up,
here on all sorts
and
of
it also
persons.
reduces
And
stammer.
of 1,000
I
negroes
often
who arrive annually,
am
300 or more
personally
escape
sensitive.
into the
And
wilds.
as I do this,
End
I
quote.
start to
These
evaluate
were
whether or
many
not I'm
men who had
straining to
been
get the words out
brought
or whether or not I'm
forcibly
straining
into the
to
Spanish colonies,
make them
and then
slow enough
La
so that I can
Llorona
identify.
Fauna, freely obviously
So
did.
there are days when I have to
La
circumvent
rode all throughout her
that.
travels,
I
learning the
try
They knew the ins and outs of the Spanish New World better than anybody else, and so they proved a powerful ally to the French pirates. And these French pirates were the first to introduce the Price is Right to the Caribbean. Now, despite his first few voyages to the Caribbean being on board vessels that were accompanying slaving vessels, such as the Jesus of London, Francis Drake didn't look down on his escaped slaves. In many ways, he really was smart. They escaped the clutches of the Spanish and built something truly impressive, and they were undeniably powerful allies. This must have been something of a strange ordeal. The English, historically speaking, hated the French, and the French hated the English. They were ancient enemies. These escaped slaves must have had reason to mistrust and hate any white people that they came in contact with. However, they were meeting their allies together for a common cause. They had two basic things in common. First of all of the members of these three groups were rebels who were operating outside of the law of their respective kingdoms and monarchs. Now, while the Cameroons had no law, they were slaves, they had previously belonged to Spanish rule, and they were definitely operating outside of the Spanish law of the New World. These French pirates were Huguenot rebels who were in civil war against the French crown. And while Francis Drake was a hugely patriotic man who loved Queen Elizabeth, this was not an official naval royal voyage. This was a personal do-or-die. He was seen harming her. And secondly, most importantly, this meeting, all three of these groups desperately hated the Spanish. The three groups joined forces. Drake had his two brand new vessels, which were manned by both his Englishmen and several French friends. The Cameroons sent to help him a man who was Takei, a man who knew the area extremely well named Pedro Mandela. He was going to lead them secretly through the Arctic, up the rivers of Panama, to reach the Spanish settlements there. Their plan was to raise a small garrison of guerrilla forces. The Rio base was an extremely important airport, and still is today. It's the basis of the modern Panama Canal. It translates into English as the Cargo River, and it was the connection between the Caribbean Sea in the north and the Gulf of Panama in the south. Where it met the Gulf of Panama was a small town called Panama. This is today Panama City, the capital of the nation. This town of Panama was where all of the goods from the former Inca Empire, that is modern-day Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, they were all shipped to Panama. These were goods such as furs, spices, pearls, and dyes, extremely valuable. These were then shipped overland, usually by mule train, over mountains and through jungles and swamps to get to Panama or Nombre de Dios. Now, twice a year, they were not shipping furs or spices and dyes. At particular times, twice a year, they would ship all of the minted gold and silver from Spanish South America to the town of Panama to go by mule train overland to Nombre de Dios. However, this time of year, when Drake and his companions were on their way to Cape San Diego, this was the dry season. That was a time of year when any vessels delivering cargoes were forced to wait. They had to wait for the rainy season before they could continue their voyage and drop off or pick up their goods at any of the warehouses along the river. Now, these were all larger river vessels, larger vessels than Francis Drake's small galleon, which could move freely along the river at this time of year. While these ships waited helplessly, Drake and the men with him would row up alongside, board the ship, and steal everything they could carry. Really, anything they could carry. Much more than they could hope to carry on their small vessels. They destroyed, threw away, or burned anything that they didn't think was worth keeping. This wasn't just to enrich Drake and the other pirates, it was to destroy Spanish goods in large quantities. It's estimated that during this time, on this raiding voyage, Drake and the other pirates stole more than 50,000 pesos worth of goods. This voyage took only a few days. They stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to plot the course of the river and learn the ins and outs of the Caribbean law. But then, after this voyage, Drake was back on his mother ship. It was anchored at Cabo Ortigo, near that northern town of Nombre de Dios. Now, of course, the treasure hunt began. Drake had left most of his crew on board and on land to spy on the town of Nombre de Dios, learn the ins and outs of the village and her defenses. then wearing war
But
clothes.
as well as they're
One
more
rabbit
struggling, you
and
can
one
be a very
goat,
good eater.
and they were
I
said to
get
be
there's
completely
something
dead.
about is there anything
While
better than
the
food
English
and
attempted
that
to take the
feeling,
vessel,
especially
they
with your
injured a
family
number of
being around a
mariners who were
table,
reported to have
just
killed
the
4 people
warmth of
on
that.
board.
I
The
don't
only
know
name we had was a nobleman
the
named
cold
Diego de
outside
Vera, who was
of
said to have
the
taken
cruel
root
world
and arrow through the
that puts you in this
branches.
place
But the
to
Spanish
protect
fought
you.
back, and the attempt to take the vessel was
That means
unsuccessful.
you grew
However,
up eating
when the Spanish put their anchor cable
gas.
and ran,
I mean,
it
it's
almost
no
immediately
television.
ran aground.
Once in a
So
while,
the Spanish
you know, we
abandoned
have
the ship
television
and
series
waded to shore, where they ran away into the
outside
wilderness. The English, of
for
course,
most of my
looted
time
their
was
ship,
spent,
and then when another ship happened
you know,
along this
like a
scene,
stray
they
cat
took that ship and began to loot it as
outdoors,
well.
running around,
When they were done,
playing
3
soccer.
fourths of the
Imagine
Spanish
even like
fled.
dirt or concrete lots.
This
You
method
see
was
very high
translated
rise
from the
buildings playing
Spanish
soccer,
and handed
in
down to us.
in like
It
athletic
really
gear that
shows
you
the
only see in Kenya.
audacity of
You
ancestry
know how
better
like
than
some of
anything
these
I could
names that
ever
people wear
imagine.
their athletic gear. You go to
It
Europe
reads,
and you see
quote,
basically soccer
Captain and
players,
others of this
but you
ship,
see athletic
we are
gear that you just
surprised
don't
that you
see
ran
anywhere
for us
else.
in that
That's
fashion.
interesting. I mean,
Later
I
refused to come to talk to
grew up
us
pretty
under our
poor,
friendly
so
truce, knowing
I was
us
first
and
of all, I was
having
always
seen
wearing my
evidence a few
brothers,
days past that we
just
do
all the
ill
brothers,
to no one under our friendly truce.
and they were
We
like
only wished to speak with you,
old.
and since you will not come courteously to talk with us,
My favorite
without
things were
evil or
American
damage,
things that I
you
didn't
will find your
understand.
credit
Would be
spoiled
like
by
a
your own
Pepsi shirt
fault,
or something,
and to any
and
who
it was just
courteously may come to
that
talk
was
with us, we will
weird.
do
It
no
was like
harm
too
on
hard
our
for me.
way.
But I
And
thought I was
whoever
the
does not
coolest
come
person ever,
will
just
bear the blame.
wearing this fancy,
And do
just like
not think that we
Kanye
were afraid of those
type of
ships,
fashion.
nor of
There's
others.
something about
By
us
the
that
help of
we
God,
were,
it shall cost them their
that
lives
they
before
wear
they prevail
athletic
over
gear. We're like,
us.
that's just,
Now you
but
have
yeah,
proof
that's
that
like
it would have been
fans.
better had you
That
come
would
to
be
talk
like
with us.
those are
For in
cool
frigate you
kids.
have not the value of 4
Like
silver
the cool
rubles.
soccer players,
Done
football
by the
players
English,
that
who are well disposed, if
like
there
they
be no
were
cause to
in a
harm
league
them.
of some kind.
If
They
there
get
be cause,
uniforms,
you will be
like,
devils
or
rather than
they
good.
somehow.
In
I always
fact,
thought anyone who had
Jamaican has
anything
English
nice
pirates and headed back
had
to their
to do
mothership, where
something
they
really
unloaded
bad
all of their
together. That was
lubricants
my
on
way
honest 2
to
frigates.
deal with the
They
world. It
immediately
was like,
headed back to the Royal Cargates, where they
I guess I
attacked
didn't
upriver
understand
and then attacked a
how it's
warehouse.
possible.
The warehouse was at
Because
a
most of
small
us
town
were
called
surrounded by
Venta de
Singapore,
Cruces, which
and
literally
that life was
translates to
beautiful and simple. It's
crossroads
like,
of
why do you
ways.
escape
And
that
they
life?
stole there
But you
goods
still
worth
admire the
estimated
people
100,000
like
pesos. On their
going to
voyage out across the
McDonald's and
Caribbean
like
Sea at the mouth of the Rio
life
Cargates,
kind
they
of
took 3
world.
Spanish vessels, looted them,
This
and
place.
then
I was
sank them.
like, who invented
These
this?
English and French pirates were
This is a
becoming
fascinating
something of a real menace
challenge
to the
perspective
Spanish
of
along California.
having
They
sex
were
with them. And just the
uncatchable.
fact you ate dinner
So
together
we
is
would
really
attack these
interesting.
Spanish ships,
My
run away,
parents
and
divorced
then
when I was an
hide,
adolescent, so
anchoring
there
late
was a
small
total
bays
fracture
or
in
inlets
family
that were
structure.
pre-shadowed
Prior to
where the
that, we ate
Spanish
dinner
ships
together.
would search.
I was expected
It
to
was
have
said
to
during this time
of
to
course,
concentrate
it was
along
like
the
a
coast between the
very
Rio Cargates and
structured
California.
thing.
The
I
Spanish
don't
were,
know
of
if you
course,
could see
sending
that.
out ships to search for the English, these
Fiber
Newfoundlanders,
optics are
but
really
they weren't having any luck. Part
certainly.
of the problem was
Actually,
that,
on the way over
although
here,
it
I
was
was
being
thinking,
ordered to
you know,
launch these ships,
I really
and
wanted a
the
lot of
locals
kids that
didn't
were
really care
whole
all that
day.
much.
And
Drake
I
and
said,
French
it's
made
like
a
that.
smart move.
When I was a kid,
They
they like
weren't
to meet
bothering the
to
local
like pit them
Spanish
against each other
colonists,
to
the
see who could,
fishermen
this is my
and
chance of
farmers.
redemption.
They were taking ships that belonged to
The long
Spanish
game.
overlords and
No
merchant
longer want to
seamen,
be
men
engineers
that
or
the locals
physicists.
didn't really
They
care
want to
much
be
about.
biologists.
So these Spanish locals weren't
But
troubled
in
by
all
that part
seriousness,
of the
I look
freight
forward to the day that
operation.
my kids
However, the English
play together.
realized that they needed a base
Yeah,
for
I think there's
operation.
something,
Their fleet was
the
growing.
family dinner, the
The
ritual of
English
the
were
family
taking a
dinner,
number of ships,
but also the
mostly
special occasion
because they had to
things.
have more space to hold
There's
all
a
of the
little bit
goods
more
that they were
preparation, a
taking
little bit
from
more
the Spanish. They
things.
couldn't all
It was
fit
a
aboard
weekend,
Drake's
it was
mothership,
a holiday.
and they needed a
Russia
defensible
was
place that
a
they
thing
could
that
put these ships
actually I
at
find
anchor.
completely missing for
They
the most
decided
part.
upon a
In
bay
America,
at the
it
mouth of
was
another
maybe
river in South
it was
America, the Rio de Pinos, which is
broke
about
the walls
15
between
leagues
families
west of
in
Nombre
a
de years. This was a
like
favorite
there would be
hiding
kind of
place of the English
regular
Inquisition,
characters,
but
like a
they decided to
sitcom
make it
almost.
their
If you
official
watch a
base of
sitcom, it's
operations.
never just the family.
The
There's
days
always
of
like other
actual
characters
properties
that
needed
first
to
seems
close down,
first
and
thing
when
in
the
the door.
English even built some defensive
It makes
objectives
me laugh.
themselves.
I start
They
chewing
built
on
a
that because
small
I know
wall
he
around the
will.
crown
I think
area,
people want to
and that
respect
wall even
what
opened up into the
Michael
sea with a
Malice
large
does
log
really.
across the opening to
And
keep
I
any
think people want
unwanted
to
ships from entering.
respect each other's
It
privacy
was
or something
well
like that. And I
fortified
think
with walls and
we all
guns
get
mimic
super
the armies of
busy,
the
and
English and French
you
had
know,
taken from Spanish
like
ships. It also
it
had
kind
good
of
contact
worked
with the
to
local
do the
Faroese and some of the natives
dinner
who they could
together.
trade with for meat
Or
and goods
you
they
know,
might
like you
need to
see it as a
supply
thing that
their
needs to be
space.
scheduled
But even
before
if they
because it's
lost
busy.
contact
There's a
with
lot
the
of stuff going
Huguenots
on,
when they
but it's
resisted the
part of a
trade
ritual or
caravans,
part of the
the English
culture.
collapsed and their
That
real base of
all those
operation
are
almost
swelling into
indefinitely.
like a valiant effort. And then you
Today
realize like
was
that's
full of fish,
like later
but the
looking
area
back,
around
like
the
this is
lake,
this
notably
like that's
populated by
what
many
like
favored for which this new English story took its name. It was called Orthodoxy, and it was from his new base that Drake began an unrelenting lifelong campaign against the Spanish. He launched raid after raid, taking Spanish ships, looting them, destroying their goods, and burning their vessels. At one point, they even took a Spanish correspondence ship. That was a ship filled with letters from the Spanish New World bound for Spain. They searched it for any information they might be able to find on Spanish movements in the area. They did find some, but then the rest of the letters on board, mostly just letters from people who had family back home, they dumped those into the sea, and they stole the correspondence ship. This is kind of indicative of Drake's goals on this particular voyage. He was spending most of his time waiting, but during all of this waiting, he was mapping out the rivers that the Spanish made, he was mapping out the coastline that the Spanish made, he was gathering intelligence on all of the villages in the region, as well as most importantly, Panama City and where the lake goes. He was learning about Spanish military and naval secrets and technical defenses. He had built a base not just for himself, but for any of the English pirates that would come after him, or any of their French allies. This base was to serve as the jumping off point for any operations against the Spanish in the New World. And news of this base was spread that they were even building a small fleet to start staying at this base. This voyage was a voyage of preparation, and promise. Francis Drake was almost complete. However, in June, it was time for Francis Drake to return to England. Before he was allowed to dock, Francis Drake was forced to admit this voyage had not been all that great, and Francis Drake needed assurance from the Crown that the Crown would not be held accountable for his actions. He also needed to avoid the news of his crimes. Drake had stolen an estimated 250,000 pesos worth of goods. In England, that would have been 100,000 pounds. Converted into modern American dollars, that would be about 23.2 million pounds. And he was just getting started. But the situation in England was getting worse. Francis Drake learned that, in part due to his actions, although there were many other factors, war with Spain was upon him. It was undeclared, but war was happening. Francis Drake realized that his actions in the Americas had really been something of an American Theater of war against the Spanish, and he had acted unofficially as an English general in the Anglo-Spanish War. Drake almost immediately sent two ships back to Port Desert to continue his campaign. The two captains aboard these ships were named James Rouse and John Carroll, and he intended to meet them after a short break back in his native port. While he was in England, Drake acquired a new ship, a Casco 45, from John Hawkins. It appears that the Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had some agreement attached. Both of the Hawkins brothers, as well as both of the Winter brothers, were investors in this new voyage. Drake was going to command this ship, the Casco, while his brother John was going to command the Swan. They built three major vessels. These are very small vessels. They were to be constructed at Port Desert and carried world swell. These were going to be three better, swifter, and faster vessels for raiding these Spanish ships. On board these two vessels, if I recall, were 73 men. All but one of these men were under the age of 30. This was going to be an extraordinarily young voyage. And then, after his small break in being a preparation, Francis Drake set sail again on May 25th, 1572, from home back in the Spanish Main. It was a quick voyage. They arrived on July 12th, and after a short stop in the Antilles and Dominica, they returned to America. However, they found it abandoned. All they saw was a wisp of smoke near the wreckage. Going ashore to investigate, they found a smoldering keg. No keg would be seen, but on the back affixed to a tree, it read, quote, Captain Drake, if you fortunately come to this port, make haste away, for the Spaniards which you had with you throughout the last year have betrayed this place, and taken away all that you left here. I departed from hence, this present 7th of July, 1572, your very loving friend, John Carroll. End of quote. That was a mere 5 days before Drake landed. Drake decided to ignore the letter. He was going to wait, and he handed a paste to instruct the three ships that he had brought with him. It was only 3 days later, when sails appeared on the west,
see the big
Drake
picture
ordered his men to
impact
the
of what
ships and
it's
to their
working
battle
the way
stations
it
to
actually
defend Port
feels like.
Augusta.
And that's
But they
when the
weren't
audience
overwhelmed. They saw that
can
these ships
see
would
that.
pull
But
the same
you talk to
troops,
somebody
being
equally,
friendly English vessels who knew
uh,
about Port Augusta. When they landed,
for
it turned
me
out to
as
be
an
Captain
individual,
James
I
Price.
have to
He was one of
empathize
the
with
men
that person.
that Drake had
So I
sent
want to
to defend
understand.
Port
I have
Augusta.
to put myself in that
Captain
mindset.
Rafts had been around
Put
for
yourself in that
legends.
mindset.
When
You really
word
have to
came
become
that
that.
hit
You have to
voyage
put.
John
You have to
Hawkins, he was
understand
the
the people
captain of the
inside of
main
you.
division. He had
Like
been the man who
you
took the
can't just
Forrest
think that
Gump
somebody's in
on Drake's
power
last
and
voyage. And
use
it
that
appeared
power to
things were
abuse
not as
others.
dire for the
You
English
can't
as they
just
thought.
be what I
His
personally,
friends, Captain
a person who
Rafts and
seeks to
Captain Garrett,
understand.
were both
You can't
there.
just be a journalist asking
Captain
fair
Rafts had
questions.
just recently
You have to put
taken a
yourself
Spanish lesson.
in a
On
place
board were a number of
where you're
slaves
somebody
that
who's given
Captain
a lot
Rafts
of
had taken
power
with him.
and
These slaves
slowly
had a lot of
start to abuse
information
that
about
power.
current Spanish
And
movements
what
that
does
were
that
to
person
occur,
become?
as
Who
well
are you?
as the
I have
Spanish
to
treasure.
plug myself into those moments in my
And he
life
hoped.
in the past where I've been
It
angry at
seems that
something.
Drake had changed his views on
And
slavery since
where
his
I've been
voyages with
cruel
John Hawkins.
because
He may never
in,
have
in
approved,
little
and we
ways.
don't really
And you
know about
magnify it
his
on a
feelings
scale
about
and
things.
I have to go
However,
there.
now
That's
he
very
ordered these
human.
slaves
And then I have
freed
to
and
look at
pure.
another person across the
It could
table
have been an emotional
and
change for him.
you're there too.
Perhaps he
And then you
identified
had
more with
more
these
opportunity
slaves
to
who
be
were poor,
truly cool.
downtrodden, wretched souls
And
than he did with the Spanish overlords
and then
and
where
the English
again I
overlords
have
who
to
were
plug
poor.
myself into
That
places where
doesn't
I've
seem
been
too
and
long
where
ago.
imagine I can go
It could have
where I
been
was cruel
a
to others and
religious
was
change
unaware
on
of
part
it.
of him.
So
After
I was
all,
in a
the
mind space
voyages
where
that
I was
he had gone
thinking
on other
not
slaving
through the good,
voyages with
not
both
through the
John
kind.
Lovell and John Hawkins
Again,
had
I've
each
never
ended
gotten
in
an opportunity to
disaster.
do any of those
It
things
was
at a
possible
large
that this may
scale,
have
but
displeased
all of
their
us have
lord,
done it at a
since after
small
he had
scale.
stopped
And I
slavery and
plug
begun his
myself into
personal
that,
war with the Spanish
and then
Catholics, well,
we're here.
that
We're
very
two.
much appeared
This is
classic.
somebody who's in prison,
Or
somebody who's
maybe
a
it was
dictator.
just
We're in
half-hearted
that
liberty.
space.
He was,
But
after all,
people,
allied with the King of England.
all of us have
And
the
holding the
capacity to
escaped
do that
slaves or
easily.
keeping them
And
in
I have to
bondage is
imagine
not
myself
likely
being able
something
to
that the
do
King
that
of England would
easily.
appreciate.
And then we're here together
Regardless,
in that
Drake is quoting
dark,
that
dark
he did intend
place.
to, quote,
And then
use
if
these
it,
Negroes
if
for
you just
good.
write something real
Now,
down,
in Elizabethan
something
English,
from that
this
person's
might mean
childhood,
that he meant to
maybe
trick them,
awakening to
or it might mean that he meant
realization
to
that
make use
I
of
thought
that
it was a good
knowledge.
person and I'm not.
Either way, they were freed
But
and
that
cared
only
for
happens when
and
you truly
questioned
have
their knowledge of Spanish
those
activity.
moments of discovery are
The
beautiful. But they also
captains,
happen in
Captain
silence.
Drake and
You just
Captain
have a
Rafts, began
conversation.
planning their next move.
You realize
First, they took an
you had a
inventory
conversation
of
in
the
Warsaw.
arms that they
I
had,
feel like you
and it was
constantly
actually a pretty
realize
impressive work.
beautiful
They
things
had,
together
quote,
on this element of
6 targets, 6 fire pikes,
evil and
12 pikes,
sociopathy that
24
you only
muskets and
have this
halberdiers,
notion that
16 bows, and
we have
6
all things
partisans,
inside us
2 drones, and
and
2
that we all have the
trumpets.
capacity
End
to
quote.
use good or evil, etc.
For a relatively small
But
expedition,
I
that's
have
an
the
impressive blend of
good
both
fortune of working with
infantry
somebody
weapons,
who has
firearms,
deep
and
understanding of
explosives.
psychiatry, but also
The
psychoanalysis
targets
and
are
community
really
theory.
shields that
And
can be revolver
and he
type,
said to
and
me
fire
recently, he
pikes
said,
always sound
whether or
super
not all
cool,
people
but
have
really just
alternate
plays
sides,
for
but
double
you're still
exposition.
saving the
But
psychology
the drones and
and the
trumpets,
neuroscience.
those are talent. This wasn't just any normal
But
warrior.
there are
Francis Drake
certain
was
people,
marching too.
not many, but there are certain
Drake
people
came around
who
with their
they've
3
actually
ships and their 4
lived out
cases
many
sailed
versions
to
of
awaiting
the past
Hades.
themselves.
Nombre
The
de
first
Dios
person.
was a small
And
town.
so those are
It
unique
had
individuals.
virtually no
Even if they
defenses.
captured the
For
research center,
most of the
as you
year, it
mentioned,
had
as
no military presence at all,
a
and
minor
no
number
port
as opposed to
overlooking the bay.
impacting
There were
people
only
negatively
100 or so homes
that
and a
scale.
warehouse.
So being able to access
Drake,
those different
however,
parts of themselves,
called this place
see, and you've been willing
Nombre
to
de
step into
Dios,
that. My
the
podcast is
treasure
not one
house of
to
the Lord.
get down to those matters.
The plan
Yeah.
was
You
to
never know.
row
People might
across
even
the
have to
bay
say
at
like,
night
I'm
and
not
wait
sure
until
so
it
so that.
dawned.
The other thing
The
that
men put their
articulated in
small
the
boats
conversation
as
with
they floated on
Fred,
shore
who was
in the
he had a lot of
shadows.
years in special operations, and he tells
Francis
me,
Drake knew the
he said,
dependency of the law.
if you look at somebody's
He
past,
knew that if he forced the
at
men
some
to wait
point
to do battle
you
all the
will
way
come
until
to
dawn, it
understand
might agrees
some
with
pretty
Murray.
good reasons as to why they
Lucky for
behave
him,
as they are.
about 3 in the
But you have
morning,
to draw
the clouds parted,
the red line
and a bright,
someplace. And
full
what he was
moon
referring to was the
filled the
fact
night
that
with
to
light.
be just posed in the eyes of
Drake
the
saw this as a
community
sign from God
deserved to
for
be
healing.
eliminated as a
When the
consequence of
clouds
their
parted and there was
actions,
more light to
right?
see by,
Regardless of what
Drake
drove them to
realized that
those
there was a
actions.
small
And it
wine
gets right
ship,
down to the line
and
scheme
the wine
that
ship
comes
actually
nature,
seeing
nurture,
Drake as his mate. The wine
neuroscience,
ship
and
was sending a boat
the law
ashore to
and
warn the
justice.
people who were close.
Complicated
However,
case.
Drake was
I
able
think
to
of it a number
intercept
of
them
people
and
that
sent their
I
boat
was
to a
looking into,
Carlton island
and
offshore,
here
where
I'm
they were no longer going
not
to be
revealing
ejected.
the reasons why,
So
but
Drake and his
except
men
for the fact that I think
embarked
it would be unique and
and
suited
vanished
to
into town.
bring out
The very first thing
important
they did
components of the
was take
conversation
control
that
of
other
a
people
single
have
gun
not been
battery
able
that defended the town
to
without incident. There
do,
was only
which,
one
for
guard
instance, in
running
his
the
homes,
guns, and when he saw the
is
approaching, he ran away to sound the alarm.
mysterious and
So
yet
Drake
just like
split his men into
on
3
planet.
teams. His brother took one group, and another man
Getting
named John
synonymous with
Oxenbow
deception.
took the other.
Um,
They were to circle
I
both
don't know if there've
left
been any
and right.
real
Frank's plan
interviews
was to
heard
take the largest group
since the whole
directly
thing.
through the center of town.
I haven't followed that case. I
The
listened
man
to
who
the
had been
book
manning
and
the guns had run through
I
town
followed it a little bit because it
screaming.
was happening.
He had reached the
Like
church
Theranos was
and
right
began
up
to
the road.
ring the
The
bell.
building's still there.
It was then
It's interesting
that
when
Drake
you
ordered
some of
his
the most
drummers to
premier
keep
real
tight.
estate is still
They
run by
marched
that nobody
toward the
wants it.
city square.
So like it's very
His
hard to tell
trumpet
at home when
sounded,
somebody's
announcing the coming of
committed a
Francis
murder.
Drake,
You
like
know,
he
it's
was
a
a
beautiful
general
home.
or an
So I
emperor.
feel like the
The
Theranos
women and
case is
children
that way.
of Nombre de Dios fled before them.
So that would be
The men rallied before the doors of the church and the local treasure house, holding the square against Drake and his men.
dark
The
human
church bell
beings and
continued to
science.
sound.
Yeah, and then there will
The
be
drums
people will say,
continued to beat,
wasn't even
and the
science,
trumpets
right? It might have
continued to
all
play.
been deception. It might have
Drake's
been one
men
part
held
deception,
their
one
fire
part
points on,
goal
lighting their
setting,
way,
maybe
and
stimulating.
then
Clearly,
the
that there
Spanish
were
militia fought.
so many
One
factors
round hit a
impacting
trumpet
what
and killed
happens.
him instantly.
I think the
Another
big difference
hit Francis
between
Drake in the leg.
Theranos and
The
that
rest
story and
hit
some of
the
the
ground
other
in front of their
stories
cars.
about Silicon Valley where people
Francis
promised
Drake
a lot more
smiled
than they could
when he
deliver,
ordered his
because they
men
were
home.
promising things that were directly
The
going
English
to
fired their
help
muskets
people
and
who
their
were taking
bombs.
blood tests.
Then, simultaneously,
Understanding
John
that
Drake,
the data
Francis's
they were
brother,
getting was
and John
wasn't
Oxenbow
asymmetric,
arrived at the
and
square from
disease
either
was
side
causing
and
disease,
opened fire on the
real
militia
world
trying to
decisions
hold
on
the
the
town
basis of
square.
that. Whereas if you remember when
The
the
few Spaniards
iPhone
who were
first
left
came out
alive from the hail
and
of arrows
jobs
and
were still
crossbow
alive and
bolts
the
and
phones
musket
would
shot
drop in
broke
calls
ranks
and
and
you
they
held
fled.
it in a particular way, and kids
Drake
respond to
had
it. They
taken
wouldn't know
Nombre de Dios,
it's
the
hey folks,
loss,
it's a phone.
and
But
one
like don't
trumpet.
get so worked up.
Now that
Some
they
people
had
held
the
it,
town,
understandably
things
feel very
become a
high
little
standard.
bit more.
You know, she was
There are 2
sort of
different
15,
fashions
and
in
I
which
don't
they're
know
moving.
relative to
Nombre
this,
de
but it
Dios,
seemed like she
the
sort of
treasure house of the world,
adopted this idea
is
that you
tall.
could get it wrong a bunch of times and
The
still get
first
it
was
right.
as follows.
Except if the
After
allegations
taking
are
the
true,
town
and I
square,
think that
Drake
she was
questioned a
successful
Spaniard
too, I
they had
believe,
captured
on a
to
number of
find the
counts.
governor's house.
Then a number of the
When they
things that
arrived
they
at
were
the
doing
governor's
were
house, they
being
found
packaged
a
in this.
single lit candle,
So
and at
Steve's
the
point
top
about
of
the
the
phone is the
stairs,
phone.
quote,
Well, it
a
depends on the
fair
call. If
Janae
you call
ready
911,
settled,
then
either
not
for the
just the
governor
phone.
himself
Right?
or some other of his
But
household
in the case
who
of
wait
blood
after him.
tests and
By
disease
means of
being
this light,
a
we
theory,
saw a
I think
huge
that
heap
the
of
Theranos
silver
case
in
is
that nether
different
room,
because it's
being in a
some
pile of
people
bars of
from major
silver of,
universities
as
and
near as
from
we could
government
guess, 70
that
foot in
quote
length and 10
trusted
foot
her
in breadth
and that
and
some
12 foot
people
in height,
do not trust
piled
her,
up against the
and
wall.
yet you
Each
at
bar
least
was
stuck with
between
her when it was
35 and 40
it was
pounds
only
of
in
gold.
the
At
forensic
the
version
Psyche Rub,
that everyone
our
said, oh yeah, I
captain
knew
managed
that
straightly,
she
and
was
none of us
lying,
should
et
touch
cetera,
a
et
bar
cetera,
of
later
silver,
on.
but
So
stand
most
upon our
whatever
weapons,
was lies.
because the town was full of
But I
people,
have a
and
deep
there
interest
was
in
in the king's
neuroscience
treasure
and
house, near the water
narcissism
side,
and
more
sociology
gold
and
and
things like
jewels
that
than
really
all of our
fascinates me.
arquebusinesses could carry,
So yeah, maybe
which
we can
we
get
would presently
I
set
mean, we'll
some
do
in
a podcast
hand to
together.
guard over.
Yeah, I mean, like in the kind of early
As
'90s
they left
version
the
of talk
governor's
shows,
house,
the
a young
argument like
slave rushed to meet Drake and his
together.
men,
See,
begging to
there
become
wasn't
one of
much
them.
more sinister
He had
stuff
heard
going on.
news of the name of Francis
Good
Drake
job.
and he wanted to join them.
What would be
At
interesting
that
from
moment,
a
the
scientific
heavens opened
standpoint,
and a torrential downpour began. They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from
how
a wound
to
in his
relate
nail.
something
When they
believable about
reached the
that.
door
I
of the
think
treasure house, Drake fell to his knees,
that requires
collapsing from
not
loss of
just
blood.
well, I don't know what that
He
requires.
ordered his men
That
to
requires
enter
the
the
same
treasure
skill
house,
that it
but they
takes to be
decided
a good
that they loved their captain more than the
therapist.
Spanish gold, and to
Right,
save
some
his life,
therapists
they carried him
won't work
back to
with
his ship.
sociopaths.
The Spanish gold could wait.
They don't feel any
Now, there were
progress
a
to be
couple of
made.
problems
Some
with this
therapists will
account.
work with sociopaths
First,
so that
Nombre
wealthy
de
don't show
Dios
up.
did not have a governor's
They want
house
their
or a
money.
home.
I think most
Secondly,
therapists are good,
to imagine
but
any
there's some that
pirate,
resort just
or any
sending
sailor,
lawyers
or
around
really
to
any
criminals,
person at all,
criminals, right?
abandoning the riches of the King of
Because
Spain's
of
treasure house in
there are
favor
certain domains
of
of
one
psychiatry
captain,
that are more attractive
that
than
kind of
others.
stretches the
Borderlines
imagination.
are interesting, I should just mention, because
And
they have
what's
this phenomenon
perhaps
of
most
split.
important and
So
worth noting
in the world
is
of
that that story wasn't told until 50 years later. The reality is that the storehouse of the treasure house of the world was empty. Either the African slaves that they had questioned back at Point Pleasant had been incorrect, or they had lied to the Spanish, telling them what they wanted to hear to save their own lives, which the likely odds were. When the Spanish had knocked down the doors, they had found the treasure house empty. Later, they concocted this story to make it a much more heroic tale, but the reality is that they were forced to leave empty-handed for no other reason. They did, of course, take the wine ship along. The fleet sailed across the Lagos Island. It was called the Island of Fish because it had large fields of pineapple, bananas, and guanabana. And the soldiers needed to regroup. Captain Rouse decided to leave the fleet. He saw which way how indecisive and ineffective we were. He also They had feared Spanish reprisals for Drake's actions, which was probably a smart thing to fear. The Spanish were, understandably, outraged and terrified. They realized that a small group of English pirates had sailed boldly into the harbor unopposed of a place where all of the gold to be sent to the King of Spain was housed. Luckily, it wasn't housed there at the time, but they realized how easy it would have been for Francis Drake to have stolen all of that gold. So the Spanish governor in the region sent orders to every town and every harbor to double their defenses, not only on land but on water. Drake realized that he needed a new crew, so he sent for his allies in Cameroon. One of the escaped slaves that he had recruited was a man named Diego. Now, sometimes he was described as one of the slaves that traveled around for free. Other times, Diego was thought to be the slave that ran up and begged to join Captain Drake and his men. Either way, he became a trusted and devoted member of the crew. He was the man that helped set up and mediate the meeting between the Cameroons and Captain Drake. The Cameroons knew the influence of hunger. They knew every trail, every hiding place, and every ambush. This was their fight. They also watched twice a year for all the Spanish gold and silver cross their own on the backs of the trade mules. So they hatched a plan that when that train came again to transport all of Spain's treasure, Drake, along with his pliant lads, and a company of escaped and frozen slaves, would be received. But because they had missed the treasure fleet this time, it was still 5 months away. Drake sent some of his men back to Portugal. A few other men he sent to watch the unknown radios from a small outpost that he set up. Then, Drake himself decided to do what he did best, which was get on board a ship and harass the Spanish. It was almost a repeat of his month-long campaign on his previous trip, taking any Spanish ship he came across, sacking it, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes burning it. There was one ship that was thought to be too large for his men to take. But eventually on his last voyage, he attacked it, was repelled, but then the ship was recovered. However, this time, when Francis Drake attempted to board and loot the ship, he found waiting for him a contingent of Spanish mounted soldiers waiting for him, and they were forced to retreat. Francis Drake never did find out what was aboard that vessel that might have been so important that it had that many well-armed Spanish troops aboard. This time his campaign lasted 2 whole months, raiding around the Caribbean, doing as he pleased. Even for a small period of time, he blocked the port of Cartagena, not allowing any ships in or out until his demand were met. And somehow, Francis Drake always escaped unscathed. But back home at his base at Fort Pheasant, things weren't quite so well. There was a Spanish scout that had seen his younger brother John killed. She had had, there was an outbreak of disease that killed something around 28 men. It's thought that this disease was yellow fever. One of the men killed was Francis Drake's other brother, Joseph. After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered the surgeon on the road to do an autopsy. They didn't know how dangerous yellow fever was then, or what was killing all of these men. And of course, the surgeon was infected as well and died shortly thereafter. So the only man with any medical knowledge at all died off. This was a tremendous blow to the English. But Drake rallied his men. His true Spanish trait was that he was able to inspire those around him, even in times where there was darkness. It was around this time that the name Francis Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in Spanish records. Before that, he had always been a footnote in the voyages of John Ponticus, but now it was his name that the Spanish were recording as the most notorious pirate in the New World. He was an evil borderline, a danger to their empire, and they called him El Drake, the Dragon. And then, with his forces depleted, their spirits high, a group of cavalry messengers arrived at Fort Pheasant. The Spanish treasure fleet had arrived at hand. A group of about 17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 30 Cameroons entered the jungle zone. The English were fully burdened by all carrying weapons, gold, armor. Well, the Cameroons really did the yeoman's work for this voyage. They knew all the trails and all the paths, the spirit of the dead, and they could help carry the English when things became too hard. was
One
filled with
is,
anacondas,
at a high level,
spiders,
let me say that
mosquitoes, swamps,
she
heaps.
believes what
They
the
did,
current
at one
story
point,
is
have the pleasure of
that she's
visiting
the
a
victim
colonial village where
of
they
the
found a well-behaved,
objectless.
well-dressed, and prosperous community.
I
This was
think I'll
far
just
from the
leave that
assumptions
there
that the English had
as
of what these
as
communities
so
would
this
be
is
like.
these are
But then,
ideas that you
one
can
day,
take
as
from
they neared the city of Canton, the
the
man
nature of
guiding
the
the
truth.
pilgrimage, a man
And
named
the nature of
Pedro,
the human
Pedro
mind
de
is
Rose,
who it is.
gestured toward a
This
tree
is,
to direct the
imagine,
climb.
folks, if you
In the
wanted to
tree,
remove
he found a small
protein,
spot, a place where
because
he could
that's
rest.
where you
If he
need
looked
that.
north, where he could
Let
see
me
the
also
Caribbean
say
Sea,
that
turning his
I
head, looking south,
never, or
he could see
rarely,
the Pacific Ocean.
I rarely
Drake later
mention
said
names that
that he
actually
hoped,
talk
besought
to
Almighty God,
without
His
having made
goodness, to give him
significant
life
progress
and leave to sail
in
once
a
again
race
on an
during
English
that
ship
interview.
in
And
that
people
sea.
sometimes ask me
End
about
quote. But
Vladimir
then the matter did not
Zelensky,
change.
and so I have a
They
feeling
waited in a
I
copse of land for
do
a
not
long
bring them
while.
up lightly
Late
in
through the
terms of
night, they waited in silence.
there being a
Then,
path of actual
in
conversation.
front
That
steps on the
said,
road,
something I would
one
grant, and I'm
English
not
soldier
sure I
stood, ready to attack.
know how to
He saw
what
only
to
a
do
lone
with it,
horseman.
but in the
A
case of
Spanish scout
all the people
rode
I
back,
just mentioned,
alerting in Spanish.
I haven't been
The
preparing
English
for
ambush
this kind of
was
thing.
over. They had to
I
take
only
on
start
that fight.
really
So they
preparing
took a small Spanish village.
seriously
They
when it
attacked,
started,
but they killed
because
as
it's
few people
such
as
a
possible.
heavy burden.
The only people killed
And
were very few
one of the things
who
I regret
ended up
having
as the
mentioned
Huns admittedly
a
attacked the
conversation
English
between
first.
Vladimir
And
Putin
Drake
before
issued a
the war in
message
Ukraine
that
broke out
everyone
in
in
the
town
last
was
2
to
years,
remain
that I was
inviolate.
mentioning it very
He actually went from door
very
to door,
casually,
assuring every woman and
and
every home
without
that they
having
were not going to
really
be hurt and the
deeply
English were there.
put
And
myself
when these reports
in a
might sound
place that I'm ready
ridiculous,
to talk
they
to.
actually come from the
That's a
Spanish
tricky
themselves.
thing,
They said
because
that
then
Drake and his men
the
were
internet,
respectful and courteous, at
the
least as
audience
far
in
as the
general,
neighbors knew.
and just me
But this
when I
was
listen
just
back
a
to my
rumor.
stuff.
They
So
had no
think,
desire
well,
to
why are you
Spanish
speaking so
villages in
lightly
the
about
area.
this topic?
They just
Well, I
attacked
think
the
you got a
village, stole
long-standing
what would be
interest in
valuable,
this.
and hoped that the
Talking
Spanish
to
would
him, I think
believe that
now,
they had made their town,
so
taken what they
I don't
could, and let
understand
people go. They had to wait
how
for the Spanish to lower their
I would
guard
sit
a
down and
bit,
have a
and
conversation
to all agree
with
amongst
somebody like
themselves
that, but
that the
that's
English
not
had left
in
quickly.
the range
The
of
months
my
that
skill
followed
set,
were even
right?
less
Or
comfortable.
like maybe,
They were
I
hot,
don't know, ancient
awful, and they
things
hated the
in
jungle.
Egypt go on too.
However, they met
Not so
a
much. I
young
mean, I
Arthur
watched that
who was
episode
very
with
respectful
with
to
English.
John Piper.
Uh,
He was a
well, he
French
did an
corsair
episode
who was great
recently
with
with a
fear,
guy who was a
named the young
former cyber
Christopher.
criminal
They
playing
decided to
stateside,
join
right? I think
forces
he
for
was
this
southern
mission.
town. And there was a segment in
The
there.
two captains,
Do
Drake
you mind me
and
just
his
naming
steward,
Greg Townsend
knew
for a
Rothschild.
second? There
They'd
was a
heard
segment
of
in
each
there where
other's
he talked
exploits, but they
about
had never met.
stealing a
However,
lifetime's
when they
worth of
found that they were together,
collecting
apparently they
coins
grew
from
really
some
close.
elderly
They
woman,
not only respected
and
each
this was
other,
everything
but
she
really
had,
began
and
to
then
admire each other
he
as men of
openly
honor
admitted
and
that he
devotion.
felt no
Once again,
remorse,
he was a
which is
combined
the way he
force
described it,
of
purely
English,
sociopathic.
French, and
And then,
purely
of course, we
male
learned that
who
he
would
grew
want
up
to
in a
march into
family
the
where
jungle and
criminal
steal
behavior was very
Spanish
common.
goods.
It was kind of
This
embedded in
time,
his
they waded closer to
notion
Yonge
of
Bay,
what typical behaviors
where
were. And
when
I
the
found
train
myself
arrived, it wouldn't be as
somewhat
fresh as it
interested,
was closer
but
to
also
Panama City.
hung
The
up
men
on
would
this
be
idea that
weary
he
from their
was,
trek through the
that
jungle,
he
and
had
their guard would
behaved
be
as a
lowered because they were reaching their
sociopath
destination.
in a
It took a
sociopathic
full
way,
2 months
which
of waiting,
created
but
an
finally,
internal
the Spanish
conflict.
sent
This
a
is quite
hurricane
charming to ask him.
across the
The
Isthmus of
stories are
Panama,
terrific.
and then the credits rolled.
Especially, I
The
really
assault
enjoyed the
was
discussions
not
about
one to be
how he would
remembered.
go
It
out
was
and
quick. The
do
Spanish
all these things
soldiers were all
out of
barefoot,
a desire to
hungry,
please
tired,
his
and
girlfriend.
weary.
You
They
know,
were
so he
ready
was
to
in
be
service
gone.
to other
The
people,
first
just like
casualty of the battle
sociopathic behavior
was
in
the
service
French
to them
pilot's
as a way
son,
to extract.
the high
It's very
schooler. He was
complicated.
shot in
I
the
think there's a
belly
reason I
from
would
the
bring
very
him to
first
science,
volley
because
of
at
Spanish riflery.
some level,
But the
it's more
Spanish
about
quickly
facts than
broke
it is
ranks and
opinions and
ran.
judgment. And I
Once
don't know that
again,
I have the
we see
ability
in
to
Francis
suspend
Drake
judgment or
a
opinion
man who is determined
away
and
from the
yet
kind
thinks
of
primarily in his
top
self.
level contours. And my
Much
initial
the same
reaction
way that he had left John Hopkins
if
behind.
it's true
He
about
left
the
his
bullying
companion,
Asheville's and the
his
Bruce
students
Holmes and
behind,
the other
leaving the city.
sociopaths, because one
It
had just
again
kind of
points
revolted
straight
and
defended
repented.
his actions, saying that
But
laid
that
his
could also
students had
reflect the fact
told
that
him
I'm being
to
touted,
take the gold and silver and leave them
as
there,
the
so that he
sophisticated,
could
somebody that
defend
can
both the
spin
English
all the
and the
plates
French,
of
stopping the Spanish invasion,
empathy,
which is likely a
forgiveness,
bunch of
but also
propaganda and nonsense.
holding people
However, the
accountable.
English,
That's
French, and
work. That takes,
Spanish
if
had
you think
made
about it,
away
that's three
with all of
four-brain
the
circuits
gold
having
and
to
silver
work in
from the
parallel.
backs of the
That's the
mule
difference
train
between
bound for
chess
the
or being a
Spanish
pro
treasure.
and a game of checkers. I guess I'm playing
The total
checkers.
equaled somewhere
No,
in
so
the
one
order
is
of
actually holding in
200,000
your mind, and
pieces.
two is the sort of raw
This was
experience of
about
production.
23 and a
You're
quarter
very,
million
just
today.
having listened to your interviews, you're very good
This, in
conversationalist.
addition to
But
any other
stealing
prizes taken in
conversation
the
from
past
me
few months on the Spanish news
being
was one
self-deprecating,
of
I'm
the
being just
greatest
objective.
prizes ever
I'm
won
not
by any pirate in
good
Puerto
at
Rico.
conversation.
They
I'm
split the
working
gold
very
taken
hard,
on this one day
getting better at it.
between the
I'm
English,
speaking
Colonial,
enough
and the French equally.
about this podcast.
It was
I'm
time,
speaking just
after months of
normal
waiting,
life.
for Drake
I have
and his
anxiety.
Plymouth lads to sail back to
From
England.
social interaction.
There was a bit of drama getting to their ship. There were
And so this is
several
interesting because
Spanish
I
ships waiting in
never,
the harbor. However, as Drake
ever,
was waiting,
and I think
thinking that perhaps they
there
had
are
been
people that
found
don't
out,
know
the
that
Spanish
have said
ships
to
left
me
the
that
harbor,
they
and
too
Drake was able to
feel
build a few places
anxious,
with
and yet
grass where he could get his gold and his
your
men
voice is steady.
out to his ships,
I
which
don't
were
see
ready.
any
Now
perspiration.
Drake didn't take all of the gold and
You
silver that
appear
Drake had.
incredibly calm.
He was only able to
I was
carry
scared
so much
shitless
of
when
it.
we were
So he took the most valuable jewels and the
when you
gold,
first meet
and
it,
then the silver
is
he buried
intimidatingly calm.
strategically,
But as you
thinking
get to
that he
know
would
him a
be
bit,
able to
you
come back
realize
himself.
that it's
However,
the
it was
kindness and
well
the
known,
generosity that he
hands
sense
down
that you
from
feel.
man to man, that Drake was never able
But
to
yeah,
come
I
back
would
and reclaim
never
the
in a
gold and
million
silver.
years have guessed that
This
you get anxious.
passed down from sailor
And to make
to
another
sailor,
quick comment,
generation to
because maybe
generation,
come up
would
and
grow
you came
on
to
to form the basis
man,
of
maybe
all of
you
our
already
myths,
got it.
both for the pirates in the golden
But
age of piracy, and
having
the many
met him
stories told today
from time to prove
of buried treasure.
there's on
And it was said that Drake did
he had
even
maps
make
wrong.
maps of where he buried
There's
his
a
treasure,
natural
and
place
death always marked the spot.
unless
Drake's voyage back to England was
of
relatively
accidents.
painless. It was a very quick voyage and only took him about 23 days. And on August 9,
How is
1573, Francis Drake returned to England.
works for him?
The
What does
legend
he
goes
have on others?
that when Francis Drake sailed into the harbor,
I ask myself,
word spread
when I look in
bizarrely.
the mirror,
Most of
just
the men and
somebody
women in
who
town
kind of
were in St. Andrew's Church filling the pews,
I want to
but
ask
they
you
began
guys
to
a
whisper.
question. Well, I usually
And
ask it
whisper
the following way,
turned
like,
into a
I'm
murmur.
uncomfortable, so what?
And then people began to rise from their seats,
Am
and
I
one by
being, am
one
I a robot
started to
being
leave.
controlled by somebody else?
Slowly,
What,
at first,
how is this,
but
how is this
faster
my
and
life?
faster, until there was a
What
torrent
is
of people
happening?
leaving the
It really does
church
feel like it's a
until,
movie. So let me
finally,
just
they had left their pastor all alone,
several
preaching
things. First of
to
all,
an empty room.
as no boss,
All of the people in town
I know,
left
I
to go
know
to the
of,
docks to
nor am
welcome
I
home
controlled
Francis Drake,
by
their
any
new
intelligence
national
agencies of
hero.
any nation. We're gonna get you a job.
Things in England were getting worse.
Who's I can talk to?
The war with Spain was taking
I'm
its toll.
scared.
However, England had several victories to point to.
Next time I'm here.
Next week, we're
I'm
not
just
yet
gonna bring
going
a
to go
coffee.
into
I'm
this
gonna get in the air.
complicated Spain. We're
And then,
going to
you'll
stay
never
with
see me
Francis
again.
for a while.
I love love so much.
After returning to England as a national
I was
hero,
also
he spends a
surprised.
little time basking in the glory.
I have
Then
never
he is called
talked to
by
anyone.
Queen Elizabeth into a private
Which is
meeting.
very interesting.
This is something that
Like,
was relatively
that you're
unheard
aware
of.
of.
She even sent
They're
her
very good
royal
at
guards out of the room because no
communicating
one,
right away. But I've been
besides
very
Queen Elizabeth
suspicious on
herself,
this exact
and
point.
the newly
That's
knighted Sir
the
Francis Drake,
downside of
would
kind
hear
of
what she had to
being
say.
an introvert, having anxiety about social
Whenever
interaction,
she sent him in
then
that room,
having so much
you'll
love
never
thrown your way
Francis
because
Drake
you
is
connect
sworn to
with a
secrecy.
podcast. I guess I'm
However,
talking with
shortly
connecting
thereafter,
with
he
people
set
coming
sail on the
to
voyage
love
of his life.
that I
A
really love,
voyage that
that I
would make him
appreciate.
a
And
household
I
name in
wonder,
England this
like,
very day, a
exactly the
national hero to
question.
the English and Spain's most wanted criminal,
Why is this
and the
person with a
reason
Russian
that
accent
school children
talking
all
to me
across the world,
and
even
showing me so
today,
much love?
know
Well,
the name
because, sorry to
Francis
interrupt
Drake.
you again, but
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website
it's
at
a sign of
PirateHistoryPodcast.com.
sometimes.
Sometimes,
Yeah, I have a
songs
colleague
full
at
of
Stanford,
information
and she
such
says,
as
you know,
celebrity
interruption,
spark relating to our pirates. We
75%
also
of
have on
the
every
time is a
episode
sign
a
of
list of
being
the
interested
sources
in
we
what
use.
we're listening to say.
If you're interested in learning more about any of the
Well,
pirates on the web, those
you're very
sources
welcome.
also have links that go
Well,
to the
that I mean, I learned about hedgehog and macaws from you. You know, when I learned, you know,
If you do use
you're
those
very lovable.
sources, leave
People
notes
love
as
you
to what you
because
loved
you're
and
lovable.
where you
I
learned
love
it.
love. Okay, so
Use the link
100%.
above the search bar to
And
text
it's,
me.
I mean, it's just an
If you'd
awesome
like to
text.
support the
People
show,
are
there are several ways you can do
so
so.
amazing. I go
There's
through
PayPal
tons of
donate,
stuff.
as
I
well
love
as a link
people.
to
But
our
you want a
Patreon
family,
page,
so you're
which
the
lets me go
100%.
Patreon.com
You're,
/PirateHistory.
I take what you said as a challenge.
There's also an e-course link
In
down
terms
below
of
the search bar,
having a
so
family
you
with
can give
kids.
the search bar anything
And
from
we do
$1
jujitsu, and obviously
We do so
eating
for the
meals
concept of
and
finding out
make
more
you
about your pirates. In addition to any of
miserable
that,
for your
you can
daily
also
meals,
leave a
father.
review on iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean,
It
all of
should
which
be
will
a
bring
great
support to
It
us.
builds up an army
Doing
of
this
good
really helps
people.
the podcast
But
grow,
yes,
and
I
we really
love a
appreciate it.
family. I
Once
love to social books. I just want to finish that point. I'm nervous about it. I'm nervous
Hello.
about the way people perceive.
Welcome to the Pirate
I mean, you're
History
seeing it before
Podcast.
talking about
My name is Matt. Thank you
who
for
I
listening.
am. I came to
Last
be.
week,
This is
we
how
talked about several voyages of Francis Drake.
If you just try,
Voyages that
try to
included
be yourself,
raids on Spanish
if you
shipping,
try to find yourself,
attacks on Spanish
maybe
towns,
it's a better
and
way to say
finally,
it,
an attack
just
on the Spanish treasure
keep
fleet
that
as it crossed These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation, as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back some of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board his ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since, well, essentially since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred, except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. That was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted the help of Drake while they were on island to deal with this problem of Devereux. A few days later, Devereux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seemed to think that it was Robert Dudley that did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish Adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the Gentlemen Adventurers, and Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout England. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all 3 of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americas. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun to plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, There was a man named Martin Frobisher, who was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it, called Heady Royal Navy. Now, this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London, and most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now, this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now, this plan is not well documented. It's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the top is gone. But there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast, as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, and there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, cooking meal, and special commodities, such as may her highness dominions, and also shippage a worth greatly, and gotten up as a force said into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing, then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favour is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in carriage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now, this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, but he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other seamen that can kind of point us in the direction what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after this secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth knowing. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15th, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because, as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out at and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crew, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it, and pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem. And that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships that they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. was they were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prizes. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set his African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, as they were not welcomed in a port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. It would hold plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was so important. The captain of the ship was a very experienced Portuguese pirate, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now, Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swirl. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships, who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them at guard. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake, and began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn to his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on this voyage. And then he tried a new tactic. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot that they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and putting it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment. But Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain. Now this was little more than a band-aid for the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Doughty. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Doughty as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Doughty himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Doughty. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Doughty. Now when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumbled. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors, that when they see a friend whom they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Doughty decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted his trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wounds, Doughty, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend, end quote. So this trumpeter gave Doughty the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Doughty refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Doughty was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Doughty come meet with him, and he really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Doughty went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, stay there, Thomas Doughty, for I must send you to another place, end quote. Doughty was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. Now he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and that crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so. So he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to that Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pirates. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan either. Thomas Doughty and the other noblemen that were part of his little crew, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crewman, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, Doughty complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer. The man said that he would give him, quote, something to eat that falls from my tail, end quote. This, obviously, enraged the nobleman Doughty, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut them. But that didn't mean that Doughty had stopped flying. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continued sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. So they stayed out of sight of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Doughty was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary to find her and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Doughty's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me, and to many historians, as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Doughty was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Doughty had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him well in hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's captain. So Doughty backed down. He climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast, along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men. And he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along with him. Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge of him. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil he is. End quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crew, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced. which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat, their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Doughty was to stay with them, and they had to keep burning any boat that Doughty was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where, on his historic voyage 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spin the world. It was also the location of an event known as the Eastern Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence McGreen covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, now that the Eastern Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging the victim, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them in hotel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses, who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck, with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny. End quote. When the fleet Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial to that event. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for him. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and Although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command were killed. Now Drake saw these men buried with full honors, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men hold a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly, and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done, God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men the Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth have betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now, Doughty was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the booty. These sailors had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known where the voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, "And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make, the like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman, and if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." End quote. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on the fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman would. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head alone. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, "full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales. End quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with a ceremony that's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, and it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8books search bar on the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most famous voyage. That period took him from Plymouth in England, south to Africa and to the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period of voyage. However, due to some of the egos on board and the old-fashioned ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Doughty that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the America. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet of what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and eerily quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also reportedly held a ceremony to change the name of his ship, the Pelican, to the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, the easiest way for them to cross the continent of South America. They were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to recuperate and rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. And for still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue with the voyage, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period of history and the records that we have. This was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best friends about everything that he was doing. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who was, well, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of court politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Dolby was not, in fact, the villain that Francis Drake made him out to be. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him politically. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts with it. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, or they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happened, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of these sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Dolby. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you'd think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, and none of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not, at least, in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1518. And the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship, the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name the Golden Hind appearing in written form again. And this was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend, end quote. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, while we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of the deep. So beware of that from here on out. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally picked up and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan. But almost immediately, we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event. Quote, within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country. End quote. But then, from contemporary accounts, journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here there were many featherless birds which could not fly. End quote. And another account, quote, We came unto two islands, named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the saint's day, and the other Penguin Island, and another account by John Winter. Quote, the 20th day of this month, at night, we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, where we found a certain sea fowl, with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differs. Sometimes the names of the islands aren't discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, that they found an island filled with delicious and easy-to-kill birds. It was only later that it became a matter of politics for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this voyage. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan, that's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without decent charts. At first, it's a fairly easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is, because your rope will begin to fray. And then, you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you, with snow-capped peaks. Frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backward, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been into the Pacific Ocean. They were working on charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest, and that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. And that is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain, fog, they had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something terrible. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and grounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The three ships never got separated for long. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Crown, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they recorded later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other two ships, they stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent again. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in a small port. But Drake's ship behind, due to the current and the tide, had its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor right at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan to wait for he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back through the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Doughty, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Miracle, as well as men who were on a second class in the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan, they turned up in England claiming to have been a part of this voyage. It's almost impossible for us to prove if these were actually who they claimed to be, but if there were some questions about this, it's possible that these sailors were on the Miracle, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and reportedly to rail the command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Marigold had been sunk, then it's possible that Francis Drake would follow them and try to rescue him. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship in the fleet that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake in an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to, took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was received warmly by Elizabeth, and there was no retribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual prisoner. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome in the voyage up till now, and realized that it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind who would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north, after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. It was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean coast, finally, on November 25th, on what was known as the Island of Molucas. Now there they managed to collect food and water, they got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb, which when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed to it. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. De Silva had heard of this island where they found themselves. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island the Spanish didn't touch. This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the Island of War. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed there. De Silva attempted to warn Drake, but it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got in the boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them. But he also learned where he was, and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor in a place called Kincaid. It was a perfect pirate harbor, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all the stories. It was small, it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Philippe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Philippe didn't have any love for the Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Philippe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsomely, which is exactly what Philippe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not Montreal, but a place called Valparaiso, and there was a single ship in the harbor there. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed into harbor, it must have been weather-beaten and covered in barnacles and looked just terrible, but this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. The very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber, struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye, and he screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes that Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local lemon, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took a chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, who laughed it off and then threw this paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel, it was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then, it was reported later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest, gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine, but then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the Queen upon returning home. It was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that they used for trade, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captains to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of the Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship had finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small bay and left Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul, and the men were finally content on this voyage. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure, and now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine, and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messengers. If word got to the capital in the area, Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move, and quickly, to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold was still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 These Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shot. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury and have his comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. So they retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. This territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves on them. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Hind. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top there were 4 heavy guns carried. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region did. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, as well, putting together a small pinnace that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry unit and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland, and the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Diego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to the next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw a light on the shore as they were anchored at night. He sent a small boat to investigate, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering, with a man sleeping next to it, and 7 llamas that were standing there, heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise when he did. The fleet continued north very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, and he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and, once again, steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages, and women, and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Arica. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than La Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed into harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took to that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board they only found some linen and wine and a few other goods, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at Arica that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Hind. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, the ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, he was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at him, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, carrying news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing them, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. It was a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were carrying, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, readying to leave the Independent. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Panama, so Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold they could carry? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to depart. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silk and linen, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, and not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind in. So Francis Drake had his ships tack about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase after him. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now Drake had 2 priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to detain them. Second was to catch that other ship, the ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known to him. It was called the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion, nicknamed affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the Shipfire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and minted coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake him, which is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold, and they set out in chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on it. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all the cargo on board the one. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to raise. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He had learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching it. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. And the Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Though if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which, doing so, would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down without appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then thrown astern. They dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anthony, called out to the English ship. At first he asked for the captain's name, the name of the vessel, and the man on board gave a false Spanish name, But the man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. But then a reply came, "Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England." So the Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his, and he replied, "English, I order you strike your sails." And Drake replied to him, "Come and do it yourself." Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, "What seemed to be about 60 harquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, 'Strike sail!' and immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, 'Have patience, for such is the usage of war,' and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin of the crew." End quote. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, "a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all at about 360,000 pesos." End quote. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship to such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure on the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacafuego that he planned to do. He let them know that his plans would set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with 2 members of his crew, the Portuguese pilot De Silva and the Spaniard Griego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Griego and De Silva. They told the Spanish, when they were picked up, that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south, so the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the 2 members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, but then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization, into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know when Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall, and in a lot of ways it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver in Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake describes the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the two groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers and their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and he held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing a song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name Hugh, because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God was now become their God, their king and patron." The man that the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be the king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem, to people with modern sensibilities, like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community, until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They've built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they have available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in the past. And many of these tribes believe that this was in fact a visitation by Francis Drake in the 1500s. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was to ever come of it. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albion. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than we believe Nova Albion to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could, to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was, in fact, a Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find anything. He found several inlets and mapped this area fairly thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing, before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European who saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant for them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Matthew, and though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his hold. So Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else about it. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. But it wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily wilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman records that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its queen, Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake. I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things in Europe. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning the burner up in Europe to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. Let's go to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Mike. Thank you for listening. When Francis Drake returned from his circumnavigation of the globe to England, he found that the situation in Europe was bad. Both the voyages of John Hawkins and Drake's War were really English campaigns in the American theater of war, what was really an international European war. The war was largely unclaimed. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright warfare. When it was for France, it was something that could truly be called a war. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king, and they had been really in a decades-long civil war. But in the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch armies, they were well trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These were two of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church. So the powerful forces of the Huguenots and the Dutch and the English all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies on land, they faced them at sea, where they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we've learned that you don't need great warships and a massive armada to take on a great naval power. You need smaller fleets of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking in moral fiber, possessed a will to fight for their cause. This is episode number 11, The Sea Battles. To understand today's story, we're going to need to take a step back. We've talked about the sea battles before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but they've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of Queen Elizabeth as her sea battles, and they're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look at them. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century name for what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name the Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. Now, these countries don't really have as ancient a past as most of the rest of Europe. Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they're a relatively new pillar on the block. The whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are in the North Sea and the English Channel. They're the region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. It's that same region that's famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and encampments. In order to man and fortify this place, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start to inhabit the place full time. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely dark. This isn't
I'll
important
ask
to
you
our
why they
story.
scrapped it.
What is
Song
important to realize is that what
there.
became known as
Is
the
there
Low
stuff you take
Countries
away
never really had a
that conversation?
centralized government.
Like
Occasionally, one
principles
man or another would gain
about
power
housing
under a
strong,
government to unify
how to
some of
build
the Low
muscle
Countries, but
mass.
for the most
That's
part,
like
they were
broadened
essentially city-states that
your understanding
had
of
a
that
cultural
passage.
significance to each
Definitely, and
other,
I'll give
but
you some bullet
weren't
points
really
because people
politically
want to put
aligned.
logic
And
behind
they
this
had
next
something of a
because I
democratic
understand
aspect
your
to them.
reasoning on it.
Most of the
I'll
people of
start
the
with
Low Countries
cold
didn't
really quickly.
seem to
Just say
want
that
a single
avoid
overlord or
cold
colony.
immersion, so ice
The
baths
cities in the
and
Low Countries, such
cold
as
water
Antwerp
up
or
to the neck,
Amsterdam, they
uncomfortably
usually
cold,
had a
within the
governing
4
body
hours
that was a
after
city
a
council, led
training
mostly
session
by
that's
white
designed for the
men who
broken
were pillars of the
adaptation. I mean,
community, but
endurance,
that
the
had a
technique
more
versus training,
democratic
because
bent
the
than what was going
inflammation
on in
that
the
you
rest of
experience
Europe,
is on the
feudalism
heart
and
during
monarchy
workout,
was
or
the
when the
order of
heart's
the
doing
day.
the
Now, the
hypertrophy
17
workout,
regions
is
of
the
the Low
stimulus
Countries
by
were
which the
called
thing
the
is going to adapt
states.
to.
Well,
The
they
cold
did
water
have
immersion
feudal
reduces
lords, but those
inflammation
lords
and
gave their
can
people
short
certain
circuit some of
what
the
were
damage.
called privileges.
After 4 hours, you're
These
probably okay,
privileges
but
are
if you live
something
it
that
during the
today
day or
we
you
would
do it
consider
before those
rights.
sessions, that's better.
Usually they were an exemption
However,
for
if it's
certain
done
characters
immediately
that
after
didn't
training,
benefit the
it's
people
probably
who
beneficial
lived
because
there.
of the way
Or
that it diverts the
sometimes it was the
vascular
right to
system
govern
so that
themselves in
it
their city.
perfuses the muscles
Almost all of these
ligaments,
provinces
etc.,
had
before
an
you train.
independent
Right,
court of
I should just
law
mention
in
that
which you
that
could
was
be tried by a jury of your
some
peers
information that
instead of
was
by the local
surprising.
lord or
Was
the
it surprising
church.
to you?
Now, that's not to say the
Because
church wasn't
the
powerful
way
in
I
the Low
posed the question
Countries.
was
It
a little bit
was. It was
cold.
the most
I
powerful
knew getting
organization
into
in
an ice
Europe
bath
and
or a cold
had as
water
much
immersion after
influence on the
training
people in the Low
effective
Countries
without
as
getting it's not
everywhere
that big
else.
of a deal. But no, it
However,
is a big
the Low
deal and it
Countries
shows their
weren't
body
always
progress.
kind of a
Now, for
hotbed
people that
of
are older,
dissent.
it's
It was the
formal.
place that
Who are doing a
birthed
lot
and
of workouts and
housed
trying to
men
recover
like
the muscle, grow
Erastus and
muscle, but some
RabbiRothschild,
will
who,
improve.
though he was a Catholic his
Then it makes
entire
sense to
life,
do both, but I mean,
was
skills development. Skill
famously
development are you're
critical
going to
of
have
some
to
of the
do
church's
because,
less savory
you have to,
aspects at the time.
what's so great about
This was
him
something
is
that
he
was
really
very
points out the
common in the region.
specific
They were
ways of training to get you
notorious
where you
free
need to be going.
thinkers,
So
the
forget
Europeans called them.
swole if they have an ice
Now,
bath
the
after a
people in
workout.
the Low Countries, if you were to
Right
hear one
color
of them
regardless
for,
of
I
whether
think
it's
even
all
today,
level.
to the
I put
enemy,
myself in the
it
details
wouldn't
category
be
only because
referring
I
to
don't do really
a
physical
corner in
sports.
town.
I work out and I
Usually,
run.
they would be talking
I'm an
about the
aspiring
sea.
athlete.
Life in this
One of
region
these days I'm going to
was
get that rosy
centered
look.
around the sea. It
Now, in
was
terms of
the
training,
comfort
he has
sport
this
in the
beautiful
form of
3x5
flooding,
concept
as
for
well as
strength.
really the
Pick
thing that
3
kept him
exercises,
alive.
compound
You see,
exercises, multi-joint
farming was a
movements.
dicey
Use
proposition
them
in most of
for
these regions.
do
They
3 to
usually didn't
5
have farmland for
exercises
very long, and if it
for
flooded with
3 to 5
seawater, that land
repetitions
wasn't
per
too good to farm on every
set.
day. So
Rest
most of the
3 to
people
5
in the Low
minutes and
Countries
do that 3 to
made their
5
money
times
and
per
their
week.
fortunes
And for
through
each dose,
trade,
you can
through
get
merchant
different reps and
activities,
time scales.
and
But
due to
what's
that,
interesting about
the
this is 3
major
to 5
trading
times a week
route
is a lot
followed
for a
northern
muscle.
mills through
Squatting
the Low
5
Countries, the
times a
city of
week for
Antwerp.
5 reps, meaning you're
Now,
working
again, we've
pretty
talked
heavy.
about Antwerp on the
If
show
you're
before.
close to failure,
It
but
was
not
that city
failure
that
on good
was
strength,
closely
generally.
allied with England, largely
What
because
Andy
they
taught
bought
me
nearly
is
all of
that
England's wool,
people
the
who are
prime
training
export of the
mostly for
English
strength
countryside,
in
and
really low
cities in
rep
the
type
region
stretches,
would spin
they
that
can
wool
lead you
into
to
some of the
most of the
finest cloth
adaptation
made in all of Europe.
minimal
Now, people
because you're
from all
not
over
pushing
Europe would come to
failure
Antwerp to
in
buy
most
that
cases.
cloth, and they would trade
You
things
don't get
such
that
as
sore. And
spices and
so
fine wines,
most of their
riches that you
neurons
couldn't
getting
get anywhere else in
muscle
Europe. So
fibers
Antwerp
contract
became
more
a serious
intensely
financial
or
power in the
gain
whole
more
of Roman
efficiency in other
politics.
ways
However,
that you
during
need
all
to
of these
train for.
centuries,
This is
since
why
the fall of the
powerlifters
Roman Empire,
train every day or
these small
5 days a week or 4
principalities and
days a week.
dukedoms,
For
they all stayed
hypertrophy,
independent
I
for
learned from
most of their
Andy
history, up
that
until
the
the late
repetition
16th
range can be
century.
pretty broad.
That was when a
Anywhere from
line of
6 to
dukes in the
30
region known as
repetitions.
Burgundy began to amass
You
power.
should do 10
Between
sets per
shifting
muscle
marriage
group per
alliances,
week,
open warfare, and
maybe even a bit
sometimes
more
outright
for
buying
high
land,
volume. High
these
volume,
Burgundian dukes began to
but
unify the
you have
provinces.
to go to
And then
failure
in
or beyond
1543,
in order to
all of
succeed.
the 17
Why does it
provinces
work
of
at
the Low
such a great range
Countries
of
fell under the
repetitions? Well,
rule,
they're
finally, of
apparently
one
of
man.
three ways
That
that
was
we can like
Charles
upgrade
V,
your DNA
the Holy
still.
Roman
One
Emperor.
is tissue
That same emperor
microdata
that was in
techniques.
office when
The other
Martin
is
Luther
through
became a
some
powerful
sort of
crusader.
tension-based changes in the
Charles
molecular
V
gene
was
programs of cells that lead to
arguably the
protein
most
synthesis
powerful man that
that
Europe
don't
had seen since
that
the
are
height
distinct
of
from
the
names.
Roman
The other
Empire.
metabolic
He
effects
was
of like
heir
how
to the
your
Holy
DNA
Roman
work
Empire.
and
That was his
superhuman
factor.
intellect.
However,
We know
also
that
his
certain
factor
categories
from
exist
a marriage
where
alliance a
masters can
generation
start
before,
nutrition training
he
and then
also had
cut off
control
the
of the
muscle
Low
and make you like
Countries. That
really
marriage
lightweight.
alliance was
I've
for
done
that
this before.
same
You
line
use
for
a
valuing
5-pound
goods
weight
that
to
would
start
give
your
him
business with
control.
of
Now
pain
beyond
and the
that,
muscles are swelling up with
on
blood.
his
You start
mother's
with
side,
hypertrophy.
his grandparents
But
were Ferdinand and
in
Isabella
general,
of Spain,
store
the Catholic
tissue
monarchs, those
tissue.
very same
And
monarchs
by the
that
way, don't just
sent
turn your dick
Christopher
off the
Columbus
muscle because
across
you
the
have some
Atlantic
tectonic
Ocean and
cuts.
founded the
You need the
Spanish
blood
New
still to
World
flow in the right
Empire.
direction. You can't just sit still.
Charles inherited their
Potentially kill
throne
yourself
as
if you
well.
get a collapse.
So Charles ruled not only the
So
Holy
get
Roman
the
Empire,
appropriate cuts.
not only the Low
And then
Countries,
for
but
endurance, I learned
Spain as
something
well
really
as
cool.
all
So
of
I
Spain's
work
overseas
out mostly. I
holdings,
go to the gym
including those in the
every
Atlantic
other day
and
for
North
1 hour.
Africa
Three or
and
four
the
days a week I do that, but
Americas.
generally
He
not 2 days
controlled
a week.
This, however, proved to be a bit much for
And they
Charles
informed
the
me
III.
that to build endurance
Even the
while
Roman
building
emperors at
training
the height of the
and
empire
muscle size,
decided they needed to
building muscle
split up
size,
the empire because
I would
ruling that
try
much
to
territory
take
was
one
simply
day a week
too
and
much work for
add
one
to
single
that
man. So in
all out
1555,
max
Charles V
cardio work
abdicated
for
his
90
throne.
seconds
In
at least.
his
So
homeland, the
90
Holy
seconds
Roman
and rest, and
Empire,
then
in
you do another
Italy
90 seconds
and in
all out.
Germany,
I almost
he
finished my
abdicated
flight
in
going
favor
from
of
Los
his
Angeles to
throne.
Austin. I did that
However,
all
for the
out
rest
sitting
of
in
the
the
empire,
airport
that being
yesterday.
essentially
So I
Spain,
actually
the
can
Low
take
Countries, and
some
all of
stuff.
Spain's holdings
So there was
overseas, he
a
abdicated that in
sprinting
favor of his son,
Dante Cuban as
Philip
well.
II.
He was the best, I
That is
thought,
the
because
same
I
Philip
traveled.
II who we've
Generally,
talked about so
I'll
much
travel
up
with
until now.
people like
The
yourself.
Spanish king who
I
married
love that
Queen
you
Elizabeth's
were probably
princess,
running away from
Mary,
your flight and used that
sat on the throne of
opportunity to.
England,
Well,
fought
as
the
I was
war with
doing it,
those
I
two
was thinking to
countries
myself,
against
okay,
France,
that's
and
only 90
finally,
seconds.
when
Great,
Mary
because I got to
died and he
the
lost his
security
power in
line. I
England,
finally got through. So
treated
that's
for
for
peace
better,
with
that's
France, and
for
decided it
attaining
was time
endurance.
to
That's
meet
for,
this
yeah,
young
it
newcomer
actually
visit.
has some carryover effects
It
on
was
you
at those
if
peace
you're doing
talks
other
in
stuff. And
France
then he
where
also said
Philip
one day a
II
week do
met
this
the young
workout
couple
and have a
visiting
better day. And he
that
gave
we
me a
meet
bunch of stuff,
the real
which is
major player in our
run
story,
a mile.
a man named William
You
of Orange.
ask yourself, how long did that take? Okay, it
William
took
was born in
8 minutes.
1533
Then you
as
walk
William
or
of
rest for
Rest.
8 minutes.
For those of
Run
you who
another
have
mile
some
as
idea of
fast
what's
as
to
you can,
come,
and then
yes,
rest
that
for a
will
little
come
bit.
into
And
play
you do
here.
that 1 to 3
He was
times as
born
much as you
the
can.
son of a minor noble house,
And
and
it's an
despite their
all
few
around
blood,
fitness
they
program.
were not a wealthy
And
family.
you could collapse
There were
this
a
into
grand
something
total
and
of
say, okay,
17
you
children
work
in
out
the
with the weights
family,
for
and
about
his
an
mother
hour
made
every other
clothes
day.
for all of
Then you
them
take
with
the
her
weights
own
off, and
two
then you're going
hands
to
and
do
cooked every
one,
meal
two,
for all of them.
6,
This was
and
not
then
lack of
push it.
love for the he was
You're
doing
going to
it.
push to failure on some of
He
those,
was
not
educated
all,
at
because some of
home
those
by
are
his
designed
mother,
to get one
not in
point pass
Latin
them to
and
failure,
proper
and
manners,
some
but
are designed to have
primarily
to
how to
higher
read
up
and
uh,
use the
ones
Bible,
to
along
failure.
with
And then
some
on
other
off days, you're going
theological
to
works.
jog for 30
Mostly they taught him
seconds.
the tenets
But
of
for 2 days
Protestantism.
a week, you're
In a lot of
either liver your
ways,
jaw
William's upbringing
or
was
whatever.
very similar
You're
to
going to
his
do some
father's.
all-out
They were
sprinting
both
for 90
educated
seconds,
young men who
rest
weren't
for 8 minutes.
members of the
And
upper
for
class.
another
They
day,
knew
you're
what it
doing
was to come from the lower
final
echelons of
weights.
society.
That's a pretty
Then,
that's a
at the
pretty
age of
large
11,
chunk of
William's
exercise,
entire life
isn't it?
changed.
But if we
One of his
kind of
cousins
thread
died,
through
a
the
man
middle
who
of
had
all
been
that, we end up with
prince of
this
some of the
decent
richest
strength
land in the
building
Low
protocol
Countries, as well as
using
a province known as Orange, that
cardiovascular
was
training
within the
that
borders of France,
establishes
but
a
not
so-called
under the control
base
of
or
the
a
British
so-called
army.
base.
As
You're
he
not going to get
left,
really good at
William,
anything.
as
You're
his
not going to
sole
become a
heir,
marathoner this way,
dismayed
optimize your
William of
marathon.
Nassau
You're not going to
at
optimize
11 years
cardio.
old.
You're not going to optimize hypertrophy.
William
So for the
of
typical person,
Orange.
75% of people,
Now,
75%
the
of
King
the
of
time,
France
they
and the
want
King
some
of
muscle, they
Spain
want some
were not
strength, they want
willing
some
to let
endurance,
a
and they want the
young
capacity
nobody
to
who
get
happened to
through
be a
the
Protestant
30
become
days
one of the more
without
powerful nobles in their
long
lands.
increases in stamina. It
But
doesn't seem like
instead of refusing his
functional,
claim,
like more
they let him
feel-like.
to
Going
have
up
him
the
in
stairs
secret
is
court where he
easier.
could
Yeah,
be
moving about.
educated
Yeah,
in
okay,
all the
very
court
good. Yeah,
etiquette
and I
he
should
was
mention
going
that
to meet
cold
there.
showers
He was sent to
after
the court of Mary,
training
who was the
don't
regent
seem
of the
to
Low
short
Countries. She
circuit
also happened to be
um,
sister to Charles
the
V
training
at
effect
the time,
to the
all
same
is well
extent that
known.
immersion in cold water does.
His
And
life
that
at
really
court
speaks to the
was
fact that cold
an
showers, even though
antithesis
they
to
can
everything
drive
he
some
had
of the
known so
adrenaline
far.
and the
While
mental
he had
effects
been
of like, oh, I have a lot
raised
of
a
adrenaline, I
Protestant,
can just take a
Mary
cold
was a
shower and I
Catholic,
can
and
really
his
calm.
first
That's
action was to be
interesting. And that
baptized and taught about the
it's
life of
not
faith.
going to have the same
Well,
anabolic
his home
effects
had
or
been
other
an
positive
austere
effects that
place
cold
filled
water
with
is so good.
populace. He
And
traded his
that's unfortunate
homespun
because most
black
people have
wool for
access to cold showers, not
colorful
everyone has
silks and
access to
linens,
cold
and
water for
the
that
solemn
stuff.
hymns that he had
But
learned at home
here in
for the most
Austin, we have
popular
this
and
place.
robust
I
music
know
of
they
the
don't
day.
name it this, but I always wanted
William
to go to this place. It's
excelled in his studies, not
and
just
they've
in
got
the
a
things that he would
sauna
need
and
to know
some
as far
life
as
bath, and
manners,
even
but
have those
as far
salt
as the
tanks
church was
to
concerned
rest
and
your life
health.
best.
He
They
became
have
a
cold
favorite of
water
Mary
in
very
their
quickly,
gym.
and
You
Even the emperor
Still has
himself took an
some
interest
rules
in the
in there.
opera.
If you're
He was
rushing to
known
try
to,
to get an
when
interview,
the emperor would
now
visit
what's
locally
the
to
big
one of
deal?
his
You're back at work.
provinces,
You gonna make
have
it?
long talks with William of
I
Orange
just
alone in private, and
yeah.
whenever
Because
they would have
I had to
diplomatic
go
meetings with
eat
other
the
lords, he would
sarsaparilla
frequently
rice.
bring William with him
In
to
the bassinette
learn
in
and
the
discuss
snow
with himself.
because in
William
Russia
became a
they actually
spectacular
do things
musician
with
and
a long
artist
time they thought
who
that
really took to his
somebody
new
who does
life
film
very
music was
well.
to expose babies to the
Through all of
cold.
that, he never
I still
forgot
don't
his
know where you got
roots,
that from. Or
never
maybe
forgot
you're able to
his
find this
hard-working
documentary
and
and
love for
you
the
know
rest of his life,
there,
and
you didn't
he
have a
always
pineapple,
remembered
but you had
the
all the wicked
positive
fruit
leanings of his
that
emperor.
you so
When
clearly
Charles
nature
V
nurture.
abdicated his throne in
What about sauna?
1555,
He does say that
William was
if
there.
you heat,
He had
so
really
there are
grown
three
to be
ways to
something
heat
of
the
a
sauna, but
second
I'll just
father
pass
to
that.
William of Orange,
If you
and
want to get a
Charles V
really
would
good
climb
like
down off his throne
for sake of
and lean on his
metabolism, fat
shoulder,
loss, heart
and
disease,
William
you want to
continued to
recover,
pray before he rode
you
off
don't
to
want a
Paris.
sauna
He
too
was
long.
there in
Because the
France
study that
when Charles's son,
identified
Philip,
this
met
massive
King Henry of France to
16-fold
sign
increase
that
in
peace
growth
treaty
hormone,
as
it had
a
people do that
powerful noble who had
It
lands
got
not
into,
only
okay,
within
the
the borders of
temperatures are
France, but
80
one of the
to
few
100
nobles there
degrees
that had lands in the
centigrade.
Low
So that's
Countries. He
176
was
degrees
chosen as a
Fahrenheit to
hostage to
212 degrees
stay with the
Fahrenheit.
King of France
So
until the
5 to
treaties were
30
on
millimeters
more solid
is the
ground.
typical
These hostages were
For maximum growth
guests at
hormone,
the other court,
hormone
and
release, don't use sauna
frequently
more than once a
William
week.
would go on
But get
outings with the
into the
French
sauna
king,
for 30
along with
minutes
some of the other Spanish
as hot as
nobility
you
at
can,
court.
safely
One
tolerate
of their
until
favorite
you can
activities was to go
consent
on
because
long,
as you can
extravagant
suspect, you're going to
hunts.
high end
On
experience.
these hunts, he
Then
would speak
get out for
freely.
5 to 10
Everybody
minutes.
there,
No
they
cold
were
exposure.
friends.
Go back in
They
the
were
sauna
all
for 30
good
minutes.
Catholic
Then they have them
gentlemen
go
nobility.
again, out for 5 minutes,
Now,
back for 30
William
minutes, out
learned
for 5
as
minutes, back
King
for 30
Henry of
minutes. They have them
France and
2
Philip II of
hours
Spain
in the sauna and
laid
steam,
plans to
get back,
oust all the
go to bed.
Protestants from Europe.
Now,
Now
for
that
the
the war between Spain and France
reduction
was
in
over,
likelihood
the
of
French
dying
began
of
to
a
concentrate
cardiovascular
on a
event
civil
because
war between
otherwise,
their
the
rivals.
more often this is done,
Philip,
the
on the
better.
other hand,
So if you look
had
at all
plans to burn
cause
every
mortality or death
Protestant out of the Low
cardiovascular events,
Countries.
and you look at sauna
Henry talked
use
about this at
same
length,
parameters,
and
81
William
degrees
listened
centigrade,
to him, listened to
1
all
to
his
7 pounds per
boastings,
week.
but he said
Basically,
nothing.
the more often you get to the
However,
sauna for 30
his
minutes
mind must have been troubled.
across the week, so
He
30
came
minutes a
from
day
a
is better
Protestant
than 4
household.
times a week. 4 times a week is
His
better
mother
than
and
2 times
father
a week.
were
4 times a week is
members
better
of
than none.
Lutheran
And
nobility. His
the
own lands in
reductions
the
in
Low
mortality
Countries
are really
were
impressive.
filled with untold
27,
numbers of Protestant
if you get
peasants.
into the sauna the way I just
And
described,
then, in addition to
not for
everything
2
that
hours
he
a
would
day,
go
but
to
30
see,
minutes
William had
twice a
foreign
week
news from
for
back
3
home
times
in
a
the
week.
Low
You
Countries.
reduce the likelihood of dying
When Philip
of a
had left the
cardiovascular
Low
event by
Countries
27%.
after signing the Peace
If you
Accords
do it
and
4
after
or more
having all
times
those
per week,
Spanish
you
troops
reduce the
on Low
probability of
Countries
dying
soil
by
to fight the
50%
French,
of a
he had
cardiovascular
left
event.
around
And
3,000
in these
Spanish
studies, they
troops
ruled
on their
out
soil, something that
other
he had
things like
promised
cigarettes
not
and
to do.
smoking. They even asked them,
More
do
and
you
more
live in an
Spanish
apartment?
officials were being
Are you in
appointed
a
in
happy
high positions of
relationship? Like
power
a
as
they
well,
evaluate all these
something
things
that
in
was
terms of mortality.
technically illegal.
Now, for people that don't
You
have
see,
access to a
King
sauna,
Philip was
hot
not the
water
king of the
bath
Low
or hot tub is
Countries.
super
He
effective
was
depressant
either
sex.
duke or
And if you don't have
prince of the
access
Low
to that,
Countries,
do
but
like the
to
rest
be
of us do.
lord in these nations, you
Put
had
on
to
2 sets of
be essentially elected by
sweats
the
and a
people. You
hoodie
had to be
and
agreed
a
upon by
stocking
them, and
cap.
he
And
had
wrap
been
yourself in
universally
plastics
agreed
underneath
upon
all
by
that.
all of the
Go for a
states,
run,
but he
especially
didn't
in the
have
summer.
the political
Go to the
authority
dive
to
like
do
we're
what
doing
he was
here.
doing.
Can't dive
However,
if you're not in
those
it.
3,000
It's
troops that he
very
had left on Low Country soil, well,
pleasant,
they
full
needed
of
hard work.
principles in a
Every
way.
day the
For people that
situation
have stress
at home
tolerance,
and
it's
in
not
his
fun.
land
It's a
was
great
growing
question.
more and more dire.
People always ask how
But
cold is the
William's
shower
position itself was
or the cold
tenuous.
water in the
He was
shower.
a hostage of
You
the
want
King
it
of
to be
France, a
uncomfortably
well-treated,
cold,
noble
meaning
hostage,
you
yes,
want
but
to
still
feel
at the
like
king's
I really
mercy.
want to get out of this
So though
place
learning
today,
all this
and that's
terrible
going to vary
information,
by person.
William
And
did the
maybe you
same
don't
thing
need
back
sauna
home,
there.
which is where he
With
earned
the
his name,
sauna, it's the same thing.
William the Silent.
How hot to make it? Well,
When he
don't kill
returned to his
yourself.
lands in the Low
Obviously,
Countries,
be
William
smart.
would
If
keep
you're
it
pregnant,
warm.
you shouldn't be doing this anyway.
While he had been a hostage,
But
new regions had
it's
been
very
appointed in
clear
the
that
Low
what you need
Countries
is a
by
release of
Philip.
something called
This was
dihydrogen.
his sister,
We have
his half-sister,
endorphins, which makes us
Margarita
feel
de
good and
Parma.
binds to
She
the
was
opioid
officially
receptors in the body.
supposed to rule
You
through
have
correlation,
dynorphin,
the
which is the
official council called the
terrible
Council
feeling
of
that you get when
State.
you're in really hot
This
temperatures.
was something
It's
of a
also the
parliament.
terrible effect
All of
that
the highest
alcoholics
nobility in
feel
the
when
Low
they're
Countries
in
belonged to
love.
her, including
You
William the Silent.
agitate, you want to get out, you're
But in
feeling
reality,
uneasy.
that wasn't how
Dynorphin
things really
binding to
worked.
something kappa opioid
Margarita ruled
receptors.
the country
That's what
in
you're trying to trigger.
concert with
When
one
you
man,
do
the
that, a number of things
Bishop
happen. You said
Antoine de
shock
Bourbon.
proteins that go
This
to
was
repair
Philip
broken
II's
proteins and
chosen
homoproteins.
representative in the Low
It
Countries.
also makes it so that
Granville was a
later
proud Spanish king.
endorphin binds its
He had
receptor in
really
the
no
hormone.
love
So
for the
when you
Low
have this
Countries and absolutely
uncomfortable
detested
experience in
his
Spain,
element there,
you
so
literally
really he
feel
was
better
perfect
in
for
real
Philip's
life when it's like when
purposes.
you're at home.
William
When you
spent
experience that.
his first
In the
couple of
same
years
way, I
back
like to say
home
this, that when you get into a
contacting
cold
all the
ice bath
nobility of
before
the
you shower,
17 different
the
states
increase
in the
in
Netherlands. He
epinephrine and
organized them and
dopamine
built
is
strong ties
2
with
to
allies of his, and
300%. These are huge
even
increases
began
in
a
that
network of
many hours. This is
communication,
shown
correspondence, that
lately I've
they
been
would be able
feeling
to
a little
talk to
bit
each other
strapped
very
on
quickly and relay
for
news
their
even faster.
because
This
in place.
network of words had
People say, well,
several
that's just been fine.
objectives, but the
No, all
first
the
and
studies
most
demonstrate
important
that
to
these are
them
all done.
was to
And
petition Contrary to the Parma, Granvelle and thought the settlers helped remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 whole years until Philip finally had a need to move those troops off their country's soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal, an archbishop, and this granted him the authority for the common Inquisition. This Inquisition did what Inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ending in torture and sometimes even execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles had been banding together to fight this injustice. Well, they decided to press for Granvelle's removal. They took to wear a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver full of arrows. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Countries. They even went so far as to promise Marguerite de Parma that if Granville were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granville stayed in office beyond death, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against them. However, on the other hand, if Granville were removed, taken away from power, then they promised that there would be no accidents or nation and the taxes would flow freely. This was an argument that Margarita definitely understood. You see, her realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning that there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granville from office. And finally they did. Granville was sent away to, I believe the excuse was visit his aging mother, but really, he went to Italy and was never to return to New Orleans again. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to learn courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Margarita de Parma, to her court, to be a lady in waiting and learn all the courtly manners that she would need to complete the great marriage. In return, Margarita granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadtholder, which was a high office in three provinces that was Zealand, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadtholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of the region, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of law in the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of things. This was a big promotion for William, and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting practice. However, the imposition was still in place. Granville, the man who had called the imposition, had won, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the imposition, they were still there doing their jobs. Ousting Granville had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, poor Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope. I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Darkened House by Hermine de Yon. It's not exactly the most reputable source. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful writing about this period that I've found, and I really love those passage, so I'm going to read it to you. Quote, everywhere there was unrest. For some years the harvest had been a great disappointment. The winters were severe and long. There was underemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more daring, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. The poor attended the secret prayers of meetings and watched the heretics dying like martyrs and heroes. Everywhere there was fear. Fear of the king and the imposition of another severe winter without food. There were whispering groups of people on street corners and in the alleys talking of resistance. At last there was open action. Groups of people chanting psalms, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark coats, putting out lanterns and knocking down the guards. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners, threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds, and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people, and they acted reasonably. End quote. The attitude in the country was changing, and while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by large 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact called the Compromise of Nobles, and they formed a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called the request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly uneasy. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not, madame, they are only beggars," end quote. The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Brederode, he overheard this supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have exuberance that matched. In a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel residents of the area. But what that advisor said, "Fear not, they are only beggars," that went on to be something of a let them eat cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement. When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating after Parma agreed to bring the matter to Philip's attention, the nobles laughed at being called beggars, and they raised a cheer. They called out in unison, "Long live the beggars." It was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of the rich. In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a perfect symbol. First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this Spanish overlord. And beyond that, most of these noble Protestants, people who believed that they are the true word of God, well, didn't. They were people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially, mirroring Christ's actions in the temple when he drove the money changers out. And it was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named Rabbi Rothschild of Christ driving the money changers out. This was something of a response to this large amount of people who believed that they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their towns and cities. In all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid the violence that was simmering right on the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the world. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing the powerful peasants. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William the Silent. Even so did Margarita. So did Philip. But they didn't do anything to stop it. On July 22nd, Margarita of Parma received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people in both Europe had been seeing for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of the saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the Count of Munster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist from town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind when she received that letter. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, and that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Gilden Struggle, or the Iconoclast Struggle, and it began in Calais, Bourg. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest that was in the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all famously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as portrayed elsewhere. There was no loss of life or property, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their properties that these girls took from them. It was as civilized as it could be. But at work, of course, this iconoclastic theory had spread. Churches all over the Low Countries began growing. It moved almost as a wave. People would hear about what had happened and attack the church on their own. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the preeminent cathedrals in Holland. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage to the church, much of which can actually still be seen today. There are images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to repair to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was really destroyed, and luckily it caught fire but not found enough to destroy the church. If you're going to use a metaphor of this being similar to the French Revolution, the they are but feathers being similar to rippling cape, well then this attack, it acted sort of like a Dutch version of storming the Bastille. The revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were just joining in, well, it inspired them. In the following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything that was attached to the church, even priests' houses and houses of those people in town who were well respected members of the church, well, they were attacked and destroyed. And the non-violent attacks earlier were becoming more and more violent. It was a dangerous time to be a Catholic in the Low Countries. This Wilderstraat moved finally to Amsterdam, then further north and east along the coast. It hit Holland almost worst of all. Hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic but was in exile in the Low Countries, he described what happened on those churches. Quote, these fresh followers of this new preaching threw down the graven and defaced the painted images, not only of Our Lady, but of all others in the town. They tore the curtains, dashed in pieces the carved work of brass and stone, brake the altars, spoilt the clothes and corporesses, wrested the irons, conveyed away or brake the chalices and their vestments, pulled off the brass of the gravestone. The blessed sacrament of the altar they trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking piss upon. These false brethren burned and rent not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, the Holy Scriptures and the ancient fathers. End quote. As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it, for the people taking part in the Wildenstraat, this was almost a fun thing. It had an element of triumph to it. There were people who were around this, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of papists versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 3 months, and naturally, after they died down, neither Marguerite Antoine or Philip II allowed this to go unpunished. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, named Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero. He was renowned all throughout Europe for his cause. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in their time. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he had brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic theory. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alba established what he called the Council of Troubles, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of Blood. They began arresting anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic theory. They arrested everyone from the lowest peasants and actual beggars up to the higher nobility. William the Silent knew that it was time to leave the local affairs. He began making preparations even before the Duke of Alva arrived. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called Alfred,
explore all the ways that this human
And
gets
Egmont was a lifelong
morphed
Catholic
and
who had
changed.
nothing to do with this apparent
When
lesson
people
of glory.
cry when they
He
get
was also
excited,
a war hero in many of Spain's wars against
lonely,
France. He was a
and
member
with
of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece,
habits, how
as was the
when
Duke
they
of
form
Alva.
certain
They
habits,
were
when
brothers of
how
the
they feel when those
Fleece.
habits are
But
broken. Like
William the
those
Silent
things
did
are
not believe that
minute
this would
things
be
that
enough
make
to protect
everyday
his friend.
life. They're going to be
According to
on that
legend,
journey
when
together, figuring out,
William
oh, this
left
is
on
the
his
way we're
journey,
trying to figure ourselves out.
Egmont's
And
last words to
we're
him
like
were,
optimizing
quote,
these things. Like, I don't
"Farewell,
know,
but you're not
we're
alone,"
kind of doing this
to which William
computation
replied,
together. Because again,
"Farewell,
if a person
but
really
not
understands
alone,"
themselves
end quote.
at
And
all,
as it
and you're
turned out,
together going through
they would
these
both be proven
you
correct.
get to almost like
Now,
a
William
relationship
wasn't
with a
alone
chance
in his exile.
to
There was
understand
a
yourself
flood of noble
and
refugees from the Low
to
Countries.
understand another
Not
person.
only William the Silent,
And
but also
together,
two
that
of his
process
brothers
takes some
left,
time.
along with
Yeah, I don't know,
many, many others. And it wasn't
then the
just nobility.
dynamics, right, and
Common
the
people were
emergence
leaving
of
in
those
droves.
things. So
Many
this
people
is
who
one
had had their
described
lands
very well
taken
by an
or their
ex-girlfriend.
families destroyed left and
Truly
tried to
brilliant.
find exile elsewhere, tried to find some land that would
So
settle
there's
them.
4
And this was
arrows
difficult because they were
in
nearly all
imagery
Protestants, and there
or
were very few places in
to make
Europe that
sense.
were taken
There's how you
Protestants.
feel towards the other
The only
person.
two that were
There's
really
how they feel
available
towards
were
you.
England
But
and
then
parts of
there's an
France
arrow
or
that
parts
comes
of
back to
Germany.
you,
The nations
which
of
is
France
how
and the
you
Holy Roman
feel
Empire
about how
would
you
officially not
really
take
feel.
Protestant
And then they
refugees,
have
but
an arrow of
there
how
were
they
many
feel about how
Protestant
you feel,
sympathizers
right?
there
This
who
is
would
why
sneak
someone else
by.
is moody or someone else
William
is
and his
upset.
brothers fled back to their familial
There's one
lands in
version of
Germany, but
ourselves where we
this
respond to that,
tide of people
or they
who were
respond to
escaping
us.
elsewhere
But
all
there's
over Europe,
another
they began
version
making
where
plans.
we
Many of
respond
these
to that,
people
but
already knew each
also
other and
there's a
had
process of
lines of
what it means
communication
for
with
us
them.
to go through the
Between
process
the
of
Huguenot
doing that.
lands in
And
France,
this again
the many,
leads us
many
back to that
Dutch
early
exiles in
baptism,
England,
because if a
and
parent
those like William of
puts
Orange that were
stress,
living in the
the child's
sympathetic
role is
parts
not
of
to soothe
Germany,
the parent.
they began to
That
organize
healthy
a
model of a
military
parenting say that
resistance.
children shouldn't actually know
The
how
French
their
Huguenot
parents
force
feel
that
like
allied
the first
itself
8 years of
decided
their
to
life.
attack on the
They're not supposed to be
southwest
in
from
that
France's
mindset of
south.
empathizing for the parent.
William's brother Louis
Often
of
not the
Nassau,
case.
he was
But
going to attack
maybe the
from
cutoff
the
isn't exactly
northeast
there, but you get
into
the idea.
Holland,
So
and
the dynamics of
William
a
the
relationship
Silent
are where
was
we're
going
learning
to
into,
attack
we
right
learn how
in the
we
center,
react to other
heading
people react.
straight for him.
Not just a
The
two-arrow
French
system
Huguenot force never even
or
made it to the
thing.
Low Countries. They were intercepted
But
by
there's also
forces of the
the
French
element
king
of
before they
nurturing,
were able to
right? I
make
mean,
a
I think
return to
that
them.
going through life with
Alba,
somebody
who
is
was
so much
supposed to
better
be
than
distracted by
being
this
alone with
initial
somebody. And
Huguenot invasion,
I
was
never
able to
thought that
deal
was the
with
best thing.
Louis very
Um,
easily. His army
it
was
wasn't
small
always
and meant to be more
no, it
imperative,
wasn't always
taking back
obvious. You
valuable
know,
lands while
I've
Alba
really
was
enjoyed wonderful
engaged elsewhere.
relationships.
But Louis was defeated
And some have
quickly.
been hard and
So William,
certainly been a lot
who
of
had
like, I'm on
21,000
good terms with like
troops,
all
faced
my
off against the Duke of
definitely
Alva.
and close
However,
friends
the
enough
Duke of
that
Alva
I know their
decided not
spouses
to
and
fight
close to their
William the
grandkids.
Silent.
But
He
no, it wasn't.
entrenched his
And I think
forces
that
nearby.
when you look at
William
relationships
presented
as
the
hard,
military
the
action
only
right then,
really
a
hard
total
part
of
about coming
29
to a
times
relationship
over 3
is the
months.
dealing with oneself.
But every time he
Because
would
if you're
present
staying in
battle
that
to the Duke of Alva,
mode of
Alva would not
because I
take.
do believe that
He would keep
one
his
is mainly
defenses
focused
up
on taking
and not
control of the
allow
other person,
William to make any
but
attacks
either
on his
also
position.
focus on taking
Anytime that
control of you
William would try to
to
take a
some
city
extent.
or any
And
other
we're getting
valuable
to train
resources,
ourselves.
Alba
Everybody's
would
learning
block
this.
his path.
Everyone gets
He would
better.
never
But no, I don't
intervene.
think I experienced that with
This
both
wasn't
relationships.
cowardice, this was
What do
strategy.
you think is
You see, these 21,000
the
troops of
secret
William
to a
the Silent,
successful relationship?
the vast majority of them were paid mercenaries from Germany.
There isn't just
And
one like
eventually,
ethic or
all of
elite
his money
like
dried up.
in the top 5
And when
is
mercenaries aren't getting paid, they're not fighting for a
master or at
cause.
least be
The army dissipated
good
and fled.
autonomic
Soon,
self-regulation,
William the
know how to
Silent was
calm
forced to
yourself
flee as
down.
well.
Don't
He
expect
planned
you
a
like
glorious
looking to anything
military
external to soothe
reconquest of the
yourself
Low
will put you in a
Countries was
terrible
a complete
position
failure.
to be a caretaker of
The
yourself,
Huguenot
especially
forces were investing
like
in
so
France and
learn
could
how to
no longer be
self-soothe, like
evaded.
learn how to
William,
calm your
he
mind,
was completely
send you
broke.
actions,
He had
study
spent
your
all of
goals.
his money
Therefore,
on
I
what
was talking about
essentially
in the
was an
podcast,
entirely
have
useless
that in place. I
army.
also think that if
He realized that he had to turn other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other allies. To quote the Dutch American historian, Damon Garcia, quote, "All were men without a country, outlawed by the blind insolence of a foreign potentate, who had endeavored by all possible means to make his royal will law in a country of constitutional liberties. Revenge was their motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming the co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as the Seabeggars, that unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers whose like never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the world's events." Even the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival in the Low Countries at all. The coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates of all stripes. The Dutch were a seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and foreign ships. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alva and his court of blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region, they were vanishing quickly. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of patriotism rising. The men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships, or Portuguese or French, or really any captive ships for that matter, they had their ranks swell with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry, and they were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with the cannon from neat forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships that they used for piracy. The first historical record of these pirates turned patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began to conquer, primarily in a town in Holland called Linden. There was an inn in Linden called the Golden Fountain that they favored. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that it wound up being called the Beggar's Inn. Now, at the Beggar's Inn, the pirate captain could buy a round of drinks for his men. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give them any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative, some rebel nobleman. I imagine these representatives were well dressed and slightly out of place, but they were an important facet of the Beggar's Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need, in naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a trade route or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military enemy. The Duke of Alva took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real menace, and in April of 1568, he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for them. He had towers in all the forts and guns that could take out any pirate ships that invaded. In Holland, the man who was the stadtholder, the military leader in that region, on May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had his unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the district called Waterloo of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregated about England and Gwed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared, so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." End quote. It was around this time that King Philip VII of Spain enacted a new rule in the Netherlands. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of a Catholic country. Any Protestant had to behave as though he were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition in the Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage could be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port of call. It was a safe haven for Protestant countries where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse, however, they became less merely friends and trading partners and close what we call allies. In
In
November of 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased four Spanish ships into English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out the storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these four Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alva was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation, I would say. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport with money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, for which I gave notice to the Duke of Alva. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen sent to the officials of the ports, ordering them to defend the ships, which was highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships could get shelter near the towns, they had done so, the pirates had attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with the greater loss still on the part of the poor sailors. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and the Vice Admiral has written of this effort to have her. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order." End quote. Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct, a passport for all of the gold to be taken overland to the town of Dover. From there, it would be given a little escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied to King of Spain, and this was his gold. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and, as many in her court suggested, taking the gold from Dover. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man who had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, who informed the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed her fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the journey, and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet to return to England. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers, and currently, all of the gold intended to pay the troops who were occupying England's closest ally was traveling overland over her borders. Elizabeth learned that that gold did not actually belong to the King of Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, sent her top advisor, William Cecil, to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer than those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to Tower Blenheim, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already in the town. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador to the King. Quote, "The Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Luce de Sierra's ship, and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Falmouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alva has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well and took possession of the streets, so that matter was ended in the seizure of the property. The sloops that these pirates have taken are for, with a Spanish ship, all very valuable. They, the English government, have also seized the property of Portugal. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into the bishop, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end. The Duke of Alba was quickly losing control of the situation in the Netherlands. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payment. Turned out, there would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs, they controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean with the Moors. Alba needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning how tenuous his situation really was. So he decided to kill two birds with one stone in order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands. He seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all of the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and the Spanish. He had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's hand. She decreed, quote, any merchants, foreign or living, under the allegiance of the King of Spain, who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the retention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons in their property. Her Majesty, having also learned from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext that the Queen had detained in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats, in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was looking for. She needed this pretext to enter in war with Spain. Things had grown so bad, but if she were the one to break the treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was refused to break the treaty, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars. The sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trading partner. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to the French Huguenot port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea beggars, led by a man named William de la Mothe. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis with 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque, that would legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ships that cleared them. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn down divisions, both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers in what would be called the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first years would be fought by pirates on the high seas. But that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story to come, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of piracy of this time. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenots and some of their earlier days. And then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch and their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and the British. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes have. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some pretty important background information into
conditions have advanced so much.
We're really
We're
going to
still
need to know
taking,
some of this stuff because
taking
things are
guidance
coming
and
to a head
admiring
very
Aristotle and
rapidly, and things are about to
Plato
get
and Seneca
frankly pretty
and the
explosive.
like. And on the other hand,
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our
if you think
website at
about what has made the
americanscrewpodcast.com.
human condition
Over
better,
there, you can find some supplemental information, such as
fire,
maps and works of art relating
water,
to our topics. We also have,
harnessing
on
of
every
wind
episode, a
energy,
list of the sources used.
try to row across an
If you're
ocean.
interested in learning more about any of the
Not
topics that
easy.
we cover,
For
those
people
source
who are
lists also
just
have
listening
links
or
that go to
watching,
the
this is a
ebooks.com
beautiful
page for that
sexy
book,
silver
where you can
bullet.
get a copy of anything you'd like to read more.
This is a
If you do
19th
use that
century
service,
handmade
ebooks
model of
is
a
kind enough
17th
to throw me a
century
couple of bucks. We
sailing
also have an
ship,
ebook
which
search
is
bar
of
on
the
the
type
website.
that the Dutch East
If you'd
Indies
like to support the show, there are
used
several
to
ways you
sail
can do so at the
around
website.
the trade.
There's a PayPal
So that
donate
was
button,
made,
as well as a link to our
the
Patreon
original was
page.
made
That's going to
sometime in the
patreon.com/RabbiRothschild
1600s, and then this
Podcast.
model was
There's
made
also
in the
an ebooks
19th
and Amazon search bar,
century
so
by
if you need to search
individuals.
for
Both the
anything
model
on
and the
either
ship
ebooks or
itself is
amazon.com,
American
you do so
classification.
through the
Imagine
website
it's
or
like
find a link
rockets
in the
flying out
info
in
on our
space, much
forums.
closer to
In
the
addition to
Earth,
any of that,
it's
you
still
can
on
also
the
leave a
unknown.
review on iTunes, Stitcher,
History.
or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the
Both
website.
the
Doing this really helps
entrepreneurs
with
and
the
the business
podcast
people,
numbers,
I
and we
worked
really
for years
appreciate
in
it.
this
Once
field.
again, and most
What's out
importantly,
there?
thank you for
What's out
listening.
there to be discovered?
Thank you for
The
listening.
metaphor of human beings leaving shore, sailing
Hello,
across the
and welcome to
horizon,
the American
risking
History
their lives in
Podcast.
pursuit
My
of
name
a
is
better
Matt.
life is
Thank
an
you for listening.
incredibly powerful one.
In March
In
1569, at the French
1900,
port of
I
Rothschild,
suppose the average
a
life
group of 18 sea
expectancy
captains met and
during
conferred.
the Revolutionary War,
Some of these men
while
had
our
spent their
founding
entire
fathers were
lives in
fighting to
battle zones,
establish
raiding shipping
life,
in the
liberty,
North Sea and the English
happiness,
Channel.
the Constitution,
Others were
average life
more recently
expectancy
brought
of
into the trade. They
32,
were men who had been
something between 32
pushed
and
from their
36.
lives, and as
So
Hauser more and
all
most
the
people who
sound and the
decided
fury
to
doesn't
take
make
up
me live
the
past
cause of
32, but what does?
They were talking about a new development in the
Conquest
marketplace.
of infectious
Each of these
diseases, and
18
we
men was in
understand the
possession
science
of what was called a
of
letter of proposal,
infectious
better known
disease,
as a letter of will. They
sterilizing
had just received it from
a
Louis of
knife
Nassau,
and
the brother
harnessing
of William the
antibiotics
Silent.
gives you from 50 to 70.
For
And that
these
happened
men who
fast,
had
right? That happens from
always been
1900
outlaws,
to
on the run,
1950 or
on the
something
high
like
seas
that.
from the authorities, be
And
they
I think if you
Spanish,
look
French, or from the Low
at the human
Countries,
condition,
they now had a measure
you
of
ever get on one of
legitimacy,
those
and they had to
rowing
say
machines
exactly
where
what
they
they
actually
wanted
keep
to do.
track of your watts output?
To many in Europe, they were still
It's like
outlaws.
200
They would
is
have
the
to
limit.
run from the Spanish, just as they always had,
200
and from most of
is
the
the
Dutch
limit. So
authorities.
kilowatt
However,
hour
in the ports that were
is
friendly
like
to them,
all the
be they
energy
the
that
port
a
they were
human
currently at, La
trained
Rochelle
ass
in
would
France,
deliver
Gibraltar
in
in Cornwall,
a
any of
day,
the ports in Italy, or even
and
some of the
probably
ports in
not
their
1%
homeland in the
of
Low
the people
Countries,
in
they would
the
be able
world
to
could
stay
deliver
there
a
without having
kilowatt
to
hour a
sneak
day,
in
and the
and
commercial
pretend they were
value of
somebody
a
else.
kilowatt
They could
hour,
sail in
the retail
proudly,
value is 11
and instead of
cents,
pirates, they would be seen as
and
freedom
the
fighters.
wholesale value is 2
Some
cents.
of these captains saw this as
And
an opportunity to
so
better
you have to look
themselves, make
at
themselves a proper
contribution
navy in the
of
service of their
politicians
country.
and philosophers
Others,
and
and some of the most
economists to
powerful
the
among
human
them,
condition.
saw this as
And
license
it's
to
like it
plunder,
cuts the wash
sack
one way
ships,
or the other.
and bring
And then if you look at the contribution
This
of
is
John D.
episode number 12,
Rockefeller,
The Rising
when he
Tide.
delivered you a barrel of oil,
These 18
yeah, and
captains were the most
the
clever in a
energy
group known as the
in oil,
Seafarers,
liquid
those
energy,
pirates
or the
turned patriots that
contribution
were
of
now
Tesla,
fighting for the cause of low country and the
as we
colonies.
deliver
They cast
electricity.
a net out across the coast of the
And
Netherlands
what's
and
the
into the North
impact of
Sea.
the human condition
Any
if I
Catholic
have
ship, be it French or
electric
Spanish, that
power,
was
if I
foolish
have
enough to make their way
chemical
into their
power,
path,
if I
they
have
took
wind
that ship.
energy,
Any worthy
if I
shipment they
can
took, they
actually put
sailed
up a
into a friendly
reservoir,
port
create a
without
dam,
fear for
spin
war.
a turbine,
There was no shortage of
and
unmanned
generate
evils serving as
energy
pirate
from
ships,
a
not
hydraulic
just for
source,
the plunder, which they would be doing,
that's
but also
extraordinary,
for the chance to
right?
serve their
And
newly
so
found
our
country.
ability to cross the
3
ocean,
of these captains at this
our
conference
ability
stood
to
out
grow
as leaders of the
food, our ability
seafarers.
to live,
There was Lord
it's
Dalhousie, the
technology
man
that
who
gets the
was
human
giving most of
race
the
from,
orders of the crew. There was another named Jan
a
Abels,
brutal
and
life
another
where
named
life
Jan van
expectancy is
Toorn.
30 to
These 3
a
men,
world
more
where
than
life
any others,
expectancy
realized
is
that
80.
these letters of marque gave them not just
If you might
legitimacy, but
conference.
responsibility.
So are they too like a
And not
politicians
just
in Washington?
increased risk, but also a chance for increased fun.
That tiny delta
I knew at the same
is a
time
good
that William and
feedback
Louis
on how
Nassau
you
were
see
granting
factor
these
F
letters of
plus
marque to their
on
pirate
the
captain.
United territory.
Queen Elizabeth of
I think
England was
most
issuing them to
economic
pilgrims
ideas are not good.
in the
But
Englishman,
you
in the
know,
English port, or any English
take us
merchant
back
could
to
either be
MIT
incorporated
when you
or
want to
assisted
solve
these sea
a
beggars would
fluid
face
dynamics problem.
severe
Design the
consequences.
shape of the hull of that
At
ship,
least that's what her decree
or
said
you
on
want to
paper.
design an
In reality,
airfoil,
things
a
were
wing,
somewhat different.
or if you want to
When
design
one of those sea
an
captains, Jan
engine
Abels, took
for
red ships off the
a
coast of Holland,
nozzle in a
the
rocket
local
ship,
authorities there in Holland
you
sent
wouldn't do
3
it with
ships out to
simple
try and remove it.
arithmetic. You wouldn't do
Now, Jan Abels had 10 or maybe 11 ships in his command, so he easily could have taken these Dutch vessels, but for two reasons he decided not to. First, these weren't Spanish ships. Though they had been ordered by the Spanish to capture them, they were Dutch vessels, and he didn't intend to fight them. And second, despite the fact that he would have won that fight, he was afraid a man whose object was plunder would mount the battle, so he decided to flee to England. He had a particular hiding place in mind, but unfortunately, one of those channel storms blew in and forced him to seek harbor in an English port. Naturally, an English harbor official came out to inspect his vessel, a vessel stolen from the Spanish, filled with Spanish loot, and manned by heavily armed Dutchmen. Jan Abels, though, wasn't worried in the least, despite Elizabeth's proclamation. He produced his letter of warning from Louis de Nassau and presented it to the inspector, and he assured the man that they had not harassed any English vessels. The harbormaster inspected the letter of marque and the Spanish cargo and agreed that everything seemed to be on the up and up. Jan Abels asked the harbormaster where would be the best place to sell his entirely legally obtained cargo. The Spanish ambassador in England, though he would have been outraged at any other point in his life had this happened. However, he had other things occupying his mind at the time. Only recently, Queen Elizabeth had acquired all of the gold intended to pay the Spanish troops in the Netherlands. She had locked it away in the throne room, never to see the light of day. His king, King Philip II, was understandably outraged by this, and there was a constant line of communication going between these two men, and it was very clear that the Spanish ambassador was in deep trouble. Beyond that, ever since the Spanish had seized the English ships in the Low Countries that were pirated vessels not adhering to Catholic law, the Spanish ambassador had been put on house arrest in England. Only, ever allowed to leave his home to visit the seat of the Queen, and even then only in petty gatherings. It was on one of these occasions, while visiting the English court, that he saw the Queen leading an emissary from a notorious source. He was the ambassador from William II, the de facto prince of the undeclared Netherlands Republic. One emissary was Lord Dahlheim, a man who was essentially the admiral of all seafarers. He was the admiral even above Jan Abels, who was busy in that English port, selling drug-laden goods, buying rounds of drink for his men, and presumably enjoying some of the local English women's company. Lord Dahlheim was in England attempting to build an alliance between his men, the Sea Beggars, and William of Nassau and Queen Elizabeth. He had also been to La Rochelle meeting with Huguenot leaders, attempting to build an alliance there. These three groups were essentially creating a league of Protestants in England, a league that was struggling against the combined papal forces of Spain and France and the Holy Roman Empire. This was in response to many of these papal forces' moves against the Protestants in Europe. For example, the Duke of Alva and King Philip had elected to blockade all of the English shipping in their English home ports. Notably, there was a wine thief that was stuck in London. It was bound to La Rochelle in France, but not allowed to leave the port. And more importantly, there was a wool fleet unable to leave English shores. They were intended to sail to Germany, where they would sell a large percentage of England's wool. So much, in fact, that this really threatened English labor there. It was even feared, quote, that if this fleet weren't allowed to sail, this might collapse England's entire economy. To break the blockade, Elizabeth sent out her most trusted sailors. She sent out the Hawkins brothers, John and William Hawkins, from that famous voyage. She sent out the Winter brothers. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as captains of different vessels to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading their trade, and occasionally engage in what was really almost outright naval warfare. This was really one of England's first naval actions as a nation. After chasing off the Spanish blockade, she aided the Huguenot forces in the Channel and kept open the port of La Rochelle, both for the French and for the English to trade with. The Channel was becoming a place that was deadly for any Catholic ships. So many French corsairs, these Huguenot forces, were tied down in the Caribbean that really they had been unable to keep the Channel free. However, with this new alliance with England, they were really able to bolster their numbers and keep both the Royal French forces and the Spanish from interceding in their trade. Now, on the east coast of England and in the Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea beggars that ruled the waves. During this time, after the break of the blockade, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still held by them. The Navy of the Huguenots had, for a long time, really been a well-organized force. The Huguenot rebellion had a well-established naval army. However, now that the sea beggars and the English Navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in their sea. This was the first time that England had really been able to put that massive navy they had built over to use. And the Dutch were organizing as well. Beyond the group of ragtag pirates they had been, they were becoming something more. Their fleets had grown too large, and their numbers swelled too much to rely on backroom meetings at the Beggars' Inn. They decided to elect, officially, Lord Dalhousie their leader. Then, on August 15, 1569, they signed an accord. It read, quote, "Whereas, during the past years, the greater part of the nobility of Friesis, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their fatherland, leaving behind goods, wives, and children to assist one another with all their possessions, bodies, and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating the Duke of Alva and his bloodthirsty adherents. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any attack without the knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly." They were still quite invaded. They were still pirates, and their object was still plunder, but they did agree in their decree to give half of all of their proceeds to a revenge in the cause of Netherlands and France. The combined forces of the Protestant forces at sea proved to be too much, at least in the North Sea, for the captive nations. So they turned to a higher power. They turned to Pope. He published a papal bull on February 25th, 1570. It was called the Regnum in Excelsis, and it read, quote, "We declare the said Elizabeth Queen, and patroness of heretics, and her adherents to have fallen under the sentence of anathema, and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of her pretended right to the realm, and of all and every dominion, dignity, and privilege, and also the nobles, subjects, and peoples of the said realm, and all else who in any manner have made oath to her, to be for ever absolved from such oath, and all duty of liege, fealty, and obedience, as by the authority of the presence, we absolve them, and deprive the said Elizabeth of her pretended right to the realm, and of all else aforesaid." End quote. I've mentioned this papal bull before. It was this action that so enraged not only the Queen and her Privy Council, but Sir Francis Drake. He, after this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as tourist life. If you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 8, at the Treasure House of the World. We go into some depth there, but in short, what Francis Drake did was take a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of Arabian Nights. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many French Huguenot pirates, and really opened up an American front in what was becoming a global war between these two religious factions. Back in Europe, there was a fleet of sea beggars that left the English shores where they had been harbored to go and find a new home. They needed a port that was not La Rochelle, a Huguenot port, and not one of the many Protestant English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and center all of their actions around. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to the sea beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that hated the sea beggars. The sea beggars never harassed the locals or the Spanish. To show, though, the massive ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to read a bit from a letter to prove this point. The author of the letter wrote from his homeland near Amsterdam to some exiles in England. He wrote that, quote, "Out of heartfelt pity, have been moved to write you for the purpose of highly recommending to you an honest skipper of Amsterdam named Dirk alias that Dirk, who, Having arrived here and been part of the present torments of his great misfortune and misery, with his ship has there, to his great loss, been seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he is a large number. Whereas we have had such information concerning the said derrick from the mouth of the witnesses, and from other honest merchants of Amsterdam, who have taken refuge there, therefore, upon final request, we have not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving his sad case. This man, Black Bear, he was just a poor merchant man from Amsterdam, who was sailing from English shores and had his vessel seized. At least that's how this letter painted it. I imagine that the Spanish in the region didn't see it in the same light. To them, he was nothing more than a loathsome foe, and despite these friendly locals, the Spanish really controlled all of the coastline of the Netherlands. So that fleet of Dutch vessels that was sailing from England, led by Lord Dauphin, to find a port that they could seize from the Spanish and hold against them, with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like Port of RabbiRothschild and several of the ports on the English coast were. However, as they approached the Netherlands coast, a storm arose, and it forced the Dutch fleet into a Zeeland harbor. The harbor was called Baai. Now, while they waited for the storm to die down, another fleet saw shelter there. A total of 60 ships sailed into their harbor. These ships, as it turned out, were from the Baltic and bound for Spain. These ships were fair game for the pirates. The Dutch couldn't let a prize such as this slip through their fingers, so they spent the next 2 or 3 days plundering these 60 vessels of everything they had on board. However, after those 3 days, another fleet sailed into the harbor, chased by the very same storm. 40 ships that were even more richly loaded. These were some of the greatest prizes that the Dutch would ever take. And think about how something like that must have looked. From a relatively small port on the Dutch coast, battered by storm winds and ceaseless rain, 100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there, unable to move. They had nowhere to roam. Where could they go? Into the ocean? Into that ship killer, the storm? No, they were forced to stay at anchor and attempt to defend themselves against this roving band of pirates that was going from ship to ship, taking anything on board any of these vessels that they cared to, and beyond that, these pirates took not only the ships that they had taken hostage to, but the crews of all of these vessels. They intended to hold them for ransom. Word spread quickly of the depredations of these pirates, spread inland to the Spanish officials of the region, who launched a column of soldiers directly for shoreline, who halted there and made a base camp, letting the Dutch know that if they were to disembark, they would be immediately attacked. This was intended to deter these Dutchmen from raiding inland, taking arms ashore, and raiding some of the smaller villages in the area. This was something that the Spanish were always somewhat fearful of. If the Dutch were to attack, it would prove to the locals in the region that the Spanish couldn't protect them and weaken their rule, so they took sharp measures to keep it from happening. Now, the Dutch knew that they had to leave, but they weren't deterred from their search for a home. Some of the ships in this fleet sailed through England, or through La Rochelle, to sell some of their plunder, but still more ships from around the area joined their fleet, swelling their ranks even larger than before. The fleet traveled to an island called Amen, that they long used as a base where they unloaded much of their cargo. There was a lord in the area, a man named Peter van Minga, who was sympathetic to their cause. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods, but the sea beggars learned that Lord Pedro had put through a bit of pressure into betraying the sea beggars by the Spanish. Before he could strike, the sea beggars acted first. They stormed his castle and took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for them. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean around it, so this was a great place for the sea beggars to plant their base. For several months, this island served as a base of operations for the British. They launched countless raids from the island, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a place of stability for these pirates. Now, of course, the Spanish couldn't have that, so they gave a man named Logan the task of liberating this island from the sea beggars. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggars by Damon Bursty. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one Quote,
It's a
Robles' first
massive
plan
shift
was
of
to
power
dislodge
from
the
the
beggars
people
from
to
their
the government.
strongholds. For
And
this purpose, he dispatched, in
maybe
December
one
1569,
more
a
illustrative
force of
point
Spanish
here,
soldiers to
Alexis,
the island of Anglo.
is
Here, however, the
what do you think
Spaniards
took
were
place
so
during
warmly
Benton's
received by the
time?
sea beggars, under their
Are we
impetuous
talking about
commander,
this
the
area?
famous
If
Grongire
you took a
nobleman,
survey of
Barthold von
everybody on the
Karn von
street and
Rotheden,
you asked them
that
what
the
do they think
attacking
the
party was
solution
obliged to
was,
beat a
what do you
precipitate
see?
retreat.
Remember when Jerome
Antoine
Powell
and
said
his
our
sea
target's
beggars
2%?
remained for
They
a month
weren't there.
longer in undisputed possession of an
If
English
you go
stronghold and the
around
island
the
of
corner,
Anglo,
I have
whence the
posted
continued
the
program of
deed to this
wrongfully
house,
improving
sold in
troops whenever the
1930.
opportunity was favored. This was
Okay,
not to be
and
borne much longer,
the
and
number
Robles
on
was
that deed
resolved
is
to drive them away at any
$100,000.
cost. In
1930.
January
And if you
1570,
go on
he sent
Zillow
out a much stronger
and you get
expedition
the
than
Z
the one of the
estimate,
previous December,
Is it higher than
and
that?
this time
No.
he was more
30,500,000
successful.
dollars.
Under his own leadership,
So
his troops surprised and
that's
attacked the sea
92
beggars on Anglo.
years.
A
1930
short,
is
decisive battle ensued in
2022.
which the beggars were
And,
completely routed.
and in 92
End quote.
years, we've had
Once again, at a home base, the
305x
beggars tried to
increase in
find somewhere
prices
new
per
they could
house.
be.
Now,
For
if you actually
months
fast
and months, they
calculate,
tried one
you
harbor
come to a
after another.
conclusion that the
One of
inflation
their
rate
more
was
famous
approximately
captains, a man named
6.5%
Jan von
a year,
Stornheim, when he took a
every year,
market town that was
for
directly
92
between
years.
Antwerp and Amsterdam. This
Okay,
was a
and
fairly
there's
important port
nobody,
of call.
nobody in
Spanish were
government, no
quick to see the
conventional
claim to
economist
ousting.
that would ever admit
The
to an
Spanish,
inflation
while
rate
they
of
had
7%
garrisoned
a
troops and
year
many
in the
cannon in
US
every
dollar
harbor of
over
the
the last
West,
century.
they intended to
Now,
repel the sea
if you
beggars anywhere they would call.
dig deeper, I
Still,
mean,
they
one
were
guy
not
that's done a
aware
great
yet who the
job
Spanish
working
rule
on
really
this is
was.
Save
So,
Medina Amos,
the Duke of Alva
who wrote the book
established
The
a
Bitcoin
fleet.
Standard, and
It
he
was
notes that
originally
on average
composed
it
of
looks
12
like
large Spanish
the
warships
inflation
with
rate in
the
the money
express
supply is about
purpose
7%
of
a
destroying the sea
year,
beggars.
all the way up to the year
This was a fleet
2020.
the likes that the North Sea hadn't seen for
If you
some
look at the
time.
S&P
The
index, which is
beggars,
a market
well, they
basket
fled
of
as
scarce
fast as
desirable
possible.
stocks,
They were tracked by the fleet, however,
it
and
returned about
while running
10%.
from this overwhelming
If
firepower,
it
they
costs you
decided to
10%
try and
a year for 100
take
years,
refuge in the harbor of a
the
local
money
port, a local
supply is
river.
expanding at
They
7%
didn't
a
expect
year.
these large Spanish vessels
If
to
you
follow them.
actually
However,
talk to
some of the
economists or
vessels
you
were
look
able
at
to.
the
The fleet
economy and you ask the
chased them
question,
upriver,
how
and
fast does the
finally
economy
they
grow
soundly defeated
in
the
its
sea
entirety
beggars.
year over
They took
year?
two of the sea beggars'
Generally about
largest
2 to
ships
3%.
and
Like
sinking two
the
others.
sum total
This was,
impact of
of
all this
course, hardly all
technology,
the
human
ships that the sea
ingenuity
beggars had in their armada.
might get you a
There
2.5,
were many
3%
remaining vessels
improvement a
in
year.
and around
That's a
England,
little
the
bit
port
too
of La
steep.
Rochelle, and sailing elsewhere in the North
Are
Sea.
you okay with
I'm
that
not
The
number?
sure.
call
I'm
went
not
out
sure I'd
to
go that
any
far
of the
yet,
sea
but I
beggar
would
ships
just
that could be
say that
found to rendezvous on the shores of
if you had
France.
the human
They
race
were
doing
received there
stuff,
by the Countess de Montgomery,
and if
who
you ask the
presented the
question,
Dutch
how
with
much more
really a
efficiently
splendid
will
ship,
we do this
something that
stuff
could be a
next year than
flagship
this
for
year,
them
or
to replace one
what's
of
the
their lost
value of all
vessels.
of our
They named this
innovations and
Inter-Allied
inventions and
Purpose.
investments in the past 12 months?
Despite this warm
You'd be
welcome
hard
by the
pressed to
English
say we get
nobility, and
2%
despite the
better.
many friends and allies that the sea beggars had on
Typical
British
investor
soil,
thinks they're 10%
England was no
better.
home to the sea beggars.
So
The edict
if you
that
look at
Elizabeth
what's
had made
going
against them
on,
still stood.
really, when you're
Frequently,
holding
when
$1
they would
million
chase in
in
Spanish
stocks
ships
and
into
you're getting
English
a 10%
ports, they would be
gain a
fired
year,
on,
you're really
occasionally
getting a
arrested.
7%
Now, these weren't acts
expansion
of
of the
true
money
violence, but they were
supply.
made to
You're getting a
ensure
2
that
or
the sea
3%
beggars didn't
gain
use
under
England
best
as their real
circumstances.
home base.
And
This was due in large
another way
part
to
to the
say
actions
that
of the beggars
is,
themselves.
if the
They
money
were
supply
a
stopped
rough,
expanding at 7%
violent, and
a year,
untruthful
the
lot who
S&P yield
caused
might
trouble
be 3%
wherever they went.
and not
Even
10%,
those of them that were
which
members
probably
of the
should be.
nobility knew that they had to play a role in
Now
capturing
that
pirates.
gets you
They
to
had to
start
be a
to
part of who they
ask a
were to
bunch of other
extract fear
fundamental
in the bearing these
questions like,
pirates, and to do
if
this,
I
they
borrow
had
$1
to
billion
accept leave their
and
allies
pay
as
3%
well. Even
interest and the
other
money
friendly
supply
ports, like the port of
expands
La
at
Rochelle,
7 to 10%
began to
a
refuse
year,
some
and
sea beggars' entrance
I
into their
ended
harbor
up
because of
making
their
a 10%
propensity for
return,
causing trouble.
$1 billion
So the sea
investment
beggars
paying 3%
continued their
interest.
search
Is
for
that
a
fair?
port of call. They needed a place
Who
that they could call
suffered
home, a
so
real
that
base of
I could do that?
operations.
Because
For months and months they
in
searched,
an
trying
environment
again and
where
again
you're
to
just
take
inflating the
different
money
ports, and
supply
again
and you're
they were
holding the
defeated by the
assets
Spanish and
constant,
the Dutch
it
influence.
stands to reason that the price of
In
all
one
these
such encounter, that
assets
man
is
Jan van
going to
Tromp, that
appreciate
favorite among the sea
somewhat
beggar
proportional to
cartels,
the
one of
money
the
supply.
most popular among
And
their
the
ranks,
difference in
well,
asset
he was boarded before he
appreciation
was
is
even
going to
in
be a
town from
function of
America.
the scarce,
The Spanish
desirable
appeared to have
quality
seen
of
it.
the asset,
His
and to
men
what
fought
extent
hard
can
to
I
defend
make
their
more
vessel.
of
However,
them, and
they
to
were
what
overwhelmed
extent
very quickly.
are they
All
truly
the men that were left
limited
had to
in
jump overboard
supply?
to escape
Yeah,
Spanish
so
capture.
we'll get to
Now, there were
a
other
lot of the
ships in this
words you
fleet that
said
were
there.
still fighting the Spanish.
Scarcity,
But the men who had jumped off of Jan van Troin's ship, well, they
the
swam
connection to how
to the
limited
nearest
they
vessel
are
they could
and
get to.
the value of
They
those
climbed aboard,
assets.
and
But you also
unfortunately,
said so the
they
expense of
found
the
a
money
company of
supply
Spanish troops
is
had already taken off.
another way of printing
Before they
money.
even climbed over
And
the
so
rail,
is
they
that
found
all to
themselves
add
staring
to
down
the definition
Spanish
of money
steel
supply?
and Spanish
Is
muskets.
this just to put some terms
This
on the
began
table so we
happening with
understand that?
alarming frequency. The sea beggars were
Jan
under
Trump would
attack
say
by the
those,
Dutch and Spanish authorities,
on
and the
average,
fleet
it's going
that
to
had
be
been So Lord Dalheim sent most of the sea beggar fleet to England, but he himself stayed with only 12 ships left on the Dutch coast. The sea beggars' ranks had moved to safer harbors of English soil, while only a few of them, some of the most notorious among them, stayed to fight the good fight. This proves to have been something of a tactical mistake, though. While he may have saved the majority of the fleet of sea beggars, those 12 ships became a prime target for all of the Dutch and English fleet. That fleet, backed by the Spanish, caught up with those 12 ships in short order. These two largest ships were captured by the Spanish, taken. They were the best vessels they had, with nearly all the arms and ammunition that they had in the fleet. 9 of the other ships were burned by the Spanish. Only one, carrying Lord Dalheim himself, managed to escape. Now, he went to England to join the rest of the sea beggars, but at the request of Prince William II, when Lord Dalheim arrived in England, well, he was promptly arrested by the English government. This was due to a number of factors. There was money involved, as there's typically is. Lord Dalheim had taken out loans to pay for crews to be paid, other people were taking out loans for crews as well, and several other things that aren't exactly exciting. The reality is, if he'd been doing better as the admiral of the sea beggars, he likely would not have been arrested. William II wrote in another letter to the nobleman who was one of his friends, in the hopes that he would do a better job. However, this man wasn't the most experienced at sea, and if anything, the experience of the sea beggars became worse. The core element of the sea beggars continued trying hard and continued being repaired. However, many of the other sea beggar ships, those that had rounded out their numbers, well, discipline began to break down among their crews. The captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many cases, the captains themselves seemed to grow rollerball. They began going back to their old habits of taking any ship in they could find and putting all the money into their own coffers rather than paying that allotted to Prince William II. Not only the Spanish and the royal coach, but also Dutch, English, and Huguenot vessels were now under threat from these rogue sea beggars. They were giving the beggars who were trying to be a royal navy a truly bad name, turning this from a fight for a good cause into real piracy. They were losing many of their allies and many of their friends during this period, and it was happening alarmingly quickly. So Prince William hired that second admiral as soon as possible. He promoted a third man, the most famous of all of the admirals of the sea beggars. He was the Baron Leeuwin, and the Count of Lamarck, known to history as William van der Mark. William van der Mark was, well, he was one of the first and most ardent supporters of Dutch independence and royal descent. However, initially, his fight was on land. He was a man who acted as a general in some of these armies, not a sea captain, but being from the Netherlands, he did have sea experience and reportedly pretty good experience with piracy in general. He contacted any of these rebel rogue sea beggars, any of them that were still willing to fight the good cause under his leadership, were allowed to come back to the fold. Any who had decided that regular piracy was more their liking, they were essentially exiled from their ranks to England. Now, he rallied all of the ships that were still loyal to the cause of Dutch independence and moved operations to England. The Netherlands had become an extremely dangerous place because of that Spanish-backed fleet that was patrolling his shores that had caused the sea beggars so much trouble. So, under William van der Mark, they operated out of the safe harbors of England. Primarily in the Channel, around Dover was their real base of operations. A second contingent of the sea beggars, who was doing perhaps even better than the main contingent, operated off of the islands. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and take it and hold it, were all ended in failure, and the sea beggars were essentially broke, as was Prince William II. They needed to raise some funds as quickly as possible. So, rather than attempting naval warfare or on land warfare, the sea beggars turned back to guerrilla piracy. They were taking only Spanish and French ships, only the capital ships that were their enemies. They would take them, steal everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels themselves. They became a real danger, a real menace. While that edict of Elizabeth against the sea beggars still stood, the sea beggars were smart. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed any harbor masters on English soil that they needed to, as well as any government officials to take money. They sent some of their money back to William, as they could afford, but most of it went to go to the sea beggars, not so they could while it away on drink and women, which certainly it did, but much of it went to create a new, bigger and better sea beggar fleet. Under William van der Mark, the sea beggar fleet was rebuilt. Discipline was brought back to their words,
diplomacy,
they were
in
acting in
trade
unison,
policy, in
imitating
humor,
every French and Spanish ship they could get their hands
any
on.
kind of foreign policy and
The
domestic
channel for the
policy,
French and Spanish was now more
manufacturing
dangerous than ever.
policy.
It
Every
was
one of these
split
medical
between England and
policy,
RabbiRothschild. There was a
every one of
region
these
that it was just
policies
immensely dangerous to travel
interferes
through, and to
with
get
the
any
free
shipping through,
market
they had to send it through with
and
a large fleet to
generally
guard it.
prevents some
All of these
rational
acts of
actor from
piracy
doing
done by
a
the
cheaper,
seabeggars
more efficient
originated from
flight.
English ports,
So
which
when you
in
layer them
reality suited
on
Queen
top of
Elizabeth
each
just
other, they all
fine
have to be paid for.
at first.
If you want to shut
But
down the
then,
entire
on the 10th of
economy for a
February,
year, you have to pay
1572,
for it. Right? If you
everything
want to fight a
changed.
war, you have to
Without
pay for
warning,
it.
one of the
Right? If
more
you don't want to
notorious of the
use
seabeggar
oil or
captains was
natural
arrested
gas,
by
you have
English
to pay for
officials.
it.
That
If
very
you
same
don't want
day,
to
William
manufacture
Vandermark received an order
semiconductors
from the
in
English
China
government
and you want to
instructing him to
manufacture
quit
them in the
English
US, you
waters
have to
with
pay
every
for it.
vessel under
If
his
I
command.
rebuild the entire
Several
supply
other
chain in
captains were arrested
Pennsylvania
with
and I
wrong
hire a
motives.
bunch of
They were
employees
subsequently
and then I
released, but
unionize these
Elizabeth went so
employees,
far as to
then
declare William
not only
silent,
am I,
a false prince,
I
that
idle
made
the
his letters
factory
of
in the
marque
Far
null and
East
void.
because of 50%
John Hawkins
capacity, so
himself was
so
sent to
whatever it
chase the
sells, it has
seabeggar
to raise
fleet
the price
out of
up.
English
And
waters.
then I drive up the
This
cost
ended
of
what was one
labor
of the
for
more
every other
profitable periods in the
manufacturer in the
history of the
U.S.
seabeggars, and
because
it was
I
a serious blow
compete
to the Dutch,
against
but
them,
it wasn't
right, for
exactly the
changing
betrayal that it seemed
conditions.
to be.
So
You see,
everything gets
around
less
this time,
efficient,
Elizabeth
everything
really
gets more
needed to garner
expensive,
some Spanish
and of
goodwill.
course the government
She
couldn't
needed,
really pay
just for a
for
while, to have some of their
its
favor.
policies and its
This was due
wars
to
with
some of the
taxes.
politics
We didn't
involving
pay
the
for
Catholic
World War
Church
One with
and
tax. We didn't
the
pay for World War
Scottish. There
Two
were
with tax.
developments
We
in
didn't
the
pay for
Catholic Powers
Vietnam with
War
tax.
on Queen
In fact,
Elizabeth that
when you
required her to
trace this,
save
what you
funds.
realize is the government never
However,
pays for
Elizabeth
all of
ordered
its
that no
policies. In fact,
violence
it
be
pays for
used
them.
except by direct
to ask
command of either
to raise
herself
the
or the
taxes
Privy
to
Council against the seabeggars.
transparently
They
pay
weren't to be
for the
attacked,
things
just to be
you're doing
chased
with
off.
taxes
Had
and
to appear as
taxpayers'
legitimate
money.
as
It's
possible.
either that's one
Now, she
interpretation
neglected
or it's just
to
be
enforce any of
transparent.
her decrees
If
against the
people
seabeggars through
people
either her
understood
burgomasters or
the
her
true
merchants.
cost of war.
This was all
They wouldn't want to
political
go
theater.
to war.
If
And
you
it
were
was well
told
timed, too.
that you
The
would lose
seabeggars had a plan.
95% of your
So well
assets,
timed, in fact,
and
that
90%
it's
of
almost
everything you will
suspicious.
be
It makes
ever
you
will
wonder
be
if
taken from
Elizabeth had
you,
messages from some
you
of the
might
seabeggars that now they had big
reprioritize
plans, and
your
she was
thought
able to
about a given
garner that
policy, and you
goodwill
might
with
not
the
vote for
captains
that
that she needed.
politician.
But you're
This
still
plan
saying
that the
it's
seabeggars
confident
had was
popularity.
very bold,
To
and it would require
fundamentally
them to quit the
government
English waters,
create a
so
bureaucracy of popularity.
one way or another, it seemed that everything was working out.
I think a lack of
The Duke of
humility.
Alva
Right now.
in the
Like,
Netherlands, oh, he was in trouble. His
if people
taxes,
had
his
more
tax that he had
humility,
enacted on
then
the
you
Low
would
Countries, well,
realize
they were not being paid.
Humility about how
Due
little
to
they
the lack
know,
of tax
how
income, he
little
was
they
unable to
understand
enforce his
about the
rule,
function of
and
capitalism.
many
he prays
towns
for
in the Low
20
Countries stood
movie
in
Unforgiven,
open
where
rebellion
he's
against his
man's got
rule.
to know
The
something.
seabeggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands,
I
being
think a lot of people
unstoppable due to that
overestimate
Spanish fleet not
what
being
they can
paid.
accomplish,
Despite his early
and
successes, for the Iron Duke, the Duke of
experience in
Alva,
life
the
causes you
Netherlands proved to be too much for
to
his rule. His
to
successor, the
reevaluate
Duke of
that. So
Medina,
I've done a
was
lot
set
of
to
things in
arrive
my
in the
life,
Netherlands shortly.
and
Now, William
generally
Vandermark did not
my
intend to
mistakes were
allow him
always
to
my
make
good
landfall
ideas that I
in the Low
enthusiastically
Countries.
pursued.
His fleet,
To the
filled with
detriment of
seabeggars,
my
which at this point was comprised
great
of
ideas
almost 40
that
ships,
required
where each one of them flew the
150% of
colors
my
of William of
attention
Orange, that prince,
to prosper.
and each
So
of
I
them
think
carried an
people
additional
pursue too
red
many good
paper at 10
ideas.
pennies a pop,
They
which
all
was
sound
a
good,
declaration of their intent
but there's
to
just a limit
deliver their
to what
homeland
you
from
can
all this
accomplish.
hated tax, which was
And
known
everybody
as the Canterbury
underestimates the
tax.
challenges
They sailed to the Low Countries for
of
battle
implementing an
formations,
idea,
toward the city of Rome.
right?
This was the rumored
And
landing
they always
of the new Duke.
overestimate the
Now, when they
benefits
were close to
of the
arriving,
pursuit of
the
that.
town
So
marshal
I think it's
recognized them
an
and fired orders. Quote,
overconfidence that
the
causes
seabeggars
an
have
over
come, end
exuberance
quote. And
in
the town
pursuing
was reportedly
policies.
overcome.
As
However,
the
a local
ambition of the
fishmonger
government
who was
expands,
sympathetic to the
so
seabeggars was
must
in the harbor,
the
and
currency
he made his
supply.
way over to their fleet.
You
He
can say the money
met
supply, but let's say
with
the
William
currency
Vandermark and
supply.
discussed terms with him.
You
He
can
returned
triple
to
the
town
number of
after discussing
pesos
these
that they
terms
cost,
and met with the city
but it
council.
doesn't triple
He told them,
the
quote,
amount of manufacturing
you
capacity.
need have no fear. The sea beggars were far
and it
renowned,
doesn't
and had
triple
come only to save the city
assets
for
of
the
the
king
economy, it
from
just
Alba's
triples the
tyranny and
peso.
his
So
ruins till the
as you
independence. Anyway,
increase the currency
he showed
supply,
the town fathers that
then
Tokyo
the
had long been
price
the most
of
popular
all
one
those
to
scarce,
prove his
desirable
legitimacy, and
things
told
will
them
tend to
that the town
go
had
up
2 hours to
rapidly.
decide on what to do.
And
The
confidence
town fathers
of
were in a bind, however.
all of
They
the
knew that if they
institutions,
were
the
to surrender,
corporations, and the
the
individual
Spanish would send an
actors
army out to crush their
and
town,
trading
doing
partners
great
will
damage, perhaps
collapse.
killing women and
We can
children.
take a tangent on
And
a
if they
tangent,
did
and we
surrender,
will
he would bathe
return
their
to
town in blood.
the
However,
Greek
his threat
civilization
standing right in
question.
front of him, the sea beggars, well, he knew that if he
So
didn't
the
surrender to them,
government
they would sack the town
naturally
immediately.
wants to
While
rise
they were
up
waiting for an answer,
before.
an army of sea beggars began to march
What's
towards
the
them,
best
and
definition of
it
this?
appears that these men were beggars in training.
Anarchism.
There are many reports clothes were in tatters, nearly
they're not even
rags.
on,
All of them looked gaunt and
borders
haggard.
that
The word
demonstrate
want
that
is used in the Old
the
Testament.
smallest
They were starving.
the smallest
These men were
possible
desperate to
The
find
best
somewhere
government
that
would
they
be
could
the least,
be
and the
safe,
debate would
find
be
something to
over
eat,
that.
and use as a new
when
home.
you think about this
The
stuff,
town council
you think
told
about,
the
okay, government is
fishmonger
the way it is.
that they
I,
acquiesced to the
as
beggars,
a
and
person
then
that can
they began to
generate
evacuate
great
the entire
ideas, how
town
do I
by a
live in
gate
this
on the
world?
far side of
But
the
you
city.
also think about the big
Now, the beggar
picture.
captain
You're
couldn't
starting
receive word of the town's surrender,
civilization
so he
somewhere
ordered
on
his ships
Mars.
to fire on the
Think
gate.
about
He
what
ignited
ultimate
casks
form
of
of government
gunpowder on the gate
what
and he
what's
dropped
the
down a
power?
mast from one of his ships and began to use it as a battering ram. Around 8 o'clock on the evening of April 1st, 1572, the sea beggars took the town of Denbril and
I have
the
laser
first
eyes on
footholds in
my
the
profile
Netherlands.
on Twitter.
They didn't say
What's
And,
that
exactly
mean?
and
what
the
it was
significance
most
of
would have expected
laser
them to do,
eyes is
but to
to
put
focus
residents in the
on
homes of
the
some of
thing
the
that can
town's
make a
richest who got
difference.
evacuated.
And
These were mostly
if I
peasant
look at the
merchants and leaders
civilizations,
that were loyal to the
I would
Spanish and
say
their Dutch subordinates.
half the
No, well, they
problems of
didn't
the
sell the towns. They did
civilization
ransack those homes.
are
They
due to the
used any of
fact
the
that our
goods that they
understanding of
found and any
economics and
money
money is
to buy
defective.
themselves food and
Half,
drink. They
50%.
feasted after a good night's
$500
sleep.
trillion worth
They
of
were
problems.
described as the very best
Money,
kind of conquerors. In fact, they were
money
kind of
represents
a
all the
gentlemanly and
economic
godlike
energy
conqueror.
in the
No,
civilization, and
it
it
wasn't
kind of
entirely without
equates to
sacrifice.
all the
The sea
products, all
beggars
the
did take
services, and all
prisoners.
the
They took
assets that we
19
have and love and
priests
got.
in Denbril, and,
So that's half.
well, they wrote
The
to William
other
II.
half of the
Now,
problems of
William
the
wrote back that
civilization
no man was
are
to suffer for his
medical
religion. The beggars
and
were reported to
military
have said,
and
quote, "Who
political
captured
and
Denbril, he or
philosophical
we?"
and,
End quote.
you know,
And all
and
19 priests
natural.
were hanged.
And I think that there's
A listener
a lot of
pointed
different
out to me on the
solutions
website,
to all those problems, and they're
5bhistorypodcast.com,
all
that there's a saying
they
of the
are all
Netherlands. On April
honorable
1st,
professions,
Alva lost his
and
glasses.
they all merit a
This is
lifetime
something
of
of a pun,
consideration for
because the
specialists
Dutch
in
word
all
for
those
glasses is
areas.
brill, B-R-I-L,
I
while
think
the
that
town of Denbril is
what
spelled
I could
somewhat
offer is
differently depending
constructive
on
news.
when you're reading about it, but they sound very similar. Now,
Inflation
this listener told me
is
that this
completely
is typically
misunderstood.
used
It's a
as
much
a
bigger
way to
problem
teach something of
than
the
we
language to
understand it to
students,
be.
but it's
We
also
need
a
to
little
introduce
physicism, which is
engineering and
similar
science
to many of
techniques
our
into
rhymes and
economics if we
funny
want
little
to further the
charities.
human condition.
Things were going
All
well
government
for the
policy
Protestant
is
cause all across
inflationary.
Europe. The taking of
And
Denbrel was
another pernicious
a
myth
turning point in
is
the Dutch revolt.
inflation is
The Duke of
always
Alva was
an
finally
underlayer of
leaving.
monetary phenomenon.
The sea
You
beggars
know, a
were
famous
finally
quote by
victorious
Milton
and
Friedman,
home on their native soil.
it's a monetary
The
phenomenon. That
brothers,
is,
William the
inflation
Silent and
comes from
Louis de
expanding
Nassau, were
prices of life.
finally having some
It's a
success
nice
on land as
phrase,
well.
and it's oftentimes
William
quoted by
van der
people that
Mark
are
was made the
anti-inflation.
stadholder
But
of Zeeland
again,
and Holland.
it
It
just
was a position that
signifies
he
a
quickly
lack of
turned over
appreciation
to
of what
William
the
the
issue
Silent when he
is.
arrived.
Inflation is,
In the north of the
if
Low
I had a
Countries, they really
currency
began to
which was
establish
completely
the Dutch Republic.
non-inflationary, if
Cities
I never
all
printed
across that
$1,
north area
and if I
they were in
eliminated
open rebellion
fractional
against the
reserve banking
Spanish.
from the face of the
Finally,
earth,
they had a
we'd
cause that
still have
everyone could get
inflation.
behind.
And we'd have inflation as
William
long
had
as
even
we
gone
have
so
a
far as to garner the
government
support of the
that
Ottoman
is capable
Empire
of
under their
pursuing
ruler
any
Suleiman
kind of
Magnificent, who
policies
claimed that he
that
held a
are
kinship
in
to the
themselves
Protestant
inflationary, and
cause.
generally they
He
all
said
are.
that they both
So in general,
rejected idolatry and the
inflationary
Pope's rule, as well as their
the
perceived
characteristic of human nature
polytheistic
is that
belief in
government,
the
selection of groups, and
Trinity.
power over others and
I
allocate
imagine,
other
in fact,
people's
that
resources
both of these men, William the Silent and Suleiman
try
Magnificent,
to
who were fighting the Spanish,
estimate or
had
not
something
hide
to
the
do with it as
costs
well.
of those
Now,
allocations
in this republic,
in some
things were going
tricky
well.
way.
There was
Whatever
a
the option
mass migration of many of the wealthiest and
Hiding the
best
cost is
educated
like
men
is
in the
like
Low Countries
the
to this newly
tertiary
founded
thing.
Dutch
Like
republic. They were
the
people who,
primary goal
even
is
if they
for
were Catholic, were
governmentalism to be
tired
great.
of the rules and high
And
taxes
that's
of the
the public,
Spanish,
that's
so
the
they
primary
moved to
problem.
this new
they
country
will
where they
attempt to
could
do good.
once again follow their own
They will
path.
do good
In
imperfectly,
the southern
and they
Low
will
Countries,
create
where the Spanish still held
oftentimes
sway,
as
Louis de
much
Nassau
damage,
marched at the head of an
more
army,
damage
an
than
army of
good they do.
Huguenot
Most government
soldiers.
policy will be
They
iatrogenic.
intended
It will
to
create more harm than
finally,
good in the
once and
pursuit
for
of
all,
it, but it
oust
is what it
the
is.
Catholic
The
myths from the
secondary,
Low Countries.
the
This
secondary
was a daring
issue
move, to
is
be sure,
they
but
will
it had
unintentionally pay for its
unforeseen
expanding the currency
and
supply
unintended
without
consequences.
realizing
2
that
years prior,
they're
in France, the Huguenot forces had
actually
signed a
paying
treaty,
for
a
it
peace
in
treaty, with their
a
Catholic rulers called the
suboptimal
Treaty of
fashion. They'll
Saint-Germain.
collapse their own
This
currency
allowed
while they
Huguenot
continue
leaders
to
to
do it.
finally hold
The
political office,
tertiary
and
issue
there
is
was a marriage
they will
alliance promised
mismeasure
between the French
how
royal
badly
family
they're
and
collapsing
the
the
Huguenot
currency.
prince, Henry
So,
the
for
Great.
example, if you go to zero
When
labor
2 years
statistics,
later the wedding was finally to
and
take
look at the
place,
numbers printed
it
by the
brought
Fed,
all of the
they'll
Protestant
say, "Oh, it
leadership
looks like the
in
dollar dropped
Paris.
95% of its purchasing power."
Now, when I think about this, I see
Okay, they sort of
almost
fess
direct
up to the
parallels to a
problem,
Game of
but they make it
Thrones. There are
95% and
characters
also
here
hammer
who
you.
are almost
What they
certainly
don't do
inspirations for characters within the
realize it's a
story. If you're a
99.7%
fan of either the
loss
books
for
or
the
the show, I'd
game.
like you to
So
imagine
they will
that there was a marriage
mismeasure
alliance
just the
between
horrific
King Rob in
extent
the north and, say,
of
Princess
the
Marcella of
monetary
Baratheon in
policy
the
in
south.
pursuit
And
of
when the
the
marriage was to
foreign
take place,
policy and
all
the
of the
domestic
leaders of the rebellion
policy,
in the
which
north marched out
they
to King's Landing
overestimate
to be there at the
their
wedding
budget
ceremony.
and their
What do
means
you
to
imagine
accomplish their
that
end,
Queen
and
Cersei would
they
do in that situation?
underestimate the
All of her
cost,
enemies in her grasp.
and they're
Well, it was
oblivious to
probably
the
very similar
horrific
to what Catherine de
damage that
Medici
they
did
do
in
to the
France.
civilization, because
In the days
the mental
before this wedding,
models that they
Paris
use
was
that are
an
conventionally
uncomfortable
false
place for people
are
both
wrong,
Catholic and
right? The
Protestant.
mental model that
Arguments and fights broke out
it's
all over
okay,
the
we can
city
print
and
all this
mobs were
money
raised,
because
but
the
the
velocity of
peace
the money
held.
is low,
On August
right?
18th,
Because money
1572,
velocity is a
the marriage
scalar
finally took
and
place,
inflation
and
is a
Paris was
scalar,
able
and
to
we
breathe
don't
a
see
sigh of
2%
relief.
inflation yet, and the money
But a
velocity
mere
is
4
low, so
days
it's
later,
okay if we print
a man named
trillions
Admiral
of
de
dollars.
Coligny, who
Well,
was the most
the money
powerful
velocity
man in
was
the Huguenot
immediate,
forces, he
right?
was shot
The
on his way
velocity
home.
of money through the crypto
Coligny was
economy
a staunch
is
Protestant.
10,000
He
times
was an
faster
anti-monarchist, and he was a
than
personal
the
friend of
velocity
John
of money
Calvin.
through the consumer
He
economy,
established Huguenot colonies in
right? It's, I
Brazil
think
and
Nathan
Florida.
pointed out
That
when you
Florida
spoke to him,
colony
he said
being
it
the one
takes
that
2
Englishmen
months for a
visited in
credit
more
card
of our previous
transaction to
episodes,
settle,
where they allied
right? So you want
themselves
to
with
spend $1
Huguenot
million
sects.
in the
And
consumer
this man,
economy,
this
you
Greek
can
thinker
print
and
it 6
leader,
times a year.
now lay critically
You put
wounded
$1 million
by a
into
French bullet
gold,
in his
gold
bed
will
in
sit in a
Paris.
vault for a decade. Okay,
Now,
so the
who actually
velocity of money through
ordered
gold
this
is
assassination
21.
attempt is unclear. It's
You put the
possible
money
that
in
it
the
was
stock
Catherine de
market and you can
Medici,
trade it
the
once a
mother
week.
of the
The
French
settlement
king.
is T+2.
She
Maybe you
worried
could
that
do it that
Coligny,
level.
who
You
was
might
very
get to a
close
money
to her son, the
velocity of
king,
100 a
would
year
convince him
in the
to
stock
invade the
market.
Netherlands and
You
drag
put your
France
money
into
into the
another
crypto
war.
economy, and
So,
these people are
after the
settling every
marriage
4
alliance was
hours.
consummated, well,
And
she had
you know,
Coligny at her
if you're
throats.
offshore, they're trading with
Although
20x
it may
leverage.
also have been the
So
Duke of
if
Alba
you settle
that
every
ordered the
day
assassination.
and you trade with 20x
Coligny
leverage,
was the
it's
man
going
who
to be
was behind
7,000.
the Huguenot army, marching
Yeah.
behind
So
Louis de Nassau,
the
who was currently
velocity
besieging
of
the Duke
the
of
money
Nassau.
varies.
After the
I think the
assassination attempt,
politicians,
while
they
Coligny
don't
lay
really
critically
understand
wounded, the
inflation,
king
and they
went to
don't
visit him
understand
personally.
economics,
And
but you
that
can't
same
blame
day,
them.
while Catherine de
Because the
Medici was at
economists
dinner,
don't
a
understand
group of Protestant
economics.
leaders burst in on her
If
and
they did,
demanded
they would
justice.
be creating
She promised plenty.
multivariate computer
Again,
simulations where
if
they actually
Catherine de
put in
Medici
the
were Queen
price
Cersei,
of
then I
every
think
piece of
Coligny would
housing in
best
every
be
city in the world,
described
the
as the
full
high school.
array of food,
He was
and the
the
full
leader
array
of a
of
group of
products, and the
religious
full array
zealots
of
who were
assets.
reformers that had
And
their
then
eyes on the throne.
on a monthly
They
basis,
were gaining
they
influence
would
through
publish
Coligny's
all
close
the
friendship with Catherine's son,
and that's a
the
high
young and
bandwidth
impressionable king.
requirement.
The next day,
And
after
I
that
think
mob
people
broke in
don't
on Catherine
really
de
want to
Medici at
embrace
dinner,
it.
a
And
group of
also,
royal
the
officials
most
entered
pernicious
the
thing.
home of Admiral de
There's
Coligny,
a phrase,
murdered all of his guards as well
can't
as the noblemen who
tell people
accompanied
what to
him,
think, but
and
you can tell what
finally
to think about.
threw
The
Coligny
most
from the window
pernicious
and
thing
killed him.
is I get you to
The gates of Paris were
misunderstand
closed and
the
locked.
phenomena,
The Swiss
so
Guard,
that
the
even
king's
when
personal
it's
soldiers,
happening to you,
armed with a list of
you don't
Protestant leaders in the
appreciate
city,
that it's a
as
bad
well as
thing,
their
you think it's
swords,
a good thing.
marched out of the
So
castle.
housing prices are going up
The
20%
bells
year
of the
over year,
Church of
and
Saint
I say
Germain
this is great for the
began
American
to
public
chime.
because most of them are
Protestants came
homeowners.
out of their homes
Then
to see why the bells of
I've
Saint Germain were ringing
misrepresented
every so
a
often.
phenomenon. Inflation
What
is
they
20%,
saw was a force of heavily armed
not
Frenchmen
7%,
waiting.
and then I've
The streets had been
misrepresented it
blockaded
as
and
being a
chained.
positive rather than
There
a
was nowhere to
negative.
run. The
And
Protestant
people will
leaders
stare
were
at it,
dispatched,
and you could
shot,
even
and
show
beheaded.
them their house on
Their blood
fire,
ran in the
and
streets.
they would
Their
perceive
bodies
it
were
as
thrown
being
in the
great
river
because
or
it's left
paraded through the
and
streets.
held and safe.
The head of the Huguenot
It does
forces in
seem that the
France
cruder
had
the
been set on
model,
fire.
whether it's
But the mob
economics, whether it's
smelled blood.
psychology,
Catholic loyalists rose in
the easier
huge
it is to
numbers
believe
Paris, and for 3 days they murdered any Protestant in the city. When order was finally restored, nearly every Huguenot or Huguenot sympathizer in the city was dead. The massacre spread all throughout France. Thousands were killed. In cities all across the realm, men were run through, women were raped or murdered. Babes were torn from their mothers' arms and dashed against the pavement. The highest death toll is estimated to be 70,000. It is said the bells of Saint Germain were heard around the world. They heard them in England as well. Queen Elizabeth's ambassador to France escaped barely with his life and gave Queen Elizabeth this tragic news. Tsar Ivan the Terrible of Russia wrote of him, denouncing this heinous crime. Sui
price
Among the Magnificent
of every
decried the
product,
villains
service,
that
asset in
perpetrated
the
them.
world over time.
And Catherine de' Medici,
Nothing.
she marched
Now,
through the streets in
if
triumph.
you went to them and you
I
said,
imagine that the Duke of Alba and
do you
King
think
Philip
2%
II
inflation a year is
smiled
good or
when they
bad?
heard the news.
The majority would
I
probably
wonder
say,
if
well,
Francis
here's good.
Drake,
The
on board his ship
majority
in the
would probably
Caribbean
just say
halfway around the world,
2%
would
inflation
develop
a
this
year is
century.
good.
It's
And
possible
of course,
that he was meeting with his
look at
Huguenot
the ship next
allies
to us.
in the
What if I told
abandoned
you
and doomed
that
French colony
the
of
ship
Guadeloupe.
leaked
The Protestant cause
2%,
was
right,
ruined.
of its volume
It was a
every
dire blow, to
something,
be
right?
sure,
The ship is
but
rotting
now
2%
they
a
had something
year.
to
That means
gravel
the
about.
useful life of the ship is 50
This was
years.
something that proved that
Now,
there
ironically,
could
that's
not be
true. Like a
peace
wooden
through
ship had a
negotiation.
50
Now,
year to
open
100
war
year
was
life,
upon
100
them.
be long, 50
Next
years
week,
gone on
we're going
life.
to
And
turn
so
our
when you
eyes
build
to
ships
Britain.
out of wood,
We're going to
they
look at
had a
the
useful
alliances
life
and
of about
treaties,
50
the
years,
declaration of
and then they
hostilities,
sunk.
and,
They
going
rotted.
back to Francis
There's nothing
Drake,
good about it,
we'll look at his
right? You
singeing
build a
of
ship
the
out
King
of
of Spain's
steel,
beard
and
and the
zero
Spanish
as
Armada.
opposed to 2%
If you enjoy this show,
degradation.
why not check out our
And how
website
much
at
better is 0% versus
RabbiRothschildPodcast.com.
2%?
Over there, you can
Well,
find some supplemental
2%
information, such as
means you have a
maps
useful
and works
life
of
of,
art relating to our
you know,
times. We also have
half-life
on
of
every
35
episode a
years.
list of the sources used.
2% is a
If you're
half-life
interested
of
in learning
35
more
years.
about
That's
any of the
basically the
topics that we
half-life of
cover,
money and gold.
those source lists
If
also
I
have
store
links
your
that
life
go to the
force in gold
paperbooks.com
under
page for that
perfect
book, where you can
circumstances,
pick up
you
a
have a
copy of
useful
anything you
life
like
of
to read
35
about.
years.
If you do use
0%
us for
is
this,
a
8
useful
books is
life
kind
of
enough to
forever.
throw me a couple of bucks. We
0%
also have an 8
is
book search
immortal.
bar at the website.
2% is
If you'd like to
35
support the
years
show, there are
average life
several ways you can do so at the
expectancy.
website. There's a PayPal
So
donate button,
the
as
idea
well as
that
a
you
link
would
to our
think the life
Patreon page.
expectancy
That's
of
going
the
to
currency in the civilization should be 35
patreon.com/RabbiRothschild.
years instead of
There's also
forever
an 8 books
is
and
kind of a
Amazon
silly
search
notion.
bar. So
But the
if you need to
tragic
search for
notion
anything
is
on either 8
there
books
was
or
there was
Amazon.com, you can do so through
7
the
in the
website
7
by
or
trying
10
enough to throw
years.
me a couple of bucks.
The
In
money
addition
has
to
had a
any of that,
half-life of
you
10
can also
years,
leave a
except
review
for the
on
fact that
iTunes, Stitcher, or
in weak
Podbean, all of which we have
societies
links for at the
in
website. Doing this really
Argentina or
helps
the
out the
like,
podcast
the
in
half-life
Pakistan.
of
We
the
really
money is
appreciate it. Once again,
3 to
and
4
most
years,
importantly,
in
thank you for
Venezuela
listening.
1 year.
Thank you.
So the United States dollar
Hello,
and
and
the
welcome
United
to
States
the
economic
Podcast.
system was the
My name
most
is Matthew.
successful economic
Thank you for
system
listening.
in the last 100 years
Now,
in the
Francis
world.
Drake
We
was on
won
his
every
voyage of
war. We were
circumnavigation
the
around
world
the globe.
superpower.
He had
Our
really
currency
no
lost
news of England or
99.7% of its
European
value,
allies.
and that
No
means
news of the
horrifically
ever heightened tensions
every
with
other
Britain and
currency
Spain. Now, he must have
lost
had some
everything.
notion of this, since
In
his
essence,
piracy
the
and
other
raiding
ones
were
were
directly
99.9,
responsible for most of
except
Spain's
for
complaints
most
to
that
Elizabeth.
were 100% because they all
But
completely
halfway
failed.
around the globe, he had
And
no news. It was really
you know,
impossible for him to
you've
hear
got a
anything
mainstream
of either the Queen of
economic
England or
community,
the many Catholic
that
towns of
thinks
Munster.
that
When he
inflation
finally
is a
sailed in
number
Plymouth
and
Harbor
2%
on
is
September
desirable.
1580, his very first question was asked by
It's
his
kind of
opponent.
like,
He held a
you
deep
know,
love for
remember George
Elizabeth, and she
Washington,
appears
how he
to have
died?
trusted and respected him, but Francis Drake had
Well-meaning
no idea
physicians
how he
bled
would be
him to
received.
death.
Immediately after returning to
Okay.
England,
The
he set
last
word to
thing in the
quote
world you would
his
want to do
return
to
and
a
his
sick person
adventures, his
is
trials, his
lose him,
exploits,
right?
and his
In the
treasure.
modern world, I think
Now,
we
King Philip II
understand that,
of
that
Spain
oxygen
and
is
the Spanish
carried by the
ambassador
blood
in
cells,
England, they demanded
and
the return
you
of
know,
all Spanish property
and
stolen by Francis
if
Drake. They had
you know,
before them
there's
a
that phrase,
restitution
right?
that had been drawn
Triage
up
phrase.
for
What's
our
the
eyes,
first
and
thing
we
you
argued
do to
bitterly
make
over
sure
whether or not to send it and
stop
appease
the
the King of
bleeding?
Spain.
Single first thing,
Now, some
right?
of
You show
these
up
brutal
after
counselors
any
argued that the
accident,
treasure should be locked up in
stop
the
the
Tower of
bleeding
London,
because you're going to
perhaps
be
along with
dead
Francis
in a
Drake,
matter of
to
minutes
await
if you bleed
return
now.
to King Philip.
So
Others,
it strikes
including
me as being
Lord
ironic
Leicester,
that
Walsingham,
orthodox
and Hatton,
conventional
fully
wisdom was
refused to
bleed
sign
the
this
patient
order.
to death.
They
And
weren't,
this was the
after
most
all,
important
financial
patient
backers of Drake's
in the
voyage, and they
country,
stood to lose a
maybe in the
fortune if the
history of the
treasure were
country.
returned.
And
Now,
we bled
all
to
his
death
bickering was
trying
really
to
the
help
ultimate
him.
disappointments.
So
These
when
men
you're
were
actually
powerful and
inflating
influential, but
the money
Elizabeth
supply
was
at
queen.
7%,
She
but
sent
you're calling
personally
it 2%
a missive to Francis
because you
Drake,
want to help
claimed him to court, asking that he please bring a sample of the treasure of his invention. For 6 hours, the two met in private council. Drake certainly reported about the trial and summary execution of a Northern Command member he established. He would have told Railroad exploits in the Pacific and not to be discounted his many important geographic discoveries. His conquest of Nova Albion and his exploration of the potential western edge of North America. However, perhaps most notable and claim were the trade deals that Drake had struck between the English and the American colonies. These ensured future profit and goods from the East Indies. His future income, not to mention the windfall of Spanish gold and silver, must have been a ball of roses. I imagine she told Drake this as she described the dire situation. She would have told him of the Cold War in the Netherlands that was threatening ever to break out into a firefight. She would have told him, certainly, about the death of the King of France and the raising of the new king, Henry III, which didn't bode well for him, seeing as how Henry III was so closely tied to Mary Queen of Scots. In addition to that, there were several plots on Elizabeth's life personally, as well as many Scottish plots to see her execute or overthrown. Beyond that, Ireland was a constant problem. The Spanish, French, and all the Catholic forces of Europe continued to use Ireland as a thorn in Elizabeth's side, fomenting rebellion there. There was a plot where not only were the local Irish Catholic lords rising up, they were funded and sometimes bolstered by soldiers from all around the Catholic European nations. Francis Drake had been gone for years, and his absence had been felt severely in England. All men with older names and greater titles were lords of the Admiralty. It was to Francis Drake that Elizabeth turned again and again into a war with the Spanish. And after she had given him her rewards, she would send him back out on the mission. This is episode number 13. The world is not enough. On April 1st, 1581, the Golden Crown, Francis Drake's ship, traveled to Deptford for the Queen and all of London to see the ship that had traveled around the globe. The Keep was filled with hundreds of onlookers hoping to catch a glimpse of the captain that they all adored. Drake was not just a captain and not just a soldier, but he was really a celebrity in England. He was a man who was not unlike the common people, and he had been able to tell Philip exactly what he could do with his empire, with his pope, and with his ships. With the Golden Crown at anchor, Queen Elizabeth ascended the gangplank to view the Golden Lion, and the crowd thronged upon half of her, collapsing in tandem into the mudflats below. The crowd laughed and cheered at the antics of these people trying to escape. Now they were unharmed, but they must have been quite disturbed. The Queen, who was ever the entertainer herself, lost one of her garters, which a man who was galloped and dashed the French ambassador, Monsieur de Marchmont, had to lay head for. In front of all of the onlookers, in fact, all of London, the Queen raised her skirts to replace the garter, and she told Marchmont coyly that when she was done with it, she would give it to him as a gift. Now that the crowd had been awed by the ship, amused by these people's antics, and just a little bit triggered by the Queen, it was time for the rise. Francis Drake kneeled before the Queen, and she raised her weighted sword above her head, asking the audience if she should strike off Francis Drake's head. The crowd, of course, bellowed a resounding no. The Queen bowed her head to them, passed her sword to Monsieur Marchmont, and caused him to perform the ceremony of knighthood on Francis Drake. She was going to knight him. He was the new knight. He was her dragon. The threat to England that was posed by Spain really cannot be understated. All of the things that she had told Francis Drake, be it the situation in the Netherlands, the rebellion in Scotland, the open rebellion in Ireland, or the many plots against Elizabeth's life, they were all backed by the Spanish. Be it financially, or with spies, or even with soldiers, the Spanish were behind everything. Spain was growing ever more powerful, too. While Francis Drake had been on his voyage in 1578, there was a battle on the shore of Morocco called the Battle of the Three Kings. There, King Sebastian of Portugal was killed. His elderly uncle, a deaf and blind old man named Cardinal Enrico, was raised to the throne. Now, it's argued that he didn't have the best claim. In fact, both Catherine de' Medici and Philip II had more legitimate and better claims. However, Philip bided his time. He didn't want to be seen overthrowing an old man. And when Cardinal inevitably eventually died, Philip ordered the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alva, into Portugal. Now, most of the rural country in Portugal fell almost immediately, but Lisbon held out for their king, a man who was the bastard nephew of Cardinal Enrico, a man named Don Antonio. Now, Antonio was not a legitimate claimant to the throne. However, really, Portugal had nobody else to put forward. The throne was likely to go to either a French woman or the Spanish king himself, and that was something the Portuguese just couldn't stomach, seeing a foreign monarch sitting on that throne, so they supported this man, Don Antonio, fiercely. In Lisbon, the fighting was urban fighting. Soldiers with spears, arrows, and swords in the streets going home to home, hardly
structure.
anybody who stood against them.
And they have a
It
kind
was
of
bloody and it was violent and it was terrible, but finally,
like
the
resetting of
forces of
power.
Grand Army Antonio were defeated.
Like
And on
that.
September 12th,
There's one that's full of
1580,
just
Philip II was named King of Portugal.
immeasurable human
He
suffering
sent
to
a
take
letter
away
to
to start
Alva
over.
thanking him, saying, quote,
We're the
I
apex
don't know
predator
how to express
on
the
the
gratitude
planet.
I owe you for
I
this.
Googled
End
something
quote.
the other day.
Spain had
What's
been up
the
until now
most
the richest
common
and the
form of
largest empire in the
mammal
world. With the empire of
life
Portugal,
on
however,
Earth?
with her
Like
possessions
right
in
number
Brazil,
of organs.
parts of
Count.
Africa, and the greatest
Nancy
European
K.
holdings in
Button,
Asia,
she's a pig.
Spain
I
was
was
now a
shocked. I
truly
couldn't believe
global
it, right?
empire, the largest the world had ever
Apparently,
seen.
we're just looking at mammals. The
After
answer
taking
is human
Lisbon,
beings are the
Philip
most common.
found
Which was
12
very interesting
very
to me.
pleasing surprises. He found
I
12
didn't believe
brand
it,
new
but
galleons ready to sail.
8 billion or so
Portuguese
human
galleon
beings.
was really the
There's no
greatest
other
warship
mammal
in
that's
the
got
world,
more than 8
and
billion.
these 12 had more
Walk from
guns,
downtown
more
Edinburgh
men,
and
and more sail
Scotland,
than
you're
any
going to
other
come on
ships
this
in
hill,
Europe.
and this
With these,
castle up on the
Philip
hill.
could really crush the sea battles.
And
He
you
could
talk to
cripple this
people,
new English
and
navy
the
and
story
hopefully
is, oh
reclaim the
yeah, well
Mediterranean for
that was
troops.
British
In
castle
land,
before it was
in
a
wealth,
Scottish
and now
castle,
in naval
before it was
power,
a Picts
they
castle, before
eclipsed
it was a
England,
Roman
France,
castle,
and the Holy
before
Roman
it was,
Empire
you
combined.
know, some other
They were
Celtic
now
castle,
the
before it
world's
was,
only
then they found
superpower.
13
In
prehistoric
Philip's
castles
eyes,
buried
which
one
played
under the other,
directly on
under the other.
English shores.
And you
Now,
get
he
the,
wanted to
you get
avoid
the
open war with
conclusion that
Elizabeth, but
100,000
he
years
supported
ago,
every
somebody showed
counterplot
up and
against her
grabbed
and
the
her
high
nation.
point, the
But
apex
despite their superiority,
of the
Philip
city,
was
and they
quickly
built a
going to be
stronghold
rivaled
there,
in naval
and
power
they
by the
flourished, and their
English.
family
The
flourished, and their
Portuguese,
tribe
who had
flourished,
become
until someone
sort of
came along
allies
and
with the
knocked them
English, had
off the
shared
hill.
their design
And
of the
it's been
galleon with
a
Elizabeth.
non-stop,
John
never-ending
Hawkins, who was
fight
now the
by
treasurer of the
the
Navy, had been
aggressive,
tasked with
most
building England's fleet
powerful
plan.
entity,
He went to
family,
work constructing these
organization,
Elizabethan
municipality,
ships,
tribe,
this
whatever,
version of the
across the hill.
Portuguese galleon.
For that one
Now,
hill,
the first ship
going
included
back
her
since
name
time
that would become
immemorial.
forever a
And,
defining trait of
you
the
know,
Royal Navy.
you scratch
It
your
called this
head,
first galleon
and
Dreadnought.
you think,
It seems
By
like
the time
it's
Francis Drake was back in
never
England,
ending.
they
that
completed
does
several
not
other
mean,
ships,
though,
including the
you just
Revenge, the
all
Scout,
kinds of
and
metrics
work was
that speaks
progressing
to
on even more
the
English
quality of our
galleons.
cannons and ships.
It's worth
As a
taking a
result.
second to look at
Like that,
exactly what a
use
galleon
that
is and
war,
why it is such a vast
just like your
improvement
laser
on
eyes
former
focuses
English
the
vessels
mind
like
on
the
your battle.
Caravel or even
It
these
is
ships
that,
like the Jesus of
and
Lubbock, which had
it does
really
remind
massive
you
fore and aft
that
castles.
the
If you
winner
picture those
is always the
old-time
most
medieval ships that have
powerful.
massive constructs on the
And
back of them
we
that look
throw
so
that phrase
imposing on
out,
the
but no one
waves,
thinks about what
well, that
that
was what the
phrase
old
means.
ships were like, and while
Like,
they looked
who's
so
the most powerful, or
domineering,
the,
they were
or
really
the most
ungainly
powerful
on the
side
sea.
won? But you don't think about it.
These
When you think about
galleons, they had a
our
smaller fore and aft capsule, and
energy
they had a much longer
delivered in
keel
a period
relative
of
to their
time,
width,
and when
which
you think
really made them extremely swift
a guy
and
with a
very
spear is
maneuverable.
more powerful than
So, in
someone
addition
with
to
a fist,
the
and someone
stability,
with a
by
bow and
shortening the
arrow
fore
is
and
more
aft
powerful than
capsules,
the person
they had
with
been
a
given a
spear.
much
And
longer
then
keel,
you
which really
realize
let them
that somebody
cut
with
through the
bronze
water,
is
and
more powerful than
almost more
without, and
importantly, these
steel is more
warships
powerful
gave
than
them a whole lot more
bronze.
room
And
for
if you look at the
guns.
Romans,
Now, the Portuguese
they
and the Spanish and
persevered,
the English and
with
perhaps the French
artillery,
were
and they
all
could
now
stand
building these
off from
galleons.
800
It was
meters
really
and
in
just
those
blast you
guns
to
that the English
smithereens.
excelled.
Like if
For years,
when
perhaps
you study
decades
the
even,
history
it
of
had
the
been
Balearic
agreed by
slingers,
every
right?
navy
And
that the only
you
proper
think we invented
material to
bullets,
build a
but
cannon out
they
of
invented
was
bullets to put in
bronze.
slings
Bronze guns were
thousands
far
of years
superior to
ago.
their
Could
precursors,
have
the
stood off
iron
500
guns, in
meters
both
and
their
put a
weight,
hole in
their
your head,
durability, and
right?
their
And so
lack of
there was never a
credibility to
time
explode on deck and
when
kill all of them on
when
board. They were able to take the
humanity
concussions
wasn't
from these
vying
explosions much better.
to
Now,
come up with an
bronze guns were extremely
asymmetric
expensive,
form
though, and they
of
were difficult to
projecting their own
produce.
power
The Spanish
via
and the
technology.
Portuguese relied
And
almost
absolute power
exclusively
is when
on the German
leaders are
factories making
control
these
large
guns.
amounts
The English, unfortunately,
of
were unable to buy
humans
any more of these bronze
they're
guns due to the
facing
war
the
of the
same direction,
Netherlands. They had had their
working
trade
in the
cut
same
off
direction,
primarily with Japan,
leverage
so they had to
energy.
The
do
most
something radical
organized
to produce
society
their own
wins.
guns. So John
When the
Hawkins
Romans
turned to
were
an old source. All the way back in the
dominating hurting
time
everybody,
through
they
the
were the
age,
most
the king
organized
returned to the
civilization
founders in
in
Sussex in
Europe.
England and
As
told him
long
to
as
start
they
working
stayed
on producing new
organized,
boats and
they
Scotland prize,
dominated, and
but
at
news
some
passed
point
out.
they
Now, this
overexpanded
was
and got
agreed by all the navies
disorganized
to
and
be a
collapsed.
period. However, he told them to
And
develop
I
a
guess
gun
you
that
could
could
say
hit
that,
these
the
concussions
struggle of
and
the human
was less
condition,
likely to break, and also
it
extremely maneuverable
catalyzes the
onto a
development of
ship.
new technologies, one
When
after the
John
other. It
Perkins turned to them,
penalizes
he found that while their
anybody
guns
that
were still inferior
rejects
to the
ocean
bronze
power,
guns, they were able to
right? You
produce
get
them much
penalized.
more
You
safely
reject
than
artillery, you
heretofore,
get
and much
penalized.
more
You reject
quickly
atomic
and
power, you
cheaply
get
than
penalized.
anybody could produce
You
bronze guns
reject
in the old days.
digital power,
These
cyber
guns were
power,
lighter
you
than their
get
forebears, more
penalized.
maneuverable, and most importantly,
And
capable of rolling from one
the
side of the ship
underlying
to
control
the
of the
other.
property
They
keeps
were now
shifting
built
hands
along
from,
extremely strict plans that were
one
much more
institution
stable
or
and
one
less prone
government
to
to
destruction,
another
because
based
cast
upon
iron
how
guns were
rationally
all
they're able to
identical.
channel that
All of the galleys
how
they were building were also made by
organized and
very
coordinated
specific
they are.
plans that
really
matched
interesting
these
thing
new
about
iron
both
cannon.
human
So you could
mind
fit
and
so
government
many of these guns on
that
board that
once
really
they get a few
they
with
looked
that
like
company, once
monsters
they get a few good
glistening
ideas,
from
they seem to
wings.
stick with that.
These new English galleons
They
had
reject
more
new ideas.
firepower than any other
It's
ships
almost
in Europe,
with
all
the
due
merger
to
of
these
things,
improvements
however that
on the
evolved.
iron cannon. So
It
the Queen
seems to have a
and
really
John
interesting effect
Hawkins
because when
now
you're
had all of
young,
these brand new ships with
find
brand new
people with no
guns, and
ideas.
the question
It's
remained
the
though,
room,
what exactly to
a
do
few of
with
us,
this new powerful
human
navy?
life
The
success,
ships that were
and
owned by
getting
Drake and
places,
the Hawkins family and the
take
Winter
over the
family
world using that new
continued their
idea.
activities in and around Europe, being
You could get
around
other
the
places
Steamer Channel
better.
and in the West Indies. They would take prizes, they would take
Challenges,
plunder,
and
they
you
would sack ships, and they would raid
prohibiting,
villages. But
stick
these
with
were
the old,
really nothing more than
and
pinballs
that's how
to Spain's
empires collapse.
all-encompassing empire.
Both
They
at the
needed
individual
a
level
true
that
plan
happens,
to
the
showcase their
academics
naval
fighting
might
about
and to
ideas,
deal
something like that,
a real
and
blow to
the
the Emperor of Spain, something that would
human
make him stand
civilization
up
level
and take
governments.
notice.
They
This
hold
new
on
navy
to
was a
the
big
ideas
deal,
of
and
old.
whatever the plan was going to be was
Fascinating.
discussed all around them.
Ever
In
persistent
lords' castles and
theme in
tavern
the history of
rooms,
science is
these
the paradigm
army
shift.
chair
And the
admirals would
paradigm
discuss exactly what
shifts
should be
when
done
the
with
old
this new
guard
navy.
dies and a new
But the men
generation
who were really in
arrives,
charge of the
or
navy,
the paradigm
men like
shifts when
William
there's a
Winter,
war,
John Hawkins, and
and
Francis Drake,
everyone that
well, they
disagrees with the
came up with naval
idea
plans, and some of
of
these plans they even
aviation find
planned out
bombs dropping
meticulously,
on their
down
head,
to where they would
or
get all of
everyone
their
that
materials
disagrees
from.
with whatever your
However,
technology is
again and
is
again, these plans were
awakening.
vetoed by
If they
sometimes the Privy
totally
Council, but
disagree, their
more
society
frequently by Elizabeth.
collapses and they're
The
replaced
new
by
navy was expensive, and she
that
didn't
new
want to see it
thing.
wasted in some
A lot of the
reckless naval
engineering
action.
talk
She
about
needed proof
had to do
to
with
be
ships
convinced
and
that whatever
cannon
their plan was, it would go
and
over the
leveraging
edge.
water. What about this
The
whole
first and most audacious of these plans, to at least be seriously
happening in
considered
the
by
past
Privy Council Elizabeth, was brought to the council by Sir Francis
is
Drake.
that still
Now,
engineering
Drake
in
had
your mind?
befriended and
Starting to
ring
operate
ally the Don
this
Antonio de Faro,
new
had
ship.
dethroned and
I
exiled
think
King
there's
of
two big
Portugal.
ideas.
The plan that
The
they'd come
first
up with
wave
together was
of
to
ideas
attack the
were
Spanish
digital
treasure fleet
information,
at the
and that was
Azores,
the internet
which
wave
was
in like
really Portuguese loyalist
1990,
stronghold.
so
However, now
30.
Philip was using
And
it
the
as a
second
weapon as part
wave
of
is
his
digital
empire.
energy.
This was a means
So
not
if I look
only
at
to
digital
rob the
information,
King of Spain of all of the riches in his
this
treasure fleet,
idea
but also
that
to
we
take
want to
back
digitally
that stronghold
transform the
for
book.
Don Antonio and perhaps
I'm going to
lead a rebellion
dematerialize every
against the
book
King
in
of
this
Spain.
room
This would
into
have started him on
bits,
three
and
points very
then I'm
strong,
going to
made it
deliver a
appeal to
copy of the
everyone in
entire
England, but it was
library to a
ugly for
billion
a number of
people,
reasons.
and I'm going to do it for
First, being that it was risky
pretty
and
much de
potentially
minimis
disastrous.
electricity.
Elizabeth wanted
If I
something
could
that was
dematerialize
less
music,
probable to fail.
books,
The second
education,
being that this would be an open
entertainment,
declaration of war with Spain.
maps,
It would be
right?
allying
That
with this Portuguese king in a
is
civil
an
war for the
incredibly
throne, which was
like
something that, as
exothermic
yet, Elizabeth was
transaction.
not ready to consider.
It's a crystallization that
So
we put
Drake
out
had
to
other
a low
plans
energy
that he
state
decided
as a
to
civilization. We
bring
give off
to the
massive
attention of some
amounts of
who were powerful
energy.
in England.
Like, if you
This
look at
time,
what
he
Carnegie
went
did,
directly
the
to the
richest
Earl
man
of
in the world
Leicester
created
and
libraries
pleaded
that
with
we
him
have
for
at
another
the
mission.
time, and he gave away his entire
This
fortune.
was a
And
voyage that
now we can
Drake
give
would
a better
plan and
library to every
fund, but he would not actually
6-year-old
lead
for
himself.
nothing. And so,
The plan was
what's
to
the
go
value of
trade
giving
with
a
that
million
sultan
books to
bamboo in the East Indies that
8
Drake
billion
had
people?
made that trade alliance with.
That's
The
the
voyage
explosion
was
in
backed by Drake,
prosperity
and
from the
Leicester
digital
got behind it as
transformation.
well. After
And
those two,
when we deliver
Walsingham, Hatton,
maps,
and Admiral Lincoln all got on
I
board.
transform the map,
In
I put
addition,
it
that
into a
musty
car,
fund
you get
and
in the
many of
car,
the
and the
other
car drives
corporations
you
in
where you
London
want to go
got on board
with
as
the
well. It
map,
was quickly
right?
fully
And
funded.
how much better is
Any
that than
operation backed
a
by
Random
such a list
Valley
of people
Atlas right
are
here?
never safe.
It's like a
However,
billion
Drake
times
wouldn't
better.
be on board,
So
and that
the
absence
first
was
wave
not
of
sort of a power struggle
digital
to see who would
transformation
actually lead this voyage.
was the
Drake had men to feet
dematerialization
them who
of
best would,
all of
but these
these
were among his
informational
friends,
things
people
which
who
are
were
not
those
conservative. That
rough
is,
West
I could
Country
take
Englishmen
Beethoven's Fifth
that these
Symphony,
nobles
played
in
for by
London
the
didn't
best
think would be
orchestra
best
in
for the voyage.
Germany, and I could
Perhaps
give
they
it
should
to a billion
listen to
people, and they
Drake in
could
the
play
long
it
run, but eventually
1,000
the
times
captain of the
each
voyage went down
at
to
less
a
than the
man
cost
named
of the one
Edward Cook,
performance.
Now, Fenton was a distinguished military man. However, most of his distinctions came from military actions abroad. Really, he had almost no experience with the sea, which has proved in the past disastrous. And in the fleet that Drake was putting together, sure. When Drake went to survey the ships, he found that every ship was like unhackled and line, and so he appointed several of his own trusted Marines to supervise the provision of these ships. Now, the council had gone over Drake's head to appoint Fenton, but Drake had every confidence that his own men who were on board each of these ships would see that the voyage went well and would return with a wealthy and resounding success. The voyage was disastrous. Almost immediately, Fenton found himself alienated from the more seasoned sailors and the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. He began to lose his mind. His men overboard demanded that the fleet sail west rather than east, to go back to the Strait of Magellan and plunder Peru as Drake had done a year before. Fenton, who had quickly lost complete control of the men on board these ships, had no command left, so he acquiesced to it. And when they reached Brazil after sailing west, it showed that a wise and competent commander like Francis Drake really was vital to a mission like
I would
this.
say if you're
The fleet
a
attacked the
technologist,
very first Spanish ship that they came in
philosopher,
contact with, 3 of them, and one of them the
the
one that sank
impact
them.
of the
So
technology is
immediately,
so
all
much
of the folks
greater
in the
on the
region closed
civilization
up
and the
shop
human
and refitted
condition
themselves with
than
whatever guns and
a
ships they had available.
non-technology. There's almost not
Now,
worth your
Francis
trouble
Drake,
to
while
bother
he may have
trying
taken
to
certain
fix things
ships,
the
he wouldn't
conventional
have
way.
sunk them. He wouldn't have
So
sunk the
let's take
first ships
example.
he encountered. He would choose his
I
prizes
have a
much more
foundation,
wisely.
the Sailor Academy, and the
So,
Sailor Academy
the
gives
fleet
away
was forced to float back
free
east,
education,
penniless,
free college
destitute,
education
and
to
Fenton,
anybody on Earth that
well, he
wants it.
raged at the men
And
on
we've had
board
more than a
who
million
demanded
students.
that they take the
And
island
if
to
you
St.
go and
Helena,
take the physics
and
class,
also
the
it was as if they
lectures
named
were
him
by the same
king.
physics lecturer that taught me
He told the men
physics at
that they
MIT.
could plunder
Except
every ship
when I was at
traveling
MIT,
to and fro the
the
Cape of
cost
Good
of the
Hope,
first 4
or to
weeks
build
of
themselves
MIT would have
paradise.
drained my
They
family's
did.
collective
The
life
fleet
savings for the
returned to
last
England.
100 years.
They were
Okay,
small,
100
they were
years worth of
broken,
my
and
father, my
one of Drake's
grandfather, my
brothers,
great
John
grandfather
Drake,
saved
had been
everything
left
they had
behind,
after
never
100
to be
years. They
seen
could have
again.
paid for 1 week or 2
The
weeks at
mission was a
MIT.
disaster.
That's how fiendish
The
and
captain, as
expensive and
King of St.
ridiculous
Helena,
it was.
well, he was ushered
I
into
went on
retirement
scholarship. I was lucky to
quietly.
have a scholarship.
Elizabeth
But
seethed in court.
on the other
In
hand,
the
I
13
sat in
months
the
that
back
the
of
doomed voyage had been
the
gone,
801
Philip had
lecture
crushed a
hall that I
fleet
was
of
like
ships
right up
loyal
in
to
the
Don
rafters.
Napoleon in the
It's an
Azores.
awful
Now, this
experience
wasn't
on
the
these
English
really
Navy, but
uncomfortable
these were
wooden
allies
benches
for a
that you
reason.
can barely see the black
And that
water.
wasn't the end of the
And
bad
you got to
news.
be there
William
synchronously.
Bond had been
And the stuff
assassinated.
we upload, you
The
can
Duke of
start it and
Parma
stop
in
it
the
and watch
Netherlands,
it
who
on
had
your
taken the
iPad or
place of
watch it
the
on your
Iron Duke,
computer, or
was
rewind it
even more
multiple times
merciless
or
than
sit in a
Hannibal,
comfortable
and
chair, and you can
Dutch
do it from
independence
anywhere on
was
Earth, and
faltering.
it's absolutely free.
Elizabeth turned
So
to
I
Sir
think about
Walter
this and I
Raleigh,
think,
who was her new
you want to
favorite at
improve the
court.
human
She had
condition?
given him the nickname Morris,
You
as
need
she
people
realized that
with
she couldn't live without either.
postgraduate level
She asked him
education.
to
You need
found an American
PhDs. And I
settlement
know
in
this sounds
Rome,
kind of
which was
elitist,
something
but
that
you want to
Raleigh
cure
and his brothers
cancer,
were
and
eager to do.
you want to go
Now,
to
that
the
settlement
stars.
wasn't getting off to the best
Fusion
start.
drive. We need
Elizabeth was
new
forced to turn,
propulsion,
once
right? We
again,
need
to her
we
most
need
powerful weapon.
extraordinary
She
breakthroughs
planned to
in
unleash the
every
dragon.
area of basic
Now, Drake's
science.
plan hadn't
Be it
gone far, but he
biology
hadn't been
or
at the helm,
propulsion
so
or material
John
science
Hawkins
or
followed a plan
computer
that he
science.
hadn't mentioned to
You're not
Elizabeth
doing that with
before.
an
He wrote it
undergraduate
back.
degree. You're certainly not
This was
doing
a
it with
plan,
a high
simply
school
to go back
education.
to the West Indies
But the
after
cost
he
of a
graduated.
PhD is
Now,
like
he
$1
was
million.
fresh off a
There's
voyage
like
that
10
his
million
family had been
PhDs in
involved
the
in
world.
involving extremely world
If you
class
check it
vessels
out,
on
there's 8
official
billion people
Royal
in the
Naval
world.
voyage.
How many people
A
could
document from
get a
November
PhD and wouldn't want to?
1584 shows
Maybe
the
not 8
Queen,
billion, but
Sir
a
Francis
billion,
Drake, John
500
William
million.
Hawkins, and
Let's just say
Lords Leicester,
500 million
Raleigh, and
to a
Cobham
billion.
all on board.
How do you go from 10
Now,
million
it was
to a
possible that
billion
before their voyage to
highly
Moluccas, this
educated
was something
people,
that
all
had
of them
never happened on the last
specializing
voyage because Fenton
in,
had lost
and
control
I
of
don't
the
have to
crew.
tell you how many different
However, this
fields of
voyage would
human
not be so
endeavor are. I
simple.
mean, your life
This
is
would have
interviewing these
11
experts,
large
and
ships, at least 4
there's so
barks, and
many,
11 pinnaces,
right?
carrying at least
It's amazing.
1,600 men.
So how
This
do
was
I
going to be
give
an
a
official English
multi-million
naval
dollar
fleet, the
education to
largest
a billion
ever commissioned
people?
by the Queen,
And there's two
and there
choices.
was only really one choice for
You can
Raleigh.
either endow a
On Christmas
scholarship,
Eve,
in which case you pay
1584, Sir Francis
$75,000 a
Drake
year.
was named
Okay,
Admiral of the English fleet.
75,000. Let's pay
Now,
$1
only
million.
a few days later,
$1
on
million
December
a
31st,
person. I
Philip
can do it
II of
that way.
Spain and the
And
Habsburg
you're
family
never, even
signed what
if
is
you
called the
had
Treaty of
$1 trillion,
Joinville, forming
if
the
you had
European
$10 trillion
Catholic
to
League
throw at the
against the
problem,
Protestant
and
forces
we've
of
just thrown $10
Elizabeth
trillion
and the
at
Netherlands
certain
and the
problems,
French Huguenot forces.
you don't solve the
Now,
problem.
Philip was
Right? If I
nervous
put
about
$10 trillion
Elizabeth's
on the table and
intentions,
I said
and
educate
the
everybody, give
rumors
them
of
all
her
PhD, it
nasty
still
hate.
wouldn't solve the
Since
problem.
the
Harvard
Spanish ambassador
University can't
Mendoza had been
educate.
exiled dazzling, but
18,000
news was
people
unreliable, and he wanted to
simultaneously,
string
or
the lives of the
87,000 or
Wisconsin.
800,000or
Now,
800,000.
that ambassador,
So
who
you have to
was an exiled
dematerialize the
tourist,
professor and
did get occasional
dematerialize
word
the
of what was
experience.
happening
So
in
you put it
England,
all
and
as
he
streaming,
simply wondered about
on-demand,
the ambassador fleet, which was a
computer-generated
confirmation of Philip's
education.
worst fears.
And you
Now,
create
in only a few days'
simulations
time,
where
Philip
you
received
create
another message, this
simulations and
time
you
from a
upload
Duke
it.
of Parma in the Low
It's
Countries,
like
informing
the
him
human
that the English
condition
had cut off
is being
all
held
trade with the
back
Spanish
by
Netherlands. The signs were
500,000
clear that Elizabeth was no
well-meaning
longer playing games with And Philip's highest military officials urged him
love
to
them.
move.
I mean, please don't
Both
think
the
offense
Iron
if you're
Group
an
of
algebra
Alva
teacher, but
and the
instead
Admiral
of
Santa
500,000
Cruz pushed the
algebra
Pokemon
teachers
Vanguard.
going through the same
They encouraged him
motion
to
over and
take
over
their
again,
ships,
what
destroy
you
freight,
need
and
is
let his fleet invade English
one
shores
or
immediately.
5 or 10
But
really
Philip
good
hesitated.
algebra teachers,
Open
and they
war
need to
could
do it
still
a
be a
billion
disaster.
times a day
And
or
Philip
a
still
billion
had
times a
cards up
year
his
for
sleeve.
free.
I'd like to read a
And if we do
passage
that,
from historian Susan Ryan.
there's no reason why
This
you
is
can't
less
give
of a
infinite
quote and more of a reading
education,
because it is quite lengthy, but I think
certainly
it
in,
gives a
in
perfect depiction
science,
of the time.
technology, engineering, and math, right?
Quote,
Infinite
Arabo, Spain,
education to
621,
everybody
Wednesday, May
with no
26,
constraint. And
1585.
I think the same is true, right, with just
Master
about
Foster
every other
gazed
thing.
upon the Arabo
If
flag,
you want
feasting
to
his eyes on the fine sight
bring
of so
joy to
many
the
wonders
world,
that
you
had
need
faded with
digital
him as Spain
music.
was called to
If
him.
you want to bring,
Philip II invited
enlightenment to the
English
world, you
merchants
need
to send
digital
cargoes of
education.
corn and assured the
If
Queen's
you,
Majesty that the people would
want
have
to
this
bring
very own assurance of safe
anything of
conduct in these
consequence
troubled
in the world,
times.
you got to digitally
Payment for the corn
transform
would
it,
be
and
made
then
by
you got to
bills of exchange
manufacture it
payable to the
something
city of
like
London Landford at
a
fair
hundred
market
times
prices.
more
And
efficiently as
so,
a
the
start, but a
Primrose, the
million times more
153 liner,
efficiently
had been stocked with nearly 20
is
tons of corn
probably
and several ells of broadcloth and set
that's
sail for
hopeful.
Galabo
Maybe you
with
have
the
a
sea.
chance. If you
Master
look at all
Foster
of
had
these
heard that the country was
space
starving,
endeavors,
that
and
the
anything
whole of
thinking
Iberia
about
had
getting to
had
Mars, getting
approximation.
off the planet,
Though the
getting to
master
other
of the
worlds,
Primrose and his men could be
number
no
one thing
perfect
you got to
judges
do
of that
is you got to
fact
make
for
a
themselves,
fundamental
Galabo had
breakthrough
been
in
bathed
fiction.
in warm sunshine for
People
52
dreamed about
days in port,
flying for
and the
thousands of
Spaniards
years,
made
but
it seem
it's
pretty
called the
damn
internal
welcome.
combustion engine.
Indeed, as Foster
You
took in
didn't
the
have
night
enough,
idyllic scene with the sun low in the
enough
sky,
energy,
its rays
enough
reflecting
power
lazily on the
in a
bay,
light enough
Galabo
package
seemed the welcoming
in
voice on
order
the
to
wind
solve
that
the
she had
problem.
always known.
And the
It was
human
then
race
that
has
he
all
wanted to
sorts of
self-groom
those
his regiment. A fine
fundamental
southwesterly was stirring.
engines
Foster
and
prayed it could still be
materials
blowing
and
the following day
techniques
when they would weigh anchor
that
and
we
head
need
for
to
home.
master.
He
And
hunched
each
over the
one of
rail of his
them
ship,
is a
leaning heavily on
lifetime
his
of
arms, and looked
experimentation
on as a number of
of
sleek
someone
Spanish pinnaces carried
capable
the
of
20 of his
making
fellow
a
Londoners.
seminal
It was one of
contribution
those
to the
rare
body
moments
of
of leisure for the
humankind.
captain of an English
There are certain
merchantman.
problems like education
Perhaps that was
developed
partly
through
why, in
the
spite of his
process
many
of
failures as a
civilization.
privileged.
And by the way,
When the watch called out the
give
approach of
props
the
to the
Spanish vessel,
bipolar
and
decay
that there were 7 souls
observation
aboard,
case.
Foster awoke from his reverie
When I
and
look at
barked his
YouTube,
orders
for
to the crew,
example,
alerting them that a
one
small
possible
party wished
approach
to
is
board.
each one of those
What
top-level
the
jobs and
devil could
teachers
they want this
are
time
the
of
big
evening?
days and
The
moments
Primrose's
with
cargoes had been unladed.
the ability
It
to
was most
contribute to
unusual for the Spanish
the
merchants to
natural
settle their
source of
bills of
profit, the
exchange at this
market
time of day.
of education,
Further, the master of
when
the
the best
Primrose had
ones
already
rise
settled
up.
the matter of loading the
That's a
Spanish
really
galleons for
interesting
the
way,
return voyage
which
the
is like
following day.
the best
It was a wary
the
Foster
best
who
day to
greeted
your
the
life,
corregidor
the
of
best
Biscay.
lesson you've
The
ever
hale and
taught
hearty fellow presented
could
Foster
be
to the 6 other men as Biscayan merchants
found
and claimed that they wished to give
and
him a small token of their esteem.
broadcast
He
in
had brought a hamper full of fresh cherries
so
as a
all
gift,
of
a
those
favorite
kinds of
of the English
ideas
queen, or so
we
they
think
had
real in
understood.
the digital world.
Master Foster
Currently
thanked them
across
and
the
ordered
planet,
that beef, biscuit,
we
and
still
beer
can't
be brought to
solve
an
that
impromptu
problem
gathering in his cabin.
with
Yet, before they sat
materialization.
down to eat,
What you could
4 of
solve
the Biscayan
potentially
merchants
is
made their excuses and announced
materializing
their
human
intention to
brain
return to the shore
transit,
aboard the Spanish pinnace.
transport teaching.
This
Like you
lack
don't
of
need to
common
have
civility
astronauts
made
on your
Foster
ship.
truly smell
You
danger.
just have a
He ordered his
doctor
first mate to accompany the
carrying a
Spaniards
human
back
brain.
on deck,
Touching on those
simultaneously giving
points,
him the signal
you'd
that
love
all
for
was
the
not as it
500,000
should be. It
algebra
was a
teachers to
well-rehearsed
become
exercise by
500,000
English merchantmen
math
and foreign waters,
specialists, and
and
maybe they
the
come to
first
the
mate knew how
50,000
to alert the crew in
specialties as
secret to
teams,
be
and
ready
they
for
all
an
pursue
assignment.
50,000 new problems,
The master of
and
the
they put their
Primrose
algebra
returned to his
teaching on
unwonted
us.
guests, laughing and
That's the
joking with
same.
them in
That's
broken
the same
Spanish
as when
and
I give you
English,
11
noting all
cents
the while
worth of
Philip Corbould the
electricity,
hints
and
and
you don't
urges of the
have to
setting sun, wondering
row,
unwarily if it would be this last
row a
sunset.
boat 8 hours
After
a
some
day
15
for
minutes, the watch called out again that the
it'd be
pinnace
a
had
lot
returned,
better,
carrying more than
if
20
you would
men,
pay for
and
your
that a larger
food
vessel
in
with
the
perhaps
first
as many
8
as 70
seconds of the
merchants
day,
also
and then
followed.
you could start thinking about other
Foster
things.
silently prayed that God would be English this day.
With regard to
The master bade the corregidor as long as men should return to deck to greet the ships expecting arms. They were, after all, only 26 men against some 90 or more Spaniards. You can only imagine that these Biscayan merchants meant to board the Primrose, capture the crew, and at best imprison them all. Many a merchantman had been imprisoned before them, and most had fallen foul of the Inquisition. It was a destiny that he could not wish upon his enemies. Once above deck, Foster's suspicions were confirmed. Turning to the magistrate and his two friends, he said that he could not allow such a group of men to board his small ship, and the Corregidor Yet before Foster could give his crew the final signal to repulse an attack, he heard the beat of the battle drums from the Spanish ship below, and the unmistakable sound of their swords being unsheathed. The thud of the grappling irons and the roar of the Biscayans wrestling alongside the Primrose to board her by force drowned out his orders to his men. The Corregidor and his merchants seized Foster with daggers drawn at his throat and cried out above the shouts of the melee, "Yield yourself, for you are the king's prisoner." Foster narrowed his eyes and bellowed back, "We are betrayed." The crew of the Primrose had fortunately taken the defensive measures that her master had laid down for circumstances such as these. Within seconds, 5 Caligars were fired through the grates from below decks of the Spanish scuffling above. There were screams from those Biscayans who had legs blown off, and shouts to abandon their action from the others. They could not know it, but it was the only gunpowder and shot that the Primrose had on board. But a few seconds of confusion the blast created was enough to turn the tide. Foster cast himself loose from his captors and gave the order to fight to the death. Many of the Biscayans fled back to the boarding vessels, fearing that they would be blown to smithereens, as several of their number had been seconds before. Others stood their ground. Hand-to-hand battle broke out, and a well-practiced English drill of a skirmish at sea ensued. The English, knowing that if they were forced from the ship they would die 1,000 slow deaths, fought like demons possessed with boar spears and lances, which whipped through 2 to 3 Spaniards at a stroke. Yet, despite the heavy carnage on the Spanish side, the outcome of the battle remained in doubt for a time. The only certainty to Foster and his men was that the death of the Primrose was stained red with the blood of the Spaniards and Englishmen. The fighting raged on for another half an hour, with many Spanish Biscayans butchered, flung overboard, or drowned before the English could claim victory. Amazingly, only one Englishman, John Tristan, had been killed. 6 other members of the crew were injured, but Foster thought that they would survive their wounds. He had to presume that his 2 men, John Burrell and John Broadbank, who had delivered the last of the corn cargo, had been taken into custody ashore. While the master and his crew made ready to set sail, Foster was perplexed how the Biscayan merchants who had escaped in the pinnaces did not bring reinforcements. He could not understand, at the moment of his own victory, why no armed relief to the corregidor had come. While he decided what should be done with the unfortunates struggling for their lives in the bay, Foster looked out across the harbor for the first time since the assault. All the other Londoners saw the King of Spain's flag flying high on their masts. The Spanish treachery was now clear. The English ships had been lured into Spanish harbors, but Philip II could not escape any master piratical act and leave anything helpless. I understand that that was a very long quote, but despite my best efforts, I couldn't find a better way to tell that tale than Susan Ronald did. Her book, The Pirate Queen, which we have used frequently on this show, is really spectacular. She's got a true gift for narrative. She's able to tell the stories of real history in a way that is extremely readable. Her stories are really a page. If you're interested in this period, I really recommend picking one of her books up. There is a link to the books in the show notes, so if you're interested, go to the website and click on it. So the Spanish had betrayed the English and taken an entire fleet and their crews hostage. Luckily, the Primrose was able to escape, the only ship in the fleet that was able to do so. Perhaps even more luckily, they still had on board those 2 agents of the King of Spain. Under what I imagine was a fairly unpleasant questioning, they sang and they told everything they knew of King Philip's plans. More to the point, they had in their possession, both of them, direct written orders signed by the King of Spain telling exactly what was going to happen and giving undeniable proof of what had happened in the Bay of Biscay. This was exactly what Elizabeth wanted. On July 1st, Elizabeth signed a decree granting Francis Drake and any English merchant who had suffered from the seizure of their ships the right of reprisal. Now, this wasn't a declaration of open war, but it was almost as though. It gave huge numbers of English sailors leave to attack Spanish shipping or goods on land anywhere in Spanish territory. It was free license to plunder at will. In addition, Elizabeth signed the Treaty of Nonsuch with the Netherlands. She agreed to send almost 7,000 troops and 1,000 cavalry to relieve the besieged city of Antwerp. There was also financial aid as well, amounting to almost a full quarter of all of the Netherlands' wartime costs. In return, Elizabeth was granted due south and dominion over the ports of Dongrel and Prussia. These were strategic staging grounds against the Spanish. Then, she gave Sir Francis Drake his orders, and she sent him to war. The seizure of the English ships on the Bay of Biscay at Galicia had changed everything. The English were forced to rush their timetable, and as preparations for the original plan to raid the West Indies were still incomplete, the fleet was understaffed and underprepared. Still, Drake elected to leave with the entire fleet. His orders were to sail for the Galician coast to free the imprisoned English, to take back their vessels, and to deliver the returned load to England. After those orders were completed, Sir Francis intended to continue on with the plan to the West Indies nearby. The owner of Leicester approved. He wrote, quote, "That is the string that toucheth Philip indeed, for while his riches to the Indies continue, he thinketh he will be able with them to weary out all other parties, and I know by good means that he more feareth this action of Sir Francis than he ever did anything that hath been attempted against him." End quote. It was on September 14, 1585, that the largest Royal Naval fleet ever to set sail from English shores left port. The vessels included such illustrious names as the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the Abe, the Talbot, the Galleon Leicester, the Sea Dragon, the White Lion, the Bark Bonner, the Hope, the Bark Hawkins, the Galleon Duck, the Bark Bonner, the Thomas Drake, the Francis, the Elizabeth Drake, the Tiger, and the Primrose. They were captained by such illustrious names as Francis Drake, Edward Winter, William Hawkins, and Michael Rothschild, among many others. Now, there was some controversy over who exactly was going to be captain of some of these ships. Drake had very particular ideas on who these men should be, considering that the last voyage he had planned had ended in such a disaster because of the meddling of English lords. He left him rather much. He wanted to leave some of these captains behind, and he needed to avoid any chance that Elizabeth might see the message to call him back to her. Now, in the rush, the fleet left more than half of their victuals, their food, behind. So, all of the captains were at first without orders, or maybe knew how to learn all of what a plan was. So, after sailing into the Channel and getting away from Elizabeth's potential messengers, Drake overhauled and called all of his captains into a meeting. Now, all of the captains gathered aboard the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the ship that Drake captained, and they discussed exactly what was going to happen from here on out. The very first issue that everybody had on mind was the lack of food, and Francis Drake had plans to address this. He believed that they had enough food on board to get them to Spain, where they could restock any provisions they needed. While this meeting of the sea captains was taking place, Philip of Spain received his very first news of the English fleet. His spies told him that the fleet was anchoring off the Isle of Wight, which, in fact, they weren't, but he did know that they were in the Channel. Drake discovered something at this meeting too. He discovered that he really didn't care for this sort of large fleet. In the past, he had been little more than a pirate captain, commanding a very small fleet of fiercely loyal men. Now he was a royal admiral, forced to confer with at least a dozen other proud and powerful noblemen before coming to any decision. He felt hindered by this rather than cowed. Now, back in England, Drake was known as Sir Francis Drake the Portuguese, and this voyage seemed to hold as well. They happened upon a Spanish vessel carrying fish, wine, and the usual other victuals. This vessel would keep the men fed and happy at least until they reached the coast of Spain. On the 27th of September, the fleet set anchor at the mouth of the Vigo River near Boulogne, Spain. Drake sent one of the most important men in the fleet, the on-land military commander named Christopher Carlisle, with a force of soldiers. They were to take a number of pinnaces and land at Boulogne. This fleet of pinnaces was met in the river by the Spanish captain, and in their boats these two men conferred. Drake had sent Carlisle with one question, one request, and one demand. His question: is Spain at war with England? Now, this might sound like bravado or joshing on Drake's part, but it was likely a legitimate question. With the Spanish ambassador in exile, it's possible that Spain had declared war on England without notifying the English of it. But the governor replied that no, they were not at war. So then came the demand: release all English captives and English ships, or face the full might of the fleet's guns and armies. The governor allowed that the terms could be met, but he would need to speak with Sir Francis Drake directly. And then the request: allow us to trade for supplies until we are well stocked, and we will leave Spain in our wake for armies. It was framed as a request, but the threat was really clear: allow us to trade, or we will bring down the full might of our fleet upon you and take your town and everything within it. The governor notated on this point. Trading with the English was very frowned upon by the Spanish authorities. He did, however, allow that since he was unsure whether or not he could grant this request, he would go ahead and release all of the English prisoners. Now, when Drake came ashore, he wanted first to meet with these sea captains and see that they had been actually released and see exactly what had unprepared, he sent his men to
a
war.
fantasy writer. Like this
They
is
entered
where
the
it's
town,
useful
and
if you
for
studied,
one night
if you
they
read
plundered,
like Dungeons and
pillaged, and
Dragons, and you
tampered
read
without
Lord of the
hindrance.
Rings, and you
Churches
study all
were
the fantasy
desecrated or
literature,
destroyed, homes were entered and ransacked,
when
and
I
taverns were
dematerialized the
certainly
map,
emptied of all their food and drink.
first I put
However, for
10
all the
million
destruction,
pages
it
of
appears
satellite
that
imagery
rape and
into
murder were kept
the
in
map,
check.
right? That's a
Drake
simple
intended to scare
transform.
them, not to
But
galvanize
then
the town
I
against them.
start to put
And it
telemetry
appears
into
to
the
have
map,
worked.
and I keep
The
track of
next
the
day,
traffic
Reed met with
rates
the
on the
governor, and they
roads, and I
agreed
tell you
that
when you're going to be
trade
traffic
could
jams if you drive
proceed
that way, and I tell you
peacefully
which way to
with the
drive.
English.
And then I
Now, the
start to get
plunder had already
feedback on
amassed
where
to
to
about
go, and then I tell you
6,000
the restaurant's
ducats,
closed and
most of
people
which
don't like
was
it
quickly traded
anyway.
back to the local
And
merchants
then
for
I put an AI on
reparations.
top of it, and I have
For
it drive
some
your car
reason,
for
though,
you.
the fleet
And
waited ahead.
eventually,
Perhaps
the
they needed
implication
repairs to
of digital
some of their
transformation
vessels.
of
The storm
maps
had
is I
hit
give
while
it a
they were
self-driving
underwater.
car, and I say, take me
Perhaps some of the
someplace
other
cool where I
captains
can
believed
eat.
that they were not still
Right?
provisioned well enough to
And how
travel
did you
west
get
across
to
the
that
Atlantic
last
Ocean.
step, right? It wasn't
Or perhaps there
simple
were other reasons. Drake did
engineering.
have
There's a bit
other
of
plans, but he hadn't
fantasy
exactly
in there,
told
a bit
all
of
the captains
magic.
about it.
Design art,
Whatever the
whatever the
reason
next
was,
component
though,
is,
the
whatever,
cost
yeah,
appears.
fantasy
Their
injects
primary target
magic
on this
in
voyage,
the
aside
process.
from
Like
freeing the English,
imagination,
was to take the Spanish
like
treasure fleet.
precedes
They knew that it
great
was coming, and they had
revolutions in
plans to take
engineering.
it.
It's
And
like
the bay,
imagining
the
a
sea where
world
they stayed, may have been a perfect
of
place to
what you
leave
can
them.
do with this really humble
Unfortunately,
interaction.
while
And
they
that's what
dallied
well,
and
that's
held
like
anchor,
augmented
the Spanish
reality,
treasure
mixed
fleet
reality.
passed them
People are playing
just
the
over
space
the
of
horizon,
sci-fi,
completely oblivious to the English
imagination.
They
presence.
caught a million
This
times. They
fleet
tried.
carried
Did it right,
millions
but
of
to their
dollars in
credit, they
Spanish
stopped trying.
silver, and it passed less than
Like,
12
And then
hours away
you
from their
can
prows. It
dream
appears
all
that they
all
had been
around you.
waiting for it on the
And
coast
also
of
the streets.
Galicia,
Most
and
of them fail.
it's unclear
Some of them
exactly why they
succeed.
waited so
But
long.
some
It's
of them
likely
were
that
Nobel
it was
Prizes
a
or
simple
something like
mistake.
that.
The
but what I would
Spanish
say
fleet and
is,
most of Cartagena had
if half
recently
the
transitioned over
civilization
to the Gregorian
dropped what
calendar,
they were doing
while the
tomorrow
English and the
and
other
truly
constellations
started
refused to
working
transfer over to something that
on
Gregory
launching
was
a
enacting.
rocket
So
to Alpha
the English
Centauri.
were still 10 days behind
It
the
might not be the
Spanish, and
best
they would be
use
for
of
years and
our
years to come.
resources
It's
because
possible that
it's
whatever
kind of
news
like at
scientists
half
Drake
of
had about the Spanish treasure
Athens in
fleet
the year
was in
500
fact
BC when
correct,
he really
but he
started
was 10
working on
days
flying
behind on his
machines.
calendar from
If
the
you went
Spanish.
back and you said, what advice would you
Regardless,
give them?
this was a blow to
You
the
would
sailors
say,
when they
you
learned
know, it's not going
just
to
how
work till you
close
get
they
to
had been to
aluminum, and you're not
being
going to get to
rich men.
aluminum till you work out the
So in mid-October,
steel
they left
and
the coast
certain
of
other
Spain and
things, and you're
sailed
not
for
going
the
to get to
Canary
that until you
Islands and
work
then
out
on to
calculus and
Cape Verde
variation.
Islands, where they arrived at the
And
island of
you
Palma on
substitute
November
Newton,
7th.
it won't come along
The fleet
for quite a
immediately began
while, and he's
taking
going to give you
fire
the
from the port.
calculus to do it. And
According
until
to an
then, it's
anonymous
hopeless.
sailor
So
who
you
left a
might be
journal
better
on board
off
the
to
boat,
work on the aqueducts
the first
or the
shock was made
focus
at our admirable
sailors
Vigilante
or
Fair
something.
over.
So
The second
if
being
I look at
likewise
this
shot at the
today, I
stake
say
betwixt our general's legs, standing
there's
his
massive,
galley with Captain
profound
Frobisher and C. Carlyle of the
environment,
Captain
civilization
George,
advances
and
to be
the
made from
other
digital
the splinters of the
transformation and
plank where they
information,
stood
and you
hurt
can
George
see
a
them.
little,
This
but
is
there was no more hurt done
the
by
story of
it being
today.
a
This is
Union
not the
shot.
story of today, right? It's
End
10
quote.
years old,
What
what we've
he's
been
saying
seeing.
here is that
We're,
his
we're living
cannonball
through different
passed
manifestations. That
between
story
Drake's
today too,
legs while he was
like social
pacing on
media.
board with the other
That
captains, and this is
the
all
effects
down
of that is very
in Drake's
interesting.
legend as a
Because
symbol of his
ideas spread
luck and
when you talk
fearlessness
about
in war.
philosophy of money,
However,
philosophy of
the
ideas.
resistance from the island fort was
Yeah.
too much
So
for
like
the English to bear,
Wikipedia
so
is a
they
massive
turned tail and
it's
away.
a store of knowledge.
They raided all
Twitter
along Cape
is
Verde
like
Islands, but they found really
you
little
can
or no
look at
plunder,
a
and still
water hose or
even
something.
less
It's
food,
spraying
water,
you
or
with dollars
workmen.
whether you want it or not.
Their last
And
landfall
social
on the
media is
island
just
at
like an
Santiago,
explosion
several men
of
visited
ideas.
local
And you
heroes,
pick them up,
something they didn't see back in London.
try to
Perhaps
understand
they never
ourselves
would.
because the drama of
These
it,
men were
all that
impressed by
plays
the
like
cleanliness and
psyche.
order, but
Sometimes
they
there's
spoke of the
more
20 or so
ability
suffering
for
inside
misinformation,
from,
for
quote,
propaganda to take
foul
hold.
and
So we
filthy
get to learn about
diseases, end
ourselves.
quote.
We get to learn about the
5 days after
technology that
sailing
needs to
away
be
from South
accelerated.
America over the
Propaganda comes
Atlantic, These foul and filthy diseases began to waste away the crews of every vessel in the fleet. For 2 weeks of the crossing of the Atlantic, this plague decimated the network. Every vessel reported at least 2 or 3 deaths per day. It finally passed 200 or 300 men, as many as 500 according to the Spanish records, dead. Many more were permanently disabled by the virus. Upon reaching the Caribbean at the island of Dominica, Drake sent all the sick men on board ashore, ostensibly so that the climate could help them heal, to sail away to the Northwest. It was on New Year's Eve, 1585, when the fleet arrived at Santo Domingo on the uninvested water. On New Year's Day, the town was dead. Santo Domingo was a city that had a rich past, had been one of the most prominent early settlements of the Spanish. It was a capital and a trading hub that had paved streets lined with tall whitewashed mansions covered by statues and fountains. Drake and his men expected a fantastic haul in the onset. While Lester Santo Domingo had begun to fade, the trade and prosperity of the town had dried up in the last years, and despite the English having free rein of the town for days, they had almost no breathing room. So, in desperation, Francis Drake ordered captives taken in the town, and he attempted to ransom the city for a full $1,000,000 ducats. When the sheriff of the region countered that so much money simply did not exist in his jurisdiction, Drake began to burn the town down, one building at a time. In the end, he left Santo Domingo with nearly 25,000 ducats, a very paltry sum compared to what he believed the town was worth. After the fact, when the exploits of this raid were to be published, about a year later in England, the events were enhanced in glory and valor, but only two of the nations in that appear to be at least confirmed by the Spanish. Now first, the English despoiled every church, abbey, or convent they found. From that same anonymous journal, quote, "On our coming to the town's end, we got an abbey in which lay an old friar dead, who was killed by some of the soldiers which were disorderly." The second of these events, confirmed by the Spanish, occurred in a local audiencia building near the town hall, where Drake found and removed a shield bearing the motto in Latin, saying "Non sufficit orbis." Drake asked the local leaders to translate this message, but they lowered their eyes, embarrassed to do so, looking fearful of the flame. While the one man who would speak Latin and did translate for them, the shield held the banner of King Philip II of Spain, and it said his words, "The world is not enough." Drake resolved to return this item to the Queen, proof of Philip's, quote, "proud and unreasonable reaching" being his, end quote. The governor of the town wrote back to Philip in Spain, describing Sir Francis Drake El Drake to him. He wrote, quote, "Drake is a man of medium stature, large, rather heavy than slender, merry, careful. He commands and governs imperiously. He is feared and obeyed by his men. He punishes resolutely, sharply, relentless, well-spoken, inclined to liberality and to ambition, vainglorious, boastful, not very cruel." End quote. Back in Spain, Philip received word of this attack on his home shores, on his island, and his New World possessions. He contacted the Duke of Parma, and he asked him formally to draw up plans for the invasion against him.
In the digital world,
The talk in every inn, household, and royal court in Europe, though, was still Sir Francis Drake, and his raid in the West Indies. The reports were nearly always exaggerated. Drake had taken Havana, conquered Cuba, freed 200,000 slaves, or, on the other hand, Drake had been killed in battle and soundly defeated. Now, while these rumors were inflated, they did hold a nugget of truth. Drake had not sacked Havana, however, he had considered it, and he did free slaves, but not nearly 200,000. Among the slaves he did free, some of them went to join their brothers in the wilderness, while still more joined up with Drake's crew, intending to take revenge upon the Spanish. Now, when the cash prize that he had taken had been so small, ransoming one of the oldest and most prestigious colonial possessions of Spain was a symbol of English strength and skill. And instead of taking Havana and going towards Cuba, Drake elected to go south towards the Spanish mainland and the port at Cartagena. As the fleet neared the port, Drake landed a force of about 1,000 seasoned, armed, and armored troops under that man, Christopher Carlisle, about 4 miles up the beach from Cartagena. His fleet sailed near to the well-defended port area. They suffered a little withering fire from the fort. There was a chain barricade across the fort as well, and 2 galleys in the harbor holding them back by land. Now, Drake's guns fired relentlessly, drawing all eyes from the town. They didn't really do much damage, but everybody was paying attention to the fleet in the harbor. When he was unable to reach the defenses, it's doubtful that that was actually his purpose. Because while Cartagena looked on at the battle in the harbor, those 1,000 Englishmen marched into town. The only resistance that Carlisle faced were some poisoned stakes that were blocking the path that were easily avoided, and an amateurish ambush by citizens of the town, not even trained soldiers. There were attacks from the trees and from the city walls by some natives that were allied to the Spanish, but their arrows just bounced harmlessly off the English armor, so they really weren't an impediment at all. When the town had fallen, and Carlisle sent word to Drake, Francis Drake focused all of his fire on the fort, bombarding it from sunup until sundown. After the sun set, every soldier manning the gun batteries fled in the night. The English suffered minimal casualties in taking Cartagena, but still, the plague continued to return. The Spanish spoke of, quote, boatloads of English dead, end quote, and said that the English were burying their dead in secret to hide how reduced their numbers were. Much like at Santo Domingo, Drake entered into negotiations to ransom the town back to the Spanish. This time, he didn't expect as much. He demanded only 500,000 ducats, and that offer was summarily rebuffed. The local bishop, who was in on the negotiations, had Drake pilot, at which point Drake flew into a rage. He insulted the bishop's pope and his king. The negotiations faltered. Drake once again set to burning the town piece by piece, culminating in one of his ship's cannons being fired at the newly completed cathedral. It hit one of the arches that was a support to the rest of the cathedral and toppled the entire structure to the ground. Finally, the town agreed that they would give Drake 107,000 ducats to make the English leave, which he accepted. In both of his attacks on Santo Domingo and Cartagena, the records of the Spanish don't indicate that the English were as violent as one might expect when taking the town. They, of course, held Drake at fort and a villa, which he was, but they also found a gentleman named Don. Yes, the English burned and looted, but historically they didn't murder or rape. They warned the locals in advance before they burned their homes or their buildings. Drake even went so far as to befriend a man in whose home he was staying. Drake, when he found out that the man's wife had died, gave his wife a funeral with full honors. He had his own men dig her grave. They raised the Spanish flag, and he had his soldiers beat their muffled drums. There was a real respect that grew between this Spanish man and Sir Francis Drake, which showed because when Drake finally left Cartagena, he demanded only 5,000 ducats from the man instead of his regular 6,000 because he had been such a hospitable host. From Cartagena, the fleet sailed north. They went on to Cuba to find some wood and water and continued on, sailing north to St. Augustine. Drake called his war council together, and they decided that the fort at St. Augustine, and especially the watchtower there, were a serious threat to the English settlement in Roanoke, and they opened fire. For 2 days, the cannons rang until the men manning St. Augustine's defenses retreated. The fleet, the men on it at least, were weary of putting both up, and they didn't want to spend a long time in the fort ransoming the town, so they decided to go into St. Augustine and see what was there. Luckily, the soldiers defending the fort had left in such a hurry that they had failed to secure the thousands of pounds stored in the fort for a safe keep. The fleet moved on to Roanoke, where they delivered some supplies and news, and then they sailed back to England. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and our works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, the source list also has links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to afford a couple of books. We also have an 8-book search bar on the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. Just go to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, you can do so through the website or find it through upload bars. In addition to any of that, you can also leave... Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Harry. Thank you for listening. Back in Spain, Philip raged. This devilish pirate, this dragon, had burned his cities, insulted him personally, and stolen his gold. In the Low Countries, his heir to Queen Elizabeth had installed her former lover, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, as the de facto king. Had his assassination of William of Orange been completely for naught? In France, Henry of Navarre, a Protestant, seemed ready to take the French throne. And on the British Isles, that heir to Queen Elizabeth executed his strongest Catholic ally there. She beheaded Mary Queen of Scots. Everything appeared to be slipping away from Philip. So he called once again for his military leaders, and he ordered plans for invasion to be sped up. The Pope, intending to help, published a papal bull condemning Elizabeth once again. This bull ordered all church proceeds taken in Spain and Portugal to go directly into the coffers of Philip, and presented a lineage from Edward III, the King of England, which named Philip the rightful Catholic ruler of the English and the English throne. In preparation to help Philip take that throne, the Lords Parma and Santa Cruz gathered ships into one of the largest gatherings ever seen. Unfortunately, when they returned to England, the news that France is striking when a captain's brought back was not good, especially for the families of all of those lost in the voyage. The sailors had lost at least 40% of their number due to that horrible sickness that tore through them. It was a failure in other ways as well, a financial failure especially. The Crown had to come in and cover the shortfall to pay the soldiers and sailors their full wage because they had not made enough money on that voyage. Despite this ill news, though, the Queen was not entirely displeased. Her ships were still in good repair, none of them had lost, and back home to guard the English shores, which is exactly where Elizabeth wanted them. And they had freed those English vessels and their crews, and dealt that severe blow to King Philip. That blow was really taking its toll on Philip, who lay in bed, tormented both by the physical ailment he had gout, but also by the psychological stress of what he saw as losing the war and perhaps losing the favor of his God. For a time, Drake was sent to Holland to give aid to the Dutch there, but quickly he was recalled. His plans to once again sail west and raid the Indies had to be put on hold. That amassing of ships, well, that was the worst kept secret in all of Europe. Everybody knew that they were gathering a massive armada for the invasion of England. Once again, Elizabeth turned to Drake. The Navy, the English Navy, was busy building as many ships as possible. They were amassing cannon and crews while the Winters and the Hawkins family constantly patrolled the English Channel. And Elizabeth turned to Drake and told him to gather his fleet. Once again, Drake was going to command from the ship the Elizabeth Bonaventure. The Crown also granted the fleet the ships the Golden Lion, the Rainbow, and the Dreadnought. They had a full complement of soldiers and cannon on board. This new fleet was supplemented by Drake and some of the other West Country investors. They had ships like the Drake, the Thomas, the White Lion, the Hawkins, the Elizabeth, the Edward Bonaventure, and the Minion, along with a host of smaller yet still armed vessels and pinnaces. Back in Plymouth, Drake had some trouble finding enough men to crew these ships. At the last minute, hundreds of the men who had agreed to go on board deserted, wary of Drake's dangerous ventures and the shadow cast by his last outing. Sailors can be a superstitious lot, and so many had died on Drake's last voyage that this one was avoided by a lot of men. This angered Drake, and he sent a missive to the Crown asking that any of the men who had deserted this voyage be arrested. The Queen declined to send her sheriffs to arrest them, but she did send soldiers to fill the crews, and on April 2nd, 1587, the fleet departed. It appears that the Privy Council sent some last-minute orders to Francis Drake. Quote, "You shall forbear to enter forcibly into any of the said king's ports or havens, or to offer violence to any of his towns or shipping within harboring, or do any act of hostility upon the land." End quote. However, this command, for some reason, never seemed to reach Sir Francis Drake. On April 19th, near midday, the fleet anchored just off the Spanish coast. They waited near the port of Cadiz, which was a busy and well-defended harbor that was connected by river directly to the city of Seville. Drake called his captains in for conference. All along the Spanish and Portuguese coast, the armada was gathering, but especially here. As yet, the ships from the farthest reaches of Spain's empire had not reached them, and all of the ships and port still lay at anchor. Nearly all of these ships were unmanned, and only a few merchant vessels were actually under sail, bringing necessary goods from ship to ship in the harbor to prepare for the invasion. Drake, against the wishes of many of the captains, ordered an immediate attack. At about 5 o'clock that evening, the English sailed toward the harbor. At first, the Spanish there assumed that it was the returning fleet of a friendly Spanish captain, and they sent a delegation to greet him. Drake, though, quickly dispatched them of this notion. He opened fire on the vessels. A couple of them were sunk, and the rest of them retreated to defend the harbor. Now, the Spanish galleys' guns, these smaller vessels, were no match for these English galleons, who fired well out of the Spanish range. The English sunk those two manned vessels, and still not properly actually in the harbor there, where they took a 1,000-ton merchantman and then a 700-ton Biscayan galleon. They took 5 smaller merchant vessels, and then they took a galleon owned by Santa Cruz, the Spanish admiral himself. When these 8 ships had been fully ransacked and robbed of all of the valuables on board, including the victuals and wine, they were set ablaze and put adrift. Throughout the night, then, the fort and the towers fired at Drake's fleet, and whatever ships could be manned set their guns to fire against the English. However, it was really a poorly organized and ineffectual defense. The Duke, a man named Medina Sidonia, led reinforcements into the town. He had a contingent of both foot soldiers and cavalry, but they were unable to stop Drake from entering the harbor. All they could do was stop Francis Drake from entering the town, landing with his men ashore, and taking the town. At dawn, the fleet sailed into the harbor at Cadiz. They took every ship that laid at anchor, and all the crews that were too slow or too foolish to escape, and then lashed all of those ships together, which made it easy for them to take all of the riches they found on board. But more importantly, to this mission at least, they took all of that which is required to outfit a navy. They took rope and tackle and tar and lumber and sail and any navigational instruments they may find. They did this so they could cripple the Armada before it even got started, and they could use all these goods to bolster the English navy. It was really a well-thought-out plan. Now, Drake did falter in one of his orders there. The Queen had told him specifically that he was to burn any ship that he found in the harbor at Cadiz. And though Drake had all of these ships slashed together with plenty of tar and certainly plenty of fire, he failed to do so. Why? He exchanged the prisoners he had taken for gold, and the Duke of Medina Sidonia himself gifted Drake with a cask of wine and a basket of sweetmeats, and Drake left the harbor in a rush. Why? He left over 60 vessels in the harbor unharmed, if a bit lighter, in defiance of his direct royal orders. Why? Well, one possible answer is that Drake had taken some of those Spanish prisoners and had them questioned. One of these prisoners may have given up some sensitive information, perhaps even more valuable to Drake than burning ships. It appears that he had learned that Spain's second most accomplished admiral, a man named Juan Martinez de Recalde, sailed with a squadron that was half the size of Drake's and was, at this very moment, anchoring off Cape St. Vincent. It's also possible that this smaller fleet was accompanying the Spanish treasure float, which was Drake's greatest lust in life. En route to get to the Cape, Drake encountered a fleet of tiny merchant vessels, really little more than fishermen's boats, and found on board what would actually wind up becoming perhaps the most valuable cargo that he would take this entire voyage. He found bound together bundles of barrel staves bound for Cadiz. I understand that this might not sound like much, but you have to understand that life on board a ship required many, many barrels filled with water. If you didn't have these iron barrel staves to hold the barrels together, you couldn't have water or wine, and your ships would be unable to sail, and it took time and money to produce. So perhaps the greatest delay that Drake effected this entire voyage was stealing these barrel staves. Still, though, barrel staves, while they were important, weren't exactly a rich prize. Drake needed a real haul, both to repay his investors and to line his own pockets, so he chased after Recalde, who had sailed away from the Cape. He was headed towards Lisbon, but Drake believed he could catch him. Unfortunately, the winds weren't in his favor, and Recalde managed to beat him there. Lisbon was far too well defended a port for the English to take, so Drake turned his attentions elsewhere. He took what was called the Sagres Castle, which had once, strangely enough, been the home of Prince Henry the Navigator. This was a symbolic victory, but not a rich one. Still, one monk did record, quote, "They committed their usual feasts and drunkenness, their diabolical rampages and obscenities. They stole everything they found, and then set the place on fire, having first committed 1,000 excesses and diabolical desecrations of the images of the saints, like wicked heretics." End quote. Then, on June 1st, Sir Francis Drake's fortune changed once again for the better. He learned of a ship called the San Felipe, owned by Philip himself, and carrying all of the goods from the Orient directly into Drake's clutches. It's said that the San Felipe was taken without a single shot being fired because her holds and her gun ports were too crammed with goods to fire any guns in her defense. On board, Drake found gold, he found silver, he found precious gems, ivory, silk, rich dyes, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, all in all worth $32 million in modern money. With this haul, Drake was finally able to sail for home. It was around this time that Francis Drake enlisted perhaps one or maybe two men to write all of his letters and document all of his deeds. You see, Francis Drake needed better representation to both the Queen and the English people, and the results turned out to be ludicrous. You see, Drake was uneducated, he was poorly read, and he had really abysmal penmanship, and suddenly his correspondences were beautifully composed with allegory and reference to God, the Bible, and history. For example, he is reported to have said at Cadiz, when the wind turned to his favor, "The wind commands me away." Yeah, no, he didn't say that. Francis Drake was a sailor and a pirate, and he knew ships and violence, not poetry. Similarly, at this raid on Cadiz, he is reported to have claimed that he, quote, "singed the King of Spain's beard," end quote, which was not true. That was actually said by the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire in reference to his own beard rather than King Philip's. Now, this new eloquent correspondence may have actually helped Francis Drake, though when he returned to London, he found himself out of favor with the Queen, at least in official record, and defending some of his decisions during the raid on Cadiz. However, Drake showered Elizabeth with gifts, and he still had her ear. He may have failed to burn all of the vessels that he had been ordered to, but he had really delayed the invasion. That was Elizabeth's need. He also caught news of Philip's true plans. He wrote to Lord Walsingham, quote, "I assure your Honour, the like preparation was never heard of nor known, as the King of Spain hath and daily maketh to invade England. All possible preparations for defence are very expedient to be made. I dare not almost write into your honour of the great forces we hear the King of Spain hath in the straits. Prepare in England strongly, and most by sea. Stop him now, and stop him ever. Look well to the coast of Sussex." End quote. Drake begged again and again to be allowed another voyage, this time in force to go to Lisbon, to destroy the Armada before it even began sailing. The Crown, however, decided not to grant it. Finances in England were once again tight, and Elizabeth hesitated to back any venture that would take English vessels away from English shores. Philip, too, though, had suffered setbacks. In addition to the raid on Cadiz, he had been forced to haul off the treasure fleets for the year, fearing that they would be taken by English pirates. They stayed in port in the Americas. And then his plans were dealt a truly terrible blow. His close friend, the Admiral Santa Cruz, died. Philip was forced to name the Duke Medina Sidonia, that man who was a hero of the raid on Cadiz, who had gifted Francis Drake wine and sweetmeats. He was forced to name him Admiral in the Spanish Armada. Medina Sidonia was a morose man, especially about the state of the Spanish Navy. He surveyed the fleet, and they didn't have enough guns. They didn't have enough soldiers that were trained well, and the ships themselves were even sometimes in poor condition. He was forced to smuggle in at least 100 cast iron English cannon, something that the Spanish thought were so low quality they weren't even worth using, but he needed the guns, but still they weren't enough. The Spanish had little powder, they had less shot, and they had only a very few properly trained gunners. Only 6 vessels in the Spanish fleet carried more than 40 guns, while every English vessel carried more than 250. Over Philip refused to hear of these complaints. He believed that God was on his side. The Pope himself granted special indulgences for every Spaniard on the voyage, and when confronted with the possibility of bad weather, Philip said, quote, "Since it is all for his cause, God will grant us fair weather," end quote. As he lay in his sick bed and his admiral continued to bring complaints to him, his very last command to Medina Sidonia was, quote, "Sail, sail," end quote. The Spanish plan was simple. The Armada would sail into the Channel. They would break the English naval defense there, and they would hold a landing site. Then, somewhere between 30 and 60,000 soldiers, under the command of the Duke of Parma, would sail from the Netherlands to England. They would sail upriver and take London in what they believed would be no more than 2 or 3 days. The sailors, though, in the Spanish fleet, were they any better? As the Spanish Armada was preparing to sail, one sailor wrote, quote, "Things hang in the balance. Please, God, let the events be for his cause, and may he assist us, as is so necessary," end quote. Another sailor, when he was speaking to a papal official at the Nuncio, said to him, quote, "The English, who have faster and heavier ships than ours, and many more long-range guns, and who know their advantage just as well as we do, will never close with us at all, but stand aloof and knock us to pieces with their culverins, without our being able to do them any serious hurt." When the Nuncio asked him what the Spanish needed to win, the officer answered, "A miracle," end quote. The English weren't entirely aware of the Spanish shortcomings, though. They thought that the fleet was a lot better defended than it really was. I think that Winston Churchill gives a good description of the English attitude. He said, quote, "The chances were heavily weighted in favor of Spain. From the mines of Mexico and Peru there came a stream of silver and gold which so fortified the martial power of the Spanish Empire that King Philip could equip his forces beyond all known scales. The position was well understood in the ruling circles in England. So long as Spain controlled the wealth of the New World, she could launch and equip a multitude of armadas," end quote. On the English side, the Queen's plan was to separate her navy, to guard the western end of the Channel from Spain, and to guard the eastern end from the Netherlands. However, she acquiesced to her advisors. The Lord Admiral was now a man named Charles Howard of Effingham, and he was in command of the Queen's navy. His plan was to have Lords Winter and Hawkins wait the Armada in the middle of the Channel, while the Lord Admiral Howard himself and Sir Francis Drake would wait at and near Plymouth. They would be in a fleet of sleek, fast, and heavily armed smaller vessels that would be able to chase and harry the Spanish. They were going to follow behind the Armada after it sailed into the Channel. The plan was to allow the Spanish Armada to sail until it nearly encountered the fleet of larger English galleons, and then Lord Admiral Drake would come up behind them, bite their heels, and then catch the Armada in the crossfire and demolish her. And the plans of both sides were interrupted by some inclement weather. Some of those famous channel storms blew in, and the fleets of both the Spanish and the English, well, their timetables and their charts were thrown off course, so they had to regroup and make some new plans as quickly as possible. However, the basic plan for Drake to fall behind still stood, because Drake and his fleet were still at harbor. Legend has it that when Drake received word of the Spanish Armada entering the Channel, he said, "Time enough to finish the game and beat the Spanish after." Now this sounds like some of Drake's famous propaganda, but this might actually be something that he said. See, the tide was high in Plymouth Harbor at the time. It was too high for the fleet to leave, and he knew they would have to wait until sundown. However, when sundown came, the fleet did set sail, and they rushed after the Spanish Armada. When the Duke of Medina Sidonia awoke the next morning, it must have been something of a shock to him. He found the English fleet not before him as he had thought, but waiting behind. Their entire formation was planned to meet the English fleet waiting before them. However, that formation and the Armada itself must have been something of a fight as well. It was at least 2 miles in width. It was a virtual forest of mast and sail, punctuated by these massive Spanish aft castles who towered over the smaller English vessels. Lord Admiral Howard said, quote, All the world never saw such a great force as there was. End quote. All the same, Lord Howard ordered a single pinnace called Defiance forward to fire a single shot at the Spanish flash. This was a gesture of formal challenge. Think of a knight pulling off his glove and slapping another man in challenge for a duel. This was that sort of move. The Spanish, they had their ships arrayed in four columns. Their heaviest ships were in the center, with their faster and smaller galleys along the sides. They made a tight crescent formation, all meant to face forward so they could surround the English fleet whenever they encountered it. However, somehow, these massive vessels had to turn around and change their entire formation because they were now facing a force that was coming from the opposite direction. Really, their formation was perfect. The Spanish were spectacular sailors. If the English had been waiting in front, they would have destroyed them immediately. However, they didn't account for what the English actually had planned. I'm going to quote historian Arthur Herman in his book To Rule the Waves, How the British Navy Shaped the Modern World, which is really a pretty excellent read, especially for any nautical or military historians out there. It goes all the way from the very earliest days of the British Navy to all the way up until World War II. He writes about this battle, quote, the English rushed forward with gun ports open, and as many guns wheeled and lashed captains forward as possible. This was no classic battle of broadsides. Each gun was aimed on its own, while the master gunner himself gave orders to the helm. Bow chasers fired first, then the guns on the leeward side, and as the ship turned, then the guns in the stern as the boatswain shouted to his men aloft to lull sails and brought the ship to a halt. Then, as the ship turned back, the guns on the other broadside opened up as the ship completed its stately pirouette past its target. Wreathed in smoke, the Revenge, or Bear, or Vanguard, then tacked back windward to reload. In this way, the English guns got off an average of a shot an hour, whereas the Spanish, keeping to their tight box formation, were sometimes lucky if their guns could fire back one shot a day. End quote. It was really, at the end of the day, an ineffectual battle on both sides. While the English had proved that they could fire many more shots, their tactics weren't doing a whole lot of damage to the Spanish fleet. They took out a few of the smaller vessels, but from the distances they were firing, they were unable to take out any of the massive Spanish warships. As night fell, though, Drake was given the order to light the lantern on his stern that would guide the way for the rest of the fleet. On the Spanish side, they faced disaster. While the ships were still nearly all floating, the Nuestra Senora de Rosario was rammed by another Spanish vessel in the night. The Rosario lost her bowsprit, mizzenmast, and her main yard. Then, in a separate event, another ship in the Armada, carrying somewhere near 383 men and almost all of the gold meant to pay the soldiers, suddenly exploded. It's unclear exactly what happened, but apparently something lit. In the chaos after this explosion, Francis Drake seized on an opportunity. He broke formation from the fleet, endangering all of those relying on his lantern, and he took the Rosario, along with the reported 55,000 golden ducats aboard, and he ordered the ship to be sailed home. The West Country was blood pumping, but he removed himself from the Lord Admiral's ship. But man, I wish there was more way could hear the curses of this old sea captain to Francis Drake. The Admiral went on to confiscate the 55,000 ducats and send it to London. The Admiral ordered that the English would continue dogging the Spanish fleet, and the fight on water continued the same way for the next day. On land, Elizabeth stood before her rallied troops, who were preparing to defend the city of London and the land of England against any invasion. She gave them this speech, quote, my loving people, who have been persuaded by some that are careful for our safety duty to take heed how we commit ourselves to armed multitudes, for fear of treachery, but I assure you, I do not desire to live in distrust of faithful and loving people. Let tyrants fear. I have always so behaved myself that, under God, I have placed my chiefest strength and safeguard in the loyal hearts and goodwill of my subjects, and therefore I am come amongst you, as you see, resolved, in the midst and heat of the battle, to live or die amongst you all, and to lay down for my God, and for my kingdom, and for my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too, and think foul scorn that Parma or Spain or any prince of Europe should dare to invade the borders of my realm, to which, rather than any dishonor shall grow by me, I myself will take up arms. I myself will be your general, judge, and rewarder of every one of your virtues in the field. I know already for your forwardness you have deserved rewards and crowns, and we do assure you, in the word of a prince, they shall be duly paid you. Imagine her surprise, as well as the surprise of Admiral Medina Sidonio, when none of those troop ships arrived. Perhaps Elizabeth wasn't so surprised after all. The troops had never even left port. The sea beggars had sailed south, swooped in, and halted any thought of Parma's of setting sail. But it was here that the Spanish Armada knew they were lost. On the third day, short on food, shot, powder, and soldiers, the English finally closed ranks and opened fire. Finally, the English had found their mark at 300 yards, which would become the naval policy for firefights for centuries. They sank dozens of Spanish vessels, but still the Armada stood, in tight formation. The English captains began to worry. Despite their superior battle skills, how could they defeat that armada? So, after nightfall, 8 smaller English vessels sailed silently forward toward their armada. Their guns were charged fully to the muzzles. Their decks and their holds were filled with pitch, tar, and hemp, anything that would burn. The Spanish saw these ships primed to explode and burn any vessel nearby, and they all managed to escape unharmed. But in this attempt to set the Spanish Armada alight, it broke their formation, and finally, the English were able to attack. The English closed in. This was the beginning of the first great naval engagement in modern history. A total of 200 ships fired bravely, even recklessly, in a fight for their lives, for their homes, and for their countries. The Spanish never backed down. Each of the ships fired until they were out of powder and shot, and then they would sail towards the English vessels, grapple that ship, and do hand-to-hand combat with the men on board, either dying or taking the ship. But still, the Spanish were outmatched. The English ships were too well armed and too fast. The air in the English Channel was filled with smoke, the deafening sound of cannon, and in the interim between shots, the screams of the dying. Any vessel worth her salt was coated in splinter and tattered sail, amidst the gore of men without arms and legs and heads. The seas were covered in a sheen of dead bodies, broken ships, and blood. A storm arose, bringing in clouds and fog to mingle with the smoke from the battle, and in that moment, the Spanish Armada set sail and fled. Perhaps Philip was right, in part. He said that God would send them fair weather, and when the Spanish Armada was nearly lost and completely destroyed, a storm came in and saved them. Their odyssey was not over, and the trip back to Spain was going to be extremely difficult for these men, but many still made it home. More than would have had that storm not broken. The English didn't believe that this was the end of the invasion. However, it was. The Spanish had fled. There were no troops coming from the Netherlands. The English had won the day. Now, this undeclared war between Spain and England, though, it would continue. The 80 Years' War, the conflict for Dutch independence, that would continue too. And the hatred between Catholics and Protestants in Europe would continue for centuries. Queen Elizabeth, King Philip, and Francis Drake would continue their dance. But this is a suitable place to stop. The Armada's defeat marked a turning point in the world. It showed the world that Spain was not would follow, and it opened up the ambitions of all of the colonial powers in Europe. It was by no means the end of the Spanish Empire, but it marked the beginning of their decline, and it marked the dawn of the British Empire, and the colossal power struggles that would continue for centuries. And really, we're still fighting to this moment day. This Spanish Armada's defeat showed the world that the future would not be won by soldiers on land or on horseback. It would be won by sailors on battle ships. Elizabeth would continue her rule for years and rule over some of the most prosperous times in English history. Elizabethan England would bring us an English Renaissance. It would bring us Shakespeare and the birth of the modern English language. It would see a shift in English culture towards a more free, open, and democratic society. Sir Francis Drake was far from done. He continued to sail, and his legend continued to grow. He sailed again and again back to Spain and the Caribbean, never ending Drake's war, his personal conflict with the Spanish. But he passed away at Portobello at the end of a difficult voyage of raiding and piracy at 4 a.m. January 28, 1596. And with him, we're going to leave the Elizabethan age behind. The reason we've spent so much time on this era, the Elizabethan period, and Francis Drake in particular, is because these conflicts are really what set the stage for the colonial conflicts in the Caribbean.